Hello? It's me. Oh yeah, that's the level of jokes we're doing now. I have been sent by the Pope, for heresy is afoot. Some of you don't believe in the power of the Mighty Seer, so I'm here to address that. The Mighty Seer can be acquired from Captain Januszki in the mission Tolstoy on Mercury. The damage on the Seer is actually quite good, 101 split evenly between impact slash and puncture, and the status chance of 13% isn't the worst thing in the world. The crit and reload speed though, that is a bit of an oof. It sports enhanced zoom capabilities, which can be seen as a good or a bad thing. It sucks. Don't tell the Pope. And there exists a considerably better version that can be acquired from a Lich, but we're not going to be using that today. Alright, first of all, need a change of clothes here. There we go, much better. Now, I actually already have 5 form on this here, so this is going to be faster than usual. I do not have an adapter yet though, so let's put that on. While I'm not a fan of Deadhead, this is one of the weapons where it does make sense. Diffusion. Galvanized shot's gonna be huge here because it's actually multiplicative on this here for some reason. Lethal torrent for sure. I'm actually not sure what I want to do here. Yeah, I think this is the way. We can run primed convulsion, pathogen rounds, and primed heated charge, which should give us an absolute ton of damage. How much is that actually? 1400. Yeah, that's great. I'm not sure about this, but for now, let's just put it in. Let's slap a D right there. And let's put on quick draw. No, stunning speed actually. There we go. Let's start nice and easy, level 50. They really need to give the Mighty Seer a scope, because aiming down sights with it is just atrocious. The damage was pretty good actually, so let's bump it up to 100. It's okay. I think I'm more annoyed because I'm aiming down sights to try and score headshots than by the actual damage. That's a little bit too much viral. Let's run that unranked actually. That's better. Oh, I just realized. I've been running it in Steel Path this entire time. Yeah, this is, no, I hate this. I hate this so much. We're going back to raw damage. Be blessed, my beautiful people. What in the hell is this? Yeah, I'm getting the neuroptics. Nora, you're in the way. There's a ding. Let's put a Dasherino right there. And, you know, since I dropped Deadhead because I just don't like Deadhead, I'm actually going to put on Hornet Strike to help with the ramp up of Merciless. I mean, it's okay, but we still need to add Harrowed into the mix, which is gonna add a ton of damage through the priming because Galvanized Shot is multiplicative here. Let's see how big of a difference this actually makes. I am gonna say that this is gonna be pretty massive. Oh yeah, this is, night and day different. Night and day different. God damn, that's good damage. Well, I guess it's time then. Holy shit. Did you see that? That was a 700k headshot. Oh, here comes the devil's spawn. I'm not afraid, I have the power of Pope on my side. Well, so far so good. The damage is actually okay. It's better than a lot of other weapons that I've tried recently. You think your demonic tricks will work on me? No, I have a little ace up my sleeve, demon. Exorcizamuste. Omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas. Omnis incursio infernalis adversari. Ha, suck it. So that was pretty great. I wasn't quite sure how much the original Seer would be capable of doing, but it turns out it does more than enough. Now this is largely due to Galvanized Shot being multiplicative here. So once you throw Harrowed and his priming into the mix, the scaling goes through the roof. But it's not just that, the Seer does have solid base damage, which is scaled fabulously through the elemental mods, especially now that we have access to 2 primed elemental mods, which is what makes it a great candidate for scaling through Galvanized Shot. Now you would get better results if you were to run this with secondary Deadhead, but I just don't like Deadhead. I very much prefer Merciless. Also, all of this was done without a Riven. If you can get a Riven to replace either stunning speed or pathogen rounds, this thing is gonna shred pretty hard. The disposition is at 1.5 right now, and that's spicy. You're gonna get some enormous Rivens with that. So I guess the Pope was right. The Seer is pretty great. You know, I actually love this. I love that you can pick up a weapon very early on because you can farm this as soon as you get to Tolstoy and slowly, over time, upgrade it into something that actually does decent damage. Hello there. Today we're going to talk about a very special weapon indeed. The first video I ever made about the Sonic ore was 8 years ago and I still love it to this day. However, more and more people have been talking smack about it recently and I'm kind of getting worried that they might be right because I haven't tried it for a while. It used to be my go-to recommendation for newer players because you can get it from the market. It's not crazy expensive, it does cost some Oxium, but it's not too bad and it only requires Mastery Rank 2. But looking at the stats nowadays, it doesn't look tremendously good, though the stats are also an absolute mess. It shows the crit chance, multiplier and damage of the explosion whilst showing the status chance of the projectile. In reality, the explosion actually has 25% status chance, while the projectile does 150 damage and has no crit or status. I genuinely don't understand why they don't show both. So, as you can see, I've invested quite a lot into the Sonic ore over the years. I have 6 forma on it now, but I've yet to put an adapter, so let's start by fixing that. Merciless is probably the best here. It's gonna add a bunch of damage and it will help with the reload speed. Hornet Strike, Diffusion, oh yeah, Torrent, of course. This is where most of our damage is gonna come from because the Sonic ore has a forced impact proc on it and it has a low enough fire rate to get double the proc chance. Let's top it off with Viral, though this might be too much. I kinda wanna try it with Unranked Pestilence first and see how that does. Let's also reformat the dash into a V because I can't think of a dash mod that I would want to run there. And let's slap on Fulmination 7.2. Big. Ideally I would run something else, but for now let's just run an Expel mod. Alright, level 50 is looking pretty good so far. I made sure that I'm not in Steel Path this time around. Yeah, it's starting to struggle against level 100. It's not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, the single target's not great. I guess we can take out Fulmination for now, so we can run a fully ranked Pestilence. There we go, that's much better. I'm seeing Viral everywhere, which is exactly what we want. I kind of wanted to see if maybe proccing more impact would be better, but no, since we get the forced impact, it's just better to go harder on Viral. People keep telling me that I should level stuff in ESO, but I don't know, Hydron is just so chill. Okay, next forma is gonna be another V over top that dash, which should allow us to run Fulmination again. Fabulous. Now we need to figure out that Exilus, which is going to be Lethal Momentum, I'm pretty sure. This should be enough. Yes, it is. Fantastic. Time to switch that final dash into a V as well, which then allows us to run a Lethal Momentum, which gives us a little bit more range. Well, it's time to see whether this is any good or not. I honestly have my doubts. I don't know about this. This feels pretty bad. Oh no, 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 no. Well, let's give it a try, okay? Harold, could you not steal all my kills, please? I need to stack my Merciless, buddy. Yeah, so it wasn't Harold. It's just yeah. This ain't it, Chief. Alright, so since this doesn't perform very well in Steel Path, we can take out Expel and put in Stunning Speed instead, so that we have a bit more status chance for more reliable Viral and faster reload speed so that the weapon feels better. Hey everyone, say hi to Swiftly. So while this was unfortunate, it was still pretty fun. I enjoyed my time with the Sonic ore and I'm glad that I updated my build so that I can still use it when I'm faffing around the star chart and I'm doing stuff like fissures and all that. Because while the Steel Path performance was subpar at best, it's still a solid AoE weapon. I mean, 7.2 meters of AoE with no damage fall off is actually pretty good. Now, the biggest issue with the Sonic ore isn't necessarily the base damage, because 50 base damage, which the explosion has, is more than enough if you have ways to scale it. But since the crit on the Sonic ore is pretty low and it's just a straight up explosion, so galvanized shot scaling doesn't work, you're pretty limited in what you can do here. Your best bet with the Sonic ore, if you really want to push it for maximum damage, would actually be to offload Viral onto like a priming pet and then run another damage over time element instead of it. That would give you more damage on top of the slash procs you're getting from Hemorrhage, but it still wouldn't be groundbreaking. At the end of the day though, the Sonic ore is an early game weapon, it requires Master Rank 2 and you can just pick it up from the market, so I guess we shouldn't expect too much from it. I also don't think it should be buffed because it's pretty good for a Master Rank 2 weapon. What they should do though is finally give us the Tenet Sonic ore. Come on DE, it's been long enough. This is where it happened. All those years ago. They didn't even see it coming, man. It's just out of nowhere. I know it wasn't my fault, but still. Why would anyone do such a horrible thing? I don't get it. This video is made to remember those who laid down their lives in the Battle of Hydron in their pursuit of experience, that were blindsided and sadly perished. May they rest in peace. Simulor, more specifically the Sinoid Simulor. My god, this weapon was obnoxious back in the day and it was everywhere. What makes it worse is the Simulor is actually very cool. It's one of the most unique weapons in the game. Even after it was reworked like 37 times. And yes, today we're actually gonna use the better upgraded Sinoid version of the Simulor, which you can get from Cephalon Suda. On the surface, the Simulor is pretty straightforward. Fire energy ball goes boom. But if you fire more than one energy ball in roughly the same area, they will merge into a vortex and do a bit of area of effect damage. You can have up to 3 vortexes at any given time, and if you so desire, you can detonate them with the secondary fire for even more damage. Oh man, I haven't touched this in a while. That is an old build, my god. Oh no, the polarities, oh, they're so bad. Well, let's start off, alright. Ooh, I'm running low on steel essence, oh no. I guess, Merciless, I genuinely don't know how I'm going to build this yet, so... Chamber... how much... oh, 42, oof. Well, let's try it. You know what? First of all, let's fix the polarities here because this is an absolute mess. You know what? I'm actually feeling electricity here. Yeah, get Vyro as well. I actually don't know whether this works or not on the Simulor, but at least we're gonna get the status. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. That's pretty good. The fire rate though. No. We need more fire rate. That's way too low. I don't think crit is the way to go, unless we're gonna get some outside crit buff here. This then lets us to run fire rate. Which one though? I guess. Or we can utilize one of the dashes and run acceleration instead. Oh, that's much better. Alright. Fire rate good. Okay, let's flip one of... Actually, no. Let's not do a V. Let's do a dash into a D. Would you look at that? The kingdom loves me. Whoa, 6 minutes, 4 seconds? That was fast. Do you know what would make a lot of sense? This would make a lot of sense. I mean, it's a weapon with magnetic and we're building it with electricity and vital. Come on. Alright, that's what I'm talking about. I wonder how much is that? 5 meters? So that's gonna be 7.2? That's much bigger. I do like a big boom. That is looking extra spicy. Well, I guess it's time for the steel path test then. That's not bad. That is not bad. Alright. Is this it? This seems suspiciously easy. But I guess that's it. Let's see how it do. Because it's one thing to test it in the simulacrum and another to actually do a mission with it. You know what? So far so good. Yeah, this might actually be the worst enemy to be fighting with a weapon like this. Oh my, no, I don't have armor strip. This is all going to hell. Let's also not forget about Harold. Come here, boy. All right, let's try that again. Man, the explosions, like, look at that. That was a big boom. Oh, you cannot be serious. Why won't you leave me alone? I guess Acolytes have PTSD from the Simulor days as well, because it's been 8 minutes and no Acolytes. Finally getting an Acolyte. Who's it gonna be? Malise, my dude. What are you doing? Are you good? I'm so confused. What is it with you and the big hand, Malise? Oh, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. It's okay. You can keep the hand. Well, that took a bloody while, but it's done. I actually think Harold killed it. I don't even remember how people used to build the Simulors back in the day. I mean, I could look it up, but honestly, what's the point now? What matters is the Simulor is still pretty good. I mean, the single target damage is not gonna win any prizes, but if you build it for electricity and you have a big enough group of enemies, the damage you're gonna do is pretty gross. So if you're looking for something different, something unusual, something a little bit special, you might want to give the Simulor a shot. You don't have to follow my build either, you can just go for something else, like for example, if you have some outside crit buffs, you can squeeze in crit and get another way to multiply your damage. And you can of course use it against other factions as well. You don't have to focus it on the Corpus like I did, though if you're gonna fight the Grenier or the Corrupted, make sure you strip their armor. It just made a lot of sense to focus on Corpus here because of that innate magnetic damage, which absolutely wrecks their shields, but also because I already have a lot of anti-armor weaponry for the Grenier and Corrupted, and I have a lot of AoE stuff for the Infested. It's so bad though. I mean, okay, if I give it a try, Harold, you have to do something as well. You've got to stop eating babies. I know they're your favorite snack, but the mums, they get upset, so it's, do you have any idea how long it took me to grow this? I have stitches in places I never thought I would. The stug is bad. I think that's like the one universal truth in Warframe. You can get it from the market, even though you never should. Needs MR2 has terrible stats that also lie to you because the explosion actually has 10% status, not 0. 0% is only on the projectile that doesn't do anything anyway. Doesn't work with gun addition overload, even though it's an embedded explosion, which normally work, but this is the stuck, so it doesn't. And the secondary fire that you get thanks to this unique trait is straight up worse than firing the weapon normally. But I promised Harold that I'm gonna give it a try, so that's what I'm gonna do. Well, Torrent, I guess, for more multi-shot and fire rate. That's always good. Let's try it, but first let's stable Harold, because he does like 5,000 times the damage of this damned thing. Well, it's a gun, alright. The delay is what's really bad about this. Like, the damage isn't great, but the delay before the pop is the worst. It's not as bad as I remember it, which isn't high praise by any means, but you know, it's something. This should be enough to get it to rank 30. There we go, fabulous. Let's put a dash in here so we can fit in prime heated charge. I genuinely can't tell whether this is any better or not. It should be because we have prime heated charge instead of the normal one, but you know, with the weapon as bad as this, it's kind of hard to tell. Why do you hate me, video game? First of all, let's slap another V right there. And then I think the play here is going to be fire rate. Yeah, Gunslinger, because what else is there to do? It has no crit, terrible status, the damage is mediocre. It's either fire rate or faction damage. Hold on, this is actually kind of working. I cannot believe it. This actually kind of works. Alright, fire rate is the way then. And loading. So another V there. And then I kind of just want to put on reload speed, honestly. Can't put on a full one, so one rank from the top will have to do. 1.2 seconds, that's not bad. Should be enough. Yes, thank you. I want to try putting on vital... Bloody hell. With dual stats. Let's see if we see at least some status procs, because there is a 10% status chance on the explosion, and we're firing a lot of blobs. So, are we getting status or not? I'm gonna go with or not. Okay, this is the final setup, I guess. If you think I'm putting on another format just to max out quick draw on the stag, you are insane. I really can't wait for them to add a cooler version of the stag, and whenever you try to stab a larvaling with it, it just laughs in your face and calls you a dumbass. Because someone in the office obviously hates this thing with a burning passion. It's bad, it's irredeemable, it is atrocious, I hate it. Not gonna lie though, for a brief moment I saw a little shimmer, a little glimmer of hope when I added fire rate to it. But then I remembered that you can only stack 10 of the bloody blobs on the enemy at any given time, and if you fire any more at them, they don't do anything. Because why would they? This is the stug. It's very rare for me to just hate a weapon, because I always try to find something good about it. Okay, the weapon might not do great damage, but maybe it's really fun, or it has good AoE, or it's really cheap, but not the stug. The stug is just evil. If the stug were a person, it would serve you a dead puppy for breakfast and then laugh at you when you start crying. There's a reason why this is regarded as the biggest meme weapon in the game. It's because it is. The damage is bad at best, and the mechanics are even worse. It is, without a doubt, the worst weapon in the game. What they need to do with the stag, other than take it behind the barn with a shotgun that is shorten the time it takes for the explosions to go off, and make it so that whenever you do decide to stack a bunch of blobs on the enemy, every extra blob increases the crit and status chance instead of just the damage. If they do that, it might be worth picking up. But as it is right now, no. Avoid it like the plague. Today we're gonna do something special. We're gonna try and squeeze the absolute maximum out of Mirage's signature secondary. But Mr. YouTube Sir McYouTube Man, the Agboto Prime is pretty good. Oh ho ho, I'm not talking about that one. Well, you're too young to remember this, Harold, but the Agboto isn't Mirage's signature secondary. It's the Exani. A weapon so forgettable that even DE forgot about it when priming Mirage and gave her the Agboto instead. I'm not saying I blame them though. The weapon has the lowest base damage out of all secondaries, and even after the buff, the crit and status chance are mediocre at best. But I have a pretty solid build idea in mind, so let's give it a try, shall we? Hornet Strike, Diffusion, Lethal Torrent, Galvanized Shot, because status is gonna be like the center of this, and then we go Corrosive with Jolt and Pestilence. I guess we can put on Prime Heated Charge as well. This is gonna be the centerpiece of this build, right? Cascadia and Power. This is insane on high fire rate weapons that can proc a lot of status, because it deals damage whenever you proc status. First of all, let's be realistic here, level 50. Okay, let's see, I have pretty high hopes for this. That's way better than expected. Oh, Holy shit, this thing is ripping them to shreds. Well, back to level 100, I guess. Yo, I knew this was gonna be good because Empowered is pretty strong, but I did not expect this. I don't think we need it because we already have Condition Overload from Galvanized Shot. I'm not sure about this. A lower fire rate isn't the worst thing in the world because it's gonna make it more efficient, but Empowered can't crit. Alternatively, we can give it even more fire rate. Look at the ammo counter. Jesus Christ, this is some Twin Grakata's level of Daka. The damage is really good, but my god, the ammo economy is just not quite there, is it? Yeah, let's be sensible for a moment. I think this is the way, honestly. It's much easier to like control the bursts of fire. Yeah, I think this is the way. Okay, 1D coming right up. Whoa. Oh, that's right, I got a login booster. Oh, that's fantastic. And with this, we should be able to run Primed Target Cracker for big crit damage. There it is. And let's put on a... oh no. This is why you do your Netra Cells kits. Big money. There is that. Oh my god, I just realized it has a V. So that's at least 2 more format to fit to fit primed pistol ammo mutation on it. There we go. I guess it's as good of a time as any to try some big boy stuff. I just want to see how it does. Yo, that is way better than expected. Holy crap. Look at this. Look at it. Just look at it. This is gonna be awesome. And there is a ding. I'm going all the way. I want this to be as good as it can be. It is time to bless the kingdom once more. Be blessed, my peasants. Excuse you? There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. You're welcome. Now, this isn't the best spot for a forma, but I'm actually gonna go for Jolt instead of Bullseye because I'm still not sure about the crit. And that, as they say, is that. I guess it's time to reunite the Exani with their rightful mistress. And yes, that is the correct term. Oh, they look so good together. Look at them. What a cute couple. Here's the final setup, by the way. And yeah, in the end, I did actually go with crit as well. Let's also remember to switch Harold over to enhanced vitality and fiber. And yeah, let's go. This is it. Cascadia Empowered is probably my favorite secondary arcane. It might actually be my favorite arcane altogether. It's good, but in a very niche way. It doesn't work on most things, but when it does work, oh boy, it's awesome. It allows weapons like the Exani to shine despite having very low base damage, as long as they have high enough fire rate and decent status chance. In my eyes, that's way cooler than something like the Acolyte arcanes. Now, in an ideal world, I would have a Riven in the build, which would be absolutely monstrous because the disposition is very high, so the rolls would be ridiculous. But even without one, the performance was more than good enough to do Steel Path. Though to be fair, I was running it on Mirai, so I got a nice multiplier from Eclipse as well as some extra damage from the doppelgangers. But anyway, here's a bit of a showcase against an Acolyte. We have Malise here. Say hello, Malise. It's nice to see you too, bud. All in all, I'm extremely happy with the results. The damage is great and it's super fun. Don't know if I would necessarily recommend it because it's a fairly expensive setup and there are weapons that do more with less. But you know, if you want to be a hipster and run around with the Exani of all things, you know, give it a shot. Castanas are in their own tier of trash. You can complete any mission above level 30 with these things, I'll be surprised. Alright then. Castanas, a Mastery Rank 3 pair of explosive secondary throwing knives that do pure electricity damage with a guaranteed electricity proc when you detonate them with the secondary fire. They have bugger all crit chance, but at least the status chance is decent enough. They come from the Tenolab in the dojo, and the fact that they cost an entire forma at Mastery Rank 3 means that basically nobody ever builds them. There is a better version of the Castanas, the Sancti Castanas, which are considerably better, but yeah, we're not going to be using those today. First of all, let's put on a bollocks. Let's buy a handful of these. For now, let's just use Merciless. Then Galvanized Shot, which doesn't work on the explosion, I don't think, but it should work on the electricity procs. Diffusion, Lethal Torrent. For now, let's put on Viro as well. Actually, let's move that out of the polarity and put in Fulmination 5.18. That's much better. And I guess for now we can run Ogre Pact, sure. Okay, let's see how oh god, I forgot about the accuracy problem. But let's see how much wait, what? That's way better than I remember. Okay, this might not be as difficult as I had first thought. Now, since we do have that guaranteed proc, and we're proccing status on top of that, I want to try Empowered to see if maybe the flat damage is any good. Nah, I don't think so. Be blessed, people of the relay. Oh yes, worship me, worship! And that is a ding right there. This is gonna be a big one. Let's put a dash right there. And boop, that's big damage right there. Because electricity is one of those damage over time procs that actually calculates bonus electricity from mods. I also think it's a good idea to switch away from Grenier and focus on the Corpus instead. Alright boys, let's see how you do. Yep, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You know what? I'm feeling confident. Let's try level 100. Okay, we're on the right track. A faux show. Look at that. A mission complete. Boop. Here comes another V. And there it is. Last but not least, Expel Corpus. I'm not gonna do the primed because reasons. That is not bad. Let's add Harold back into the mix. Moment of truth. Now, I know Harold is really strong, but surely I'm helping at least a little bit. Accept your death and you may yet avoid it. Alright then. I cannot believe how well this works. Look at the damage. The single target damage is not great, so any Eximus units are a bit of a problem. Which is not the best, because my ultimate goal here is to kill an acolyte. Oh god, how am I gonna do this? Oh, bola. Oh, actually. Alright. Sure. Oh, here it comes. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Harold. There, good boy. Keep it primed for me. There you... Oh no, it cleanses. Oh. I don't think I ever had to pop additional life support when fighting an acolyte before. Come on, it's almost dead. We're why? Just stand still for a moment, please. Come on. What? Yes, suck it, I'm out of here. This is a great example of why understanding mechanics is important, because even a seemingly bad weapon like the Kastanas can be scaled well enough if you know how to do Steel Path with it. All it took, essentially, was just knowing that the Kastanas have a guaranteed electricity proc and knowing how to scale electricity procs through regular modding, faction damage, as well as condition overload. Don't get me wrong though, I still wouldn't recommend this weapon because it's not great and it has some serious issues. The main one I have a problem with is that you can't have more than 5 of the Kastanas out at any given time. So if you get enough multi-shot to where you throw 3 Kastanas every time, you have to throw, detonate, or you're wasting a Kastana with every second throw. Speaking of multi-shot, there is, I guess, a bug with the Kastanas that's been in the game for quite a while, where if you get a lot of multi-shot, you basically lose all your accuracy. And the only way to fix it so that you can throw them in a tight grouping is to run a low-ranked Magnum Force. Though it's not that big of a deal if you run Primed Fulmination and you don't throw them too far. But I still think these would be much better if they exploded on impact. But anyway, challenge complete. We have most certainly finished a mission that was above level 30. Why hello everybody, welcome to another video. I have survived the dental surgery and I'm ready to ramble once again. Today we're going to talk about a weapon that got shafted really hard in its update. It's actually a relatively new weapon as it came out with update 30.5, which was an enormous update that added Sisters of Parvos, a bunch of new lich weapons, reworked the lich system, changed Steel Path, as well as arbitrations. Now what made me pick this weapon over all the other weapons was actually this wiki comment. I wonder, were people really happy with this weapon's release? How many people are actually using this one? 1 or 2? Well, let's make it 3. The Cutlass is an upgrade from the bow. You can get the blueprint from the market and it's very cheap. It's a Mastery Rank 4 staff that has decent attack speed and range, it has mediocre crit, decent status, and it does impact in electricity. Now when I look at these stats, I actually see a lot of potential, so let's see how far we can push this. Well then, let's see what we can do here. Let's start with pressure point, some attack speed. Yeah, we can use spring-loaded blades to utilize the depolarity for some extra range. Definitely want to go viral. Let's get a stance as well. I think heavy electricity is the best way of doing things. Yeah. Let's go for that. I think that's gonna work the best. Definitely want to slap on weeping wounds as well. I don't want to go hybrid on this. That would actually be very nice. Vital electricity and shattering impact. That's a nice combo. Let's slap a V right here. Okay, let's go test it. It's a surprisingly good. It doesn't have great single target because it's an electricity based setup, but I think we can fix that with Tennokai. Let's bless all the lovely people on this relay. Now it's actually an event weekend, so we have a bunch of boosters rolling, so I think this time around I'm actually gonna do solo ESO. Oh, someone needs a taxi. Hold on a second. One moment, please. Yep, one zone and we're done. Fabulous. Okay, so adapter. I actually have one. Good. I don't have an Exilus adapter, but there it is. And let's also slap a dash right here. It's very rare that a melee arcane just straight up fits into a build. Usually you'll have to do some fiddle farting to make it work, but influence here is going to be huge. I think I'm gonna go with reach just for the longer window, but conditions perfection would be nice as well. Yeah, I like reach too much. Whoa, that is a much bigger difference than I expected. Wowee! That's some damage. Goddamn. Let's try Steel Path. This thing absolutely shreds. I knew this weapon was gonna be decent. I didn't expect it to rip this much though. It would be better if we dropped impact for a faction mod and then got armor strip somewhere else, but nah. I messed up the recording, but we're maxed out again, and now I want to try Condition Overload with Harold. Okay, there's the spark, and ooh, yo. Hiya! Damn, dude! I'm seeing some numbers. Holy hell, this thing is insane. Ramp up might be a little bit rough, but once we get enough... Or no, I guess. What? Single target is bit RNG because of Tennokai, but it's not too bad. Don't push me away. I get... Sure, you know what? Let's use Mercy Finishers. This thing has impact damage. Let's use Mercy Finishers. Let's be sensible here. Ah, of course, it's Mullies. How you doing, bud? Haven't seen you in a while. Whoa, I just know... Yo, how much base armor do Acolytes have? That went down super fast, and look at the damage! This is actually great! Holy, give me a proc, Douche! Get down, idiot. Oh my god, that's what you get for downing Harold. That was really good! Wow! I love this thing. This thing is great. So this was unexpected. I knew the weapon had potential based on the stats, but I didn't expect it to be this damn good. This weapon is an absolute beast when you build it right. I would also like to point out that I did all my testing as well as the final Steel Path run against the Grenier, which is by far the worst faction to be using this kind of a build against. It's even better versus the Corpus and Infested. I think the Caddis is a great investment because it's gonna be decent enough when you first get it at around Mastery rank 4, it will definitely carry you through the star chart and all that, but as you progress through the game and you get fancier stuff, you can keep upgrading it and take it all the way into Steel Path. And you will do it with a fun and unique build, because not too many melee weapons shine with a vital electricity shattering impact setup. So the Caddis gets a big thumbs up from me. It's awesome. Carmine Penta, literally the least used weapon in the entire game in 2023. It had a usage of 0.02%, yet somehow it has a Riven disposition of 1.25, which is lower than the other two Pentas, which have a higher usage. I know. Riven disposition ruffles my jimmies. You know this, Harold. Doesn't make it any less dumb, though. There are a few reasons why this weapon isn't very popular, but one of the main ones has got to be the method of acquisition. It comes from abandoned derelict caches in Pluto Proxima and Corpus-controlled Vale Proxima. The stats are also nothing to write home about: 10% crit and status chance, standard crit multi, the grenades do impact damage on impact and they blow up, dealing blast damage in a 4-meter area with 50% fall off. It's literally just a basic Penta with faster fire rate and a bigger magazine, which is why most people just get that from the market and don't torture themselves in Railjack. But it's still a Penta, which means you can customize it to do different things through various different mods, so it's gonna be at least somewhat fun. So let's try it out. Well, that's a build, alright. Unique trait. Get out of here. We are keeping napalm grenades, though. Boop. There it is. Yeah, Merciless is good. It also fixes the reload, which is fairly long. 2.5 is not great. Chamber. What else? There we go. Get some vital in there. I highly doubt Galvanize Aptitude works here, though it might work on napalm grenades. I don't know. Hellfire. Let's flip this around, shall we? Yeah, that's a much better ratio. Ah, of course, Big Boom. How can I forget about something like that? I guess we want to run some kind of mutation here. Though, to be fair, the ammo economy on the Pentas is pretty good, actually. Okay, how are we doing here? It's only level 50, so nothing too spicy just yet, and it seems to be doing fairly well, actually. Let's bump it up. Alrighty, let's see it. Oh my god, it just happened again. They still haven't fixed it. There's still that visual glitch that happens when you're going to the right and you fire the gun. I'm so mad right now. DE, shame on you. That thing has been bugged for years. Also, the damage is not doing so hot right now. This is an even steel path, so yeah. One option is to run Serration just for more base damage. I think we're gonna have to go with the Bane mod though. This thing needs all the help it can get. Let's slap a V right there. We really don't need high rank mutation. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna bless the relays down in Africa, something like that. Yep, good old heavy impact. That's a digger right there. Ho, ho, ho. After some consideration, I think it would make sense to take it easy, so we're gonna go infest it. Yeah, this seems better. It doesn't make an awful lot of sense to try and ham-fist this onto the Grenier without like having proper armor strip or stuff like that, so I think infested is the way to go. Let's try steel path. You know what, this doesn't seem half bad. So I guess this is the final setup. We could get more damage if we take out Primed Firestorm and we run like, I guess, Serration. But I would much rather have the weapon feel better and have bigger explosions than do slightly more damage. Also, we are absolutely not running Harold this time because he absolutely butchers the infested, even in Steel Path. Good old Apollodorus. If it wasn't for that obnoxious visual glitch, this would actually be pretty solid. Especially if you can funnel the infested down a narrow corridor. Oh, you absolute bastard. This is fine. This reach is tilting my goddamn tits off. Stop hearing, you bellend. We get Torment. That's fine. The Acolyte's actually going down much faster than I thought it was going to. This is decent. It's not great, and I can't see a goddamn thing. It is an absolute mess with the napalm and the infested and the Acolyte in my face. But yeah, it's going down reasonably fast. There we go. Acolyte down. I want to try Corrosive. Bane of a Grenier. Let's see how this does with Harold on top. I mean, it's better, but nah. I understand why no one uses this. It's not that the weapon is atrocious, it's fine, but you might as well just get the normal Penta from the market. It's still not great, it's gonna be mediocre at best, but spending a ton of time to farm the Carmine Penta or buying it with a ton of platinum just to upgrade from the normal Penta is like breaking up with a crazy girlfriend because she's crazy, just to then spend either a ton of time or money to get another crazy girlfriend because she has bigger magazines. Don't do it, it's not worth it. If you want to use a Penta, just use the Penta. Or be sensible and get the Secura Penta, a far more mature and sensible girlfriend that knows how to crit.
Why don't you try the sheaf, right? You should absolutely do the sheaf. Go on the sheaf. Go on the sheaf. There's no reason for you to do it.
Shut up! Fine. I'll do it. Just in case you didn't know this weapon even existed because it doesn't show up in the codex unless you own it, the sheaf is an extremely slow early game dagger. You can get the parts for it from invasions and it does primarily slash damage with mediocre crit and decent status. So yeah, let's see what it do. Oh, you absolute clown, Anarchy. Thank you. Potato as well. Oh my god, you absolute dumbass. Do you mind? I'm trying to record over here. Go play outside. Well, there it is. Let's put in a potato. Wind or thorn? I'm feeling thorn. Let's start off with pressure point. Let's get some viral. This might be too much. Yes, it is. Let's run unranked vicious frost. Yep, that's appropriate. There's gonna be a lot of weeping throughout this video. Definitely need some range. And let's get some attack speed as well. You know what? Let's test it and see how we're feeling. Yeah, Thorn is the way to go. This is an absolutely tremendous combo. This is feeling pretty good, as is to be expected. It is a primarily slash-based weapon. The supporting stats are a bit meh, but overall, not too bad. Hold on a second, what am I doing? Much better. Oh yeah, this feels much better with Warcry and Strike. So it'd be somewhere around 70% crit with Blood Rush? That's pretty meh, but I do have some Gladiator mods. Yeah, I think I would much rather just go double range with spring-loaded blades, because since daggers have such a short range, their follow-through is really good, so they're good if you can get them a lot of range. But anyway, let's put in the adapters. Ooh, I actually have a melee adapter, that's awesome. Don't have an Exilus adapter though. Ah, hold on, I forgot about this. So if it's right around 70% with Blood Rush, it should be somewhere around 100% when you add the Gladiator mods as well. Man, we might want to go crit here actually. I can't think of anything funny to say, so yep, 5 and out. That's what I like to see. Let's switch this dash into a V. Let's put him spring-loaded blade for now, and then shatter, organ shatter. There it is. I think we need to bump this up a little bit, so Steel Path 185. Bruh, the damage. I can't wait to get 10 Okai on this. This is gonna be insane. Let's put a second V right here. This is gonna be ridiculous, because we're gonna have like 7 meters of range on a massive heavy attack that force proc slash. Alright, that's that maxed out. What did I actually get? Seeking Fury, that's pretty good. There we go. We add one final V, and we are done. And that's it. Bloody hell. I need dudes with more HP. Jesus Christ, this is an absolute massacre. They're all dead! They're already dead! Oh my god. Come here, Harold. You're a good boy. You're a good boy, Harold. It's time. Dude, daggers are so much fun when you give them enough attack speed. I am just butchering these poor fools. Most of them aren't even primed. Oh, you don't want any of this, mate. Give me a proc. Come on, give me a proc. I wanna... Or I can fly, that's fine too. Nuh-uh. No. I'm not going down like... What? So, wait. Am I up? No, I'm down. What? What was that? I don't think I've ever seen the Kuva Fortress come so close to the nodes. Look at it. It's just chilling on the side. So, that was interesting. Turns out the Sheaf actually has the perfect combination of stats for an absolutely disgusting endgame build, because the low crit chance is actually perfect when you're running Blood Rush and Gladiator mods for melee duplicate. Now, my duplicate is only rank 0 because they're worth like 100 plat, so I always sell them. Which means the butchery you saw in this video is nowhere near what it can be if you have a maxed out duplicate. Also, if you have a good and reliable primer, you can easily drop viral from the dagger setup and then run a faction mod and either double crit damage, double attack speed, or double range. Or if you don't want to use Naramon and or Dexterity Arcanes, you can put in combo sustain. Oh yeah, and the Riven disposition is 1.35. That's a lot, by the way. So if you somehow have a Riven for this, good for you. I was expecting an absolute meme of a weapon, and you honestly can't blame me. People were memeing a lot, and I mean, you can't even see the damn thing in the codex unless you own it. But I must say, I was wrong. This weapon is actually really good, if you build it right. One thing that really helps this weapon a lot is actually the fact that it's a dagger, so it has 0.9 follow-through. That's really, really good. Follow-through, for those of you that don't know, is the amount of damage you retain as you cleave through multiple enemies. As an example, let's say you have a weapon with 0.5 follow-through. If you hit 2 enemies, the first enemy takes 100% of the damage, but the second enemy will only take 50%. Because of the follow-through. This is why weapons with good follow-through, like daggers, are actually amazing for cleaving through multiple enemies. The challenge, however, is giving them enough range to utilize that follow-through, because follow-through is proportional to range, so the bigger the range, the worse the follow-through. So I've had an idea for quite a while, and I think it's time to finally do it. But if we took this, yeah, and added a bit of this. There is a slight issue with this idea, though. Yeah. That's, yeah. So it's not necessarily gonna be a full build, but more of a build idea. I subsumed it over his second ability, and I'm not entirely sure if it was the right call. Maybe I should have subsumed it over Disometric God. Hello, Ordis. This is gonna be difficult to fill in, I guess. Don't think I want to go with expertise because that's gonna nuke the duration a lot. Yeah, that's not good. So let's go with hatred and just streamline, I guess, because I will need a lot of efficiency for this. This is gonna be extremely power hungry. Nah, I think we just go Umbral here. I think that's the best option. Nah, that's too much negative strength. And we don't need that much range, so maybe just stretch in the wrong polarity will be fine. Let's get some chunk in here as well. Shield gating is always nice. This is gonna help a lot with strength. Some recovery. I am a YouTuber at the end of the day. Well, if it fits, it sits. Definitely gonna need Zenuric over here. Let's not be too crazy right away. Schlammerino into Breacherino into Whoa! Yeah, we need to try this against something other than butchers. What an absolutely tremendous light show this is. Oh my god, look at it go! The sparks! Let's add Harold for an even bigger light show. Time for fun. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! I like it. This is so good. Look at all the sparks. Alright then, who we gon' get? Mania, that's fine. Get beamed, idiot! Oh, that's a lot of damage. I beg of you, just let me stand on my own goddamn feet. This is ridiculous. I mean, the single target is not great, but the AoE and just the way it looks, the light show is so good. There we go. I want to try something higher level because Harold is just too strong for the infested. Oh man, this is so laggy, it's actually hurting my eyes. Let's go somewhere else. Still fun though. Yeah, let's try Corpus. Man, this is class. I love this. You know, considering that this is just a half-assed setup because my Corvex has like 30,000 D polarities, it's not half bad. Man, I am tempted, so tempted, to reformat this so I can fit in better mods. The thing is though, if I change even one polarity on this, my original build that I normally use all the time won't fit anymore. Yeah, the single target is pretty bad, but then again, this is not a single target focused setup. Bye-bye Acolyte. Oh my god, the life support! Oh no! See, this is one of those setups that's too much fun for its own good. You stop paying attention to everything else. So this was really fun, way more fun than I expected it to be actually. I actually saw someone talk about this in the breed search video I released 2 days ago, which makes sense, you know, I can't be the first person that thought about this because breed search just fits onto Corvex, not just mechanically but also thematically. It's an ability that does pure radiation damage and a ton of AoE, so it would make sense you would want to put it onto a frame that revolves around radiation damage and can do a ton of AoE. It's just a really good and fun fit. I really want to emphasize fun here because I don't think I've ever seen such a gorgeous light show in the game. We have flashy abilities, yes, but this is something else. So I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's not that difficult to put together because Breed Search is one of the easier abilities to get on your helmet since Wisp isn't that hard to get. Just don't follow my build exactly, use actual good mods, mods that make sense, not just mods that fit because you decided to put 8 D polarities on your Corvex. So, what's all this about you people bad-mouthing the infested nipple tassels? You need to leave the pox alone. It's fantastic. I made a video about it not too long ago and it was... Oh. I guess it's time for a revisit then. These festering sacks of pus and gas burst violently on impact with a lovely description. The pox are essentially just throwing knives, but they leave behind a toxin cloud, kind of like the Torrid. They have very low crit chance, good status, and they do pure toxin damage. They're available from the biolab in the dojo, and while they do require fully built mutagen masses as well as some 19 extract, it's not too bad. Oh wow, mutation in a mod slot. Yeah, that's a 2017 build, alright. Let's get it. I don't have any. In law, Tishin, I require one of your secondary adapters. I don't have enough essence. What do we have? Capture, that'll do. You know, Tishin, I don't want to be rude or anything, but I don't know how I feel about taking life or death advice from you. There it is. Let's start off with Merciless. Diffusion, Lethal Torrent. Let's get some Viral in there. Will this combine? It will combine with the Toxin. That's unfortunate. Let's try Electricity. Yeah, that's a decent enough ratio. Oh, of course. Big Boom. Where is Sure Shot? Does it drain 7? I thought it drains 9. I could just type it in, but that would make too much sense. It does drain 7, I'll be damned. Well, there goes the rest of my plat, but we will absolutely need mutation for this. Well, an expel mode would make the most sense in terms of damage here. Or I could run stunning speed. 0.6 second reload. Now that's sexy. Let's be reasonable here. Look at all the viral procs. That is ridiculous. Would make more sense to use this against the Corpus though. That is very good. It's not quite as much damage as the Castanas, but you also don't have to detonate it manually, which makes it feel infinitely better. So I think this is a good starting point, but I do want to try it in a normal mission as well. Not gonna lie, I don't have much bad to say about this. It's pretty solid, does good AoE, but it's not really doing it for me. So I think we're gonna try something else, because we've already done this with the Castanas. So let's keep this as config B, and let's try something else. Okay, so here's the idea. We run an empowered, focused mech special, so radiation, corrosive, and heat. And we don't actually run any damage on the weapon, we just let Empowered do its thing. Diffusion, Torrent, let's get Corrosive in there, Scorch for heat, Accelerated Isotope, which also gives us some fire rate. What else? Just Fulmination for now, I guess? This is a bit of a problem. We don't have the right polarity, so let's try this out, and if it's any good, we're gonna reformat this. Back to Grineer we go. Please be good, I really want this to be good. Yo. Wait, oh my god, the clouds, oh my god, the clouds are proccing Empowered. Well, time to forma some stuff. Let's get a blessing. Oi, stop, get your own pus-filled plague sacks. Why is it so bright? We actually have enough capacity to where we don't need to forma this, and we can actually fit in a fully ranked pistol. We can actually do primed pistol mutation even. Fantastic! Let's see how this scales into Steel Path. This is awesome. I want to see this with Harold. Let's also add Napalm so we see how this does against alloy armor. Oh my god! This is amazing! Oh, I'm so glad this works! This is so good! Who's a good boy? Are you a good boy? Yes, you're a good boy. Let's have some fun. Dude, this is amazing. Like, the damage is great, it's fun to use, you get the clouds as well, and there is no ramp up at all. Yeah, the single target could use a bit of help, like Eximus units are a bit of a bummer, but it's not too bad. Oh, here comes the big boy. Who is it? Torment, hello. So, number one priority, keep it in the clouds. That's like the most important thing here. Oh my god, it's shredding it. Look at that. You know, as far as like status-based builds go, this is pretty damn good. Look at it. It's just melting. Wow. That's actually really nice. Holy hell, that was fast. Let's go. Well, what do you know? I was right. Again, what a shocker. In all seriousness though, the box is actually amazing. It's better than ever thanks to all the new stuff that we've gotten over the years. The box might actually be my new favorite throwing weapon. It's really fun. Now it does require a lot of investment because you need Empowered and you're gonna need a bunch of galvanized mods and you will have to invest forma into it. But if you're willing to put that in, I would highly recommend it. Are there weapons that do more with less? Yes, absolutely. There almost always are. But if you either want to be a bit of a hipster or you want to use something different, something unique, something cool, go for it. Greetings, people of the internet. Today we're going to be doing something that I saw in a comment. But first, we need a change of clothes. Hey there, Han. Would you like some plague? The comment I'm talking about was left on the Cascadia Empowered video, and it really piqued my interest. Let me read it to you. If I can find it, that is. It's actually two comments, as it turns out. The first one says, wait, does Sarin's Force Toxin proc on Toxic Lash also proc Empowered? It counts as weapon damage and all. And then we have the second comment, which is what piqued my interest, which says, I'm kind of interested in trying this out with Haiku Prime and Toxic Lash. Concealed explosives triggers Toxic Lash in a 10-meter range, further increased by Prime Fulmination. That setup already works pretty well against Corpus. With Cascadia Empowered procs, it could be ridiculous. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. First things first, let's do a bit of a try before you buy kind of thing, because I want to make sure that this actually works before I start throwing resources at it. Okay, so that's without Lash, we're getting 5 damage. With Lash, oh my god, it does work! Oh, that's awesome. So the first half of this definitely works. Now let's see... or not. Hello, Grandpa Cringe, I need one of your... I'm one off. Professional YouTube man. I need to pick a different Ciandana. I don't like this one anymore. That is looking pretty nice. Yes, I'm liking the arrows as well. Hello, Ordis. Get shanked. That's not a shank. There it is. Did I get the slash on both of them? I think I did. Lovely. Oh, that's right. The key is tiny now. I still remember, like, for a long time, this key used to be absolutely enormous. I'm back. Give me your adapter, Grandpa. Thank you. So, here's the moment of truth. Will the force toxin proc we get from Toxic Lash on concealed explosives trigger the damage from Cascadia Empowered? Makes sense to switch over to Corpus. Let's also bump it down to 100. Okay, 250 damage without the lash. Now with it. Hello, please. Wait, was that explosion or... Oh my god, it does work. Oh, that's so great. It actually works. No shot. Well, this is gonna be a lot of fun, isn't it? So, like, the only thing that's gonna increase the damage of this is gonna be a Bane mod. So let's do Corpus and Expel mod, sorry. So let's do that. And I guess multi-shot is the only other thing that will help here. So let's get diffusion as well as lethal torrent in there. I don't remember if it is. It is, hell yes. Big boom. Now we could just do a normal build underneath this, but that's boring. So I wonder what will happen if I had punch through. I mean, realistically, we're only gonna run this against Corpus and Infestate, so we might as well run the Expel mod for both, because there isn't much else we can do. Like, I can't think of another mod that I would want here. Maybe like, ooh, maybe Magnum 4, so that the knives spread around a little bit. Okay, Toxic Lash and... Oh, yeah, dude, that's so good. Yo, that is actually awesome. Oh my god, that's so good. Yes. I'm pretty sure that like none of the damage that would be worth scaling through Galvanized Shot is actually affected by it. I genuinely don't know what the last mod should be. You know what? Sure, why not? Why not? Let's just put a V right there and slap in lethal momentum for faster knives. That'll do. Yep, that's a build, all right. I don't think this is gonna be particularly good in Steel Path, but let's try it. I mean, it's doing something, but I don't think it's doing enough. We would need a more serious build underneath this to make it work. I mean, the small guys go down fast, it's the big guys that are the problem. Not a big deal though, not everything has to be Steel Path viable, sometimes it's okay for things to just be fun. Let's try, I guess Void, that has a good selection of enemies. Dude, the range on this is ridiculous. I am flying through this mission. This is the most brain dead setup that I've used in a long time. I'm done. What is... That's a 2-minute exterminate in the void, and I wasn't even trying. This kind of reminds me of World on Fire Ember. And not the one that we have right now, the one we used to have, where you would just press 4 and sprint to extraction. This is so dumb. The thing here, though, is that because this is not an explosive weapon, the ammo is not a problem. These have a massive ammo pickup. I think it's 60, so you're never gonna run out. This is like the best thing ever. I think I'm just gonna keep this as my main build on the Haiku, because like this is gonna be awesome for fishers. Yeah, the single target's not great, but if you have like a more serious build underneath this, or you have Sarin with more strength, because my build doesn't have a law, it should be much better. Well, what an absolutely fantastic combo. And it works on anything that can equip concealed explosives. You don't have to do this on the Haiku. I'm actually really curious to see what this would do on the Incarnon Despair and Kunai. My guess is, well, it's gonna be pretty good. I absolutely love interactions like this, which is why I decided to build it more towards the interaction rather than actually doing good damage. Because you can absolutely do like a more normal build so that you have single target from the knives and then have this on the side as a bit of AoE. But regardless of what you may or may not do with this, I would highly recommend you try it out because it's unique, very fun and pretty effective on the star chart. Well, give yourselves a round of applause everybody, because the next 20 videos are gonna be about Sarin and it's all your fault. So, the second I finished yesterday's video, I started thinking, what if, I took this setup and used it with Combustion Beam. Now, it wouldn't be the same because Combustion Beam only fits on primary, so no empowered, and it also works differently, but what if? Okay, so let's test it again. A bit of a buy before you try kind of thing. Wait, no, the other way around. Try before you buy, because, like, they are fairly similar, concealed explosives and combustion beam, but this is Warframe, so you can't expect things to work just because it would make sense. I guess we'll have to go off based on toxin procs because it's kind of difficult to tell with something like this. All right, let's see. It works. I saw that. Yeah, that was very obvious actually. Yep, that... What? I wasn't... Wait. No. Are you telling me that the toxin procs I get from combustion beam through toxic lash count as the damage of the Amprex, so they can also trigger combustion beam? Okay, so we need to figure something out here. Now mind it for some easy duration because we don't need the range. I mean, sure, this doesn't need to be like a super viable setup, I just need some defense. Primed YouTube memes. Oh, hold up. Is this like the one setup that can actually use Archon continuity? Yeah, faster corrosive stacking. Yeah, I guess I don't want to put in Umbra mods because they're way too expensive. That is way too much strength to pass up. Need to balance out that blind rage. That's okay, but I think I'm just gonna go with Streamline as well, just so it's super chill and I don't have to worry about anything. Streamline, there we go. Don't copy this build, by the way, this is a bad build. I'm trying to put something together that will work for this. Alright, good enough. Okay, now for the Amprex. We actually need a more serious build than we did on the Haiku because Combustion Beam triggers on death, so we need to be able to kill stuff. Let's start off with Merciless. This cuts down on the reload as well. Let's run Chamber. Some Gandushan overload action. Definitely want to run corrosive here because like stripping armor is going to be one of the best ways of like getting more damage out of this. Sure, a little bit more status chance, more armor strip, some damage over time. Yeah, sure. Brian Bane, why not? Big boy ammo mutation? Actually, no. Let's run Sinister Reach instead. People did tell me like over and over and over again that the toxin damage you have modded on the weapon affects the lash. So I guess infected clip makes sense. Well, let's give it a try. Okay, I guess it works. We need something beefier here. Yeah, it doesn't do as much against the high level guys, but it absolutely annihilates all the small... Okay, that was... You know what? That was actually not a bad explosion there. So I need to test this in a mission. It's really hard to tell whether this is actually doing something or not because the enemies are really tightly packed. I don't have the right Bane for this, but dude, the way it proliferates. What? Bro, that's so good. Look at it. That's awesome. Like, you can... Bruh. Look at how far did this go. Look how far this goes. What? This is Michael Bay Amprex. This is it. This is like the pinnacle of Michael Bay Amprex. Oh, this takes me back. Oh, the return of Michael Bay Amprex. Now that's a good title. Just the way it proliferates is so dope. I want to see what this does in Steel Path with Harold priming them. I don't know. There are just too many goddamn numbers on the screen. This would really benefit from emeralds. I don't know if I have any, but I'm just too lazy to put them on. But if you're gonna do this, put on emeralds, get more corrosive procs. The time has come. I mean, the build itself is fine. It's just, the enemies are just too beefy for the explosions, even with Lash, but that's fine. I didn't think this would work in Steel Path anyway. Do I actually need corrosive? Like, I have Archon continuity, right? That gives me corrosive. Would it make more sense to mod for like viral or something? Yeah, sure, let's just go viral and electricity. I wonder, is it because it's, you know, it counts as weapon damage, so it's technically not ability damage, even though it's being done by an ability, so it doesn't work? That's dumb. Well, back to corrosive we go, I guess. For those of you that don't know, by the way, the Michael Bay Amprex is the first build that I have ever done. I need a better room than this. This is not a good room. Now this is what I'm talking about. I don't even know like what else to say here. This is just a fun setup. Yeah, all I'm missing now is just like a silly melee weapon that works with this and I'm good to go. This is just fun. You have no idea how happy I am that this setup works. I was hopeful when I was putting it together because I saw a lot of people talk about Soulback and the Acid Shells augment and how awesome that is with Toxic Lies, so I was hoping that Combustion Beam would work too. And my god, it does. It works much better than expected. I did not expect it to be able to trigger itself. That was a nice surprise. Now, is it a viable build? Well, actually, yes, if you're less stupid than me in this video, because, for example, I was not running Mode Augmented, I was just running whatever arcanes I had on the build before, because I'm dumb. And I also, for whatever reason, only tested it versus the Grenier in Steel Path, not the Corpus or the Infested, you know, the factions that would make sense. So definitely give it a try. It's a really fun setup that absolutely rips through the star chart, and if you build it properly and you're not stupid, you can rip through Steel Path as well. Also, you don't just have to do this on the Amprex. I did it on the Amprex because of the old Michael Bay Amprex build. I kind of wanted to revitalize that, but you can do this on the Ignis, you can do it on the Glaxian or whatever you want. Even the Synapse would actually be quite nice because of its strong single target.
Look at them, crawling at my feet, clawing at each other just to catch a glimpse of my greatness. Pathetic little worms. Not one of you believed in me, but you all come crawling back when I become king once more? Unacceptable.
Alrighty then, time to give the king a makeover. Pretty straightforward, Umber of Vitality, Fiber, and Intensify. For now, let's just run Siphon. Look at this idiot, putting on Prime Short Footed on it. Shut the f. Adaptation for some extra chunk. Some damage you say. More cats. Yes. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense now. Yeah, for now, let's just slap in Carnis Carapace. Grace for some chunky healing. I'll leave in Mold for now, but I don't think we're gonna need that much strength. We need some green boys here, so that's a blue and a yellow. There it is. There's one, and there's two. Yeah, let's get some cast speed in there. For now, let's just leave it like this. Also, we're going to be testing this at full force, so Harold as well, because, well, this is going to be my actual build that I'm going to be using in the game. Let's do Grenier Battle Group at 185. Being able to move around is so much better. That's a lot of numbers, man. Wow, this is way better than expected. A lot of the damage is coming from Harold, because Harold is a beast, but this is sick. Also, I love the amount of pets I have running around, because I have the cats, right? I have up to 5 of them, and then I have Harold with Duplex Bond as well. I really want to try this in a normal mission. Holy shit, this is kind of dumb. This spreads much better than I thought it would. Look at that. It's all the way over here. I'm not even using... Look at the Harolds just bodying them. Oh, this is fantastic. Malise, my dude. Oh, this is getting laggy. This is getting laggy. Way too many numbers. Well, this is great, isn't it? I do want to make some adjustments here. Let's do an Aura Forma. Where is it? Physique. There we go. We go up to, well, 7.8, but that's at rank 0. I feel like I could use a bit more duration. There we go. I think Sandstorm would annoy Sweat Lords the most. Okay, so Swarm and Search. Oh, it does. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Was it a 1.2? Where did I... What? How did I get a 1.2 mil hit? Was that Harold? Oh, I'm such a dullard sometimes. There we go. That'll do. Bang, bang. There's the cat. Let's Surge as well. Whoosh. I should probably get more cats. Yeah, this is way better than casting Swarm. Like, this makes way more sense. It's more energy efficient as well. Why is it not doing any damage? Oh, never mind. It's ramping up. Okay, yeah, there's a bit of ramp up with the armor straight. This is max level Steel Path in the Simulacrum at the end of the day. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Dude, this is sick. Look at this absolute mess. I'm having a very strange problem, and I think it's going to be exclusive to the Infestation. I'm having a hard time doing finishers because there's too much damage flying around. Malise, are you stalking me, Malise? Oh, that was a clean one-shot. What was that even? Can you kill yourself with Breach Search? You know what? As much as it makes sense to get the Swarm rolling through the augment with the cats and all that, I think I prefer to self-cast it actually. And there's the ding. I kinda don't want to do this, but this is the perfect spot for Streamline. I want to try more range, but I don't want to reformat this yet, so let's just put Overextended instead of Carnis Carapace and see what it do. Whoa! Yo, that looks so cool! Oh, that is way better. Way better, and we get more range on Search too? This is way better. What the flum? What the flum? That has got to be Harold triggering Breach Search. I don't think I want to format this actually. I'm just gonna keep Overextended in there. Yeah, Xenoric does make more sense here. What a tremendous mess I've created. I don't even want to use my weapons here. I just want to bask in the chaos. This is so good. I guess this is it. I can't think of anything I would want to change here. The duration feels fine, efficiency is good, range feels tremendous, and strength is only really for breach surge. Doesn't affect swarm, because that's based on your health. Do you know what I like the most about this build? The fact that you don't have to press any buttons and it's gonna be absolutely fine. It's basically the old lazy tank build with the swarm nonsense on top, like a cherry on top of a cake that's made of sand. Now, I know that Sandstorm is really good and a lot of people have been building him for Sandstorm, but I would just much rather use the Swarm. I don't like the way Sandstorm flails enemies around, it just looks weird. Is this the best build in the world? No. Do I care? Also, no, I just want a fun build for my Inaros. And this is definitely it. Also, you don't have to use Breach Surge if you don't want to. You can subsume on something else or don't subsume anything at all and just use Scarab Swarm to strip enemy armor. So overall, I'm very happy with this rework. It didn't really change what Inaros is. He's still a very, very chunky boy, but now he can do some fun stuff on top of that. Oh no. Sure, why not? You know what time it is. So I genuinely think the Arcatitron is gonna be the way to go here because of the Slam Capacitor trait. This thing is ridiculous. I mean, look at it. Melee kills increase the damage of the next slam attack by 100%, as well as increasing the range by 1 meter and inflicting an electricity status effect. This stacks up to 10 times, so you get 10 kills, and the next slam has 1000% increased damage and 10 meters of extra range with a guaranteed LE proc. Let's get a stance in here. I guess we go sacrificial because we're going to be doing heavy slam, so steel and pressure. Organ shatter. This might not be worth it actually, because we're getting the slam capacitor, but I'm still going to put it in. We do need some attack speed because I'm not sure the slam capacitor can proc itself, so let's get Bright Fury in there. Or we can go with Berserker Fury. Yeah, let's go with that. I think it makes sense to lean into electricity with this because of the slam capacitor guaranteeing electricity as well. I also want to get some status chance in here. If this works the way I think it does, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. So we build up the slam capacitor, right? Then we slam down, which is going to proc an enormous electricity proc, which is then going to be cross-procced amongst all the enemies with influence. We don't have enough capacity at the moment, so let's go and give it a try. Let's not go too crazy right off the bat. Oosh. Okay, that's a promising start. Holy hell. Alright, that's with no buffs as well. Will it trigger capacitor? It will. So my theory was actually correct. We cannot trigger capacitor directly with slams, but we can trigger them indirectly if the enemies die from the electricity proc caused by the slam. Okay, now let's try it with capacitor stacks. Okay, and boosh. Okay, just a little bit better, I guess. Also, I would like to point out that we do have an extra 100% slam damage coming from Hatred. This is one of the reasons why I put this on my boy. Let's put it up to 185. They still die too fast, what the hell? New simulacrum it is, I guess. How high can we go here? 210, that's a little bit better. Okay, we have 5 stacks, that's okay. 17 mil, sure, just, you know, halfway stacked. Ridiculous. This is gonna be stupid. I think we have more than enough damage. So probably more attack speed, just so it feels better. So probably Gladiator or Quickening. We could go. Oh my god, I forgot about Harold. Do I put on an Umbra Forma on this? Like seriously? Am I gonna? No. Do I though? Do I? Umbra Forma it is. Let's go. Can you trigger this from slams as well? I am speed, look at me. What the clem is this range? We got a florist extraordinaire over here. And there's the ding. What is the... Oh, right. There's a booster going on, right? Yeah. Let's put another V right here. Would range make more sense here so that we can hit more stuff and trigger the capacitor more reliably? Let's try it with spring-loaded blade because we're proccing more than enough status here. Good old Apollodorus. Let's see what it do in like an actual mission. 4, come on, 5, 6, 7, 8, come on, 9, 10, and slam time. I said slam time. What's that? A mother of 2.1 billion damage. That's basically damage cap with no viral priming. I can't wait to slam an Acolyte. Come on, oosh. 850 million. Oh, you came to the wrong neighborhood, bud. Come on, come on, come on. Oosh. Just a one shot. Like, what else do you expect, honestly? I think the build's pretty good, guys. I don't know. Time for absurdity. Let's prime them as well. This bloody tile set. The thing I like about this is it does enough damage to be fine even without the buffs. And then when you do get the buffs, you go absolutely nuclear. Also, we're not running like Eclipse or Roar here. This is just the weapon itself and a bit of armor strip from my boy. This is absolutely mental. I knew slams were gonna be good, right? I think we all expected slams to be pretty good after the Dante update. However, I did not expect to be hitting the damage cap with the first bloody build I try. Which is what this is, by the way. This is an integer overflow. You hit so hard, the game doesn't have a big enough number. Also, that little pause right before the hit, that wasn't added by me for dramatic effect. No. It's essentially the game's calculation going, huh? What's happening? Now, what makes that hit even more ridiculous is that was done with slam capacitor, meaning that every single one of those enemies that got hit for maximum damage also has a guaranteed electricity proc on them. Plus, at the time of the hit, I had melee influence, meaning those max hit electricity procs got cross-procced to every enemy in range. We're talking potentially hundreds of billions of damage with a single slam. And it was done on a build that's not made for maximum damage. We have attack speed, we have range, we have status chance. I didn't even put on a faction mod or use the clips or something like that. To be fair, there is a setup to it. You need to get 10 kills to charge your slam capacitor, and you ideally want the enemies to be primed with viral, but compared to other methods of getting max damage, this is pretty tame. Greetings, people of the internet. Today we're gonna be checking out this thing right here, the Ruvox. However, I wanna do it in the style of the newer videos, and I need you to tell me whether you like it or not, okay? And there it is, Ruvox Evolution 5. So we go with range, slam radius, faster incarnon activation, and then the puncture. Let's slap on an adapter. I can definitely see Crescendo having some use on these. Yeah, for now, I guess we just go with Animosity. Do I want to go with Tragedy or Seismic Palm? I got a feeling Seismic Palm on this one, actually. I don't even know what I want to do here. I guess a light attack setup is a good start. Prime pressure point, let's get Blood Rush on there as well. Attack speed is going to be pretty important here. Organ Shatter, let's put on Vital for now. I might switch this over to Corrosive actually. And yep, Weeping Wound. Sounds good. Let's go give it a try. So far so good, the light attacks seem fine. What I'm interested in though is this right here, because when you do a heavy slam in Incarnon, bam, you impale stuff, which is very cool, though it doesn't seem to do an awful lot of damage. I really want to make the slam thing work. It seems really cool. We could switch this into the attack speed for faster recovery. We could switch this over to Shockwave Synergy. I mean, we could use Brutal Efficiency as well. Yeah, Prime Pressure Point definitely stays. We run Quickening for the extra combo count chance. Let's get True Steel and Organ Shatter. Let's get some heat on there. I think Corrosive just makes more sense. And let's top it off with Seismic Wave. Okay, let's see if this is any good. Heavy and slam time. Did I switch to the wrong thing? Or, oh wait. Oh, it only works on light slams. Well, that is unfortunate. It is building combo really fast though. I have an idea. What if we use Vulnerability Serum, impale the enemies with a heavy slam, but actually do damage with light slams? This could work with Duplicate as well. We run Blood Rush, we can slap in Weeping Wounds, and I guess we can use Heat Procs to do the damage? Maybe? It's kind of exciting. Ooh, 55 hits a pop, that's dope. Yo, this is building combo really fast. The damage seems solid enough that I think yeah, this is gonna need efficiency though. Like, yeah, I can't really do heavy slams, or I'm gonna lose all the buffs. Yeah, yeah. We could just run Reflex Coil, but I think it makes more sense to switch into electricity and run Focus Energy as well. Yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah, electricity all the way. There we go. That gives us 90% heavy efficiency. Let's put in Viral. I have a good feeling about this. I'm loving the combo build up on this. It's super fast. All right, let's do a heavy. And then we would just do like light slams to trigger electricity on them. That's the idea. And it kind of works. Maybe? Okay, this time around, let's swarm them first so they don't have like a bajillion armor. 9x, come on, one more. 12x, and heavy, bam! Yo, this totally works. This totally works. Let's slap a V right there. There we go. Do slams trigger Tennokai? I guess we'll see. Oh, it doesn't work. That's unfortunate. It was worth a try though. Imagine if it did work. Let's try Battle Group at 210. Yeah, this totally works. It's weird as hell, but it absolutely works. Let's try Corpus as well. I am proccing far too much viral. Let's take it out and put in... Oh my god. Nobody saw that. I can't believe I did all of that without organ chatter. Okay, now let's see what the damage is actually like now that we have organ chatter on there. Yo, hold up. This is dope. Let's add Herald for viral priming. Dude, this is actually like a build. I can't even build up to 12 times combo. They just die from the light slams. Bring it on. So far, so good. Let's do heavy. Oh, that's a lot of damage, man. That is a lot of damage. Let's do another one. Yeah. Bro, this is actually like a build. This actually works. This is actually kind of disgusting. Look at the damage. I keep losing my bloody combo because I forgot to switch to Naramon, but this is it. I do not want to change this one little bit. This is perfect. I love this. Ah, violence. I have plenty of that myself. I guess this is a good single target test. Let's build up a little bit and then... where did you go? Bam. Whoa. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I saw quite a few people actually complaining about this weapon, but I don't know. I like it. I completely understand why some people didn't like this, because if you treat this like any other melee weapon and you try to use conventional builds on it, it's not gonna be that great. This is a weird weapon, but in a good way, which is why I like it so much. We have a ton of normal weapons or conventionally strong weapons, but what we don't have enough of, in my opinion, is this kind of stuff. So I would absolutely recommend you try this weapon out, because like, there is nothing else like this. This is just a uniquely weird weapon. There are weapons that can run a similar build and you're gonna get a similar experience, but it's not gonna be the same. So head over to Armatus on Deimos and pick it up. Today I have a very special guest for you all, Miss Rebecca Ford herself. Hello Rebecca, what do you think about this wondrous new weapon that you've created?
Max Wink.
Is that all?
Yeah, yep.
We'll be right back. Onos is a secondary arm cannon that was released with Dante Unbound. It has the tiniest of stat pages, on which you can see that it does 220 puncture damage with 26% crit chance, 2.4 times crit multiplier, and a 22% status chance. The blueprint can be acquired in the mission Armatus on Deimos, which is the new Disruption mission, and if you happen to get unlucky whilst doing Disruption, you can also buy it from Lloyd for 360 vessel capillaries, which drop from the Necromex in the Disruption. The Onos is fully automatic and it fires a relatively basic projectile which gives you Incarnon charge on headshot. In its Incarnon mode, the Onos switches to a charge-based fire mechanism, though it remains fully automatic. The Incarnon mode is rather strange and it comes in two different stages. At first, you do smaller amounts of radiation damage to enemies in a cone in front of you, which is followed up by an absolutely massive Opticore-esque shot if you charge it all the way, though as you can see on the screen right now, charging it all the way takes some time. Also, this final shot, like many other Incarnon mechanics, does heat damage. The evolutions are pretty straightforward. On the first one, you have a choice between less recoil, more fire rate, or more projectile speed. The second evolution has you choose between a bigger magazine, faster reload, or ammo recuperation on kill. Then we have a choice between punch through on kill, more Incarnon charge per headshot, or a significant boost to status chance at the cost of crit. And finally, you're going to be picking between stacking headshot damage on consecutive headshots, a stacking damage bonus on punch-through hits, and a stacking crit chance and crit damage bonus for the final hit of the Incarnon blast. So yeah, let's see what it can do. I have no idea how I'm going to build this. I've used this as little as possible just to get the evolutions done, and to be quite honest with you, I'm actually not liking it that much so far. Every weapon does deserve a shot though, so let's put on an adapter. Let's start with Merciless, Galvanized Diffusion, faux show, and let's get Lethal Torrent in as well. I have a feeling that fire rate is gonna be pretty important here. I feel like Vital is the way to go because the final like heat explosion Opticore shot thing seems to leave behind some pretty gnarly heat procs. Gunslinger or Anemic Agility? Let's start with Gunslinger. How much crit are we gonna get? 64.6. Let's see what it do. Hold up, almost forgot about evolutions. Yeah, absolutely, more fire rate. Reload speed does sound nice, but Hunter's Rearmament might be better. Yep, this seems really good actually. And for the last one, I think I'm gonna stick to Devastation Cascade because, again, we're going for like a big Incarnon setup. Man, headshotting with arm cannons, it's such a pain because your arm is always in the way. Alright, let's switch it up and see what we can do here. So, that charge is considerably faster. Wowee. Alright. Now that's feeling much better. Yeah, fire rate was a good choice here. For sure. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of damage actually. Nice. That's pretty cool. Let's bump it up a little bit. I wonder actually. This seems to be hitting a lot with the suck. And it's proccing a lot of status. So I wonder if Cascadia Empowered would actually be the way to go here. Empowered Suck. Am I really gonna title my video Empowered Suck? Yeah, it makes more sense to run Corrosive with Empowered. Okay, here goes nothing. Cascadia Empowered. I am seeing a lot of numbers. Also, oh, hold up. Yeah, Corrosive makes way more sense. Because I can like strip their armor with the suck. And then I hit them with the big shot. Yeah, this works really well actually. This is Steel Path, by the way. Let's put in Bullseye instead. We have plenty of fire rate, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And I also want to put in a Forma, which is gonna be a V right there. Now we can run Galvanized Shot. Oh, damn. Okay, Galvanized Shot definitely works. And it seems to work on the suck as well. Yo, that is some massive damage, my dudes. Wowee. I want to quickly test Cucumber as well. Bruh, what? What? Is Galvanized Shot multiplicative on the final shot? Even the non-incarnate mode seems to be pretty good. Like, yeah, that's not too bad. Huh, interesting. So the second I go back into a mission, the weapon instantly feels bad again. I think I'm gonna go back to Empowered, just to scale the damage of the suck. Because the thing that feels bad is that I have to fully charge every single enemy. Which not only takes forever, even with a lot of fire rate, but it also drains the charge like a son of a bitch. Yeah, the damage is great, but it's like in the wrong spot, if that makes any sense. Oh, now this is what I've been looking for. I'm curious about this. Bruh, can you like not, please? And... oh, okay. Okay. I guess, yeah. If nothing else, it's gonna be a good anti-acolyte weapon. Let's actually do the mission again, but this time with Empowered. It feels better, but I think like the main issue actually is shields. It's just not great for shields. Overall though, yeah, it is feeling better for sure. Yeah. Empowered all the way. The single target is still great, and that is, mind you, we don't have target cracker, so we have no crit damage modding yet. And the single target is great, so yeah. Let's just stick with Empowered. Dude, this thing is sick outside of Steel Path. Like, I don't even have to charge it all the way. It's my very own, like, handheld Hoover of Doom. And there's the ding. Let's slap a D right here. And bam, there it is. Finally, some crit damage. Oh yeah, that makes even the normal shots much better. Oh, the hoovering feels good as well. Oof, okay. And the final shot can still hit bitches for like a mil. Alright, I think we're onto something here. I'm starting to like this a lot. Let's add Harold into the mix as well. Okay, here we go. Suck. Oh, 8.3 mil. Alright. Oh no. The hoovering. It's actually killing them. I'm actually killing them with the hoover portion. That is fantastic. This should be the last Forma. Actually, is there anything I would want to put into the Exilus? Probably not. Okay, let's go do a proper test. Let's actually try an armor battle group. 210. This is feeling really good actually. Yep, 650k, just like that. No biggie. Yep, this is like, for most people, this is overkill damage. Like, even including myself, this is absolutely fine. I think we're good. I think that's it. So, just to quickly recap the build, we have Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for multi-shot, Gunslinger for fire rate, Creeping Bullseye for crit chance, Prime Target Cracker for crit damage, Galvanized Shot for more status chance and damage scaling, and then Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive. I did end up running Cascadia Empowered to scale the damage of the suck a little bit, which makes it feel pretty good, especially outside of Steel Path. But you can run Cascadia Flare, Encumber, or even just Merciless if you want to. As far as the evolutions go, I ended up running Rapid Wrath for fire rate, Rapid Reinforcement for the faster reload speed, Incarnon Efficiency for faster Incarnon charge build-up, and for the final one, I'm running Devastation Cascade for the stacking crit chance and damage. Oh yeah, and I would also like to point out that I'm running 2 Emerald Shards on my Naros, which gives me 14 maximum corrosive procs, allowing me to strip armor completely with corrosive procs alone. I was really worried about this weapon because, as I've mentioned in the beginning, I was really not feeling it when I was evolving it. It's just so weird and, well, slow before you put on some decent fire rate. But once you get the evolutions and you get some mods on it, so you get a build going, it actually starts feeling pretty damn good. It has a pretty nice mixture of AoE damage and single target damage. It's very nice. So I would absolutely recommend you pick this up. I mean, the weapon isn't that difficult to get. You just need to get a blueprint and then some resources. You don't have to farm any other parts. The drop chance on the blueprint isn't great. I do believe it's a 5% chance on rotation B, so you could be there for a while. However, thanks to the vessel capillaries you get from the Necramex, you can eventually just buy it from Lloyd. So yeah, this thing absolutely gets a thumbs up from me. I like it and I would highly recommend you try it out as well. Previously on fun Warframe stuff. You know what I just realized? This would be absolutely sick on Inaros. Because he really gives you Aqua Blades, right? So you could subsume Aqua Blades on Inaros, activate Aqua Blades, and then turn on Sandstorm to hoover enemies into the Aqua Blades. I'm gonna have to try that. Also, before I forget about it, thank you very much Herzalate, Rock, Overheat, and Geno Mega for the Forma bundles. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think subsuming it over desiccation would be best. This shouldn't be that difficult to figure out. I wonder, right, if by some ass-backwards way we can actually keep up growing power with Elemental Sandstorm, because technically we're proccing elements from our melee weapon. Let's get the Umbros in there, Vitality, Fiber, and Intensify. We're gonna use Vital on our melee weapon to get Vital from Sandstorm, and this also gives us a nice bit of extra range. I kinda want to get Continuity in here as well, just to get decent duration on Aqua Blades. 80 seconds, that's good enough, I think. I'm not actually sure we're gonna need Grace. Malt for some easy strength. Do we need this? I don't think we need this, because Sandstorm makes you invulnerable, right? And it heals you as well. So we probably don't need adaptation. I'm gonna keep it on for now though, but I don't think you actually need it here. Maybe? Health, ability duration, slam damage? Sounds good. I definitely don't want to lose the strength here, so I guess we just run stretch. I can't think of anything that would currently fit into the Exiles that I would want, so I guess we just leave it open. I don't want to reformat this because that would break my normal build, and I kind of don't want to do that. Let's not start too big. Okay, Aqua Blades and Hoover time. I can't look high enough. The damage seems really low though. Or not. I guess. Okay, never mind. They're all dead. Alright. Well, damn. Let's try and max it out. Oh, ladies, how would you like to fly for a bit? Alright. Yeah, the damage seems really low when it's happening, but I think that's mainly because there are just too many numbers. And, bruh, what? This is much better than expected. Hehe, that's not generic at all. Finally, some energy G's. Vacuum time. Oh, it's beautiful. And it's like a neat little vacuum pile underneath you as well. The damage isn't crazy or anything, but it is clearing steel path. This seems way more fun than the other Sandstorm builds I was looking at. Hold up. Why don't I just like swarm them as well, right? And then I hoover them. Oh, see? I have a brain as well, sometimes. I can't see a damn thing, but yeah, the single target is no great. I really don't think stretch is necessary because Elemental Sandstorm already gives you range, and range overall for this build is not great because Aqua Blades don't scale with range. I don't think this works, which isn't that big of a surprise. Yep, let's put an Energy Siphon instead. Yeah, Ogre Secrets makes the most sense for me, but if you have different polarities and you can fit in Transient Fortitude, run that instead. 201% before Molt. That's pretty good. Let's try an armor battle group. This build is kind of dumb actually, because not only do you have like loads of damage, because look at this, like an armor battle group at max level just dies after a single sandstorm, but you're also invulnerable and you're craft controlling everything in range. Harold is not going to do as much for this build because we already have Viral, but it's going to ramp up faster and he will add some damage. You know what, let's try Murmur because they're resistant to Slash. This is messy as hell because they're just too damn big, but like they're not going down as easily as the other factions, but they're still going down. I can't see where I'm going. This is great. Being able to zoom around with Sandstorm is tremendous. What a great change. This is such a neat combo. It's not oh, hello, Melise. This is where the Aqua Blades augment would come in handy, so that we have more single target, or you can just, you know, not be dumb and use an actual weapon with this for Aqualites and stuff. I think that's it. I can't do much more with this right now, because I would have to reformite to fit in other mods. And I don't want to do that because I like my other build as well. So I'm gonna have to figure out something. Maybe I'll just farm another Inaros. I think he's next in the, what is he called? Varzia thing. Resurgence. So this is absolutely not the best way to build this. If I didn't have to worry about polarities because of my other build, I would take out Adaptation and Ogre Secrets and replace them with Energy Conversion and Transient Fortitude. This would give you a ton of extra damage at the cost of almost nothing. Arcane Grace is also not necessary here, so you can easily run something else. And finally, for the Exiles, you can either leave it empty, that's fine, you're not gonna get that much from it, or if you want to put something in there, you can do Power Drift or Cunning Drift for strength or range respectively. The build ended up being infinitely more fun and viable than I thought it was going to be. The damage is great, you're craft controlling everything on screen, and you're immortal while doing so. And the only thing that can stop it, just like with any other ability-based build, are nullifiers. I think it's a pretty cool take on Sandstorm. It's not more passive than the other Sandstorm builds, where you hoover the enemies up and then you usually do a heavy attack with a melee weapon. Here you just keep spinning and spinning and spinning. Though, to be clear, it is considerably less powerful than the other Sandstorm setups which use melee weapons to do their damage. With that said though, it does more than enough damage to do basic Steel Path, which for me is more than enough. So if you've subsumed your ally, I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's really fun.
Clem.
Right? It's so obvious. I mean...
Clem.
Exactly.
Clem.
Yes, that's what I told them.
Clem. Krakata.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Clem.
That's true.
Krakata.
Made by simply combining two regular Grakatas, which you can pick up from the market, the twin Graks are very special indeed. First of all, despite being made out of two primary weapons, they're actually a secondary weapon. And second of all, you don't alternate when firing them, you fire both of them at the same time, giving you what is effectively double fire rate. The damage distribution is a bit wonky, it's roughly equal between impact, slash and puncture, but they do sport a nice 25% crit chance, a saucy 2.7 times crit multiplier, and a very solid 16.5% status chance. Also, before I forget about it, again, thank you very much Logic Broken, Trans Rights Dudette, and Crow for the former bundles. Also, yes, I did Pet Harold for you. In the words of the mighty Black Eyed Peas, let's get it started, yeah? Let's put on one of those. Galvanized diffusion and shot. I don't think I'm gonna run crosshairs, because I kinda don't wanna aim down sights with these. I'm actually gonna put on Creeping Bullseye instead, just to tame the fire rate a little bit. It's why I'm not using Lethal Torrent as well. And let's get Prime Target Cracker in there too. A little bit of corrosion. I guess a V right there? I don't know if we're gonna need this or not, but just in case we do, let's put it in. Definitely want to go with cold here, because of the crit and stuff, and I guess for now, that's gonna be it. Let's be reasonable here. I always forget how strong these things are, because, like, they don't look that great on the stat page, but the double shot on top of everything else is ridiculous. Look at that burst, bro. I guess we can max it out. I absolutely love how the freaking millisecond the armor strip kicks in, they just explode. Like, I knew these weren't terrible, but I really don't remember them being this damn strong. I want to do an alloy test with napalms. This is what I get for relying on Merciless and Shot. I have no damage because I can't get kills, because I have no damage. I mean, we're getting a lot of hits with high status chance, so Empowered might be okay. Interesting. I thought this would be, like, really good, but it's very much not. I need to get a bigger cucumber. Come on, Lloydie boy, Papa needs cucumbers. Show me. Nope. Nope. There is one, very good. Nope. Nope. There is two, very nice. And a triple double back. Oh yeah, cucumber all the way. Like, this can actually ramp up. And once I get at least one kill, Galvanized Shot kicks in and absolutely melts the fools. You know, initially, I didn't want to run Galvanized Crosshairs because of the recoil and all that, but the twins are actually a lot less shaky than I remember them being. What kind of sentence is that? Let's get blessed. Let's get out of here, boys. What are you doing? Lady Scallywag. What a tremendous username. I can't say that. I really need to cool it down before I get this video age restricted and have no one else but myself to blame. This was a very chill run. I like it. I do need to put a D on there though. It does make sense actually. Alright, let's try them crosshairs then. No, not that actually. I want sprite sights? Yes, movement speed while aiming. The damage is absolutely gross. But having to aim down sights, like having to do it instead of choosing to do it, is kind of annoying. Maybe we could just run stunning speed as well. This would give us more status chance, and it would help with the reload, which is pretty long. Yeah, the damage is still absolutely tremendous, and we don't have to aim down sights. And we have a faster reload, which on a weapon like this is good because this comes from a time where if you dual wielded a weapon, it would have double the reload of the singular weapons, which was kinda dumb. Let's go. Yep, nice and easy ramp up, that's what I like to see. These things are just dumb, even with a lowered fire rate, deliberately lowered fire rate, the DPS is still through the roof. Well, this is a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm actually running out of ammo here. I don't think it's the gun's fault though, because I forgot to put on a companion so I don't have vacuum. Of course it's Melly's. Show me the dupus. Oh yes, bitch, let's go. That's some DPS right there. Good old Twin Grax, still packing a hell of a punch. So ho ho, here is the final build. We have Creeping Bullseye and Prime Target Tracker for crit, Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, and Galvanized Shot for damage scaling and status chance. Then in the end I ended up going with Stunning Speed instead of Galvanized Crosshair, so we get more reload speed and more status chance, and also because I just don't like to have to aim down sights for my build to work properly. As far as the elements go, we just have Corrosive and Cold with Jolt, Pistol Pestilence and Frostbite, and to top it all off we're running Secondary Encumber for more status procs. The Twin Grax have always been really good for single target. Hell, the Singular Grakata has always been pretty good for single target. I think people underestimate them because they're a bit of a meme weapon thanks to Clem. But make no mistake, these things absolutely shred. Especially with all the fancy new stuff that we've gotten over the years. So if you're a fan of Clem, or you simply need a solid single target secondary, give the Twin Grax a shot. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Now I know it might be tempting to add as much fire rate onto these as possible, and I would recommend you do that too, have a bit of fun with them, but fire rate is a bit of a double-edged sword. These things chew up ammo really fast, and the more fire rate you have, the shakier they get as well. So while you absolutely get more DPS out of these when you crank up the fire rate, the usability is gonna be questionable. Right, so I guess it's finally time to revisit a weapon that's near and dear to my heart. I used to adore this weapon and used it all the time, but then as we got harder content like Steel Path, it kind of fell off, like harder than the Bloody Island boys. Now I'm of course talking about the Staticore. This is a funky weapon that comes from the Energy Lab in your dojo, and it's not too hard to get. You will need some Nighten Extract and Field Run, but overall it's not too bad. The Staticore is an MR10 secondary that does pure radiation damage, and it's charge based. However, unlike with a lot of other charge-based weapons, the projectile stays the same regardless of charge. It's the explosion you get afterwards that changes. The explosion gets considerably bigger, you get more damage, and you actually get crit chance and crit multiplier when you charge it all the way. It is pretty janky though, since you can fire it at any charge or even completely uncharged. Before we get into the video though, I would like to say thank you to OM Wolfpack for the Exilus weapon adapters, secondary arcane adapters, as well as Forma bundles. Another pair of Forma bundles came from I Am a Floating Skull, so thank you. Another thanks goes out to Logic Broken for the primary arcane adapter. Then we have Hello Mida with yet another Forma bundle, thank you very much. And the final Forma bundle came from DG Eddie, so once again, thank you. Now I don't want to sound ungrateful here, okay? I really appreciate all the gifts you've been giving me, but guys, please, don't waste your hard-earned platinum on me, alright? So, as you can probably tell by the 8 Forma I have on the Staticore, I like this weapon quite a bit. Let's put on an adapter. Let's once again start off with Merciless, Galvanized Diffusion. Let's put on Lethal Torrent as well, the fire rate's gonna be very nice. How much crit do we get? 40.2 and a 4.6 multi? No, I don't think so. We can utilize one of the dashes with Anemic Agility for faster charge time, I guess. 0.4, that's pretty good. Definitely want to run Sure Shot on this for the extra spicy status. There we go, a bit of viral. I think electricity is gonna be the way to go here. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the projectiles are pretty slow. That's not too bad, look at that. It's not Steel Path yet, but that's a pretty good start. That is a pretty good start. We're definitely on the right track because this works even for quick shots, but there's still a few things I want to try. Let's give heat a try as well. I don't think it's going to be as good as electricity, but let's try it. This is actually much better on unstripped enemies because of the armor strip you get from heat. I kind of forgot about that. Let's try Steel Path as well. Unsurprisingly enough, this is going to need some armor strip. This is exceeding my expectations. I mean, in the words of the mighty Rigor, I'm very excited now. That is just the simulacrum though, so let's try a normal mission as well. What? Why are you rolling on the floor, my dude? So far, this is surprisingly solid. Wait, what? Why'd you die? The only thing I can think of that would do that is that the game thought the enemy was stuck, so it killed it. Why won't you... Oh wait, I'm out of ammo. What? Right, I don't have vacuum. This is not so hot, is it now? Ay. No, no, and no. Okay, this needs a bit of reshuffling. Let's go back to electricity. They really need to buff Magnum Force so that it adds as much damage, if not more, than Hornet Strike, because as it is, it just doesn't make sense. Like, I would love to use it to spread the projectiles out, but I'm just gonna run Hornet Strike because it adds more damage. Let's switch this dash into a V. Expel Grenier. Kind of annoying, not a big fan of faction mods. I don't like faffing around with them in between missions, but it is a massive multiplier. Let's swarm them up for a bit of armor strip. Oh yeah, this is the way to go. Let's add Harold for a bit of viralage as well. Now this is what I'm talking about. Also, look at me. These things have an absolutely bitchin' stance with the Harrow animations. Am I being stupid? Would it make more sense to just run crit? Let's try it. Let's just give it a try. Now that is interesting. I know the new damage numbers prefer crits over normal hits, but that's a lot of crits. Let's put Harold back in. Yeah, definitely want to run crit then. Also, I don't have to worry about having the right faction mod, which is always a nice plus. Well then, let us see how it do. These Guardian Eximus are the worst. Seriously, Vor and an Acolyte at the same time? Well, this is gonna be a mess, innit? Yeah, the single target could be better. The AoE is fantastic, but the single target is not great. Harold, what are you doing? Get up. You're embarrassing yourself in front of the people. It needs a lot of help, right? You need armor strip and you need viral priming, but if you can supply that, it's pretty damn nice. So here's the final setup. We have Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Terrain for multi-shot, Primed Target Cracker and Pistol Gambit for crit, Primed Convulsion for electricity, Primed Fulmination for a bigger explosion, Sure Shot for status chance, and then Anemic Agility for a ton of fire rate. We also have Lethal Momentum to speed up the projectiles, as well as Secondary Merciless for base damage. Now this is very much an AoE setup, so the single target is not great, and it needs a bit of help once you push into Steel Path. The setup doesn't provide its own viral, so you're gonna need priming, whether it is from a pet or nourish or something like that, and armor is an absolute death sentence for a setup like this, so if you're fighting against armored factions, you need to strip them completely. It's tremendous in high density missions, so like Endless Steel Path is absolutely top notch for this, but it's also fantastic for blasting your way through the star chart thanks to its massive AoE. Is this the best setup that I've ever used? No, not really. It is pretty fun though, because the AoE is absolutely enormous, and it does kind of pop off when you give it a bit of help. So if you're looking for a fun static ore setup, I'd recommend you give this a shot. What's up, Shaggers? Do you remember kit guns? They were very cool. People used them all the time. Everyone was running around with a kit gun when they came out. Not so much nowadays because some of them got adjusted, and we also have, like, you know, incarnates and all that. But kit guns are still good, and today we're actually gonna revisit one of my old kit guns, Susan. Now, just in case you don't know, you can build a kit gun by talking to Rude Zood in Fortuna. You're gonna have to get the parts first, which will require various kinds of resources, but in general, they're not that difficult to make. Now, Susan sports a Spore Laser Chamber, Arc Rocket Loader, and a Haymaker Grip, giving her a nice balance of damage, crit, and status. Before we get to it though, I would like to say thank you to Arcturus DS1 as well as Farouk JR for the former bundles. Thank you very much, guys. Let's snap on an adapter here, because one of the things I'm really curious about is whether the kit gun arcanes actually interact with the normal arcanes. This is actually a good example, residual boils. I wonder if the heat damage from the boils can proc status, and if so, will it trigger Cascadia Empowered? I don't think this will work because I have a feeling the boils will be a different source of damage, but I still want to try it. Let's put on, where is it? Sure Shot, just in case the boils are affected by status chance. I probably should have googled that. Yeah, it is proccing heat. Yeah, right there. but it is not triggering Cascadian power. That is unfortunate. What if instead we run Cucumber and scale the hit damage through Galvanized Shot? We would run Hemorrhage. We might not need to run both the dual stat mods for Viral because of the AoE explosion, but also at the same time we do get more status this way. Almost forgot about Diffusion there for a second. Now since we can theoretically get heat from boils as well as Cucumber, I'm just gonna run Electricity, crit to top it all off. Alright, I mean it works, kinda. Does seem kinda dumb though. I wonder if Conjunction Voltage might be the way to go, especially with Pack's Charge. Because you get more reload speed, so you recharge faster, and you get a tremendous amount of multi-shot as well. Yeah, this stacks really easily. I don't know though, I still think Hemorrhage is dumb. You know what, let's get rid of this. That just no. Let us instead put on Hornet Strike. Let's just slap a V right there. I don't actually know why I just put that forearm, but whatever, let's put on Primed Fulmination for a bigger boom. You know what, this is actually quite fun. So since these things are still going for 30 plat a pop, I'm just gonna sell them. You can get a fully ranked Voltage for 40 platinum. That's ridiculous. Ah, there we go. Much better. This is actually really nice. I'm loving the multi-shot and the fast charge, but we need to put on Primed Convulsion instead of High Voltage because we're mostly proccing Viral, which is not what you want. You want to mostly proc Electricity with just a little bit of sprinkle, a little sprinkle of Viral on the top. Let's swap that up there. Just run normal Target Tracker for now, which then allows us to run Primed Convulsion. Okay, so this is much better. However, I feel like it could use a little bit more status. I guess we need to drop the Fulmination, which is sad. Swing this over here. There we go. Sure shot. Bam. This also frees up enough capacity to run Prime Target Tracker again. Oh yeah, there we go. That is very nice. I'm liking this a lot. 85, there we go. Let's do a big Steel Path test with a Grenier Battle Group. Let's swarm them up for a bit of strippage. Oh, look at that. That is quite fantastic, is it not? I have a feeling this is gonna be very good against the Corpus as well. Oh yeah. This is tremendous. Let's do an actual mission. Almost no ramp up at all, which is lovely. Like, you don't even need to get kills to get loads of multi-shot and tons of reload speed. I think this is actually a very good, like, entry-level arcane for when you don't need Acolyte arcanes, because you have, like, I don't know, Hornet Strike, or you're scaling damage through Galvanized Shot. So far, I've not had to cast Swarm even once. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but it works really well, actually. It's not that expensive either, like you can just swap out the primed stuff for normal stuff and you're not gonna lose that much power. You're gonna lose power, but not like a ton. Finally had to cast Swarm here. It's actually surprising how well this thing handles armor. It is very bright though, and I can feel the game chug a little bit when I hit a big enough group. Yeah, this is pretty good. Hello, Acolyte. Let's swarm it, and let's see. Ooh, that's wowee. That's actually wow. That's chunking it pretty hard. Huh? Like, damn. This thing actually has some chunky single target as well. So here's the final build, and it's not that crazy. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Hornet Strike for damage, Sure Shot for status chance, Primed Pistol Gambit and Target Cracker for crit, then Primed Convulsion for a ton of electricity, and Frostbite with Pistol Pestilence for viral. For the arcanes, we went with Conjunction Voltage in the end for more multi-shot and reload speed, as well as Pack Charge to give the weapon a rechargeable battery-style magazine. What I really like about this build is that as long as you remove the primed and galvanized stuff and replace it with the normal version of the mods, it's relatively newbie friendly, with the hardest mod to get probably being Frostbite. Pack's Charge is really easy to get because you just buy it for 10,000 standing from Rootzud in Fortuna, and Conjunction Voltage is a little bit more difficult to get, but it's also very cheap on Warframe Market. Overall, I'm very happy with Susan's performance. She did a tremendous job. I don't think you necessarily have to go hybrid with a Spore Lacer. You could just go pure status, but it would make it more difficult to scale damage because crit is just an easy way to scale damage. You would most definitely have to use faction mods, which I'm not a big fan of, but you would have a little bit more flexibility when it comes to modding. Whereas with a hybrid setup, you can just about squeeze in everything you need and you don't have that much space to play around with stuff. Twin Comax. The bloody Twin Comax. This is a weapon that I've tried to make work on numerous occasions, and every time I did, I ended up hating it just that little bit more. I mean, to even get the Twin Comag, you first need to get two singular Comacs, each of which costs an entire Forma, and then you need to combine them, which costs another Forma. Yes, this thing costs 3 motherfucking forma. Now in return, you get an MR10 secondary, which does primarily slash damage with 11% crit chance, 2 times crit multi, and a 69% status chance. However, they're also horrendously inaccurate, have atrocious ammo economy, pretty strict fall off, and the lowest base damage out of all shotgun secondaries, so that high slash damage ain't gonna do a damn thing, because the slash procs this leaves behind are an absolute joke. It is a very cool weapon though, which is why I'm willing to give it another shot. Before I do that though, thank you very much Sir Muffington for the Forma bundle, and thank you Electro Spaghetti, what a fabulous username, for the Exilus weapon adapters. Alright, so first things first, let's put on some adapters, Arcane as well as Exilus, because the first mod we're gonna put on this damn thing is Primed Pistol Ammo Mutation. Now usually I start off with Merciless, but this time around we're actually gonna start off with Cascadia Empowered, because these work like the comb, so as you fire them they spool up and fire more and more projectiles. Diffusion, Lethal Torrent, yep, Galvanized Shot, Faux Show. Let's actually put it right there. Now because we're running Empowered, Corrosive is gonna be big, and for now let's top it off with a bit of heat. Let's start off nice and slow. Oh my god, the screen shake, but also the damage, yo, what the f-
Clum!
I knew Empowered's gonna be pretty solid here, but Jesus Christ, look at the damage! I hate how long the reload is, so for now, let's put in Stunning Speed instead of Scourge. Let's bump it up. What? This thing melts. The screen shake is absolutely horrendous, but oh, the damage! I am shocked. Like, you don't understand. This weapon has always sucked an immense amount of penis. I cannot stand the screen shake, so I'm gonna put on Steady Hands and we're gonna have to run Carrier. Let's see if this works in a mission as well. Okay, shielded Eximus are not great. This actually works, just straight up works. Did I finally do it? Okay, show me what you got, Torment. What? Dude, we're still missing 2 mods. Let's slap a D right here. Also, yes, I do have a ribbon for the Twin Comac. You've probably seen it throughout the video, but I'm not gonna use it because I want you guys to be able to replicate this belt. Okay then, so let's put Scourge back in. 269. Nice. % status chance. Sheesh. What if? Yeah. Probably yeah. What if we put on like Carney Stinger? Because if we do that, the weapon's gonna have nothing but multi-shot and status mods on it. With the exception of Steady Hands. That sounds very cool. Wait. Pablo Tesco bar. There we go. I think we still need one more forma though. Let's slap a V right there, and then we're gonna need one more forma and we should be done, yes. It'd be so much cooler if I could do like a live to win montage here as I'm banging out forma after forma, but I sadly cannot do that. I completely forgot I was making a video for a second there. I've just started doing random nightmare missions to level the Comac and it's just fun. I like this. Ooh, Drifting Contact, that's pretty good. Alrighty, let's put a dash right there and we should be done. How much status are we gonna get? 310.5? Okay. The best thing about this is that it doesn't look too weird, like it just looks like a build. It's only when you really pay attention to the mods that you realize that, hold on a second, this is just multi-shot and status. Okay, I want to see the status, so let's pause them for a second. Yeah, it's dividing it into the pellets, but still, that's crazy. Also, because it's firing so many pellets, the armor strip is instant, and then just the DPS is ridiculous. I have created greatness. Just look at the goddamn DPS of this thing. Look at this, yeah? 1 click at a time. Just, that's stupid. Oh yeah, this is Steel Path, by the way. I'm still having a hard time believing that I'm ripping through Steel Path with the Twin Comacs. Oh, here comes a big boy. Let's see. Overguard went down pretty fast. What about health? Oh, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. Wait. Did I? Hold up. Did I just get an arcane? I did. I have never, and when I say never, I mean never. I have never seen these drop an arcane. Oh yeah, you're gonna get plenty of violence, alright? Oh, look at it. It's so good. So here's the final build, and it looks pretty normal until you really look into it, at which point you realize it's a bit funky. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Galvanized Shot for status, Lethal Torrent for multi-shot, Stunning Speed for status, and then in the bottom row we have various types of damage with a nice topping of extra status. We're also running Steady Hands to tame the recoil a little bit, and of course Cascadia Empowered, which adds an immense amount of base damage thanks to all the status we're proccing. Now an important thing to note here is that we're running 2 Emerald Archon shards for extra corrosive procs. This allows us to strip 100% of the enemy armor with corrosion alone. This is very important for Cascadia Empowered setup so that you can get as much damage out of it as possible. You have no idea how happy I am that I finally made this thing work, because I've tried numerous times over the years with various different things at different levels of power creep, and it was always just too bad. It's also why this was so surprising to me, because whenever I tested it, it was always the same thing. The ammo economy is bad, the spread is horrendous, the screen shake is terrible, the range is bad, there is not enough crit, and the base damage is just ass. So for this to suddenly turn around and become one of the strongest secondaries that I currently own was a bit of a shocker, not gonna lie. It does require quite a bit of investment, and if you're gonna run the setup with Stabilizer, you will have to run Carrier to sustain your ammo. But if you're willing to invest into it, I would actually recommend you pick it up, because turns out the Twin Comacs are actually very strong with the right build. Zors are still some of the most popular melee weapons for endgame due to their high customizability. You can make them do whatever the hell you want, really. So I thought to myself, well, why not just join the club and make myself a Zor for big, thick, girthy slams. Now, just in case you don't know, to build a Zor, you need to speak to this Mama Jamma in Cetus. You're gonna need to pick and build the parts first, which requires various kinds of resources, but overall, they're not that expensive to make. And before we get to it, I would like to say thank you to Skorai Gornias for 10 Forma bundles, as well as Generic Pybro for yet another Forma bundle. I think I have enough Forma to last me a lifetime now. So, we're gonna need one of these. We're also gonna need a Stang, and I think Vargit Turuang. I'm not sure. I think this is the one I want. It's been an hour because, you know, I'm not paying 75 platinum just to rush these. So let's pick them up. And a Vargid, there it is, a big old bonker. Stupid ball. Get it out of here. How do they always bounce it onto me when I'm trying to show something? As I was about to say, I think it looks quite cool. Let's put on a stance, doesn't really matter which one it is, and I don't think we can put on a potato. I thought you had to gild it first. Let's slap on an adapter. It's been a while since I made a Zor, and it seems like, yeah, so you need to gild it to install a Zor Arcane. Let's start off with like a pretty generic heavy slam setup, so sacrificial pressure and steel, get some crit damage in there, and let's put on seismic wave as well. I think I'm just gonna slap on grab charge, though you could use crescendo. Crescendo would be pretty good. You just have to build it up. I think this is gonna work really well with breed search, so melee exposure is absolutely perfect here. And for now, I guess we just top it off with Molten Impact. Let's get a blessing. Damn, a busy relay, eh? Oh, I love you too, bud. Let's actually test it. So you like charge up, use abilities, then surge, and bam. Yes! That is it! Right there. Actually, pretty good hits. Right away. Me likey. Oh no, what have I done? The recovery is so bad. I have no attack speed. It takes like 10 years to get up from a slap. And there it is, see? I don't actually remember what you need for goading anymore. Oh, just 2 seats. Okay, that's cheap. I have that. Good. I want to keep the tradition of naming all my Zors after Dark Souls weapons, so give me a moment, please. Hammer of Vamos it is then. Now that looks much better. Has goading always like unequipped all your stuff? This is the reason why I wanted to go with the Zor. Exodia Hunt gives you a 50% chance to pull enemies within 12 meters into melee range. You don't need procs, you don't need abilities, you just slam the ground and bam, there it is. Some people actually said that I should run both the Frame Nira mods, because I'm running Nira's Hatred for the slam damage, but there is another Nira mod that goes into the exiles and has a deep polarity, so it would actually fit. Oh no, this doesn't feel right at all. I can feel the YouTube-ness leaving me. Nope. And nope. Let's try again. You're not telling me that this only works on light slams. No. You cannot be serious. It actually doesn't work. Maybe I'm just unlucky. I don't know. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, let's slam. Didn't trigger there. Let's try again. Didn't trigger again. Again. There it is. Oh, that's very obvious. So I would have noticed that for sure.
Well, now I'm mad. Twice. I got knocked down twice and I'm already over it. Well, damn. This was like the reason why I made this. Yeah, I could have given it more status chance and just run force. Oh well, let's see what we can do. We could try vital with dual stat mods for some extra status. That's not a lot though. There we go. Let's see how this does in maxed out sim. Let's get that influence stacked up, baby. Let's also swarm them so that we start the strippage. And then I guess we just slam them. Let's breed search first. And then boosh. Yo, now that was a slam. God damn. Bring it on. Okay, search and douche. Now that's tingling my jimmies. That is good stuff. It's not what I wanted, but it's still damn nice. Yaha, Acolyte, come here. Swarm, and I guess we can search as well. And bonk. Oh, get one tapped, idiot. And doink. Not quite, but still, this hits hard as hell. We should be done, are we? Yes, we are, so let's get out of here. Yeah, maybe we can do Epidemic. We could just double jump before the slam. If it works, that is. Let's also slap a V right here. Alrighty, so this is what it looks like. Let's do a heavy slam. Absolute bastards. If this works, the keyword being if, this would actually be quite nice, because we're spamming stuff all the time for exposure, right? So getting tons of energy would be cool. Okay. Oh, it works! Oh my, hallelujah! Something finally works! These slams are girthy as hell, and the surge is like, that's a 20 mil breed search right there. Time to slap some dashes in here. We get corrosive? Hold on a second. Do you know that bad feeling you get when you're not quite sure you've messed up and you're just kind of waiting for the dildo of consequence to come flying in? I'm feeling that right now. Why doesn't the slam damage change when I put this in? Yeah, the slide damage goes up, but the slam damage doesn't. Have I been doing this wrong all this time? Give me a minute. Oh, thank God it does work. It just doesn't change the number in the arsenal. Jesus Christ. I can't even remember the last time I put a D on a melee weapon. That's not a polarity you use very often. And I guess for now we can just put in Volcanic Edge. There we go. This should be the last format, and just to be safe, I'm gonna put a V right there. Gladiator Might. This would be much better if we were running Crescendo, because we will get the full force of the set bonus, but this is still good. More crit damage and a little bit of extra crit chance because of Corrupt Charge. And Surge, and a bong. Oh yeah. Yep. I also want to try one without armor strip, because people always say I cheat with emerald charts. Yeah, not a big surprise. The big guys are, well, big, but the small guys, they're still going down pretty fast. Oi, come here. Get swarmed. And search. And bonk. And again, not quite, but almost there. Almost there. This is more of a full setup than just a weapon build, because you need to keep powering it through your abilities, and you also need to streep armor. Streep? You need to streep, metal streep. That's what you need. You need some metal streep. I really like how this plays into itself. Like, you slam the ground, you get a bunch of energy, so you can cast abilities, which then makes you slam the ground harder. I think I've said this before, but even though this isn't the thing I wanted to just vortex enemies up and then bonk them all at once, I think it actually turned out much better in the end. So here's the final build. We have Sacrificial Pressure and Steel for damage and crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, Seismic Wave for slam damage, Corrupt Charge so that we're slamming, or heavy slamming rather, at 2 times combo. Then we ended up going with Gladiator Might for more crit damage and a little bit more crit chance, and we topped it off with Prime Fever Strike and North Wind for a ton of vital. The reason we did that is because we already get a ton of corrosive damage from melee exposure, and to help keep melee exposure up, we have Exodia Brave, which gives us a ton of energy as we kill stuff with our heavy slams. I really don't think there is much else to say here, and I also kind of want to wrap the video up because it's getting quite long. Overall, I'm very happy with the result. It's probably not what most people do with Zaws, but if you want a heavy and reliable bunker, this is a pretty good way to do it. So, you guys have been suggesting and requesting the Opticore for quite a while now, and the reason I haven't done it yet is because I was just scared I wouldn't be able to make it work. The Opticore is an old gun, and a weird old gun at that, so I just didn't want to do it, but you know what? If you're not willing to fail and be wrong and look stupid, you will never do anything great. So let's check it out. The blueprint for the Opticore can be acquired from the energy lab in your dojo, and to build it you're gonna need some Forma, Cryotic, Gallium and Fieldron. The Opticore has a strangely high mastery rank requirement of 14 and it's a laser cannon that causes a magnetic explosion on impact. It's a charge-based weapon with a 20% crit chance, a 2.5 times crit multiplier, and a 20% status chance, and a fully charged shot will do a grand total of 1000 damage with the beam and then 400 damage with the explosion. And before we get to it, I would like to say thank you to Flamaniacs for the Forma bundle, and thank you Julian135 for the potato. I've had this weapon for a few years now, and I've tried loads of different builds, as you can tell by the 10 Forma on it. I've tried a lot of different stuff. So let's see if we can make it work. This might be one of the few weapons where I'm actually going to run Deadhead, because it just makes sense. It's easy to stack up, and the headshot multiplier is going to be very nice. Let's start off with Galvanized Chamber. Galvanized Scope might not be the worst idea here, since we are going with Deadhead, so we're going to be aiming for headshots anyway. I don't think we'll need crit delay, and I really don't want to slow the charge time down, but for now let's try it, and let's also slap on Vital Sense for some crit damage. Yep, definitely want Vile Acceleration. 1.18. That's still a lot. Oof. Do we want to go with raw damage? I think we kind of do, right? Because I never liked Hunter Munition setups on the Opticore. It's just too unreliable. Let's switch the D into a dash. I guess Corrosive, so Infected Clip, and then we can slap on Stormbringer. Seems simple enough. That'll do for now. That's still slow as hell. The damage is pretty good, but the charge up, no. Okay, crit delay out. That is just not good. Let's flip these two around. Or we can run Vigilante Fervor for the set bonus. That actually makes a lot of sense. If we then slap on an adapter, there we go, we can get a 2-piece set bonus for 10% chance to orange crit. That sounds good. Oh, that is much better. We don't lose that much damage, because, well, we were mostly yellow critting anyway, with an occasional orange crit, and we still have that, so we basically lost nothing. We just gained a bunch of fire rate. That's good. That's very good. Okay, we're on the right track here. I do want to try Hunter Munitions though, just to see how it does. Okay, Deadhead it is, Galvanized Chamber. I don't know if this is worth it, but having more multi-shot should make Hunter Munitions more reliable, which is the main problem with this, it's just not reliable. Let's put in Scope, and what else did I do here? Get Fervor for the set bonus, and Fire Rate, Sense for some crit damage, more Fire Rate, something like this I guess? Maybe? I don't know. Okay, show me. Oof, okay. That ain't too bad. That was much... Was that from the AoE? That must have been from the AoE. It's so all over the place. I am liking the orange crits from the Vigilante set though, that's well good. It just feels so stupid to bleed things with the Opticore. I died. Okay, let's try Steel Path then. I mean, it's Steel Path, right? So, like, the damage isn't terrible, it's just... it still feels quite slow. Like, when it chunks, like that, it's pretty good, but then it doesn't, and it's pretty bad. Yep, it's one thing to test it in the simulacrum, but to actually ramp it up in a mission, that's a whole other story. I hate this so much. Yeah, we're gonna have to help this, like, strip, maybe prime, maybe surge, something, but this is not gonna work on its own. So if we're gonna provide armor strip for this, we can take out Stormbringer and just run Vital for the health damage. Let's swap these around. This then lets us run Vigilante Armaments for more multi-shot and a 15% chance to enhance our crits. I am out of ideas, so this better work. Okay, this is like doing stuff. The question is, how much of that is in Aros and how much of it is the Opticore? This actually doesn't feel half bad, but it is a bit of a stretch. We're giving it a lot of help here with our boy. Even with the strip and like surge and all that, it still feels slow and clumsy, I must say. Like, it's not terrible, but I am not impressed. This just needs more of something, like bigger AoE or faster charge time or more crit, just something. I'll wait for the Acolyte, I guess. That pretty much summarizes like my feeling about it. It's just like, I don't know if I would call this a success. I mean, it works, it's just I was kind of expecting more from it. So here's the best build that I could come up with for the standard Opticore. We have Galvanized Chamber and Vigilante Armament for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope and Vital Sense for crit, Vigilante Fervor and Val Acceleration for fire rate, and then Infected Clip and Primed Cryo Rounds for vital damage. We're also running Vigilante Supplies in the Exiles to give us a 3-piece Vigilante set bonus, which gives us a 15% chance to enhance our crit from yellow to orange. Though you don't need to do this if you're running these on your companion's weapon, and if you're doing that, take out Vigilante Fervor and put in Speed Trigger instead as well. Oh yeah, and we're running Primary Deadhead for damage and Headshot Multiplier. I am not very happy with the result here. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the weapon is bad. I mean, it could, but I could have also just missed something very obvious, or I didn't think of something. I'm just a one-man army over here at the end of the day. I miss stuff, very obvious stuff sometimes as well, and I make mistakes all the time. So again, if you have a better, more reliable way of scaling damage on the Opticore, please share it in the comment section down below. Now the build that I did isn't complete garbage. It works in Steel Path if you give it some armor strip and maybe a bit of help with something like Breach Surge, and it feels pretty damn solid outside of Steel Path. It actually clears missions decently fast. Though with that said, if you just want to have fun on the star chart, I would highly recommend trying to get the Opticore Vando instead of the standard Opticore. It doesn't pack as big of a punch, but it feels a hell of a lot better to use. Feels like it was yesterday when I picked it up. Of course you don't remember, you weren't here yet, Harold. You were but a glimpse in your father's branch, I guess. Yeah. I need a girlfriend. The twin Roga, they're available from the market and they're not too expensive. You're gonna need a bit of Kuva and then 2 Argon crystals. That's pretty much it. They require Mastery rank 9 and they are a pair of secondary shotguns that actually do a ton of damage per shot. 705 that's split in between 15 pellets. Their crit chance is nothing to write home about. They have a standard crit multiplier, but at least the status chance is decent enough at 6.6% per pellet. They also come with very low range, and even if they didn't, they have horrendous pellet spread, so it wouldn't matter. And before we get into it, I would like to say thank you to Volpes Sionach for the formal bundle, thank you Kudravi Chert, I guess, for the potato, and thank you DummyXD76 for the egg. Tak jdem na to teda. Just provětrat bambitky. Let's slap on an adapter. Usually we start off with Merciless, but on the Rogue I feel like Cucumber is gonna be big. Galvanized Diffusion, and probably Shot, right? How much multi-shot are we gonna get? 40.5, that's stupid. Let's move these around a little bit, this is an absolute mess. There we go, much better. Jesus Christ, what was I doing here? Let's get Corrosive on there. There we go. How much status are we gonna get? 23.8 with 40.5 pellets? That's pretty good. What about this? 25.7. And it's gonna help with the reload, because these things only have 2 shots in the mag. You go bang bang, reload, bang bang, reload, so reload speed is good. Let's not do Steel Path just yet. Holy shit, the status. What? That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. 40.5. No, it's actually more than 40.5. It's 40.5 before diffusion stacks up. So we're actually firing like what, 50 pellets? Something like that. This is gonna be good. I wonder actually if maybe we should run Frostbite instead of Scorch. Because even though we don't get a lot of crit chance, yeah, 30%, Cold and Puncture, which the weapon does primarily, both make enemies vulnerable to crits. I definitely see more crits, like that's obvious. Problem is we don't have any crit damage, so we would have to take out Stunning Speed, I guess. And I feel like it's gonna be more trouble than it's worth. Like if you're trying to do max damage, this is probably the way to go. But it's gonna make modding very tight, and I don't like that. This could absolutely work, like I can see this critting reliably enough, but I would rather have the mod space. So what do we put in instead? Also, the disposition on Roga is quite high, so the events you can get are quite spicy. Honestly, I probably spend more time reloading than firing the damn things. So, quick draw might actually be the way to go. Oh yeah, that is nice. I like that a lot. Very snappy, good stuff. Let's give it a shot then. Yeah, the ramp up is a bit rough, but we are using Galvanized Shot, so it should only take like 1 or 2 kills and we should be good to go. Not gonna lie, it feels pretty weird. Because it's this like 1-2 thing. Yeah, the first shot primes them, the second shot does the damage. I'm actually wondering whether punch through would be a good idea here. Like the single target damage is great, but I feel like it could use a bit of AoE. Now that I think about it, punch through might not be the best thing because of the pellet spread. Bring it on, demon. I kind of expected the damage to be a little bit better here. Like, it's fine, it's not bad. It's just, I don't know, I kind of expected it to do a little bit more. You know what, even though this might not add like AoE damage, it will prime enemies behind your primary target, so I think we're gonna try it out. Let's also put on lethal momentum. Yeah, as expected, the damage on the punch through is not great unless the enemy is standing directly behind your target, but the priming is pretty fantastic. Yeah, I think I'll keep this. I feel like empowered might be good because of the multi-shot, but then the status chance, I don't know, let's try it. Interesting, so it's not as good as Cucumber, that's for sure. However, it does add more damage to the first shot, which is kinda nice. Yeah, you can definitely run Empowered if you don't have Cucumber. Should work as well. I mean, why not? Let's just try a few more arcanes, see what they do. Doesn't add a lot of damage, because we already have like a ridiculous amount of damage through Galvanized Shot. But the reload speed is actually nice. So yeah, if you don't have any fancy arcane, Acolyte arcanes will do too. I don't have a very high rank of this, but this could be good as well. Show me. Oh yeah, that works too. So you can run Shiver if you want to as well. I wonder, how does Shiver stack up with Viral? I guess you can just run whatever arcane you want with this. The build is pretty solid, so yeah, you don't need a specific arcane to make this work, which is nice. I do like Cucumber though, because the extra status effects just give you so much damage through Galvanized Shot. It is extraordinarily single target focused, like you don't get any AoE with this at all, but you know, if you want a nice and fun AoE single target secondary, what am I talking about? This is a pretty good option. You know, I am more of an AoE Andy than a single target Chad, but you know, this isn't too bad. I actually quite like this. This is pretty fun. Is it just attenuation actually? Because Acolytes do have damage attenuation. Is that what it is? One thing that I really like about this is that it's good, like universally. It just does good damage to everything. So here's the final build, and even though you can absolutely do a hybrid setup on the Twin Roga, we ended up doing a pure status setup instead. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot. Our primary method of scaling damage is through the stacking effect of Galvanized Shot, which also adds a nice bit of status. Then we have Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Stunning Speed for status chance and reload speed, Seeker for a bunch of punch through, Frostbite for cold and status, Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive and status, as well as Lethal Momentum for a bit more range. Now while I'm running Secondary Encumber here, you can actually run other arcanes as well. It doesn't add that much power, it's just that Secondary Encumber is really good for adding more random status effects for Galvanized Shot. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the result, even though it's not necessarily my kind of thing, because I very much prefer weapons with some AoE or weapons that chain. But you know what, it's a pretty unique weapon that does solid damage. Are there weapons that do more with less? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean the Twin Roga are bad. They're absolutely fine, even for base level Steel Path. So if you're looking for a solid single target focused secondary, the Twin Roga are a pretty good choice. So initially, yeah, this was supposed to be just like a fun little video where I take a weapon that people use for priming and I'm gonna make it do damage, haha, what fun, haha. Let me tell you something, come here. I have never underestimated anything this much in my entire goddamn life. The Epitaph is a bit of a pain to get, especially if you don't have a pimped out railjack, because all the bits and bobs you need for it come from void storms within Earth, Venus and Saturn Proxima. The parts are tradable though, so if you really hate railjack, you can just buy them. The Epitaph is a charge-based secondary hand cannon with a mastery rank requirement of 8, and most people actually utilize the uncharged or quick shot. The reason for this is that quick shots cause a massive blast-based explosion that has a 50% status chance. It also happens to force proc cold, which is why this is such a good primer, right? You have massive AoE, high status chance with forced procs. If, however, you charge it all the way, you will notice that, well, first of all, you lose the explosion completely as the weapon transforms into what is effectively a railgun, but you will also notice that all that status chance from the quick shot has been transformed into, quite frankly, an idiotic amount of crit. This is what we're gonna focus on today. But before we jump into it, I would like to say a quick thank you to Red Steel Seas for the Forma bundle and Farouk Jr. once again for the 3-day affinity booster. So it has been a while since I've used this. I know it's a good primer, but I'm not quite sure how much damage it does. It does have a unique trait, but that's for the most part useless unless you're running with Sevagod, at which point it's actually quite nice. Let's start off with an adapter. Deadhead should be the best here. Now, I want to use Hemorrhage for 2 reasons mainly. Number 1, the fully charged shots on the Epitaph, maybe even the uncharged shots, I'm not sure, but fully charged shots I know have a guaranteed impact proc on them, which is great for Hemorrhage. But second of all, despite the Epitaph charging really fast, the charge time is super quick. It doesn't actually have high fire rate, so we can get double benefit from this. Let's get Galvanized Diffusion in there, and maybe Aletha Torrent, depends on the fire rate. That's perfect. Alright, that's awesome actually, 2.4. That's perfect because we want to be under 2.5 for Hemorrhage. Yeah, we're gonna be aiming for headshots anyway, for Deadhead, so yep, Galvanized Crosshairs goes in. A little bit of crit damage, or, you know, a lot of crit damage actually. I guess we just go with Big Ellie mods, right? Because, like, this has no status on the fully charged shot, so running dual stab mods isn't gonna do anything. So, yeah, I guess. Let's put a dash in here, and I guess for now we just put an unranked Pistol Pestilence so we get corrosive. Now, this might seem strange because we're mostly gonna be doing damage with Slash from Hemorrhage, but we need damage to actually trigger Deadhead. Let's get some gunners in there. Okay, I might have to turn on Steel Path. Okay, let's try that again. Show me. Ooh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? Sir, this is a bleed build. I want to see the bleeds. I was worried about not being able to stack Deadhead. I guess I was worried for nothing. Sanctum Simulacrum it is. There we go, get some napalms in there as well. Level 210. Oh, that's some damage. And it's with 0 priming as well. That's just straight up damage, my dudes. God damn. I don't know if I've explained this or not already, because I have the memory of a goldfish, but the reason we need to run these despite us doing most of our damage through Hemorrhage is because Deadhead is kind of bad, and it's the reason why I don't usually run this. It only triggers, you only get a stack on precision headshot kill, so you need to land a killing blow, and it needs to be a headshot to get a stack. If you hit the enemy in the head, and then they bleed out and die, you don't get Deadhead. I want to try something. See, this right here, this is why this is an amazing primer. We have 0 status investment, and it's still priming really well. The cold procs, or the slow from the cold procs rather, will also make it much easier to land headshots. Yeah. Let's take this out for a moment. Galvanized shot. Ooh la la, 90% status chance. That's gonna make the priming even better. Should be fine for now. It's gonna be a bit rough because we lost a bunch of damage, but I really like having Galvanized shot and the damage from that on top of Deadhead, or just in case we don't get Deadhead. Alright, we're stacked up. Show me the damage. Oof.
Clem.
That was 130k slash, bro. What? Yeah, stop flailing. Show me. Bruh, that's gross. That is gross. I have a feeling Galvanized shot is multiplicative on this. This is most definitely the way to do it. I mean, just look at it. That's stupid. The best primer in the game, everybody. What is this gun? I don't think this is gonna have any ammo issues, but just in case it does, might as well put on pistol ammo mutation. We have the space. Maybe Lethal Momentum would be good as well. I don't know. Do we still need Deadhead? I think we do. We absolutely do, actually. The headshot multiplier applies at all times, right? The weapon recoil is good too. But if Galvanized shot is multiplicative, which I'm pretty sure it is, we do need some source of base damage. This dash may have been a mistake, actually. I don't know, would it be better if we ran dual stat mods just to get even more priming from the quick shot that we do before we start railing them? That's probably a mistake, right? Damn it. You know what? I'm feeling Mars today. Yeah, let's do Hellas. Dude, this is fucking ridiculous. This thing does so much damage. And it feels great as well. The charge up is so snappy. What the hell? I am absolutely an AoE Andy, but this is tickling me in just the right ways. There was a 4.6 mil headshot with a slash proc. Didn't even get an acolyte. Yep, too fast. Well, let's max it out and that's gonna be it, I guess. I can't think of anything else I would want to do here. I need to check the levels before I extract from a mission. This is something that I've noticed before. I have not used any abilities, yet I have multiple heralds because of Duplex Bond. There it goes again. It's going to be the energy drain, right? This is an energy drain nightmare. It's got to be that. So when the game drains 100 of my energy, it spawns another Herald. Yes! There it goes again. I thought it may have been something to do with Herald's abilities, but I guess the game doesn't distinguish between you using your energy and your energy draining. Should be more than enough, right? Yep, there it is. There we go. Good stuff. As if we didn't have enough damage already. What the f...
Clem!
Excuse me? Whoa. Hold up. What was the... Okay, I guess I don't even need to charge it. What? What is it with this? This gun is ridiculous. Like, how have I never... Just... I don't even know what to say. I have no words. This is just stupid. It's like Sonicor, but doped up on like a lot of cocaine. This just doesn't give a shit. Like, not even the tiniest amount. It just doesn't. It's just one massive headshot after another. I wonder if I can one bang an acolyte. You know what I mean. Okay, does it die from a single shot? I think I got a headshot. Wait for it. Oh yeah, let's go, bitch. Do you know what the best part about this is? We're not using any like faction mods, we're not using any gimmicks, we're not using anything annoying. It's super fast on the charge, it does great damage, it's just good. There's nothing bad about this. It's just perfect. So here's the final build. We have Hemorrhage for almost guaranteed slash procs on fully charged shots, Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for multi-shot, Galvanized Crosshairs and Prime Target Cracker for crit, Galvanized Shot for a buttload of status and multiplicative damage scaling, and then Pathogen Rounds and Primed Convulsion for a ton of corrosive. We also ended up putting Unranked Pistol Ammo Mutation on this just to get ahead of any ammo issues, though you're not really gonna have any. And we top it off with secondary deadhead for base damage as well as headshot damage. This is now one of the most ridiculous weapons that I own. It does disgusting damage whether you charge it or not, and it feels absolutely amazing. I really don't want to toot my own horn here, but this might be the best setup I've ever put together because it has the perfect balance for priming the enemies with an uncharged shot and then absolutely railing them with a fully charged one. I'm extremely happy with this and I would highly recommend you try it out as well. So originally I wanted to do something with Protea and or her weapons because, you know, we're getting the Prime in a few days, but then I remembered that I wanted to do something with the Codofel as well, so we're gonna do that instead. The Codofel is a very unique heavy scythe that does primarily impact damage, but it still has a decent amount of puncture and slash. It comes with a 26% crit chance, a 2.4 times crit multiplier, and a 14% status chance. The unique thing about the Codofel is its heavy attack, which fires a big old projectile that does 600 pure heat damage. It's also relatively easy to get, as all the bits and bobs you need to build it come from Tiana Parts, which is the mirror defense mission on Mars. And before we get to it, I want to say thank you to Farek Jr. for the weapon slots. Thank you Dova Liat, I have no idea how to pronounce that, for 20 Forma bundles. My dude. Thank you, but dude. Another thank you goes to Time Lord Galatia for the potato and Forma bundle. Thank you Domi XD76 for the 2 egg. And finally, thank you JP Nathaniel for the candy. Now, I do actually have a build idea for this one, and it has to do with a unique trait, which makes your heavy attacks fire a heat-based projectile. So we're gonna do something with Tenokai just to get a big old bang out of the heavies. Let's get a stance in here. I think I would rather have Primed Pressure Point over Conti Overload, just for reliable damage. So let's do that. And of course, Blood Rush for scaling crit. Malga Morgan Shatter for the wind-up speed and crit damage. Let's get an Arcane Adapter and an Exilus Adapter. I've been pretty unlucky with animosity drops, but even at rank 2, I think it's still the best arcane for this by like a long shot. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with Opportunity's Reach. Because having a longer Tenokai window is good, especially for something that can shoot. And also, just whiffing Tenokai is the worst. I have just been informed by Mr. Farouk Jr. that Conti Overload is actually multiplicative on this, so yeah, we're actually gonna run that instead. Let's get Fever Strike in there, and I guess just Shocking Touch for a bit of corrosive for now. Gladiator Might? No. No, I would rather have range for leveling. There we go. Seems about right. Can I please get a proc? Please? Thank you, and bang! Ooh! Spicy! I like it. 168 Forma. Alright then. Let's use one of them. Let's put a dash right there. Yeah, I guess we could run Killing Blow. Sure. It'll do. For now. Give me a proc. Give me a proc. There we go. Bang. Lovely. Let's get a blessing. This should be really nice because we actually have a double affinity event going on right now, so this should be super duper fast. I just realized something, and it took me a while because the Codifel is actually pretty fast to begin with. I didn't put on any attack speed. Sorry boys, but I am done. Okay, let's slap a V right here. And then we need to get some attack speed in there. Bloody hell. Let's take out Volcanic Edge. I mean, the Codifel is pretty fast, so we could take the less attack speed from Vice instead. And then we get a bit of extra Blood Rush effect. And if we run Might on top of that, we get 20%. That's pretty good. Another V right here. And we're 1 point short, because of course we are. The return of the Volcanic Edge. Yeah, even with just Vice, the attack speed feels absolutely fine. I kind of want to make a melee setup on my Naros again with Warcry, because this with Warcry and Arcane Strike would be bonkers. Bang. Oh, that had to be a headshot. Maybe we should run Primed Pressure Point as well and stack it on top of Condi Overload? But I think Killing Blow actually... Did I see that right? I'm gonna have to check the recording, but I'm pretty sure I just shot something for 107 million. Come on, give me a proc, you absolute bastard. There we go. It's not stripped, but... You know what? Not being stripped and all that, that was pretty good. This is very nice. I wanna try something, okay? Let's put a dash right here. I am far too lazy to do the math, so let's put in True Steel and see if we get mostly red scripts. Basically, that's it. Let's stable Harold for a moment. Ooh, that's... yeah. I actually like this more than Condi Overload, because it's more reliable. It was all over the place with Condi Overload, just based on priming. The question now is, do we stack Primed Pressure Point on top of Condi Overload, or do we run double crit? Like, yeah, the crits are better. We're definitely getting more red crits. And also, we're only running True Steel, not Sacrificial Steel yet, so I still want to try that. But I think we're gonna run both Primed Pressure Point and Condi Overload to actually get proper multiplication there. I am tempted to try Dreamer's Wrath as well, but I don't think I can lose Opportunity's Reach. Having a longer window for Tennokai on this is so huge, because unlike with the normal melee weapon where you just get Tennokai and you fire it off, here you get Tennokai and then you want to aim and shoot, so it takes a little bit longer. Gee, finally a proc. Let's go. Oosh! Now that's good stuff. That is good stuff right there. I hate to say this because I love seeing loads of red crits, but I think we're actually gonna drop Sack Steel and go with Condi Overload on top of Primed Pressure Point to get some big ol' multiplication. Alright, bye-bye Sacrificial Steel, hello Condition Overload. Let's just do Gunners. The combo build-up on this is so slow. Alright, there's 12x, I need a proc, thank you. What do we get? You know what, I'll take an average 20 mil orange crit with an occasional 25 mil red crit. That'll do, yep. So here's the final build. We have Gale Force Dawn as the stance and then Opportunity's Reach for Tennokai. This is very good on the Codifel because unlike with a lot of other melee weapons, you can't just fire off heavy attacks. You first want to pick out a nice chunky group of enemies and fire into them. So having a longer window is very good. We then have Shocking Touch and Primed Fever Strike for a bunch of corrosive damage, Gladiator Vice for attack speed and bit of extra scaling, Crit, Condition Overload stacked on top of Primed Pressure Point because Condition Overload is multiplicative on the heavy attack projectile, and we top it off with Blood Rush for crit scaling, Amalgam Organ Shatter for crit damage and heavy attack wind-up speed, and Killing Blow for heavy attack damage and wind-up speed. And for the Arcane we went with Melee Animosity, which is very nice for a setup like this. It gives us a bit of extra crit on the heavy attacks, but if you don't have it, it's fine, or if you want to use something else, that's fine too. I'm very happy with the result here. The damage is great, though it is very RNG based like all Tennokai setups, because if you don't get any procs, the damage is just not gonna be all that great. It's actually kind of cool to have a melee weapon that stacks Primed Pressure Point on top of Condition Overload, which is something you don't normally do nowadays, but back in the day this was actually the norm. We would regularly stack Primed Pressure Point on top of Condition Overload. So if you're looking for a fun build for the Codifel, I would highly recommend you check this out. It's pretty cool. Is this the weapon you were talking about?
Yes, that's the one.
Are you sure it's this one? I really don't want to waste my time.
Of course I'm sure. I'm serious.
Alright. Chill out. Jesus. Shadowfang is an interesting heavy blade that has a mastery rank requirement of 8. It does primarily slash damage, though it still has a decent chunk of impact, and it comes with a 20% crit chance, 2 times crit multi, and a 20% status chance. It's also very fast with a base attack speed of 1.17, and it has a unique mechanic where if you do a heavy attack or a heavy slam at 8 times combo or higher, it creates a vortex that sucks in all the lifted enemies. All the bits and bobs you need for the Shadowfang come from conjunction survival missions on Lua, and I would highly recommend you don't do Uvarium and instead try to do circulars if you can, because the drop chances are much better. And before we get started, thank you Born to Kill 1999 for the Forma bundle, thank you Crazig for the 10 potatoes, another thank you goes to LZD Pudding for the Aura Forma bundle, then we have Shirigala with the Necratech Tome skin, that's a spicy one. Up next we have Misu with the Ice Candy, and finally we have Eggle's Egg with the egg. Why egg? Of all the things, I don't understand, and it keeps getting worse. So, before we do anything, I want to see if this works on heavy slams as well, because I've been disappointed before, right? So, let's go try it, and here's a little spoiler alert. If it doesn't work, this video doesn't exist, so if you're watching this, it does. Get some efficiency, just so we can try it a few times. There you go, some combo build up as well. Alright, slam time, show me. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I am so happy right now. Alright, let's figure something out then. I think I have a good idea for this. Oh man, this is so exciting. So what we do is we go pure electricity with influence, so that we cross-proc electricity on everything we slam, and at the same time vacuum it all together so the electricity procs absolutely destroy them. Let's do Prime Pressure Point, Blood Rush. We'll probably end up doing Tenokai, but I want to try it without it first. Let's get Shocking Touch in here. Yep, Focus Energy, and then probably Reflex Coil as well, right? There we go. This is probably the best way of doing it, since we're building up the combo. This should give us more than enough status chance. A little sprinkle of crit damage. Obviously, Seismic Wave, like what am I doing? And slam time! Okay, we need Steel Path. It's Slamma Jamma time! Bam! I am doing way too much damage, what the hell? 185 it is, I guess. Here comes 12x and a boop. That's it. Did you see that? Oh my god, I've wanted to do this for so long. That's so good. We definitely want to go with Tenokai, because we basically take out of the combo right there, and then we have 2 extra mod slots to do whatever. Usually I'm not a big fan of Dreamer's Wrath, especially on slam setups, but Rending Krang builds combo really fast, so even if I whiff, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, Vortex Strike might not be the worst idea here. Let's use one of my 10 billion Forma. Put a, no, dash right there. I don't think we necessarily need attack speed, because the Shadowfang is really fast. But I don't know, maybe Gladiator Vice just to get faster Tenokai procs, maybe, I don't know. Also, I would like to point out that I am not swarming these. Yeah, this is just electricity damage on full armor, in Steel Path, at 185. Yeah? Come on, give me a proc. Thank you, boosh! That's so good! I want to try Corpus as well. What? They just evaporated. What the fuck? Alright then, let's get blessed. Super duper fast because I got an affinity booster as my login reward today, which is just tremendous. I guess a V right here is the best? Maybe? Probably. I don't think this will work. It depends on what kicks in first. Is it like the lifted status or the actual hit? Probably the hit, right? So this doesn't make sense. You know what? Yeah, Gladiator Might. Crit damage, bit of extra crit chance. That'll do. We could do Sacrificial Steel instead, for more crit chance, but I don't think it's worth the Forma, honestly. Okay, let's see what it do. This is just stupid. Yeah, like you don't even see the damage. You just hit them and then they disappear. That's it, the end. Like even just the light attacks are doing tremendous damage on this because, you know, influence and all that. But then when you do that and you just slam everything for 2.5 mil, it just gets dumb. This is a joke. Like, am I even in Steel Path? Because it sure as hell doesn't feel like it. Bring it on, bitch. Look at this, right? I'm not getting any procs. And I'm still chunking the Acolyte pretty hard, with no armor strip at all, just nothing. And... sit down. This is just dumb. This is gonna be interesting. I wanna see what this does against the Murmur. There we go, finally a 12x. Give me a proc. There we go. Oh, that was big. Jesus Christ, what the hell? This is... like, infinitely stronger than I thought it was gonna be. Like, I knew it was gonna be good, but not this good. Like, if you're sad about the Arcatitron nerf, then just get this. I'm not sure, but this might actually be better than my pennant for the Murmur. Just straight up. So here's the final build. We have Rending Crane as the stance, which is absolutely tremendous for heavy blades nowadays. It's probably my favorite stance for heavy blades actually. And we're using Dreamer's Wrath as our Tenukai trigger. We followed it up with Primed Pressure Point for damage, Blood Rush for scaling crit chance, Shocking Touch and Voltaic Strike for a bunch of electricity and a bit of extra status. Then we have Gladiator Might for crit damage and a bit of extra crit chance from the set bonus. Then to bring our status up to a reasonable level, we're running Weeping Wounds. We are double stacking crit damage with Organ Chatter, and we top it all off with Seismic Wave for slam damage. One thing I want to say is that electricity setups like this benefit heavily from Vital Priming as well as armor stripping, though with that said, this thing does so much bloody damage with its slams, you don't really need to strip armor until level like 250 and above. But anyway, this is pretty much what I originally wanted to do with the Hammersaw, but it unfortunately didn't work, though luckily you guys were like, bruh, just use the Shadowfang. It does exactly what you want this to do, and it does it really well. And bloody hell, you were right. This thing is ridiculous. The amount of damage you can get from a single slam with this is just downright stupid. So if you're looking for a spicy slammer, I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's really, really good. Oh, I am gonna have to disable gifting, aren't I? Is it in social? I guess so, right? That would make sense. Yep, received gifts from nobody. Perfect. Velox Prime then. It's a Mastery Rank 13 secondary that does primarily slash damage, but it still has a decent amount of puncture and impact. It comes with a 14% crit chance, a 2x crit multi, and a 32% status chance. It also has a unique trait that gives it 20% ammo efficiency, or 40 if used with Protea, so you have a chance to not consume ammo when firing. It's actually quite a decent upgrade of the standard Velox as well. It has faster fire rate, bigger magazine, better crit multiplier, much higher status chance, and it even does a tiny bit more damage. And before we get to it, let's go through the gifts one last time. So thank you, they won't let me use my name for the Kuva Globule. Thank you, Killswitch for the secondary and primary adapters. Thank you, Nadian Knight for the Ball in Morphix decoration. Thank you, Quackles for the 30-day affinity booster. Thank you, Domi for the 3 egg. Thank you, Blazewan for the 3-day affinity booster. Thank you, Buzdelis for the 30-day affinity booster. Another thanks goes to Yampin for the 2 Forma bundles. And the final thanks goes to Korbonorov for 30 Forma bundles. This is why I disabled gifting. I could have waited a few more days for the price to drop or just farm it myself, but 90 plat isn't too bad. I guess I'm gonna have to wait anyway, because I already paid 90 plat for this. I'm not paying another 50 to rush it. What's going on with the foundry? I can't click on this. Well, you go home, foundry, you're drunk. That looks quite cool. This might be my inner orc showing, but I kind of want to go maximum Daka because of this unique trait. Let's get an adapter and a potato. There we go, lovely. We are absolutely running Galvanized Shot on this. This is gonna be humongous. And let's start off with Cucumber. We get Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for some extra fire rate. Ooh, 27.2. We could run Creeping Bullseye, 42%. That's not great. And also, that's less Daka. So I think we're gonna go with Stunning Speed instead. You know what? That's not right. I'm feeling the mech special on this one. Yeah, let's get Scorch in there. And Accelerated Isotope for radiation and even more Daka. Yes, excellent. Quick reminder here, to do the mech special, you need either 2 Emerald Archon charts or 1 Taufi for more corrosive procs. Okay? Let's not go too crazy right off the bat. Alright, impress me. Oh, yeah, that is some girthy DPS, my dudes. Holy shit. I think I like this. Let's try Steel Path. That is just tremendous. Very ammo hungry though. What a surprise. I definitely want to try Empowered as well though. I honestly can't tell a difference. They just die very fast. Like, it's basically the same. but I think I will actually stick with Empowered because it doesn't have a ramp up, so it helps you get your first few kills to trigger Galvanized Shot. Before we move on, I want to try a hybrid setup as well, so let's get some mods in there. Diffusion, Shot, Galvanized Crosshairs. Let's use Bullseye. I want to try a lower fire rate setup. Get some crit damage in there. Corrosive, Scorch. I think Cucumber makes more sense on this, because Empowered can't crit. I mean, we could go with Accelerated Isotope, but I really want to try a lower fire rate setup, see how that feels. The biggest difference is the armor strip, actually. It takes much longer to strip the armor because we have like half the fire rate, but outside of that, it's really good as well, so, you know, you can go hybrid as well if you want to. I just like the status one more. So let's stick with this for now. Leveling is so chill. When you have an affinity booster rolling, you just don't have to worry about it. You just do 5-10 waves and you're done. Alright, so let's put on an exhaust adapter because we absolutely need ammo mutation. Should we go for primed? Maybe, I guess we'll see. Let's reformat this into a dash. Let's put this on and see if it's enough. I don't think it will be, but who knows? Maybe it will. I love empowered setups. Just no ramp up. You just bang, there it is. Big damage. Whoa, what the clunk? I have never melted sentience this fast before. Ammo actually seems fine. It's like Eximus units that sometimes cause a bit of trouble, especially if they're like Grenier with big shoulder pads so you can't reliably headshot them. I actually wonder how well this will perform. It's actually better than expected because I can't strip the Acolyte completely, it still has some armor left, and you generally want to go for a crit build if you want to like do big damage to Acolytes. You don't want to run status builds. So far so good though, still have a decent amount of ammo even after the Acolyte. Yeah, like if you can connect with your shots, like there, look at that, yeah, that melts pretty fast. So since we did run out of ammo once, because there were like a lot of Eximus units and stuff, I think we're gonna go with Primed Pistol Ammo Mutation just to be sure, just to kind of get ahead of any potential ammo issues. Let's put, I guess a D right there, and that should be it. Let us slap it on, and that should fix any ammo issues that you might potentially have with this. Maybe, just maybe, it could use a bit of punch through. Like, you could take off, like, if you don't mind having a slightly longer reload and a little bit less status chance, you can take out Stunning Speed and put in Seeker instead. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. So here's the final setup. It's not the only setup that you can do on this. You can absolutely run hybrid and you can run different elemental combinations. We run Accelerated Isotope for radiation damage and fire rate, Galvanized Shot for a bunch of status chance, but also the stacking effect that gives us a ton of base damage. It's our main way of scaling damage on this actually. Then we have Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for multi-shot and even more fire rate, Stunning Speed for reload speed and status chance, though this can be replaced with Seeker to get punched through instead. And we top it off with Scorch, Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive and heat. Now if you're not gonna run carrier with this, you will need some sort of ammo mutation, ideally primed pistol ammo mutation to sustain your ammo because of the high fire rate. And while the arcane doesn't really matter because the setup is strong enough on its own, Cascadia Empowered is really nice because it gives you a lot of base damage with no ramp up, which helps you get your first few kills to stack up Galvanized Shot. And just like with any other mech special setup, which by the way is just corrosive radiation and heat, you want to run either 2 Emerald Archon shards or 1 Tau Forged one for more maximum corrosive procs. Overall, I'm very happy with this setup, it does great damage, it feels good, and there's almost no ramp up to it thanks to Cascadia Empowered. I think the Velox Prime is great, it's a decent upgrade over the standard Velox, especially if you use it on Protea for that 20% extra ammo efficiency, that's gotta be tremendous, and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. I am really looking forward to playing around with the Okina Prime, believe it or not. It's been a while since I've done a normal melee build because ever since Dante Unbound, I've mostly been focusing on slams. The Okina are perfect for a good old sweaty melee build. They do primarily slash damage, though they still have a decent chunk of puncture, they have a massive 30% crit chance, a very chunky 2.6 times crit multi, decent status chance at 24%, and they're very fast with an attack speed of 1.17. The only downside to the Okina Prime is their range, which comes in at 1.7, though that does come with an upside of very good follow-through. They're also a gargantuan upgrade over the standard Okina, sporting better attack speed, almost twice as much crit chance, better crit multiplier, better status chance, better damage, they're just better. So let's give them a swing, shall we? What is this dojo? Holy hell. These are quite expensive, but I really want to try them out. Alrighty then, let's get it built. We're gonna have to wait a little bit, which is okay, it's just, you know... Wait, 10? Okay, I'm rushing it. These are looking mighty fine. Hold up, let's get the, yes, the Thanatos Sagatra. Ooh, that is looking sexy as hell. Let's get a potato on there. Yes, quite. That is a humongous amount of crit. And the status as well. This is gonna be a good one, isn't it? Yeah, let's get a stance on there. Spinning needle fits, so we'll use that for now. This is definitely a seal weapon, especially with that puncture. Let's get blood rush in there too. Some attack speed. I think Berserker Fury is gonna be fine. Some crit damage. Weeping wounds. For status. Let's get vital on there. That's way too much. Still too much. That's fine. That'll do. And what else? Range. Duh. Oh wow, these look absolutely sick when holstered. Yeah, and you get a Sagatra on each side, that's very cool. There's a bit of choppiness in the forward combo, but it seems to have a lot of AoE. The dash is very nice. Let's try Nashin Pyara as well. Ooh, that is much smoother. What about the dash? Still very nice. Let's also try Talon. Ooh, that's even better. Can I sprint with this? Absolutely I can. What about the dash though? Ooh, that's not as good. Yeah, the multipliers aren't great either. You know what, actually, I think max level is gonna be absolutely fine. Oh, this is gross. Look at the slash, eh? That is just silly. Wow. That's without Tenokai as well. Like, it was pretty obvious that this was gonna be good because the stats are there, but... yeah, this is gonna be something. Oh no, I am out of melee adapters. This is gonna be stupid. I mean, 30% base crit chance with Blood Rush and then Animosity on top. We're about to get some big-ass heavies from this. There we go, nice and quick. Let's get a V right here. Let's also unlock the Exile slot for some Tenokai action. I should probably explain this. These two are unranked on purpose, because if you check the status probability, where is it? Here. You can actually check this in-game now, which is very nice. If we check the status probability, you can see that we mostly proc Slash with a decent chance to proc Vital and Puncture. If we were to use fully ranked mods and then check the probability, you can see that we now mostly proc Vital with a decent chance to proc Slash, which is not what you want. You want to mostly proc Slash with a bit of Vital on the side. It's mainly because Vital caps out at 10 and it's just better to proc Slash instead of Vital, okay? So let's put the unranked ones back on. Yep, Opportunities Reach. Yes. Because of the extra range. Like, we could run Dreamer's Wrath, but Opportunities Reach just makes more sense, because once your melee weapon does this much damage, the best thing you can do with it, by far, is to just hit more things with it. I can't even use Tenokai properly, because things are dying way too fast. Okay, and a whoosh. Future me, rewind that please, because I think that was an 800k bleed proc, and if it was, that's stupid. Would you kindly open the door, please? This might actually be dumber than I thought it was gonna be. God damn. I kinda wanna use it on Ash just to see how stupid it can get. I think I'm starting to get used to spinning needle. It actually feels quite nice once you get used to it. Bring it on, Mania. Give me a proc, give me a proc. There it is. Whoosh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm actually gonna use one of my stands for Mondays because I want to try Nashing Pyara, but I also want to be able to switch back to spinning needle if I don't like it as much. Oh yeah, just immediately, this feels much smoother. There is a downside to combos that move you around very smoothly though, and that's that you can just run past enemies and not do enough damage. This is a tremendous weapon for people that just want to get shit done, right? You don't have to fuck around with slams, you don't have to worry about gimmicks, you just equip it and you do big damage. So here's my final build. We have Nashing Pyara for the stance and Opportunities Reach as our Tenokai trigger. We follow that up with Condition Overload for melee damage, Blood Rush for crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, Berserker Fury for attack speed, Weeping Wounds for status, Primed Reach for a lot of range, and then Unranked Virulent Scourge and Vicious Frost for just a little bit of vital damage. For the Arcane, melee animosity is gonna be your best bet for massive heavy attacks through Tenokai. However, this weapon is so strong, you can run melee fortification to get more armor and it's gonna be absolutely fine. Also, if you're running a primer or you have a really good priming companion, you can actually take Vital out and replace it with either more damage, more range, more attack speed, more crit damage, that kind of stuff. The Okina Prime are really strong, like really, really strong. They absolutely shred. They might not be the most interesting or unique, but some people prefer that. Some people like to have a melee weapon that just does the damage when they need it to. My favorite thing about them is actually the look. I think they look absolutely sick, and for me, that's more than a good enough reason to use them. So if you're looking for a really strong, straightforward, and cool looking melee weapon, I would highly recommend you give the Okina Prime a swing. They're fantastic. I just want to make this work. This is too cool of a mod to not have a build for it. Right? It's like Pocket School Ervo. The twin Basalt are a bit of a pain to get, as you need to combine a dual Zoran and an Atomos with control modules and some credits. Combination weapons are already pretty annoying, but it's even worse when one of them has an Incarnon adapter. The stats are pretty okay, they do primarily heat damage with a decent amount of slash and impact as well. They're decently fast with really bad crit, but the status chance is 40%, which is quite nice. The thing that sets these apart from other dual swords, aside from the Rift Strike mod, is actually their base damage, which is quite high for a dual sword weapon, and of course that enormous 40% status chance. So let's see if we can make it work. The stance shouldn't really matter here, as the heavy attacks are usually shared. Oof, it's just a knockdown. Let's check Crossing Snakes just to be sure. Yeah, Northern Coil, so it is the same. Our best bet is probably gonna be Tennokai, so let's figure something out. We're not gonna go crit, so Dreamer's Wrath is out. Conditions Perfection would be nice for the status. We could run Opportunities Read just to hit more stuff, but I'm actually kind of interested in Discipline's Merit. This seems like it might be the way to go actually. This would make it super reliable, just every 4 hits, bam, Tennokai. That could be good, so let's get an adapter. And let's try it out. Let's get Rift Strike in before I forget about it, because that absolutely sounds like a thing I would do. Let's get an adapter here. Usually, when you want to do something dumb or weird, it's good to base it off of something good, so you at least have a good baseline. So, wait. Is it time to do a Warframe build, like a proper gas and electricity? Yes! We could do the 4 melee hits to trigger Tennokai, which will most likely trigger Influence as well, and then we do a massive heavy with a gas and... Yes! Yes, absolutely. I don't think Condi Overload is going to be that good because of the teleport, so Prime Pressure Point it is. Yes, Killing Blow for the wind-up speed and damage. Yes. We unfortunately have to do the full gas setup, even though we do have heat on the weapon. Let's get Vortex Strike in there. Ooh, 112% status. Yummy. Maybe. I mean, why not, right? We want to just proc as much stuff as possible. Why not use Weeping Wounds too? Yeah, sure, why not? We could go with a faction mod instead, but I want more range. Let's try Butchers first, just to get a feel for it. Let's see then. Whoosh. Yo, this is totally gonna work. This is totally... Also, I'm loving, what is it called? Discipline's Merit. That actually feels really nice. Having the guaranteed Tennokai, very good. Now I'm curious. This is actually doing decent damage. Like, I'm having a stroke. I deliberately did not strip these just to see the effect. Look at that. This is totally gonna work. One of the things I was really worried about with this was the lack of AoE, right? You build up to this heavy and then you just hit one dude and that's it. So going full Warframe is absolutely the way to go. I want to try Corpus. Okay. Bitch, what? That's it. Did a quick Nightmare just to quickly top it off. I would very much like to have primed reach on this, so let's put a Forma on. There we go. I am very excited now. My combo isn't even built up, and it already feels amazing. To be fair though, the small infested dudes are weak to gas, so, you know. Maybe this could use a bit of extra attack speed, like not on the weapon itself. I think the build is pretty solid, but maybe like Warcry or Arcane Strike, something like that. I know it's not like a full-on Rift Strike setup, it's kind of like a hybrid that utilizes Rift Strike, but still, this is very cool. Okay, this, I don't know about this. There we go. Heavy. Ooh, that actually chunked its shields really hard. That's not too bad. That is not too bad. Yeah, that's actually decent damage. Wowee. Status weapons are notoriously bad for Acolyte, so the fact that we can kill it relatively fast is very nice. I like this. I like this a lot. There are other ways to do this, and to make like a more pure Rift Strike build, but they would either require a Riven with high initial combo, which isn't going to be that difficult because the disposition is quite high, or you could run Melee Crescendo, but Melee Crescendo, well, it will replace Melee Influence, and Influence carries this pretty hard, just like, you know, Influence always does. Bring it on, Corpus. This is so cool. You would think like, oh, come here. Whoosh. You would think that this feels just like any other Tennokai setup, but no, it's just the teleport makes it way cooler than anything else. It's not gonna be very good for like exterminates and captures, but for high density stuff, this is absolutely tremendous. Yeah, the single target when you just have one enemy is not great because, you know, this relies on both gas and electricity just splashing around, but even then it's like not too bad. It's like reasonable. Get him! There we go. Finally. Oh, very cool. I like this. This is just great. So, while there are a few ways you can do this, we end up going with a Tennokai setup that utilizes Rift Strike to zoom around the battlefield. We have Swirling Tiger for the stance and Discipline's Merit to trigger Tennokai. We followed that up with Primed Pressure Point for damage, Killing Blow for heavy attack damage and wind up speed, Primed Reach for range, Weeping Wounds for a ton of extra status, Rift Strike so that our heavy attacks teleport us to enemies that are up to 25 meters away, and we top it off with Voltaic Strike, Volcanic Edge and Virulent Scourge for gas and electricity. A pretty big part of this is unsurprisingly melee influence. It carries this build pretty hard as it cross-procs electricity and gas to any enemy within range, which is just ridiculous. However, since gas only stacks up to 10, you could do it without melee influence as well. The setup is mainly designed for high-density missions, so survivals, defenses, disruptions in Steel Path, that kind of stuff. But the single target damage isn't atrocious, so if you run into like a lonely acolyte, it should be okay. It's not gonna be great, but you should be able to kill it. Overall, I'm extremely satisfied with the setup. It's not necessarily a pure Rift Strike build, but it utilizes it enough to where I'm happy with it. So if you're looking for a fun Twin Basalt build that utilizes Rift Strike, I would highly recommend you give this a shot.
Hey there, hon. I'm back. Did you miss me?
We've had a lot of fun with Sauron, didn't we? We did the Jetski tag thing, then the Concealed Explosives thing, as well as the Michael Bay Amprex thing. The one thing we didn't do though, well, two things actually, but the one thing we didn't do, and I really wanted to do, was Acid Shell's Sobek. The Sobek is not a very appealing shotgun. It does primarily impact damage, it does a lot of damage, but it's primarily impact with mediocre crit and decent status. At least it's cheap though, the blueprint is available from the market, and the resources required to build it are basically nothing. The spiciest thing about the Sobek is actually the Acid Shells mod. Enemies explode on death, dealing 450 corrosive damage plus 45% of the enemy's maximum health as additional corrosive damage in a 15-meter radius. Now the reason we're gonna use this on Sarin is because this detonation triggers Toxic Lash, which can then trigger additional detonations. And it can get quite silly, with the right setup. Here is the star of today's video, Acid Shells. This is a pretty cool mod that I never really got to work properly. Like, I got it to work, just not very well. Let's get it on. We'll probably stick to Merciless no matter what. It's just the easiest arcane to stack, but also the reload on Sobek is atrocious. Let's get Galvanized Hell in there, and probably Galvanized Savvy as well. I don't know if we're gonna need this, but the extra damage is nice. I kinda wanna go with big damage, just so we don't have to unload like 10 billion shells into every enemy. Let's shuffle this around a little bit. Okay, so Prime Charge Shell. And then we should probably go with Corrosive, right? So Contagious Spread. And then Prime Chilling Grasp, just for mad code. Sure. I'm worried the ramp up is gonna be really bad, so I kinda wanna do Primed Point Blank on top of Merciless, but then we also have Savvy. Oh, let's try it. I guess we can just put in Frigid Blast for now? Maybe Chilling Reload, I don't know. Reload speed and punch through? You son of a bitch, I'm in. Let's start with the standard assortment, so some Butchers and a few Gunners. Stop running all over the place, Jesus Christ. This setup is just instant joy. Just Toxic Lash with any kind of detonation is just like pop. Oh, lovely. These kind of setups need mission testing though, they are not made for the simulacrum. Oh, we're gonna need some fire rates, that feels really bad. And oh god, yep. Yeah, I have no defense on this build, so we're gonna have to tweak the Sarin setup as well. We need to do a bit of reshuffling. Shotgun Barrage, or maybe we could even run wait. Why are they both 90%? That makes no sense. Shotgun Barrage it is then. Actually, we don't want to run Corrosive, do we? Because we get Corrosive from Venom Dose, so we probably want to run Viral instead. Let's switch one of the dashes into a D. We're gonna put that under Savvy. Oh, we didn't actually need to move the D at all, it would fit anyway. That's a strange sentence. Okay, we need to figure something out here. If we put that in there, we can move this over here. That gives us 2 slots for something. We could try shield gating, get catalyzing shields, and then fast deflection, I guess. Let's put a nope. There we go, D right there. Let's see if this works. Maybe it'd be smarter to do like Apollodorus. You know, something infested so we don't get railed by heavy gunners left, right, and center. Oh, this is feeling very nice. Especially in big open... Yes! In big open rooms like this, you can get massive pops. I'm feeling very exposed though, like I could die any second. Are you f***ing kidding me? Yeah, we definitely need more defense. Like, it's fine. The shield gating is fine with catalyze, but nah, I'm not feeling this. Let's try, like, actual shields instead. Let's get, Taxon. There we go. Molecular conversion and Guardian. That's pretty much all you need, right? I kind of feel like more status would be better. Yeah, that goes up by quite a bit. We lose damage, but I think the status is worth it. Well, let's give this a try. Yeah, this feels much better. The status is like considerably better. We even get more armor strip from Venom Dose. And the defense is... well, I like it more than the shield gating, but I'm still not sure I like it. Ooh, hold up. We actually have some single target here. Look at that. That's pretty spicy. I did not expect that at all. Come here. That's pretty good. I kind of want to try gas versus the Corpus and infested, actually. Oof. That was a... It's still going! Look at it go! Oh, that... Bruh, what? Now that was awesome. Now this is more like it. This is what I wanted. Maybe we should just focus this on the Corpus, because they seem to be the most... Ugh, that was a nice pop. Okay, the Sobek is fine. I like the Sobek, but I'm not feeling the shield at all. I'm just gonna try health because it's what I'm comfortable with, so let's get vitality and adaptation, I guess. Do I have shards on this? I don't. Good. Back to Grace for some nice healing. I did just say we're gonna pivot to Corpus, but I mean I have an Emerald Trophy, so let's use it for the extra corrosion. And the rest is just gonna be a whole bunch of armor. Fabulous. I really hope this works. Finally feeling somewhat tanky. Like, I think it's mostly because I just know how to use a frame like this. I know what to look out for and what to avoid when I'm on a frame that has like health and armor. But I have no idea what to look out for when I'm on a shield-gated frame. Not really. So I get hit by random stuff and die. I actually have a pretty cool idea for a Corpus setup. Let's take out Prime Point Blank. And Scattering Inferno, actually. And Let's Ramblaze. Let's Ramblaze and Toxic Barrage for the gas. And then we can run a Cleanse mod on top of that. That's pretty good. Bring it on, Corpus. Alright, let's get it done. Oof. What? That just detonated the entire room. Alright, Corpus all the way. This is so silly. The proliferation of this is ridiculous because Acid Shells is a 15-meter range. Oh my god, this is so good. It actually makes the mission feel weird. It seems like the enemy density is very low because enemies are dying outside of your vision. The single target's still pretty solid as well, look at that. Yeah, it's mostly the toxin. We could actually just go with pure toxin, but I kind of like having the gas for a bit of extra AoE so that it splashes around a bit. So, in the end, we actually ended up going with a more Corpus-focused setup because it was simply the most fun one. We have Galvanized Health for multi-shot, Cleanse Corpus for faction damage, which is followed by Seeking Fury for punch through and reload speed. We also have Galvanized Savvy for status chance and a bit of extra stacking damage. Then, of course, we have to run Acid Shells to get the detonations. We run Shotgun Barrage, otherwise the fire rate felt a little bit too low, and we top it off with Toxic Barrage and Blaze for some base damage, gas, and status chance. Also, for the Arcane, I would highly recommend Merciless to help you with reload speed. The Siren setup is very similar to what we ran before, it's just a little bit tankier and we lost a bit of duration. We run Energy Siphon for energy regen, Prime Sure-Footed to be knockdown immune, then Blind Rage and Intensify for strength, Fleeting Expertise and Streamline for efficiency, Narrow-Minded for duration, Vitality and Adaptation for chunkiness, and then Venom Dose so we can add corrosive damage to our weapons. For the Arcanes, we have Arcane Grace for healing, and then Mold Augmented for a ton of extra strength. I would also highly recommend you put some armor shards on this or you're gonna be pretty squishy. This is probably my favorite Siren combo so far. Like the jet attack stuff was good, concealed explosives were fun, and Michael Bay Amprex was tremendous, but this is just a whole other level of fun. It's not great for heavily armored targets unless you put some armor strip on Siren, so I wouldn't recommend it against the Grenier or even the Corrupted, but for the Corpus and Infested, chef's kiss. So yeah, if you have Sobek and Siren, I would highly recommend you give this a shot. The Compressor is one of the, if not the best weapon for Cascadia Empowered, since it has the potential to proc a ludicrous amount of status with every shot. And you know me, I love me some Cascadia Empowered. The Compressor is a bit weird. It's essentially a bubble gun that does almost no damage with the bubbles. However, the bubbles will stick to whatever they hit and then detonate after less than a second, dealing slightly more viral damage. It has pathetic crit chance, but the status chance is actually very high, at 30% per projectile, which with a weapon that has a base multi-shot of 4, ooh mama. Getting it is quite annoying for a lot of people because you have to be the rank of Logical with the vent kits, after which you can buy the blueprint as well as the barrel and receiver from Rocky. So let's see how ridiculous this can get. Shall we? Oh, let's get it done. I wanted to play around with this for so long. And start off sensibly enough with Galvanized Diffusion, probably Galvanized Shot as well for the status chance, and then Lethal Torrent for a bit of multi-shot and fire rate. Actually, no. We actually want to run normal Sure Shot. I'm fairly certain Galvanized Shot doesn't work on the explosion. Corrosive is usually the best way of doing things when it comes to Cascadia Empowered, because armor absolutely nukes the damage you can get out of it. How does Punch Through work on this? Well, let's try it out and see. It doesn't. Alright, that answers that question. Okay. Obviously. Fulmination. Almost forgot a big boom. Let's put it there, actually. Good old Stunning Speed. Yep. Alright. And I actually think we're gonna go... Heat. Scorch. There we go. Good stuff. Let's go try it. Yeah, go max level right off the bat, actually. Because I have a feeling this is gonna be very good. Show me. I believe in you. Ha! What? Oh! Ew. That's disgusting. I love empowered setups on weird weapons. Oh my god. I guess this is it. I can't really think of anything else I would want to do here. It's surprisingly fast. Let's go give it a try. I can't even begin to explain how much I love empowered setups. Just no ramp up at all. It's so good. It is somewhat weak against shielded units, which is to be expected with corrosive, viral, and heat. So maybe we could try like a corpus focused setup as well. That could be a fun thing to do. This is awesome. It does take a bit of getting used to the delay on the explosion, but it's really not too bad. It blows up pretty fast. Maybe a bit of projectile speed in the Exilus wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. The bubbles are not the fastest. Konnichiwa, Acolyte-san. Come get some. I have a feeling... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, dude. That's gross. That's actually like disgusting. What the hell was that dupus? So... since this was really fast, let's try a corpus setup as well. Fusion, torrent, what else? Right, fulmination. Let's get that in there. Bippity, bappity, boopity. By the way, we're going full toxin because toxin empowered setups are just dumb. We're gonna have to slap a forma, probably a V right there, yeah. Expel corpus. Yes. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. Absolutely and utterly ridiculous. Just about as stupid as I expected. Maybe a little bit more, actually. Maybe a little bit more. It's such a ridiculous burst of toxin. It just one-shots most of the corpus units. Look at it. Yeah, that's proper dumb, that. There he is. I want to see how many toxin procs I can get on him. Come here, boy. 400? Was that... It's so bright. 700! I saw 700 toxin procs. I actually like this more than the corrosive one. It's a lot snappier. Yeah, it's worse for acolytes, but the DPS is still there. It's not like bad. I'm not mad at this. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. I'm very curious as to how many toxin procs I can actually inflict on a single enemy. Yeah, Bombarded Eximus is probably gonna be the best. Alright, it seems to cap out at around 600 without galvanized, no shot, diffusion stacked up. So let's get some butchers as well. I'm also pretty sure I'm gonna have to put in an epilepsy warning in front of this as well. Let's stack it up. Oh, my poor little eyes. This is an eyeball ouchie and a half. 550... 900. Oh my god. Can we get 1,000? Oh, no, we can't. Still though, almost 1,000 toxin procs. That's ridiculous. So, in the end, we ended up with two builds, one that's better against armor and one that's better against shields. The anti-armor setup runs Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Primed Fulmination for AoE, Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Sure Shot for a bunch of status chants, Scourge for heat and status, Stunning Speed for reload speed and status, and then Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive and status. Now, we actually have no damage on this setup. We have no damage on either of the setups, as a matter of fact. The only thing that actually does damage is Cascadia Empowered. Also, this setup is considerably more effective if you have Emerald Shards for extra corrosive proc, so you can strip away the enemy armor completely with corrosion alone. The second setup, which is better against shielded units, is the same on the top row, but on the bottom row we have Pistol Pestilence and Pathogen rounds for maximum toxin, Stunning Speed for reload speed and status, and then Expel Corpus or Infested if you want to use it against the Infested for faction damage. I very much prefer the toxin-based setup versus shielded units because it feels a lot snappier since it doesn't have to strip the enemy armor first. Though with that said, since the rate at which this proc status is so ludicrously high, it's not that much worse on the corrosive setup. You can usually strip most enemies completely with a single shot. It kind of depends on how many bubbles you land on them, since they spread out a little bit. I genuinely think these are the best setups that you can run on the compressor if you don't want to use it as a primer. They do a ton of damage, they're a lot of fun, and they have basically no ramp up at all. All that ramps up here is Galvanized Diffusion, which isn't that important. You're not missing a ton of damage by not having the extra multi-shot. So if you're looking for a fun and powerful setup for the compressor, I would highly recommend you give these two a shot. The Exergis is one of my favorite weapons design-wise. Now, if unlike me, you are not mildly autistic, so you don't study weapons in Captura in depth, you probably don't know this, but the way the Exergis works is there's a crystal suspended at the front, and when you pull the trigger, a piston flies out which shatters it and sends out a bunch of shrapnel. And then as you cock the gun, a new crystal grows in its place. It's just a very cool gun, however, it's kind of difficult to make work because of the stats. It actually has fairly low multi-shot for a shotgun, and while the damage is primarily slash, there's also radiation which kind of gets in the way when proccing status. And you definitely want to go the status route here because the crit chance and multiplier are absolutely atrocious. Now if you want to get your hands on this, the blueprint is available from the market, but it does require 2 argon crystals and 2 repeller systems on top of a bit of oxium and some salvage. So let's finally make this thing fun, because I'm sick of having a half-assed build on it. Oh boy, here we go again. I think we're gonna stick with Merciless on this one because you get the damage, right? And then you get the reload speed, which is important because you only have one shot in the mag. Let's get in Galvanized Hell for the multi-shot as well as Savvy for some status and extra damage. Yes, Seeking Fury, give it some more punch through and more reload speed. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. Yes, let's put it on. I feel like we're gonna need Sweeping Serration just to really overpower the radiation. Then we're gonna put in Chilling Reload. Super duper fast reload speed. I like it. This is stupid, but we could just go with Prime Point Blank. 25k per shot, that's ridiculous. But it does stack 3 of the same multiplier from Point Blank, Savvy, and Merciless. Yeah, let's try Steel Path right off the bat. Okay, that's pretty good. We're definitely on the right track here. I'm not sure it's worth running Vital on this though. I feel like it would be much better to leave that to Harold. Because since the multi-shot is relatively low, it is actually taking up quite a lot of the proc space. Let's slap a D right here. Get Cleanse Grenier for some saucy double dippage. Maybe. Bit of projectile speed. Actually, a lot of projectile speed. Or we could try Narrow Barrel. Because the accuracy on the Exergis isn't great. 30% doesn't sound like a lot. Let's try it. I don't think it did anything at all. I don't see any difference. It still seems to spread out a lot. Fatal Acceleration it is. You know what? This feels pretty good. I would much rather have just like big upfront damage setup, but unfortunately, since there's no crit, the scaling just isn't there. Eximus units do take a few shots, especially these bloody rollers, but overall, it's pretty good actually. Oh, bloody hell. That was one of the worst acolytes I've done in a while. Whew, that was pretty bad. I think we're gonna drop the vital. No. Don't need the reload speed. Let's put in armaments for the extra multi-shot. This actually feels very similar to how it was before, because even though we lost some status from the dual stat, the vital isn't getting in the way, so we're getting a comparable, if not a slightly higher amount of slash now, which is great. This might be the way to go. Holy hell, insane Jesus, indeed, 12,500 energy restored. You know, sometimes the best thing you can do is just stop for a little bit, because I'm not coming up with anything. So I'm gonna put this down for a little bit, do some other stuff, and then I'm gonna come back to it. Did you miss me? So what we're gonna do, I think, is try primed ammo stock for 2 shots in the mag and see how that feels. Let's put a slash dash, if you will, right there. Let's take that out for now and put in primed ammo stock and just see how that feels. Oh damn. You know, I wasn't sure this was gonna like do anything, but this feels considerably better. Like, you wouldn't think it would do much, but I like this way more. This wasn't necessarily my idea, by the way. I looked up a bunch of Exergis builds, and they were all very, like, different. But one thing a lot of them had in common was primed ammo stock, so they get 2 shots instead of 1. Yeah, I really didn't think it would make that big of a difference. This is why, no matter how weird or dumb something sounds, it's always worth trying out. Even the Acolyte feels pretty good. It's still not great because it's a status setup. Don't touch me. What was that? I lost my train of thought. I am a goldfish. Good stuff. One thing we do need to do though is get in some amount of mutation, because I've noticed my ammo dipping very low. I don't think we're gonna need a high rank of mutation. I think a low rank mutation is gonna be fine, just so it actually mutates all the ammo into shotgun ammo. Oh, boys are going for 15 waves. Sheesh. That's unusual on Hydron. So let's swap the Exilis to a dash, I guess. And just slap it in. There we go. Our Vigilante armament's really worth it. It's only 60% multi-shot. And Galvanite, it actually stacks up to 4. So, well, actually, now that I look at it, 8.1. So yeah, that rounds it out quite nicely, actually. Yeah. Yeah. 2? Okay, so that's actually mutating quite a lot. I wasn't sure how much ammo we're gonna get from it, because the Exergis doesn't have a ton of ammo, but it seems to, yeah, 4, yeah, so it mutates more than enough. Yeah, this is definitely like the best setup that I've used on this, by like quite a considerable margin. This feels great. Who would have thought that just 1 extra shot in the mag would make it this much better? Not just like damage-wise, but feels-wise as well. I think this is it, I think we're done. This is probably as good as it's gonna get without like some major overhaul or Rivens and stuff. It's never gonna be great against Acolytes because it's a status setup, but it does have more than enough base damage to make it feel okay, you know, this isn't bad. I don't mind this, this is more than enough damage for an Acolyte. So, ho, here's the final build. It looks a bit weird, but it works really well. We have Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Seeking Fury for extra punch-through and reload speed, Primed Point Blank for base damage, then Sweeping Serration just to overpower the other damage types so that we mainly proc Slash. We followed that up with a Cleanse mod for faction damage, then Vigilante Armaments to round out our multi-shot, Primed Ammo Stock to get 2 shots in the magazine rather than just 1, and we top it off with Galvanized Savvy for status chance and a bit of extra damage scaling. We're also running an unranked shotgun ammo mutation just to mutate other ammo into shotgun ammo, and we're running Primary Merciless for damage and reload speed. This is definitely the best setup that I've tried on the Exergis, and I've tried quite a few over the years, but it unfortunately doesn't provide its own vital, so you're gonna have to get that in some other way, whether that be through Nourish, a primer, or just a pet, something like a hound that's gonna proc it for you. Overall, I'm very happy with the result. It actually does a decent amount of upfront damage, which feels great on the normal star chart, where you're gonna one-shot the vast majority of enemies you run into, but it's also really nice for Acolytes, which are status resistant. This is usually a bit of a problem for status-based setups, but if you have a decent amount of upfront damage, it's actually not too bad. So yeah, if you want to try out the Exergis, I would highly recommend you give this setup a shot, though if you don't have primed ammo stock, it's not gonna feel anywhere near as good. Having 2 shots in the mag instead of 1 makes a big difference. I've always loved the HEMA, because it reminded me of my favorite gun from one of my favorite shooters of all time, the Hornet gun from Half-Life. The HEMA is pretty straightforward. It's a Mastery Rank 7 primary that fires a 3-round burst that does pure vital damage with an 11% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 25% status chance. On top of that, it has effectively infinite ammo and one of the coolest reload animations in the entire game, as the gun latches onto your arm and drains up to 5% of your maximum life to reload. But it also happens to be one of the worst, if not the worst weapon when it comes to clan research. Because if, for example, you're in a Moon clan, which is the largest clan size, it's gonna take 500,000 mutagen samples, 1 million plastids, 4.5 million nanospores, and 5,000 neurodes. Though luckily it's not that expensive to build if your clan has it researched already. It's just 5 mutagen mass, a forma, a few circuits, and some salvage. Oh, I love this weapon so much. It's so great. The unique trait is tremendous. It basically uses your health to reload, and it also happens to have lifesteal on headshots. So it's just like, it's super duper cool. I think we're gonna stick to Merciless on this one, even though we do get lifesteal on headshot, because I kind of want the extra reload speed from this. Let's start off with Galvanized Chamber, and we definitely want to go with Aptitude as well, because I'm fairly sure it's multiplicative here. I really want to try the mech special here, so let's get Corrosive on there. Radiated Reload for radiation. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's go with Full-on Hellfire here. That's such a weird combo of elements. Heat, radiation, viral, and corrosive. We could go with Vigilante Armaments, just for more multi-shot. That does actually sound kinda nice. For more status? Sure. I really don't know what else to do here. Let's just slap Incineration and go give it a try. Yeah, let's not do Steel Path just yet. Dude, this is pretty good. I'm liking it. I actually kinda like the upfront damage that you get with Serration, so there isn't as much ramp up. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Let's try Steel Path. Alright, alright, alright. This is working tremendously. Well, it does make sense though. This is actually like a well-constructed build. It makes a lot of sense. Because the first few shots strip away a bunch of armor and proc a bunch of status. So by the time we get the multiplicative scaling from Aptitude, the enemies also don't have any armor anymore. I actually wonder if we could replace Serration with Fire Rate. With like Vile Acceleration or something? Where is it? That's Crit Delay. Where is Vile Acceleration? There it is. Just so that we can prime and strip the enemies faster. I like the extra fire rate, but I'm not sure I like not having Serration. Like, it definitely procs stuff better and it primes really well. But, you know, dropping Serration, that was a pretty big damage loss, and then putting on Vile Acceleration on top of that, which lowers your damage even further, that doesn't feel particularly great, so maybe we will use something else. But I definitely want more fire rate. The fire rate is good though. Let's try a normal mission. There's a bit of a ramp up, but it's not too bad because of Galvanized Aptitude. It actually ramps relatively fast. Yeah, this is not too bad. This is okay. Fire rate is definitely necessary for the bigger guys so that we can strip them faster. But I do feel like it could maybe use a bit of punch through. Damn, didn't even get an Acolyte. Too fast. Well, I'm not gonna wait around for it because my stuff's gonna fall off and then it's gonna be sad. Actually, we could just run Prime Tread, right? We do lose some fire rate, but we also don't lose the damage from acceleration, and then we get punch through on top of that. That might actually be the play. Let's put that there. Put this here, and then put this here. There we go. Lovely. Whoop, someone made a boo-boo. Yeah, this feels nice. The fire rate's not as good, but it's good enough to where it like strips them very fast and it primes them really fast as well. And then the punch through is just nice cherry on top. I like it. Oh, that's pretty decent. I mean, it's not gonna win any prizes, but you know, that's not too bad. That's like solid enough DPS. I don't mind this. This is okay. I feel like it needs something. I just can't figure out what it is. I do kind of miss the damage from Point Blank. Point Blank? No, Serration. I miss the damage from Serration. And normally I would fix that with a Riven like this. But as I've said before, I don't want to use Rivens in this so that you guys can use the builds as well. So maybe we just give it a proper try, because I haven't tried it with Harold yet, and Harold's gonna help a lot because of Galvanized Aptitude. Also, by the way, the reason why I like testing things in the Void is because it has a nice mixture of enemy weaknesses and strengths. Like, there are some Corrupted Grenier, some Corpus, and every now and then you get an Ancient as well, so you get like a good slice of all the factions in this, except for Murmur, I guess. God damn, Harold is making a massive difference, because one thing I didn't realize is this weapon doesn't have any IPS at all, so you lose like quite a bit of potential from Galvanized Aptitude. This is definitely what I was missing. I don't miss the damage from Serration anymore. This is great. As I've said before, you know, this isn't gonna win any prizes. It's a decent enough gun, but it's nothing crazy. However, like if you want to be a bit of a hipster and run around with a gun that will never run out of ammo, I don't see why not. One thing that is a pleasant surprise though is how well this deals with shields. Because the mech special is usually not great with shields, but this actually shreds them really fast. I mean, yeah, look at that, that's not bad. Like, it's not great, but it's definitely not bad. I would definitely not describe that as bad. It's pretty dope. I like it. So here is the final build. We ended up going with Primary Merciless just for more damage and reload speed. Then we have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, High Voltage and Malignant Force for status chance and corrosive damage, Radiated Reload for radiation damage and reload speed, and then Hellfire for pure heat. We're also running Vigilante Armaments for a little bit more multi-shot, though if you want to run another mod or you even have a Riven, this would be a great place to put it. Then we have Prime Shred for fire rate and punch through, and we top it off with Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and a bunch of extra damage from the stacking effect. Now, just like with any other corrosive setup nowadays, it's always a good idea to either run 2 Emerald Archon shards so you can strip away the enemy armor completely with corrosion alone, or just 1 Emerald Tau Fort so that you can leave them with a tiny bit of armor. Overall, I'm very happy with how this turned out. It might not be the strongest weapon in the world, but it's very cool and unique, and I like it. My judgment is absolutely clouded by my nostalgia for Half-Life though, so take my recommendation with a pinch of salt. So if you want to be a bit of a hipster and you want to run a cool gun that will never run out of ammo, definitely give the HEMA a shot. It's pretty great.
Hear ye, hear ye. I designate today to be the day of the mighty Faf. No, Faf, pull your trousers back up.
Phage, a very weird shotgun indeed. It fires a bunch of tentacles, 7 to begin with, but this can be modified by multi-shot and it does pure viral damage. The secondary stats are pretty decent as well, 19% crit chance, 2 times crit multiplier, as well as a 15.5% status chance per tentacle. It's also relatively easy to get. You can get the blueprint from the clan dojo, and to build it you just need some mutagen mass, forma, some nanospores, a few circuits, and a handful of credits. So yeah, let's go tickle some stuff, shall we? I haven't used this for so long, I don't even know if this is the right gun. This is the one that fires the tentacles that open and close when you aim down sights, right? I'm really not sure. I'm actually gonna go try it. Yeah, it's the right one. Yeah, this one's pretty fun. This one is pretty fun. Let's get an adapter on there. I might try something else, but I think Merciless is gonna be pretty solid here. Do multi-shot equal more tentacle? It do. I see no reason why this wouldn't work, so Galvanized Savvy it is. Bunch of status and some extra damage as well. Corrosive is just too saucy to skip, especially on a weapon that does pure vital, so let's get that on there. I am absolutely feeling crit here, 57%, that's decent enough. But I'm feeling it because, like, we're gonna have a ton of tentacles, and also, since this is a shotgun, we can run Primed Ravage. There we go, 4.2x multi. Very good. I don't think I want to go with Hunter Munitions, but I will try it later. More tentacles. Yes. Let's see. Ooh, hold up. Blaze sounds heavenly. We get heat damage and base damage, so the ramp up isn't gonna be as bad. Huh. Yes. Let's finagle this around a little bit so it looks a bit better. Okay, and now we get Blaze. Perfect. Let's see what it do. I think we can keep Steel Path on. What the fuck is this? This is a violation of the highest caliber, god damn. Now, people have pointed out that I do use Emerald Archon charts and that not everyone has them, so let's actually do a test without them. Oh my god, the OG boy, look at him. Oh, what a handsome boy. It's a little bit slower, but not by much though. Sheesh. Yeah, this thing is pretty nuts. I want to add Harold as well. Wowee, that is quite something, isn't it? Jesus Christ, look at it go. I love how, because of all the new stuff that we've gotten, all these weird weapons suddenly shred like crazy. I suppose it's time for a mission test, eh? Almost no ramp up, thanks to Blaze. Tremendous stuff, tremendous stuff. It is a little bit slow when it comes to shields, but that's fine. You can actually fix the shield problem by just running this on Sarin with Toxic Lash. Oh, and then you could run Combustion Beam as well. That'd be spicy. I'm liking this a lot. You don't even have to close the tentacles all the way, even in Steel Path. You can leave them open just a tiny bit to get more coverage. Konnichiwa, Acolyte-san. Sokusu wa suki desu ka? Oh no, are you not ticklish? Wow, that's pretty bad, actually. Why are you just standing there? Of all the guns that you could just stand there and take in the face, why is it this one? Oh no! I don't even have to come up with jokes, they just write themselves. Like, if you play Sarin a lot, Combustion Beam is gonna be really fun. Because Toxic Lash will be added to the explosion of Combustion Beam, and it will count as the damage from the weapon, so it will trigger more Combustion Beam. So if you want to have some like big explosions and have like a popcorn style build that explodes entire rooms, run Combustion Beam probably instead of Blaze and run it on Sarin. I really like the build that we have here, but I do want to try Hunter Munitions just to see how it feels as well. Something like this, I guess. We are missing a mod because I don't have the capacity, but I don't think I'm going to be running this anyway, so let's try it out. Yeah, pretty much what I expected. It's all over the place. Sometimes it shreds them really fast, sometimes it doesn't. Like, Hunter Munitions is pretty random by itself, and then when you only have 50% crit chance to begin with, it gets even worse. However, with that said, I do think this kind of a build would absolutely pop off if you have a crit Riven. Not a bad build, especially if you have a crit Riven, as I've said, but I very much prefer the first one. So here is the final build, and it's surprisingly strong. Like, I was genuinely surprised at how much damage this can dish out. This is some serious ticklage. But anyway, we're running Galvanized Hell and Vigilante Armaments for a bunch of multi-shot, Galvanized Savvy for status chance and some extra damage scaling, Critical Deceleration and Primed Ravage for crit, Blaze for base damage and heat damage. This actually helps a lot with the initial ramp up. And to top it all off, we have Toxic Barrage and Shell Shock for corrosive damage and status chance. We also stack to Primary Merciless because it's just nice, it adds a bunch of damage and some reload speed. Good stuff. Now I am running Emerald Archon charts on my boy to get 14 maximum corrosive procs. This allows me to strip away the enemy armor completely with corrosion alone. But as you saw in the video, you absolutely don't need them, because even if you don't have shards or a priming pet, the build will still do more than enough damage. It's not going to be quite as good as it is with the shards and a priming pet, but it's still more than good enough. I honestly didn't expect the Phage to perform this damn well with a relatively basic build. We're not doing anything special here, there are no gimmicks, it's just a good old hybrid build. And it's just fantastic. The damage is great, except for Acolytes. It seems that Acolytes are not very ticklish, unfortunately. It looks very cool, especially if you run it on like Mirage or something. They just have tentacles all over the place. And it feels nice. So if you want to try something different and a little bit wacky, but still strong, I would definitely recommend you give the Phage a shot. It's great. Now, before we end the video, I would quickly like to divert your attention to the community section of my YouTube channel, because I'm going to be running a poll there once this video goes live. It's going to be about the name of the series. I'm thinking about renaming it to Give It a Shot, which was suggested by you guys on one of the videos, and that is a much better name than what we have now, because I just came up with something. I wanted to put this into a playlist, so I was like, meh, fun Warframe stuff, but it doesn't really have a nice ring to it, whereas Give It a Shot sounds great. Oh my god, second Larvaling. Oh, that's so good. I was worried this was gonna take forever, which is why I started at 6:30 in the morning. Badra, that's a good name. Weak to corrosive? Well, you're about to have a really bad time, mate. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. Sit down. Vanquish, right? I would really hate to balls this up. There we go. Oh, where are we going? Into the void, apparently. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, come to Papa. That looks sick. Damn. That's big. Like, better fall off. That's awesome, because the Sobek doesn't have that much spread, if I remember correctly. Good crate, fabulous status, and more damage, plus you get the bonus element. Oh, this is gonna be good. Let's get a potato on there, and an adapter. I can't think of a reason why I wouldn't want to run Merciless. It stacks very easily, and the reload speed for Sobek is good, because the reload on Sobek's, no great. Let's start out with Galvanized Hell and Savvy. Yep, sure. 37.8% status, nice. We definitely want to go hybrid here, because that crit chance is quite nice, but I'm not sure we necessarily want to run Critical Deceleration. That's actually not bad. That's pretty good. Alright, Let's put it on then. Let's also get Primed Ravage. Yeah, that would actually make sense here, because we get the innate heat on top of the slash procs. So we can then just run Vital. Ooh, that could be a way to do it. Let's give it a try. That'll do for now. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for, like, you know, half a build. Yeah, I think this might be the way to go. Like, the crit chance isn't amazing, which for Hunter Munitions is not good, but since we have a lot of pellets, it kind of balances out. So let's go max it out, and then we can start slapping on some Forma. Dingly dingly ding ding. I don't know what to say when I record these clips. I just don't. 1v coming right up. So let's try Blaze. This will give us some base damage, so we're gonna have better ramp up, and we're gonna get a good chunk of heat damage for some extra heat procs. This shouldn't actually take that much Forma, because Kuva and Tenet weapons gain additional ranks with Forma up to 5, so you can actually get them up to rank 40. Second V for Ravage. That lets us run Vital, which is a lovely 63% status, but that's what I was worried about. The heat is really, really low. If my math is correct, that should be it. Okay, what's it gonna be like? Let's put on Blaze, and that's better. It's not ideal, but it's better. Maybe we should bump it up. This is not bad. It's good. The damage is grand, especially if you're fairly close to the target, so all your pellets hit. Tremendous damage. But, I don't like it. Let's try something else. Crit decel is slowing it down too much. I would like some fire rate, but I would have to lose Blaze. And overall, I would just much rather have an upfront setup, so let's take this out. Corrosive. Vigilante Fervor for the overcrit bonus. Yes. Yep, we can just top it off with Blaze. Tremendous. That fits really well, actually. Oh, yeah. That's it. Oh, that's the stuff. That's the stuff. Look at it go. That's so much better. That just feels so much better. The damage potential is definitely not as high as with like a slash setup with Hunter Munitions, but ooh, this feels so much better. Acid shells don't really do a ton by themselves. Like, they're great when you pair it up with like Sarin and Toxic Lash, but on their own, if you're running in Steel Path, especially against like Grenier and stuff, they don't do a ton. I really want to try Shotgun Barrage though, because I feel like I could use a bit more fire rate. Even more than with like Vigilante Fervor. Oh, that's fabulous. Yes. Absolutely yes. This is feeling mighty fine, my dudes. I actually like that the Sobek has a ton of impact on it, because it bashes straight through Corpus shields. This is tremendous. I was a little bit worried about ammo, because we do have a lot of fire rate, so we're blasting through shells like nobody's business, but just vacuum seems to be more than enough to keep up with it. I do kind of miss acid shells though. Even a little bit of AoE is just nice. Show me the Depus. Oh, sit down. That deserves a teabag. Come here. Ho ho ho. Hell yeah. This is marvelous. Doesn't feel right to not use acid shells on this. Let's put it over Blaze. It's not great, but let's give it a try. Yeah, Infested. That's probably our best bet, right? For acid shells with no outside help. Because they're pretty squishy. This works better than expected, but then again, Infested are pretty squishy. I kind of wonder if Punch Through would actually be good for something like this, so that... Ooh, that was a nice pop, actually. So that we could be, like, punching through enemies, killing more of them at once, so we'd be triggering more explosions. Overall, though, very nice. Okay, how's the single target without Blaze? I'm curious. Come here, Malise. Come here. Don't be shy. Oof. Okay. Okay, so that's still ridiculous. Holy hell. Now, if you don't mind having lower fire rate, you could actually run Shattering Justice instead of Shotgun Barrage. Let's actually try that. I want to see. Yeah, that's a ton of status. Blaze. Let's put that back on. That could be very good as well. That is very good as well. And you get the Syndicate effect on top. Yeah, that's very good. I don't like the low fire rate, but if you don't mind low fire rate, that's a good choice too. And I guess we can top it off with a test without emeralds. Show me. Oh yeah. Yeah, basically no difference. Like, the thing about this kind of a setup is, right, you do lose complete armor strip, but if the enemy is weak to corrosive, then you still get the corrosive bonus because they still have armor. If you strip all of their armor, they lose the weakness of the armor. Good stuff, my dudes. Good stuff. So, here's the build that I ended up liking the most. We have Primary Merciless for damage and reload speed, which on the Sobek is nice because the reload is quite lengthy. We're running Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Galvanized Savvy for status chance and condition overload, then Critical Deceleration and Prime Ravage for crit, as well as Shotgun Barrage for a bunch of fire rate. Blaze is really nice, especially if you have a heat-based Sobek like I do, because it gives the heat damage a bit more of a punch, and then the base damage helps with the ramp up quite a bit. And to top it all off, we have Toxic Barrage and Shell Shock for corrosive damage and status chance. Now, just like with any other corrosive setup, Emerald Archon charts that give you more maximum corrosive procs are great, but if you don't have them, it's not the end of the world. You're gonna lose some power, but it's not too bad. I am loving the Kuva Sobek. It was a much needed upgrade for the standard Sobek, and I'm very curious to see what the clip delegation mod is gonna do, because that, my dudes and dudettes, is a lot of status and multi-shot. What I like about the Kuva version of the Sobek the most is that you actually have options when it comes to the builds. You can go with high fire rate, low fire rate, hunter munitions, no hunter munitions, corrosive or vital. You can use the augments, but you don't have to. There is stuff you can do. You are not pigeonholed into one single setup. And that's great. I love that. So as far as I'm concerned, the Kuva Sobek is definitely worth farming for. So over the last 2 days, I've been doing the ADHD thing where you're focused on complete nonsense and can't do anything else, but I need to break away from that, so I thought I would do something, and something kind of sounds like Sampotus, so we're doing that because logic, obviously. Sampotus is one of the Deviri weapons, so if you want to get it, you're gonna have to get some Pathos clamps and buy it from Teshin. It is a very saucy hammer that doesn't actually have a mastery rank requirement, so you can pick it up as soon as you can get the Pathos clamps. It's fairly slow, it does primarily impact damage, has very good crit chance of 30% with an above average 3x crit multiplier, and solid status chance of 28%. However, the reason we're talking about it today is because it has one of the best slam mechanics in the entire game. This thing has the best slam in the entire game. It sends out shockwaves that do a ton of damage after the Dante update, and that's what we're gonna build for. I don't want to do any gimmicks, we're not gonna be doing Tennokai, I don't want to hit stuff with the hammer, I don't want to be using influence or anything like that. I just want to make it slam the ground so hard it makes the planet a little bit flatter every time I do so. I think we're just gonna go with fortification because you just kill stuff and get armor. We don't have to cast abilities, we don't have to have specific damage types, none of that nonsense, we just kill stuff and get chunky. Let's get a stance on there. Let's get Sacrificial Steel and Pressure. Seismic Wave for big bonks. Yep, Organ Chatter for some crit damage. We could probably utilize more of those Vs. You go there. Also, you go there. Primed Fever, Straiku, and Shocking Touch. I'm just gonna go big elemental. No status, no need for that. One dash coming right up. Since we're not gonna be doing Tennokai, we might as well get Corrupt Charge so that we get some combo. Let's not go too crazy, so let's just do an Infested Battle group. Oh shit. Okay, let's on the big boys as well. Damn. I don't know what I expected. But I kind of expected less. Damn, that's, yeah, way better than expected. It's always so surreal when people recognize me in missions. Look at this chat, this is ridiculous. Like, what are the chances that I go to Hydron at 10 in the bloody morning and run into 2 people that not only recognize me, but are also Slovakian? We used to be one country, by the way. This is gonna be a pretty feels bad forma because I kinda have to mod around the sacrificial mod since I don't have Umbra forma, so this is kind of locking us into a very specific kind of build. I guess we can do Volcanic Edge for now. We could do Gladiator Might, but I think I would rather have the heat damage. Yeah. The crit damage is nice. We would get a little bit more crit because we do have Corrupt Charge. But the heat damage is better. Yeah. Oof, 406k. That's pretty spicy. The damage is all over the place though. Let's do an actual mission, see how it feels. Alright, let's give it a slam. Oh my god, this is what I always wanted the Sampotus to be. This is what I was hoping for when I first picked it up. Yes! This is doing way more damage than I thought it was going to. Oh, I see an Eximus, come here. Yeah, even the Eximus just get deleted. This is grand. Sore wa akurai desu ka? Oh, yes it is. Get... Oh, what? Okay, you get a teabag. What the hell was that damage? Damn, dude. That was... Wow. Okay. Well, that was tremendous. This is gonna be such a cursed forma setup, but there's no other way to do it. 3 Vs and 3 dashes on a melee weapon is just dumb, but... well, there we go. I want to see what this does against like armor and shields, so let's do a bit of voidage. Let's just do a bit of slammage, okay? Ooh. This thing, it's full of surprises. Like, I know it does good damage, but I didn't expect to clean this well. Dude, this is so good. I love this so much. The coverage is so good. Just one slam and the entire town set explodes. It does struggle a little, well, I was about to say a little bit. It struggles a bit with elevation changes. It doesn't really transition very well through elevation changes, so stairs absolutely kill this. Other than that, mighty fine stuff right here. Oh, you came to the wrong neighborhood, buddy. What the fuck is that damage? Like, what? Do the shockwaves like shotgun? So you slap it with the slam and then all the shockwaves hit it at once? Or what the hell is that? So this setup, tremendous, fabulous, absolutely fantastic, but I am curious about a toxin setup for the corpus. So let's try that as well. I guess drifting contact, it's not good, but it fits. Oh yeah, baby, let's go. That's dumb. Yeah, so you can absolutely do this against anything you want, really. Yeah, just slap on a bunch of toxin and it will absolutely annihilate the corpus as well. Let's see. Just one shot's a Guardian Eximus, because why not? Whoa, that absolutely knackered that sentient. God damn. This is sick. I really didn't expect this to be as good as it is, so let's do a Grenier run as well. You know, in my mind, when I started this today, I thought, okay, we're just gonna make a fun little bunker, maybe like buff it with Breed Surge or something, and have like a fun setup for the infested, but this just works across all the factions. This is very, very good. It would be better with like a proper Tennokai setup or with like Crescendo so you can slam at 12x instead of 2x, but I mean, this is more than good enough for the kind of stuff that I do. Also, like, this is basically an early game weapon, so you can pick this up whenever you want to. Like, as soon as you can do the Aura Worm, you can pick this up and start working towards a build like this. So here's the final build. I wanted to go with something really basic, just big, heavy slams, no gimmicks, no special mechanics, no need to do anything spicy. You just pick it up, slam it into the ground, and it does damage. We have Crushing Ruin as our stance because it matches the polarity, Sacrificial Pressure for damage, Sacrificial Steel for crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, and then Seismic Wave for slam damage. We follow that up with Corrupt Charge so we can slam at 2x combo, and then we have a bunch of elemental damage with Molten Impact, Primed Fever Strike, and Choking Touch. And finally for the Arcane, I just went with Fortification for a bit of extra chunk because I didn't want to have a special elemental damage type on the weapon or have to cast abilities or anything like that. Now, if you want to use this against the Corpus, I would highly recommend you switch over to a Toxic-based setup instead. This basically just takes out Corrosive and Heat and replaces it with Primed Fever Strike, Virulent Scourge, and then one other mod. I had to put in Drifting Contact because my polarities aren't really set up for it, so ideally you would actually have a faction mode in there for even more Corpus damage, but it depends on what kind of a forma setup you have on this. The Sampodes is really fun, has massive coverage, and can dish out some serious damage with a proper slam setup. Out of all the slam-focused weapons that I've tried after the Dante update, which I've tried most of them, this is definitely my favorite. So if you're looking for a fun melee weapon to slam around with, I would highly recommend you try out the Sampodes. It's tremendous.
Clem.
Yeah, that's kind of why I want to make it work. I think it would be very cool to have like my very own go-out staff.
Clem.
Yeah, they have been asking about it as well, yeah.
Clem.
Two birds, one stone kind of thing. Scourge Prime. I very much understand why people want to make this work. It's kind of unique in that it does pure corrosive damage, it looks absolutely sick, and it has an awesome bullet attractor effect on its throw. Problem is, the secondary stats are a bit meh. 10% crit chance with a 2x crit multi, though at least the status chance is very nice at 30%. The stats on the throw don't really matter because you don't throw it to do damage, you throw it to trigger the bullet attractor. So let's see if we can make this work, shall we? I usually remove all the mods before I start recording, but for some reason I didn't actually have any mods here, so I don't know what I was doing, but I guess it didn't work. I think this is one of the very few weapons where we're gonna go with Deadhead. I'm usually not a big fan of it, but because we have the bullet attractor from the throw, Deadhead makes the most sense. Let's slap it on. Does Deadhead give headshot multiplier to sources of damage that usually don't have one? Because the AoE on this doesn't have a headshot multi because it's AoE. Chamber and aptitude, same old, same old. 54% status. That's not tremendous. That's gonna be like, what, 2.7, 2.45. My math is way off. I don't know how useful that's gonna be, though. For now, let's just take it out. Let's get in radiated reload and then some heat damage. Maybe we go with full-on Hellfire to utilize the dash. That gives us a pretty good distribution and kind of balances out the corrosive. The status chance, though, that 54% status chance, that's not feeling very good. How much would we get with thermite rounds instead? 72, that's better. But we get too little heat. Well, actually, I know this might sound dumb, but we could run both. That way we do mostly heat, and we get the status chance as well. We might as well get Firestorm on there, because we have the mod space, since we don't have to get corrosive. More pew? I mean, I don't know what else to put on there, so yeah, sure, why not? Oh no, does the attractor actually work on this projectile? Yes it does, okay, good. I like this, it's actually pretty saucy, but I feel like he could use more fire rate. Having some punch through would be nice here. For now, let's just try Fervor. It's a little bit less than Prime Tread, but, you know, let's give it a shot, see how it feels. Yep, this feels much better already, and we also get the added benefit of stripping their armor faster, because we're gonna proc status faster. Good stuff, yes. I guess a D for aptitude makes the most sense here. Now we can finally move stuff around, so let's clean it up a little bit. Move that there. This lets us run Shred. Alright, let's go give it a try. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. The strip is very good. The DPS is on the lower end, but it's not terrible. Let's try a normal mission, see how it feels and all that. Okay, the ramp up is not terrible. That's good. It's chewing through shields pretty well. That's always nice to see. So far, I'm not loving this. I think we're gonna have to make some changes. I'm not sure what kind of changes yet, but yeah, it's okay. It's just, it's not, like, the DPS is not bad. It's just, I feel like something's missing. You absolute nerd. Mania is the worst acolyte. It's just like, oh, look at me, I can block everything, and hate it. Every fiber of my being. The DPS was actually pretty solid, though. I wonder if maybe we should drop armaments? Because I would kind of like to run Serration on this. Look at me being one of the cool kids and all that, doing Onslaught to level stuff up fast. Okay, let's get a V right there. Get the Serration on there. I actually wonder if Radiated Reload is a bad call here. Yeah, I think Radiated Reload is bad. It's just, it's pushing radiation into our status pool. And it's making the armor strip take way longer, and that's like really important for this, because we need to strip the armor for the heat to do the health damage. What if, right? Let's move that in there, get that out. High voltage and malignant force. This supercharges our corrosive and also gives us 90% status. Oh yeah, this is miles ahead. The armor strip is so much faster with this. Though, to be fair, heavy gunners are weak to corrosive, so let's try this with napalms as well. It is a little bit slower with the napalms, that's to be expected, but it's not slower by like a significant amount. So yeah, this is the way to go. The the armor strip from corrosive and heat is far more important than having some radiation and reload speed here. Oh, hold up. We could actually, yeah, we could drop Round Firestorm. We can move straight up there, then shuffle this over here. Heat. Run double heat. We get a better amount of heat damage, so we're not doing overwhelmingly corrosive, and we get over 100% status. Aha! Yeah, this is it. This is by far the best version of this that we've done. The damage is great, and we don't even have Herald yet. It would be better to have faction damage instead of Serration, so if you really want to min-max this, run a faction mod. But I like this to be more sort of universal, right? I don't like faction mod, so I'm gonna keep Serration, but again, if you want to like max the damage out, run a faction mod instead of Serration. You know what? Now that it actually has like a good amount of fire rate, it kind of reminds me of the staff from Heretic. What was it? The Hell Staff? Was it the Hell Staff? I think it was called the Hell Staff. Ooh, Eximus, show me the damage. Wow. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome. This was such a lovely turnaround. I was not feeling this for the longest time. Alright, Torment, that's good. No nonsense. Show yourself, Acolyte. I want to test my dippers. Very good on the shield. Very good on the health as well. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, this is it. Yeah, this is it. Let's also do a quick test without emeralds. I have a feeling it's not gonna be particularly good. This setup kind of needs emeralds to help it out. That's not half bad actually. It's obviously not as good as it is with the shards, but the DPS is still pretty solid. So here's the final build for the Scourge Prime. We have Serration for damage, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and a bit of Condition Overload on direct hits, Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Prime Shred for a bit of punch through and some fire rate, Hellfire and Thermite rounds for a ton of heat damage and a bit of extra status, and then Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive damage and status. Now for the Arcane, I ended up using Primary Deadhead, which is relatively easy to keep up on a weapon like this, but if you don't use the Bullet Attractor a lot or you're having trouble sustaining it, just run Merciless instead. Then, just like with any other corrosive setup, Emerald Archon charts for more maximum corrosive procs are huge because they will allow you to strip away the enemy armor completely with corrosion alone, so you don't have to think about armor strip at all. You don't necessarily need them, the setup works without them, but it is considerably better if you do have the Emerald charts. So there we go, the Scourge Prime. I was not feeling this for the longest time, but as soon as we did just a few changes to the build, it immediately clicked with me and I was like, okay, this is actually going to be pretty fun. So if you're trying to make the Scourge Prime work, I would highly recommend you give this build a shot. It's pretty solid. Justice at last. Ooh, that'd be a good title for the video, actually. But yes, the Kuva hack can finally equip the Scattered Justice Augment, which provides a tremendous amount of multi-shot. So I thought, well, let's see how dumb we can get, shall we? The only way to get the Kuva hack is by vanquishing a Lich that's wielding it, so you're either gonna have to get your own Lich or you have to trade for it with other players. The weapon itself is quite spicy. It does 609 damage per shot with a base multi-shot of 7. It does primarily puncture damage with 23% crit chance, 2.1 times crit multiplier, and a 13.3% status per projectile. Additionally, the Kuva version of the hack has a special mechanic where the secondary fire button fires all 4 barrels at once. This is why the Kuva version of the hack has always been very popular. It is a fantastic weapon for one-shotting all kinds of things. So, the plan here is to just go big on crit. Now, unfortunately, I have a heat-based hack. Ideally, I would actually want a cold-based hack so that I can run Primed Chilling Grasp without getting blast on top of corrosive, but oh well. Let's get an adapter on there. Now, we could go with Shotgun Vendetta to really go mad on multi-shot. However, I have a feeling the build's gonna be pretty tight on mod space because of Scattered Justice, so Merciless might be a better way of doing things just to get some base damage in there. Okay, let's get Galvanized Hell in there. 14.7, Justice. Scattered Justice. 28.7. Oh my, that's kind of ridiculous actually. And that is without Galvanized Hell being stacked up, because you get additional, what, 120% multi-shot on kill. Let's run Savvy as well, bit of Condition Overload, but also some status. Yeah, 23.9, that's not bad. Crit Deceleration, let's actually put it down here, 69, nice. And then Primed Ravage for 4.4x multi, good stuff. We can actually run Vigilante Armaments as well, if we want to. 32.9. But yeah, that's stupid. We have more than enough multi-shot as it is. I don't want to run Hunter Munitions unless it's necessary. Because with shotguns, I kind of just like to shoot things in the face and watch their face explode rather than make them bleed. So we're only going to run this if necessary. Let's get Prime Charge Shell in there. And we're going to have to put in a Forma, which is, I guess, a D under Savvy? That makes the most sense. Right, it's a Kuva weapon, so I don't have. We're going to have to max this out first. For now, let's just put in Barrage. Seems good. Well, Butcher's going down in one shot is not a big surprise. They have bugger all armor. What about the Gunners, though? Oh yeah, now that is what a shotgun should do. This is why I don't like Hunter Munition setups on shotguns. Ooh, I was not paying attention. Wait, I have 3 Forma, so it goes up to 36. There we go. Took a bloody while. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need one more, but that's okay. 1 dash coming right up. Oh, right, it's so weird how it resets the capacity every time. Let's get a blessing this time around. We should be done, but let's just make sure. And bam, there it is. How much damage do we actually? 16k? 16k. Without base damage calculated into it, because this does not include Merciless, or Galvanize Hell, or Savvy. Let's bump it up a wee bit. Let's get Napalms as well. Come on, Harold, I need a bit of help here. I don't have any butchers. Yeah, the ramp up is gonna be a bit rough here. Or not, never mind, I guess. Whew. Okay, let's let's do single shots. Damn, dude. That is a lot of damage. Now that's a shotgun. Your weapons make music and the enemy calls for a song. That's actually a good line, I like that. Hello. Bang. Yeah, no ramp up, you can just unload. That's the good thing about this, right? Even if you have a setup that needs some ramp up, you can just unload all 4 barrels at once and you're gonna be fine. Yeah, this is my kind of shotgun. No nonsense, just big damage. It's square in the face. Love it. Another reason why I like Merciless is because of the extra reload. Because, you know, you have 4 shots in the mag. If you're using the secondary fire, you effectively have 1, so having a faster reload is very good. With that said though, Vendetta does also give you reload speed, and like a lot of it as well. Alright, show yourself. If I don't one-shot the Acolyte, I'm going to be very disappointed. Okay. Aim it right, and bang! Hell yeah. That's the stuff. That is the stuff, my dudes and dudettes. So this is tremendous. This will definitely be my build of choice, but I do want to try Hunter Munitions as well, because it makes a lot of sense for a shotgun like this. We don't really need the damage, so I think we can just run Toxic Barrage instead. Yeah, this will like guarantee a nice stack of Pyro every time. This feels better than expected. The upfront damage is kind of nuts. Huh. That doesn't feel half bad actually. I don't mind this. What would be like really gross here is if you got a code-based Kuva hack or Toxin, so you could remove one of these two and replace them with a faction mod. That'd be disgusting. This thing does so much damage. It doesn't matter that we're running a Hunter Munition setup. We're one-shotting most things anyway. So yeah, this is absolutely fine. I'm actually glad I tried this. You know what? It's probably the puncture. The puncture's probably doing a lot of heavy lifting here. No Acolyte, I guess. That's a bit of a shame. So in the end, we ended up with 2 builds. They're fairly similar and both really good. With the first one, we have Scattered Justice and Galvanize Hell for multi-shot, Galvanize Savvy for Condition Overload and Status Chance, Primed Ravage and Crit Deceleration for crit, and then Incendiary Code for heat and Contagious Spread, and Prime Charge Shell for corrosive. However, this is because I have a heat-based hack. If I were to get another hack, I would actually go for a cold-based one so that I can run Primed Chilling Grasp for even more damage. A code-based hack would also work much better for the second setup, which is basically the same Scattered Justice, Galvanize Hell, Savvy, Ravage and Deceleration, but we run Hunter Munitions, Frigid Blast and Toxic Barrage. This gives us Vital from the dual stat mods and Slash from Hunter Munitions. However, if you had a code-based hack, you could actually take out Frigid Blast and replace it with a faction mod. And that would be disgusting. The damage on this setup is already great, but if you added a faction mod in there, oh mama. What I really like about the Kuvaheg is that you have options, right? You can either go with big upfront damage and focus mainly on crit, or you can go with Hunter Munitions. On top of that, the Hunter Munition setup feels better than on most other weapons, because the Kuvaheg has so much upfront damage, you're gonna be one-shotting most things, even with the damage over time build. And that's just more fun. So all in all, if you don't have the Kuvaheg yet, I would highly recommend you get one, and I would very much recommend you go for a code-based one, because it works well with a big upfront corrosive and cold setup, because you can use Prime Chilling Grasp. It will save you a mod slot if you go for Hunter Munitions and Vital, and if you want to build it for bossing, you're gonna run Radiation and Cold, because that's what most of the big bosses are weak to. So yeah, definitely give it a shot. I am feeling extraordinarily spicy today, so I thought we could revisit the Buzzmoo together. How about that? Now the Buzzmoo is a bit of a pain to get, because it's only available during certain events, though luckily the blueprint is tradable so you can buy it from other players. The Buzzmoo is a primary sentient rifle with two different fire modes. The primary fire fires explosive bolts that do pure electricity on hit and then explode with a bit of heat damage. This has a 15% crit chance with a 2x crit multiplier and a 29% status chance with the direct hit and the explosion applying status separately. The secondary fire fires two beams that chain between enemies, and this does pure electricity with a 2% crit chance, a 4.8x crit multiplier, so if you can make it crit, it's gonna be big, and a 30% status chance per beam. Additionally, the Buzzmoo uses a battery-style magazine, however, if you deplete it completely, it will trigger an actual reload, which is accompanied by a life-stealing AoE explosion thingamabob. So let's see what it do. I haven't used the Buzzmoo in so long, I'm not even entirely sure how it works anymore. Well, let's get an adapter on there. Merc, but you can definitely go with something funkier. Let's just get a butter group in there for now. I need to remind myself what this does, because I'm not sure anymore. It's been so long. So primary fire, right, explosive rockets, okay, kind of like the Exotra. Secondary fire, beam, righto. Right, so definitely want to run chamber and probably aptitude, because I think it's multiplicative on direct hits. It also gives us good status chance, so good stuff. Let's get Vital in there. I want to boost the electricity a little bit. Ooh, right. Combines with the heat. Well, since we have more than enough mod space, because I kind of don't want to go for crit yet, let's get Firestorm in there. And Serration? Just for better ramp up? That sounds pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. That's feeling pretty good. Gunners are slower, but, you know, we're not stripping their armor, so the heat and electricity are not doing as much as they could. But, yeah, this is actually very nice. So far, so good. Beam is cool as well. Damage is not bad. But I kind of want to do the primary fire, because it's kind of cool to have both heat and electricity on the same weapon. I wonder if maybe we should go with crit, because we have scope. Let's reshuffle this around, because it's an absolute mess. Okay. Let's see how this feels. Maybe I was wrong about not going crit. I do know the new numbers prefer showing crits over normal hits, but still, that's a lot of crit. Hybrid it is then. Let's get a form on here somewhere, probably D under aptitude. Makes the most sense. There we go. You go there. You go there, I guess? I don't know. That looks much better, and now for the twist, we're actually just gonna run Hammer Shot for crit damage. Let's get Vital back on as well, and there we go. Let's do some big boy stuff. Oh, it's not bad. It's very good for the smaller units, but the bigger units, I think this is gonna need a bit of help. The bestest of boys. Oh ho ho, now that is tremendous. Let's try an actual mission with this. Good old Void. Oh, the ramp up is bad. It's even worse when I have Harold with me, because he does a lot of damage, so he keeps stealing my bloody kills. All you really need is like a single kill though, and it pops right off. So the ramp up was pretty bad, but it's not actually feeling half bad. This is pretty spicy. I love battery style magazines, especially when they have like a cool mechanic where you get a bit of lifesteal like here. Super dope. I do want to make a few changes though. The single target on some of the beefier units is a bit meh. You know what? For a status build, which are notoriously bad versus Acolytes, that's not half bad. That's actually solid DPS. So one thing I want to change, and this is going to make the ramp up even worse, is I want to take out Serration and try and replace it with Hunter munitions. That way we get electricity, heat, and slash, which is just really dope. Also, now that I'm looking at it, Brand Firestorm isn't doing an awful lot for us because the AoE is pretty small, so it would make far more sense to run a Bane mod, especially since we have 3 separate sources of damage over time, which gets mad scaling from faction damage. Let's bump it up. Oh boy, now that's what a bad ramp up looks like. Oy, that's bad. Once it's ramped up though, the damage goes absolutely berserk. That is tremendous. Though I still feel like maybe we should leave Vital to Herald and do Corrosive instead? Oh no. That eats the electricity. What if I give Corrosive to Herald instead? Hold up. Alright, Harold, you're gonna do a bit of armor strip for Papa, okay? That's a bit of a shame. He doesn't get the effect of my emerald chart, so his corrosive cap's at a 10. It helps a lot with the ramp up though, especially... Well, actually, no, we don't have aptitude yet. Come on, give me a good ramp up, and... Ooh, now, okay. Now, alright, this is definitely the way to go. I'm quickly gonna set up another build for Harold so I don't have to swap mods around all the time. Oh, the ramp up is really bad. That's like the one downside of this build. The ramp time, especially if you have a good pet, like a strong hound, is horrible. Damage is really good though. This is like exceeding my expectations. This just feels nice. Like, yes, you have to aim down sights to keep up scope and all that, and you kind of have to aim for headshots, which you kind of want to do that anyway, but damn does it feel nice. I am very happy with how this turned out. Show me the Dippus. Well, it's okay. It's a bad acolyte. Torment constantly cleanses with the tidal wave. Yeah, that right there. And it's a status setup, but when it's fully primed, it's actually solid enough. So here's the final build, and it's actually fairly similar to what I ran before. It's just a much saucier version of it. We're running primary Merciless for some damage and reload speed, but you can definitely go with something spicier if you have it, and I also ended up putting terminal velocity in the Exiles for faster projectiles. The build mostly uses the primary fire. You can use the beam, but it's not gonna get a lot of value from the crit. The secondary fire needs sources of flat crit, so like Harrow or Citrine or a Kavat, something like that. In the build, we're using Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Aptitude for Condition Overload and Status Chance, Galvanized Scope for crit chance, and then Hammer Shot as our crit damage mod. The reason I didn't go with Vital Sense here is because I wanted more status, so I ended up running Hammer Shot. However, if you would rather have more crit damage, you can just run Vital Sense. Then we're running a Bane mod, which is huge on a build like this because we're running Electricity, Heat, and Slash, which all get a massive multiplier from faction damage. We followed it up with Hunter Munitions for Slash procs and top it all off with Ram Rounds and Malignant Force for vital damage. I'm very happy with how this turned out, with the exception of the ramp up. The ramp up is absolutely atrocious, especially if you have a strong pet. Like a well-built hound is gonna make it an absolute nightmare. With that said though, it usually only takes 1 or 2 kills on your end to get stuff rolling. So if you're looking for a Buzzmoo build, I would highly recommend you give this one a shot because it's great fun, it feels great, and it does good damage. A lot of people badmouth the Dera, even the Vandal version, but I always thought it was a very cool rifle that was simply flawed. It just didn't have a lot going for it. You can get the Vandal version of the Dera from Invasions, though luckily all the parts are also tradable, so you can buy it from other people if you don't want to do them. The Vandal version of the Dera has a somewhat unfortunate set of stats. It requires Mastery Rank 7, it does primarily puncture damage with 8% crit chance, 2 times crit multi, and a 30% status chance. It just doesn't have a ton going for it, except for the status chance. The status chance is pretty nice. It's also a very old weapon as well. It came out in 2015, and as such, it's not even that big of an upgrade of the standard Dera. It has a bigger magazine, better crit chance, better status chance, which is nice, and it does a tiny bit of extra damage. This is gonna need some help, because the weapon really doesn't have a lot going for it. However, we have gotten a lot of new tools and fun toys over the years, so maybe we can make something work. Let's give it an adapter. We start off with Merciless as usual. Galvanized Chamber, yep, faux show. We're gonna get Galvanized Aptitude as well. Hopefully it's multiplicative, that would help a lot actually. And now that I'm looking at it, Prime Shred for some fire rate and punch through. Sounds good. I'm kind of feeling the max special here, so let's get High Voltage and Malignant Force for corrosive, Thermite Rounds for heat, and Radiated Reload for radiation. I'm kind of curious. I've always eyeballed this arcane, but I've never used it. And this is a 60 round mag. So let's see how much damage we actually get from this. Let's also put a V right here, and we're gonna slap in good old Serration. Let's not go too crazy right off the bat. This is the Dera after all. Okay, that's not half bad actually, even without plated rounds. That's solid enough. Let's see after I reload, that's not even as much as Merciless. I wonder if this is worth scaling or not. I have a feeling it's gonna be or not. We could try like Wildfire or even Tainted Mag, but you just don't get that much mag capacity from these. So, and we lose other stuff as well. I don't think this is worth exploring. Let's try Steel Path. This is surprisingly solid. Yeah, that's shredding them pretty fast. Hell yeah, look at that. That's actually tremendous. Well, maybe Dera does have some life in it. I need like a constant reminder that the syndicates exist because I always forget about them and then I'm sitting at max standing and not buying anything. I need to do some trading ASAP. Okay, one Exilus adapter coming right up, and we're gonna go with Vigilant. We don't really need to go with Vigilante supplies, actually. We're probably better off with just straight up mutation. One thing I do like about plated rounds is how instant the ramp up is, because you just reload and there it is, right? But, with that said, it's better suited for the Simulacrum if you don't have it maxed out, because right now I have it at like rank 3 or something. It doesn't really last long enough for a normal mission. So far so good, I'm actually enjoying this quite a bit, it feels nice. Though with that said, we will switch plated rounds into something else, and right now I'm actually thinking that maybe we want to go with Deadhead on this. I wasn't entirely sure whether or not we were going to have to run mutation on this, but yeah, we will absolutely need some mutation. Impressive. That's, yeah. I mean, the mech special is pretty good for Acolytes, but yeah, that'll do. That'll do. The reason I want to go with Deadhead is because the weapon is really clean and accurate, so it's easy to get headshots with it, and it's mostly damage, or not damage over time, it's mostly upfront damage. There is very little damage over time, so it should be easy to get the stacks as well. So, let's get blessed. Do you know how I can tell when a weapon is really good, or rather, I enjoy playing with it a lot? I don't level it on Hydron, and I just do random missions instead, exactly, there's no one there, as I'm doing right now. I'm just doing random nightmare missions, because this is actually really fun. I mean, the weapon is effectively just a Corpus Boltor, right? And I really like the Boltor, so I shouldn't be that surprised that I'm enjoying this. And there's the ding. Alright, let's get a D for aptitude. Hold up, we can actually fit in primed rifle ammo mutation. Look at us, big boys. And girls, because there is like a woman that watches these videos as well. Hello. I'm kind of tempted to run Amalgam Serration just for the sprint speed. Because we already get damage from Deadhead, right? Deadhead and Serration have the same multiplier. So losing a bit of damage for some sprint speed isn't the worst thing in the world. I just want to know whether this works or not. Let's just give it a shot and see what it do. Also, I had to add in a bunch of fire rate because my plated round is real low rank, so I need to fire the magazine out before the buff runs out. How much of a buff do we actually get? Oh, no, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh my god. I mean, it works, but let's give it a proper test then. Absolutely loving the ramp up. It's night and day compared to the Basmu, which I did yesterday, which had a terrible ramp up. This is just tremendous because Deadhead ramps well and we have Serration on top of it too. The damage is way better than I expected it to be, though to be fair, we do have Harold with us, so he helps a lot with priming. Ammo is not an issue anymore, which is good. I fought many an Eximus on my way here and we're still at max ammo, which is fantastic. My god, this is a bad room for an Acolyte. I mean, it's not gonna win any prizes, but it's, doable. You can kill an Acolyte with this. Overall, good stuff. I'm happy with the result here. Let us do a shardless test, for good measure. It's not quite as good, but it still is good, because the mech special wasn't made with complete armor strip in mind. It was actually made for when you don't strip the enemy completely, so you can take advantage of their armor's weaknesses. So yeah, even if you don't have emerald shards, you can still use this. Good stuff. So, here's the final build for the Dera Vandal. We have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Primed Shred for fire rate and punch through, High Voltage and Malignant Force for corrosive, Thermite rounds for heat, and then Radiated Reload for radiation and reload speed. We also ended up running Serration just to boost our damage and to help with the ramp up, and we have Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and Condition Overload. Serration can be replaced with Hammer Shot if you can make this thing crit. So if you're running Harrow or Citrine or a Kavat or Arcane Avenger or something like that, if you can make this crit, run Hammer Shot so you get the crit damage and extra status. Other than that, we have Rifle Ammo Mutation because this thing chews up ammo pretty fast with Prime Shred, and sometimes, you know, if you run into a beefy Eximus, you can run a bit low on ammo, so having some sort of ammo mutation is kind of necessary here. And to top it all off, we have Primary Deadhead, which actually works really well on this because the mech special does primarily upfront damage, so you have no issues with getting the buff stacked up. And the weapon is also very clean and accurate, so it's easy to get a headshot with it, so you can take advantage of the extra headshot multiplier. Now, since it does run corrosive, it will benefit from either 2 regular Emerald Archon shards or 1 Tau Forged Emerald Archon shard for more maximum corrosive procs. This will allow you to either strip most of the enemy's armor if you're running Tau Forged, or all of the enemy's armor if you're running 2 regular ones. It is not entirely necessary, the setup works fine without it, but if you do want to do it, and you don't have the Archon shards, you can actually run this on Hydroid, as someone pointed out. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is not the best weapon in the world, but it's strong enough to absolutely wipe the floor with base level Steel Path enemies. It's pretty strong. And it's really fun as well. It's pretty tame compared to a lot of the other guns that we have here, but sometimes that's all you really want. Something simple you can point at the enemy and it goes pew. Not everything has to fire 10 cluster bombs that break down into 5 smaller mines that explode when enemies go near them, and it has a unique mechanic where if you scratch your left bollock while wielding it, it will reload faster. Sometimes a simple gun is just nice. So normally, when I'm trying to decide which weapon I should cover next, I usually browse the comment section of the previous videos to see what you guys would like to see, but not this time around. This one is all me. The Cyanax is an interesting little weapon. It's an Amalgam Corpus secondary that requires Mastery rank 8, and it fires homing projectiles that do impact damage on, well, impact, as well as some gas damage in a relatively small area. The crit chance is pretty bad at only 8% with a below average 1.4 times crit multiplier, but the status chance is very nice at 32%. Additionally, the Cyanax is a secondary fire which allows you to fire out your entire magazine in a rapid burst. The blueprint can be acquired from the Corpus Lab in the dojo, and it's not that expensive to build. You're gonna need some field drone, nanospores, a bit of hexanon, and a forma. So let's give it a shot. Name of the playlist? Yeah. I actually had a bunch of different setups for this, even for condition overload priming, but yeah, let's get this all out and do it again. One adapter coming right up. We're actually gonna start off with Empowered this time around because I know when a weapon is gonna be good with Empowered, and this is one of them. Let's get Diffusion and Galvanized Shot. I wonder if it's actually multiplicative or not. Aha, it is multiplicative. Fabulous. I'm starting to sense a pattern here. At first I thought it was just random, but it seems like the more I read into this, the more I realize that projectile weapons tend to be multiplicative, whereas hitscan weapons tend not to be. Empowered setups love corrosive because of the armor strip. Let's get a bit of heat in there. Ooh, a nice status chance. I'm liking it. I am liking it. So we get corrosive, heat, and gas. Interesting. That actually sounds really nice, especially with the small mag. We get to 124.8. I wonder if Hemorrhage would be worthwhile. We do have too much fire rate for it, but... you know what? Let's just try it. Why not? Yeah, no Steel Path just yet. Ooh, this needs more fire rate. Damage seems to be really good, though. Oh yeah, this is gonna be tremendous once we add a bit of fire rate. Good stuff. We have to do this again because I was not paying attention to the hemorrhage thing at all, so let's shoot some dudes and see if we get some slash procs. Well, I see some. Honestly, this feels like an awful lot of investment for just a handful of slash procs. I'm not feeling it at all. It's just too much for too little. I feel like Gunslinger should be more than enough. And it fits into the polarity, which is a nice bonus. Yeah, we could just run Hornet Strike. Let's slap a D under Galvanized Shot, which then lets us run Hornet Strike. There we go. Lovely. Time to turn up the heat. Oh, that feels so much better. Yep, I'm loving the fire rate. The mag is a bit small, but fire rate definitely feels better. Single target's tremendous as well, though. A perfect example right there. The homing on the projectile is a bit weird, and the secondary fire is just busted. I am a little bit worried about ammo though, because of the extra fire rate and all that. Now, since Galvanized Shot is multiplicative, I do want to try a Cucumber as well. Ooh, this is feeling mighty fine. I think I actually like this more. Let's add Harold for good measure, just go completely overboard, because why not? Let's do a battle group, and let's also max it out. Oh my god, that is tremendous damage, that's fabulous. Adding Harold on top of everything else speeds up the ramp up of like the the condition overload so much. Let's see if the ammo thing becomes a problem or not. Honestly, my favorite thing about Empowered and Cucumber setups as well is that they have virtually no ramp up. Like Empowered has no ramp up at all, and Cucumber, you just need to get like a kill and you're good to go. So far, the damage is more than enough, and ammo seems to be holding up as well. I have a feeling that would change rather quickly though if I started using the secondary fire. Another like upside of Cucumber is that you will often get magnetic on the enemies, so you can just rip through shields. I'm liking this. It's just the one thing that is kind of like meh is that the AoE on the primary fire is a bit small. Of course, we get Torment when we're running an Empowered setup. This is the worst Acolyte for these kinds of setups because it constantly cleanses. Just like, what do you want? Wowee, this is a right mess, isn't it? Now, I could use the secondary fire to deal with the Acolyte, but I kind of want to see how effective the primary is. Ah, stop it. And it seems to be absolutely fine. Like, if you get another Acolyte and no Torment, you can rip through it really fast. Yeah, the ammo is a little bit low after the Acolyte, but nothing too crazy, and it has good pickup, so I don't think you necessarily need mutation unless you're doing some very high level stuff. I really don't think it's necessary to go for mutation here, especially for the level of content that I do, but if you want to take this into some high level stuff, I would very much recommend it. Let's do a shardless test as well. I forgot how much I enjoy this animation style. Look at this. Oh, that looks so good. I might actually put that on the Prime Boy as well. Yeah, that is looking nice. I don't see much of a difference, to be honest. We do have Harold with us, and that helps a lot, but the damage is still pretty nice. And mind you, this is level 185, so, you know, this isn't base level Steel Path. This is fairly high. Oh my god. How? How did I do this? Oh, well, let's put it on. Well, shit. So, here's the final build for the Cyanax, and I cannot believe it took me this long to realize that I forgot about Letho Torrent, but, you know, I did realize it in the end, and I guess it's better late than never. We're running Galvanized Diffusion and Letho Torrent in the end for some multi-shot and a bit of fire rate, Hornet Strike for base damage, Stunning Speed for reload speed and status chance, Scourge for heat and status chance, Pistol Pestilence and Jolt for corrosive and status chance, and then Galvanized Shot for status and condition overload. Galvanized Shot is really strong on the Cyanax because it provides multiplicative damage scaling on the direct damage, and because of that we're running Secondary Encumber for more random status procs. Now, just in case you don't have Encumber, you can also run this with Cascadia Empowered, and if you don't have that either, you can run something like Flare or Merciless and simply bring a pet that's gonna help you prime the enemies. And then, just like with any other corrosive setup, if you have Emerald Archon shards, use them. Either use one Tau Forged one or two regular ones to get more maximum corrosive procs. This way you don't have to worry about armor strip at all because your corrosion will strip the enemies completely on its own. The Cyanax is really fun, its primary fire clears really well and the secondary fire has tremendous single target. The main downside, well, kind of too, is that A, the primary fire doesn't have a ton of AoE, it's 0.7 meters, so I didn't even bother with Firestorm this time around, and B, the homing on the primary projectiles is not great, they're just too fast. Though that can be fixed somewhat if you have a Riven with negative projectile speed. Overall, I'm very happy with the result. I had a lot of fun with the Cyanax and I would highly recommend you give it a shot. It does need a few spicy mods and ideally the Encumber Arcane, but you know, it's not too bad. Hi, it's me again, and today I have a weapon that might just tickle your fancy. As well as everything else, because we're talking about the Keratinos. The Keratinos are a very funky pair of claws that you can get from father-owned Deimos, and you're gonna have to get 2 blades, 2 gauntlets, as well as the blueprint. They require Mastery Rank 9, and the most interesting thing about them, aside from the unique mechanic, which I will talk about in a second, is their damage distribution. They primarily do slash and impact damage, but still have a decent amount of puncture and vital on them. And that, combined with a very solid status chance of 29%, could be interesting, especially when you also factor in their unique mechanic where if you do a heavy attack at 12 times combo, they grow and give you a ton of extra range for the next 3 minutes. I feel like we should do something weird with these, because The combination of the damage distribution and the unique trait gives us a ton of extra mod space, because we don't necessarily have to mod for vital or range. Let's get a stance on here. I don't know which one. 4 riders are a bit choppy. Next up, we have Vermilion Storm. Yeah, that's considerably better. Let's try the dash. Very cool, I like it. And just for good measure, let's try Malicious Raptor as well. I like to remind myself what these combos do, because I haven't played with claws in a while. That's okay, but I think I prefer Vermilion Storm. Even if you don't have a priming pad, this weapon can easily carry Condition Overload on its own. Let's also get a... or not. Well, let's just get an Arcane Adapter in there. I'm broke. I need to do some trading. This is the benefit of leveling on Hydron. I have an infinite amount of Neo Relics that I can sell. There we go. Exilus Adapter. Arcane Adapter. Noise. You know what? I thought we wouldn't need to mod for range. But what if we go for maximum range instead? Definitely want to run Weeping Wounds for mat status. Vermilion Storm doesn't have a ton of Forced Slash. I can't help myself. I need to try max range because, like, Primed Reach, Opportunities Reach, on top of the unique trait, is just too stupid to not do. We could even run Spring-Loaded Blade on this. We do need some attack speed though, so let's slap in Berserker Fury. I mean, we could do crit. We have the mod space. Let's slap in Blood Rush. And Berserker... no, Berserker Fury. Organ Shatter. I already have Berserker Fury. This does make sense for bigger heavy attacks. However, this could be absolutely busted with Duplicate. I think we can max this out right off the bat. Melee weapons are very strong. I completely forgot that these also have a unique heavy attack with like an absolute truck ton of slash on it. This is gonna be something. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. It's a weird build and it's not even done and it's already shredding. There we go. 1v coming right up. Shuffle this around a little bit so it looks better. Bestow Affinity Blessing. Yes. Love me. Love me. Yes, they do love me. The range on this is so dumb, especially the heavies. It's massive. This is so cool. There we go. There's the ding. Second V. I can't help myself. We need Spring-Loaded Blade as well. Like, it would be better to run like a faction mode or something, but nah. Spring-Loaded Blade. And for now, let's just slap in Drifting Contact. This should be the last time we need to max this out. I guess we slap in another V. Melee weapons can never have enough Vs. Hehe, double attack speed, baby. Oh, this is such a weird build. I love it. Triple range, plus the trait, double attack speed. Oh, this is a dumb build. Oh yeah, the ramp up is better. It's not like it's a big deal because you will eventually just ramp up to 12x. But just in case you like whiff a Tennokai or something, and then the heavies, oosh, that is so much slash in such a humongous area as well. Let's get really dumb. Let's add Harold as well for more CO priming. Let's also switch out Butchers for Napalms. Dude, this is disgusting. This is just so disgusting. I have no other words for it. It's just disgusting. This is gross, filthy, absolute filth. Oh my god. Harold, come here. You are the good, good stretch, good boy. You are the goodest of boys. Yes. Like seriously, if you have Duplicate, this is gonna be nuts. Also, another thing about this, the follow through is 0.8, so you're not losing that much damage as you're cleaving through enemies, which makes this even better. I absolutely love this. This has got to be one of my favorite melee setups that I've done in a while. So here's the final build for the Keratinos, and it's pretty weird. We have Vermilion Storm as our stance, but that doesn't really matter, just use whatever stance you prefer. Then we have Condition Overload for damage, Weeping Wounds for status, Blood Rush for crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, then we have Primed Reach and Spring-Loaded Blade, which when combined with the unique trait as well as Opportunities Reach, which is our Tennokai trigger, gives us an absolutely ludicrous amount of range on both light and heavy attacks. And we top it all off with Berserker Fury and Quickening for a ridiculous amount of attack speed as well as faster combo build-up thanks to Quickening. It would be better to have a faction mod in here somewhere because the majority of our damage is slash, which gets a massive multiplier from faction mods, but I'm not a big fan of faction mods. I just like my weapons to be universally good. I don't like to swap mods around whenever I want to fight a different faction. Also, while we are using melee animosity, you would be better off with melee duplicate, especially if you have a high rank melee duplicate, because blood rush on a weapon like this is gonna give you around 70-ish% crit chance. Is this the best build ever made? No. But is it the best build you can run on the Keratinos? Also no. It's just a really fun build that does just enough damage to cruise through Steel Path and feel good. And that's enough for me. It might not be enough for you, but for me this is more than fine. It's very rare for me to sacrifice fun in favor of performance, because I would rather have a weaker, fun weapon that I want to use all the time than a strong weapon that just sits in my arsenal because I don't like it. So if you're looking for a fun build for the Keratinos and not just another min-max melee build, I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's really fun. Or you can just implement a little bit of this build into your own build, which is why I like this style of video. I think it's much easier to understand why I use things the way I do and what they do in the build, so if you don't like them, you can easily take them out and replace them with something else. Because I don't want you guys to copy my builds one for one unless it's a very specific setup that requires every single mod. I'm much happier when you guys watch these videos and are like, okay, I didn't think about that, maybe I could do this bit right here, not the whole thing, but this bit, maybe I can use that. Why hello everybody, welcome to another video, and today is gonna be fun, because today we are revisiting an absolute beast of a shotgun, the Tigris Prime. There are three versions of the Tigris in the game. There is Prime, the one we're talking about today. Then there is the regular OG Tigris, which has less multi-shot and does less damage per shot, but it sports a much better status chance. And then there's also the Syndicate variant, the Sancti Tigris. This one has less multi-shot, does less damage, has a worse crit multiplier, but it sports a better crit chance, and once again, better status per projectile. The Prime has an absolutely delightful description, an artifact of exquisite beauty. A weapon of deadly purpose. It requires mastery rank 13, it does primarily slash damage with a 10% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and an 11.2% status chance. And on top of that, it has a base multi-shot of 8, it sports a 2-round magazine, and it uses a duplex trigger mechanism. Meaning it fires the first shot when you press the fire button, and the second one when you release it, allowing you to do a very quick double tap. Oh man, the memories. Well, let's get rolling. Let's finally give the baby an adapter. We're gonna go with Merciless, but this is one of the shotguns where Shotgun Vendetta would be nice. Like very, very nice. Let's get Galvanized Hell for some multi-shot, and Galvanized Savvy for status chance and condition overload. Well, looks like the thunderstorm is thunderstorming, so let's hope this doesn't become a problem. I do like the idea of Seeking Fury, because we get the punch through and the reload speed, so let's put that on. And I also kind of want to run Prime Point Blank, just for big damage, because we're definitely not going crit. I mean, we would have to get another source of crit. Nah, let's just not, let's not. I think we might take a page out of the Exurge's book and actually run Primed Ammo Stock. Because, yeah, we get 4 rounds. So we can do 2 double taps back to back before reloading. Yeah, I guess we just go with Vital because I would like more I don't necessarily need the Vital, right? Let's get Frigid Blast as well. We could just get Vital from Harold, but like this helps with the status chance, though that is a lot of Vital. So I guess we're gonna have to put in a slash mod so that we're not mostly proccing Vital. That's not good. Let's get a D under Savvy. And I guess the last mod is just gonna be Sweeping Serration. 4 more slash, so that we boost that over Vital, so we're mostly proccing that. That sounds good. Let's put Shredder in, for now. Now that I'm looking at it, Prime Point Blank is just not a good idea, because we're stacking 3 of the same multiplier. I'm fairly sure Savvy is not multiplicative, so we're gonna switch this out for probably a faction mod. I don't know if we necessarily want more range from acceleration. Narrow Battle could actually be nice. There we go, let's get some butchers in there, and I kinda trust the Tigris to do a maxed out steel path right off the bat. Alrighty. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. Yeah, we're getting a tremendous amount of Vital. We're still getting a decent amount of slash though. So, yeah, that's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. I like it. Good stuff. Sometimes it's not so amazing, sometimes we only get like 1 or 2 slash procs, but even then, like, the Tigris doesn't have damage. Oh my god, that was fast. Yeah, the Tigris does enough, like, look at this. Yeah, that's pretty good. I wonder if running one of them unranked would be worthwhile, because we lose a bit of status, but it also drops the Vital to almost half. This also then allows us to run Sweeping Serration without additional Forma, Yeah, this might be worth it if you have a pet that helps you with vital. Yep. This is good. We don't get maxed vital almost ever, but as I've said, if you have a pet, like I have Harold with me all the time, that helps you with vital, this is the way to go. Alright then, let's get a blessing. Really? 11 minutes, damn. What's the spread like? Very tight. What about the double tap though? Yeah, that's considerably worse, so maybe we could use a bit of extra accuracy. Right, on hit and while aiming, so we need to remember that. Show me. Ooh, that makes a big difference. That makes a big difference. Oh yeah. Okay, so we are running narrow barrel for sure. Okay, let's switch this into a V. We're gonna need one more forma. I really don't know what to say in these clips, so... Hi, how was your weekend? Good? I think a second dash is fine. I don't think I'm gonna be remodding this anytime soon. And this then lets us run narrow barrel. There we go. Also, if you don't like narrow barrel and you want galvanized acceleration, it fits as well. Fantastic. The ramp up is not as good as it was with Prime Point. Bloody hell. The ramp up is not as good as it was with Prime Point Blank now that we have the faction mod. But since we have 4 rounds in the mag, so we can do 2 double taps, it's not a big deal at all. I don't remember which Tigris it was anymore, but I think it was the Sancti one. When it first came out, everyone was building it for like big damage, like upfront damage. And then, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Baus Phoenix who released a video on the Tigris. I think it was the Sancti. And he built it for Slash with radiation and vital. And that video was so heavily disliked because everyone was like, what is this? Has this man lost his mind? Like, what is he doing? Putting damage over time on a shotgun? That's nonsense. And then within a week, everyone was running it because it was so good. May have been Brozime actually, but I think it was, I have a feeling it was Baus Phoenix. Hey, konnichiwa, acolyte. Kore wa watashi no boomstick desu. Ho ho ho. Get some. This is what I like about the Tigris. You can build it for damage. You can build it for damage over time, and it still packs an absolutely massive punch. So it doesn't feel bad. It still kicks like a mule on steroids. Love it. So good. So good. I want to do a corpus test as well. It doesn't have a lot of AoE, which nowadays is not the best thing in the world, but still, this thing is so much fun. It usually takes a few shots to take down Eximus, like here we have the Arctic. Yeah, the Overguard plus the shields, not great, but everything else, tremendous. What about a Bursa? Bloody hell. DE, can you please switch this into like the vision scrambling thing that you put on some acolytes? This is so bad. The flashbangs, my god. It's not as crazy as it used to be, but it's still very good. And very fun. So, here's the final build for the Tigris Prime. We have Galvanized Health for multi-shot, Seeking Fury for reload speed and punch through, Sweeping Suration to boost our slash, and then primed ammo stock so we get 4 rounds in the magazine so we can do 2 double taps before reloading. We're also running Frigid Blast and Toxic Barrage, which I left unranked, but if you don't have a pet that helps you with vital, rank it up, it just helps with the damage distribution a little bit. And we top it off with a faction mod for faction damage, and Galvanized Savi for status chance and condition overload. In the Exiles, we have Narrow Barrel, which helps quite a bit with the accuracy when you do a double tap and you're aiming down sights. And for the Arcane, we have Primary Merciless, though one thing you could do is actually run Shotgun Vendetta. If you're gonna do that though, I would recommend you take out either Cleanse Grenier or Primed Ammo Stock and replace it with Primed Point Blank so you have a reliable source of base damage. I don't know if I would necessarily want to rely on the damage you get from Galvanized Savvy alone. This used to be one of the best shotguns, if not guns, in the entire game. People are worried that it's gonna overshadow every single weapon that's gonna come out. And while it's not that anymore, it's still strong enough to make it work even in Steel Path. So if you like it, you can absolutely run this. I absolutely love the Tigris Prime because it's one of the few weapons where I can run a damage over time build that's focused mostly on slash that still feels good because this thing packs a hell of a punch. I also want to mention very quickly the Tigris specific mod Combat Reload. If 5 pellets are headshots, increase reload speed by 120% for 3 seconds. If they ever change this into an Exilus mod, run it. But as it is, no. The problem with plated rounds is that you need a massive magazine to make the buff worthwhile, but the buff doesn't last very long, so you need to be able to fire out that magazine in about 10 seconds. Now, one way to do that is to use a weapon that has a massive magazine and can fire out multiple rounds at once. This is where the Kelor comes in. This is a primary rifle that has a 300 round magazine and a secondary fire that fires out 50 rounds at once, dealing 1400 damage, which is split between code and impact with a 40% crit chance, 2.2 times crit multiplier, and a 10% status chance. The primary fire is also not bad actually, it's more status focused, it does primarily puncture and code damage with a decent amount of slash, and it has a 12% crit chance, 1.6 times crit multiplier, and a very good 38% status chance. It is a bit of a pain to get though, because it only drops from commanders and captains in Saturn, Vale, and Earth Proxima, and only in specific missions as well. Though luckily the blueprint is tradable, so if you don't want to farm it yourself, you can just buy it from someone else. So this is why we're going to use the Kelor. Alternate fire charge is a short-range cold blast capable of piercing enemies. I think this has infinite body punch through, it does a ton of damage, and it fires out 50 rounds at once. So let's get an adapter in here. I think I'm gonna have to rank this up a little bit because 5 seconds, even with us firing 50 rounds, I don't think 5 seconds is gonna be enough. Do we want to go hybrid on this? Because the secondary fire, yeah, it has massive crit chance, but not a ton of status. Well, let's start off with chamber. Let's get scope as well. And for now, let's just run aptitude for some condition overload. 18% status, that's not great. Let's see how much fire rate we need to put on this to actually utilize plated rounds. Oh, that's slow. Yeah, we're gonna need a lot. The damage is pretty dope though. I don't have an empty mag, but how much of a buff do we get? Okay, 495, that's... Oh yeah, that's pretty good. If we can make this work, this is gonna be pretty strong, I think. I think we just go for Vile Acceleration. I don't think Speed Trigger is gonna be enough. So let's sacrifice a bit of damage. And run Vile Acceleration. Oh yeah, that's it, right there. There we go. Let's see if we can get some plated rounds here. God damn, not a single one. I saw a few cheap ones on Warframe Market, so let's get to rank 4. That gives us 8 seconds instead of 5. It's not 10, but I don't know what it is. I've never enjoyed farming arcanes. There we go, level 100. Let's not do Steel Path just yet. I mean, it kicks even without the buff, which is nice, so we don't have to worry about just being absolutely useless before we reload. Once we do reload though, we get... That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. It's not one-shotting them though. And we just about managed to fire it out before the buff runs out. Okay. You have to be really fast though. This is what I don't like about plated rounds. The window to like use the buff is so short. I want to put in, there it is, Hunter Munitions, because we hit very hard, we crit every single time. So this makes a lot of sense. Let's also not forget about Vital Sense. I was like, why am I not one-shotting these heavy gunners while I had like 3.5 mods on the build? Let's move this here, because I want to run Primed Fast Hands for much faster reload. Now, another way to do this would actually be holstered reloading, but I don't like that. And to top it all off, we're gonna add Malignant Force, which combines with the cold to give us Vital. Tremendous! My recording messed up, but all I did here was put a D under aptitude so that we can run rifle ammo mutation, because, well, we're gonna need mutation. We're firing out 50 rounds at once. I think it's time to test out Steel Path. Alright, last shot. That feels better with Prime Fast Hands. What about the damage? Oh, alright. Alright. Now that's something. I still don't like this. Yeah, the buff is out. I still don't like the short duration. I think it's just too short. I know I don't have it maxed out, but still, that's 2 extra seconds. That's not a lot. This needs to be like, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 seconds at max rank. Let's add Harold for some extra priming. 185. What the? Okay. I have a feeling that Galvanized Aptitude is multiplicative on this, because when they're primed by Harold, bloody hell, wrong button. When they're primed by Harold, the damage is insanely higher. We do have too much fire rate for this, but still, this should be better than Hunter Munitions, right? Because it's 35%. The secondary fire has a guaranteed impact proc, right? This is 30% on a crit, but bleeding is 35. It's much more expensive capacity-wise, but it is better. Yeah, it is multiplicative. Only on the secondary fire, though. Interesting. Well, it's gonna suck at the start. Or not. The damage is actually really good, but the duration. Like, it works fine in the simulacrum, because you can just fire away, right? The enemies are nicely clumped up. But in a normal mission where you actually have to aim and pick targets, and ideally hit multiple enemies at once so you don't blow away ammo all the time, I don't know, I think I would rather have Merciless or just something else. Ammo is running a bit low, mainly because a lot of the time, like right now for example, I don't have plated rounds, because, well, the buff just ran out. So it takes a few shots to take the enemies down, which is unfortunate. I kinda like the primary fire more as well. It's just cool. Show me the health damage. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's not weak. Like, it definitely works. The damage is there. It's just that I just don't like it. Let's try a primary build instead. Let's take out scope, vital set. No, let's take that out. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of bleeding. I like the fire rate, so we're keeping that. I like the reload speed, so we're keeping that as well. There we go, reshuffle the polarities a little bit. You go there, you go there. I have a feeling Mech Special is gonna be really good on this, so let's get Corrosive in there. Radiation, this will also help with the reload, so that's gonna be tremendous. And we have to go with cold here. We can't go with heat, but that's okay. Rhyme rounds. There we go. Absolutely want to run Deadhead. That's like a no-brainer here, because it's easy to stack up. We have no damage over time. We get the headshot multi and the negative recoil. Oh, this is so much better. Oh, this is fantastic. Absolutely love it. Cold procs make it easier to get headshots as well. While we're here, let's also do a shardless test. It's not as good as it is with shards, but it's not far off. This is still very strong. One thing that really throws me off with this gun is the mag, because I fire it for like 3 seconds and I have like this need to reload, but I still have like 200 rounds in the mag. It's very good though. I'm liking this a lot. Also, I'm pretty sure this is a hit scan weapon. It just has like a cosmetic trail behind the fake bullets. So it's very easy to headshot with it. Oh, that's why it's... Oh, right, that's why it's only multiplicative on the secondary fire and not the primary. Okay, show yourself. Oh man, right. Cold procs. Cold procs are the bane of Acolytes. Look at him. Look at Violence. Yeah. Cold versus Acolytes is amazing because of this right here. Also, the damage is very good. I have enough I have enough rounds left in the mag for another Acolyte. So, while you can definitely do a plated rounds build on the Kelor, and it works well, it does great damage, it's pretty gimmicky and I didn't like it, so we ended up doing a more boring build for the primary fire instead. We're running Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, Vile Acceleration for a ton of fire rate, and Primed Fast Hands for a ton of reload speed. However, if you don't mind holstering the weapon for a bit and letting it reload on its own, you can actually solve the reload issue with this because the reload is very long with Tactical Reload, which reloads 20% of your magazine every second while the weapon is holstered. The benefit of using this is that it's an Exilus mod, so you can replace Rifle Ammo Mutation, which you really don't need for the primary setup, and you get a free mod slot to put in something else. But anyway, we're also using Rhyme Rounds for cold damage and status chance, Radiated Reload for radiation damage and reload speed, and then Malignant Force and High Voltage for corrosive damage and even more status. Now, if you're not gonna go with Tactical Reload in the Exilus, you can put whatever you want in there or just leave it blank, and for the Arcane, I chose Primary Deadhead, which is easy to stack, it gives you a bigger headshot multiplier, and it reduces the weapon's recoil. I'm glad we tried the plated round setup, even if I ended up not liking it, because at least that way you saw what it can do and what it's capable of, so if it is your kind of thing, you can give it a shot. And even if it isn't your kind of thing, you can try the primary setup instead. It's very fun and pretty damn strong. Is that the ephemera doing? What is that? Please tell me it's not been like that throughout the entire video. The Stelta is an interesting primary rifle. It requires Mastery Rank 10 and it has 2 different fire modes. The primary fire is fully automatic, does mainly slash damage with a decent amount of puncture as well, and it comes with a 24% crit chance, 1.8 times crit multiplier, and a 22% status chance. But there's also a secondary fire which consumes 20 rounds and charges up a big explosive bolt. This bolt actually does a good amount of damage on direct hit, but it also explodes after 0.4 seconds for a mad amount of radiation damage. This comes with a 40% crit chance, a 3 times crit multiplier, and a 32% status chance, which is really nice because you can use both fire modes with the same build. Getting the starter isn't that bad. The blueprint has about a 15% chance to drop from Jackal, and all the other parts come from Granum Void. The receiver comes from regular Granum Void, barrel from Nightmare Granum Void, and the stock from Extended Granum Void. Though you do need to get to Rotation C, so you need to get at least 75 kills in there. I don't know why they don't do this more often. A lot of the time when they do a secondary fire, it has different stats, so you essentially need 2 different builds or hybridize it. But not for the Stalta. For the Stalta, if we look at the secondary fire, it's just like a better version of the primary fire. So let's give it an adapter. I have been using Deadhead a lot recently. I kind of finally warmed up to it, but for this one we definitely want to go Merciless because it works well on both the primary and secondary fire. Let's get the standard assortment of Galvanized Staff, Chamber for a bit of multi-shot, Scope for some crit chance, and Galvanized Aptitude, which, like, if I remember correctly, this weapon has travel time on the primary fire, so it should be multiplicative. It is multiplicative. It's actually multiplicative on the secondary fire as well, though only on direct hits. Let's get some crit damage with Vital Sense. This is gonna be a pretty box standard build. Let's get Hunter Munitions for more slash. Get Viral in there and probably some Fire Rate. Oh yeah, yeah, we need some Fire Rate. That's way too slow. I think we're just gonna go with, where is it? Vile Acceleration there. Just to get a ton of fire rate at the cost of a bit of damage. I'm pretty sure we can just go for max steel path with this setup. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the right amount of fire rate. What about the secondary fire though? One more. That is true. The explosion is massive. One thing I am noticing with the primary fire though is that it's not very accurate. It sprays around a lot. Maybe it would be worth putting in guided ordnance. It would be 2 extra forma, but let's see. That is a very noticeable difference. My god. Yeah, it's pinpoint accurate now. Okay, let's slap a D under aptitude, and then we need to reformat the Exiles into a V as well. For now, we can just put in Vigilante Supplies. We don't really need the mutation, but the set bonus is nice. There you go, let's get an Affinity Blessing. Be blessed, people of the relay. Yes, bow before your king. Are you joking? Like, for real? Oh, okay. I know this is gonna sound dumb, but I don't want to put the accuracy on. Because, like, it looks so cool when it sprays the bullets around. But when you put on the accuracy, it doesn't do that anymore, and it doesn't look as cool. I know it's stupid, but I like the way it looks when it sprays the bullets around. If you're not a moron, run guided ordnance, because you're gonna get much more accurate shots, and it's easier to headshot enemies. And you're not gonna miss as many shots. But I'm gonna stick with Vigilante Supplies, because I just like the way it looks when it's slightly inaccurate. Let's do a proper test. The ramp up, yeah, is a bit meh, especially with Harold, who's gonna be stealing all my bloody kills. He actually didn't do it this time around. Okay, so we're good. This is sick. I love the way this feels. The damage is tremendous as well. An exquisite combination of fun and damage. I like it. What about a Guardian Eximus? Corpus one as well. Very good. I don't remember the Stalta being this fun. It sounds pretty good as well. And of course, we get Torment again, the one acolyte that constantly cleanses status. Oh my god, can you stop, please, for the love of God? That was a big hit. I think that was a direct hit with the secondary fire, when it was fully primed. Ooh la la, that was a big chunk. Oy, 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 I was worried about this. The Corpus ramp up is even worse. Because of all the shields? Yeah. Oh, and Harold steals my kill. You absolute bastard, Harold. Please, just let me get a kill. Let's use the secondary fire instead. Luckily, you only really need to get 1 kill for aptitude to kick in, and then you're good to go. I know I keep saying it over and over and over again, but this is very good. I love this very much. I think the reason I like this so much is thanks to Galvanized Aptitude being multiplicative. So you actually get a lot of upfront damage from that, and then you have the damage over time for really beefy stuff. Some of the beefier units, like this Moa for example, do take a few more shots than I would like, but that's fine, it's very rare that that happens. I really don't want to put the weapon down just yet, so let's try the Indifferent Facade as well, because they are made to counter setups like this. They are resistant to Vito and Slash. This is surprisingly good. I expected the Necramech half of the facade to go down fast, but not the actual facade like the Rocky Boys. This is awesome. This might actually become my default, like, go-to rifle. I'm having so much fun with this. So, in the end, we ended up going with a pretty box-standard setup for the Stalta. It's very meta-esque. We are missing a faction mod, but, you know, it's pretty much as meta as it gets. We run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for crit, and Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and Condition Overload, which provides multiplicative damage scaling on direct hits on the primary and secondary fire. We then sprinkle in a little bit of crit damage with Vital Sense. We run Hunter Munitions for more slash procs, Vile Acceleration for a ton of fire rate at the cost of a tiny bit of damage, and we top it all off with Ram Rounds and Malignant Force for vital damage and status chance. Now, if you're not a dumbass like me and you don't enjoy pretty lights more than accuracy, I would very much recommend you run Guided Ordnance in the Exilus. It helps a lot and it will allow you to get far more consistent headshots. And for the Arcane, Merciless is fine, but you can also run Deadhead, you just need to get a few headshot kills every now and then. The Stalta is an exquisite blend of fun and damage. You have a meaty primary fire with a massive explosion on the secondary fire, and it's a ton of fun as well. I would highly recommend you give this weapon a shot. You also have some options when it comes to the build. Yes, the Hunter Munitions Vital setup is very strong, but you could also go with the Mech Special, where you go Corrosive, Radiation, and either Heat or Cold. Oh well, what do we have here? It's the quads, and no, I'm not calling it quats because I'm not willing to spend half my day re-recording lines because a weapon sounds like something that would come out of a duck and I can't stop giggling. The quads is an interesting little secondary pistol that requires Mastery rank 9 and it has two fire modes, one when you're hip firing and one when you're aiming down sights. The damage is the same on both, it's primarily electricity with a decent amount of impact and slash, and when you're hip firing it's fully automatic with a 13% crit chance, 1.5 times crit multiplier and a 27% status chance, but when you aim down sights it switches to a 4-round burst with a 27% crit chance, a 2.5 times crit multiplier and a 19% status chance. The weapon is also very easy to get, you can simply get the blueprint from the market and the manufacturing requirements are minuscule. So let's finally give it a shot, because this one has been requested a lot. I think we're gonna go for some kind of a hybrid setup because the primary doesn't have a lot of crit, but the secondary has some juicy stats, like the crit is very nice, and the status chance is good as well, because remember, this fires a 4-round burst. Let's get an adapter on there. We're definitely going with Cucumber. It's gonna be nice for the secondary fire because the status is cool, but we can also use the primary fire to like super prime the enemies. Let's start with Diffusion. We absolutely want to run Shot. This is gonna be an expensive build. I also want to run Crosshairs here. Let's not forget about Lethal Torrent again. Some crit damage from Prime Target Cracker. Do we want to double down on crit chance? I think we do. Oh, this is gonna be a big build. My god. We can't fit in full Vital just yet, but we can at least get some Vital in there. So let's get Pistol Pestilence and Ice Storm for now. We could also do a Hemorrhage build, but we would have to drop Lethal Torrent and run Creeping Bullseye. And it would only work on the secondary fire, which is not great. Maybe we'll try it later. Let's start nice and easy. No Steel Path. This feels quite nice actually. One of the things I like about this weapon, as opposed to a lot of other burst weapons, is that the bullets all come out at the same time. It's not like a burst when you fire one bullet after another very rapidly. It's just an instantaneous bang. And oh my god, I forgot about the unique reload. Let's put on a D so that we can put on full viral. One of the concerns that I have here, is that we don't have enough electricity. We have more than thrice the amount of viral. That's not good. Oh wow, damn. Okay. That's a lot of upfront damage. I thought we were gonna have to go with some kind of damage over time, like with the electricity or try to go hemorrhage, but this thing chunks. Maybe just a standard crit build with primed elemental mods? would be good as well. I think we need to get more base damage on this, so I think we're gonna drop Prime Pistol Gambit, because this stacks up to 5 times as well. So that's more than enough crit. Let's move that over there. Move that. Eventually we want to go with Prime, but for now, regular Convulsion will do. Yeah, that looks much better. That ain't too bad, Chief. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, look at that damage. Very nice. What about the primary fire? Oh. Let's bring it up a notch. Huh. Actually, I did not expect this to do that well, because we don't have armor strip. Like, we might occasionally get a heat proc or a corrosive proc from Cucumber, but that is very good. Someone's messaging me as well. What a day. This is surprisingly nice. Let's see what it do in a normal mission. What about the ramp up? That's not too bad. This is kind of wild because electricity tends to be pretty good against shields, but against armor with no proper strip or like faction mods? This is a very pleasant surprise. It's not the strongest thing in the world, it's not one-shotting everything, and doesn't have a ton of AoE outside of the electricity chaining around, but overall it feels pretty good. Malice, my dude, where have you been? I haven't seen you in like a month. Oh damn, oh damn! Okay. Well then, let's max this out and get Prime Convulsion on there. There we go. Nobody? Ah. Come on. There we go. I didn't feel quite loved enough for a second there. Finito. I guess we just slap in a dash for the convulsion. That is a lot of extra damage. And we have a better damage distribution as well. Good stuff. Is there anything I would want to put into the Exiles? Spry sights though. We have to aim down sights if we use the secondary fire. So faster movement could be nice. Let's get one of those. Okay. And spry sights. Sheesh, this is an expensive build. 6 Forma, 3 galvanized mods, 2 primed mods. Ooh la la. Time to max it out. Unsurprisingly enough, it struggles a little bit now because, well, it's 185 and we're not actively stripping armor. You know what? This is one of those occasions where running corrosive and heat on Harold makes more sense. Come on, boy. Give him hell. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. That's the stuff. Come on. Yes! Alright, alright. So if you're gonna run this, get armor strip on your pet. I don't think the ramp up's gonna be too bad here. Yeah, that's pretty good. Again, electricity tends to do pretty well, and you occasionally get a magnetic proc in there too. And with a setup like this, you only really need 1 kill for shot and stuff to kick in, and you're good to go. I'm really liking the secondary fire. Whenever I try the primary, it's just, I don't know, it feels a bit off. I don't like the recoil on it. I think that's the main problem. The primary just has weird and like annoying recoil. The secondary though, when you're aiming down sights, very good stuff. Let's do a Grenier test as well. The ramp up is slightly worse, though not by much. That's always good to see. Oh yeah, and once you get a kill, you're good to go. What a lovely little gun this is. It's a shame that the reload doesn't do more. It's just like a little bit of AoE electricity. Nothing too saucy. Man, the Acolyte damage is tremendous. Look at that. It's the burst. It's gotta be the burst, right? Because of it's the way burst weapons work with attenuation. That's so great. Yeah, look at this. Eximus takes longer than an Acolyte. What? So, that's pretty much it for the secondary fire. However, I want to try something with the primary fire as well. So let's do a little bit of video editing magic. And bam, there it is. Something like this. I thought the mech special would work well here. It fits really well too. We don't have max out steady hands, which is a bit of a bummer. But you know, radiation, corrosive heat, loads of fire rate, condition overload with a cucumber. I think this is gonna be pretty good. Whoa, that is very strong. What the hell? We do have Harold with us, but holy hell. Oh boy, we are gonna need Carrier though. That is chewing up ammo extremely fast. This is considerably stronger than the other build. This is really strong. It is, as I've said, better than the other build, but I just don't like it as much. I don't know. I prefer the secondary build. Because I like to aim down sights. Not being able to aim down sights at all, or, you know, almost at all. Because you can start firing and then aim down sights, but you chew through ammo so fast, it's a pain to do. But yeah, it is very strong. It's just not for me. So in the end we ended up with 2 separate builds, one that focuses on hip firing and one for aiming down sights. The build I would recommend if you primarily want to aim down sights runs Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Galvanized Crosshairs and Prime Target Cracker for crit, Primed Convulsion, Frostbite and Pistol Pestilence for electricity and vital, and then we have Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload. If you want to, you can also add Spry Sights into the Exiles for faster movement when aiming down sights, and for the Arcane, Secondary Encumber is magical for the extra priming. If you want to primarily hipfire this though, I would highly recommend the Mech Special, where you have a Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Jolt and Pistol Pestilence for corrosive, Primed Heated Charge for heat, and then Accelerated Isotope for radiation. And to top it all off, you can add Stunning Speed and Galvanized Shot for a ton of extra status chance, condition overload, and a tiny bit of reload speed. I would also highly recommend Steady Hands in the Exiles because the recoil on this, especially if you have high fire rate, is pretty obnoxious. And for the Arcane, Secondary Encumber is once again absolutely boss because with this setup and this much fire rate, the priming you get is ridiculous. This right here, this is why I love the Give It a Shot playlist. I had so much fun with the quads, and I would recommend you try it out as well, though be wary. The builds that I showcased are very capacity hungry, they're very forma expensive, so bear that in mind. The quads might be cheap to manufacture, but to build? Not so much. Hello boys and girl. Today we're talking about one of my personal favorites, a weapon that's gorgeous, beautiful, tremendous, magnificent in its simplicity. I'm of course talking about the Kuva Karak. This weapon is as simple as it gets. It's a fully automatic primary rifle with a bit of punch through sprinkled in. It does primarily slash damage, but it still has a decent amount of impact and puncture, and it sports a 23% crit chance, 2.1 times crit multiplier, and a 31% status chance. Now, since it is a Kuva weapon, the only way to get it is to vanquish a lich that's wielding it. So get in them Grineer missions and start rotating larvelings. We actually have 3 versions of the Karak in the game. There's the Kuva Karak, the one we're talking about today, but we also have the Karak Wraith, which is somewhat worse. It doesn't have the base punch through, smaller magazine, worse crit and status, and while the damage looks better, it's more tilted towards impact, and this comparison also doesn't show the extra bonus you get on Kuva weapons. And then there is of course the standard Karak, which is much worse, but overall it's actually not a bad beginner weapon. So let's see what we can do with the Kuva Karak, shall we? Oh, I love this gun so much. There's something about it, just a good old basic rifle. No gimmicks, no faffing around, just a good old rifle. I don't know what we're gonna do. The stats are pretty solid, so we can do a few things. We can try the Mech Special, we can try Hunter Munitions, we can faff around with the heat and stuff. So let's try a few things and see what we like the most. Finally, let's put an adapter on my baby. Someone's messaging me. You guys keep telling me I should run Deadhead, and I'm kind of liking it for Mech Special setups. So, again, I am Mr. Popular today. Ooh la la. Let's get some galvanized stuff. Chamber, aptitude. Chamber, what are you doing? Let's also get scope because we're already running Deadhead, so, you know, we're going to be going for headshots anyway. A bit of crit damage. Do we want to double down on crit chance? I think we do. 23%. Doesn't seem like a lot. Let's shimmy this over here and get high voltage and malignant force. Radiated reload, and we don't actually have to go for heat because I have a heat-based Karak, so we can skip that. We don't get a ton of it, but that's fine. So we can just run crit delay, I guess. We could also run Hunter Munitions, but I think crit delay for better crit is gonna be nicer. I trust the Karak to handle Steel Path. Oh, that is tremendous, my dudes and dudettes. You'll love to see it. That's so nice. Let's see what the ramp up is like. It shouldn't be too bad with Deadhead. Like, we only really need to get 1 kill. That wasn't too bad. Yep, and we're going. Lovely. Yeah, you guys are right about Deadhead. I don't know why I was so hesitant to use it, but especially for Mech Specials, it works so well. You guys were right. With that said though, I still like the reload speed from Merciless. Sometimes. Oh yes, get it? Oh ho ho. Nice. It's just so, it feels so good, and it's pretty universal as well. It works against the Grineer units, works against the Corpus units, works well against the Infested units. Good stuff. Good stuff. I do want to try a few more things with the Kuva Karak, but I think this will be my go-to build. Hello, Angst. Wanna get some? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Nice. Yeah, Mech Special is tremendous against Acolytes. It's even better when you have cold damage because you can slow it down and headshot it easier. But even with heat, very nice. So yes, I love this very much, but I do want to try Hunter Munitions. I was already doing that here apparently, so let's take these out and let's do it better. And rhyme rounds, that's pretty much it. Nothing too spectacular, and I think I'm gonna stick with Deadhead. I'm gonna try it out. Ooh, big damage, alright. Alright, we do have that heat getting in the way. It would actually be better to have a code-based Karak for this. So we could save a mod slot and then run a Bane mod. That would be ridiculous. But even without the Bane mod, the damage is through the roof. Let's take Harold for a walk. Let's also reformat the Exilus because I want to put in Vigilante supplies. So let's do that. Oh, right. Kuva weapon, we need to max it out. It resets the capacity. This always catches me off guard because I'm a legendary mastery, so when I forma something, I don't lose any capacity normally. Be blessed, my children. So I'm on Hydron, right? Because I like Hydron. And not only did someone recognize me, they're actually trying out one of the builds from this series. That's awesome. There we go. Nicely done. Now we can put Vital Sense back onto this build. And we can put Vigilante Supplies onto the Mech Special. Pretty good ramp up. Oh, some red crits as well. There we go. Vigilante Supplies kicking in. If you're running a Sentinel, by the way, and not a Hound, something that can actually use a Sentinel weapon or can equip Vigilante mods, run all three of them because they transfer over to your primary. You can get an absolute truck ton of extra crit that way. It's what I used to do before I got Harold for priming. Eximus units are no biggie either, which is always nice to see. Also, since we're running Vigilante Supplies, you're basically never gonna run out of ammo with this thing. Oh dearie me, look who it is, it's Malise. Let me tell you, I am loving this Acolyte DPS. Whew, spicy. Next on the menu, we have Corpus with the Hunter Munitions setup. This is gonna be interesting because I'm worried the ramp up is gonna be ass. Yeah. Ugh. It's good once it gets going, but getting it going, not a big fan. Not a big fan. I think I'm still gonna stick to Merciless on Hunter Munition setups. Yeah, that's yeah, no. Platyambulous. Oh, just one moment, please. I need to get a few kills, Violence, so that I can present you with some violence. Yeah, that's to be expected. Damage over time builds, generally not the best for Acolytes. I wouldn't say it's bad. If you have a code-based one and you have a faction mode on there as well, it's gonna be pretty good. It has some solid scaling, but for the kind of stuff that I do, the Mech Special just works better. So, in the end, we ended up with two different builds for the Kuva Karak. We have the Mech Special, where we run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for crit chance, Vital Sense for crit damage, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, Crit Delay for even more crit chance, and then Radiated Reload for radiation, and Malignant Force with high voltage for corrosive. We also have Vigilante Supplies in the Exilus for the set bonus, not necessarily for the mutation, and we're running primary Deadhead. Now this works because I have a heat-based Karak, so I don't need to necessarily add heat damage, though if I were to get the Kuva Karak again, I would actually go for a code-based Karak, which would also work better with a second build. This is a pretty straightforward Hunter Munitions Vital setup. We have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for crit chance, Hunter Munitions for slash procs, Critical Delay for even more crit chance, Vital Sense for crit damage, Prime Rounds and Malignant Force for Vital, and then Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload. However, if you have a code-based Karak, you can actually take Rhyme Rounds out and replace it with a faction mod. This will give you a tremendous amount of extra damage. And we top it all off once again with Vigilante Supplies and some Arcane. I'm not the biggest fan of Deadhead on damage over time builds because it can be a bit difficult to stack it up, so you can run something else if you want to. I absolutely love the Kuva Karak, so of course I'm gonna tell you to give it a shot because it's just a fun weapon. It's simple, but it's fun. And the damage isn't too shabby either. You can absolutely plow through Steel Path with this.
Hello boys, and Samantha, hi. Today, we're going to be talking about the Kuva Ogris, because it has one of the best skins in the entire game. So I want to make it work, obviously. Now, since this is a Lich weapon, the only way to get it is to vanquish a Lich that's wielding it, and please do get a better bonus than me, 25% radiation, oof. Kuva Ogris has an interesting set of stats. It's a primary rocket launcher that has bugger all crit and very high status chance.
Most of the damage comes from the rocket explosion, which does primarily blast damage, but there's still a decent amount of slash and puncture on it as well. The explosion here is very large, 7.9 meters at base, which is humongous, but the fall off is also very harsh at 80%. But by far the worst thing about the Kuva Ogres is its ammo. It has very low ammo reserves and atrocious ammo pickup. So if you want to make it work and actually use it in missions, it needs to do a lot of damage, otherwise you're going to be out of ammo all the time. I hope we can make this work because the Unreal Tournament rocket launcher skin is sick. I must be running low on adapters at this point, I've used so many. You could probably run something else, maybe Dexterity, definitely not Deadhead on something like this, but Merciless is gonna be nice, easy way to stack damage, and the reload speed is actually quite lovely as well. Start with Galvanized Chamber. Ooh, choppy. Okay. I don't know if you want Galvanized Aptitude. I don't know if this works on Nightwatch Napalm or not. Why is it so choppy? I want to start off with the Mech Special because of the radiation bonus, so let's get High Voltage and Malignant Force. Radiated Reload, which is actually gonna provide a lot more radiation damage than we usually get on mech specials, plus it also speeds up the reload even further. And we top it all off with Thermite Rounds. Tons of status. Pretty good damage distribution. This might actually be good. We definitely want to run Nightwatch Napalm. This adds a ton of DPS, especially as you start overlapping it. Someone's messaging me, let's get Primed Firestorm as well. And we're gonna top it all off with Vigilante Supplies for some mutation, because this weapon does not work without mutation. I think we can start off with Steel Path, so let's go. And hope that it's okay. Oh my god, that is big. We're gonna have to change the energy color on this. The damage is okay. It's not tremendous though. If you're looking for a really deep, like dark black color, the one from Fear is very good. I want to add more damage to this, so let's switch Thermite Rounds for Hellfire. We lose some status, but we get more heat, which is nice. How much status do we get from regular aptitude? Not a lot, but I mean, I don't think Galvanized Aptitude works on Napalm anyway. Let's also add Herald into the mix for a bit of extra priming. That's gonna help a lot. There we go, that's better. It's still not amazing, but we're getting there. See, this is the problem with running a setup with ramp up on a weapon that has no ammunition. Like, I'm so worried, like I'm almost out of ammo and I've only just begun to ramp up. It seems okay now, but I'm still worried about the ammo situation. This is one of the weapons that got hit really hard with the ammo changes on explosive weapons. I think we're gonna need Carrier. I still have ammo, which is nice, but I'm constantly worried. Like every single shot I take, I have to consider whether or not I actually wanna fire. That's not fun. Let's do a little bit of a thingamabob. Let's switch Vigilante Supplies for Ammo Drum so that we have more spare ammo. Then we switch over to Carrier and we make sure that we give him Hellstrom for priming Viral. And this gives us even more max ammo and mutation. This is a bit of a weird build. I'm probably gonna have to redo this at some point. And I also don't like the ramp up, so I think, I don't know if this is necessary, but I think we're gonna switch Firestorm for Serration and try that. No point testing this in the simulacrum, so let's do an actual mission. Oof, 19 rounds. That's still not a lot. See, the problem here is that the mech special was made to counter armor, but because it strips its own armor, right? And then you have the corrosive and radiation. But because this doesn't hit very often, outside of Napalm, it doesn't really do that, so I think we're gonna have to provide armor strip from another source. Yeah, this is gonna need a lot of help. Ammo seems to be okay-ish. It's not tremendous, but we're not running out, which is nice. Well, this is gonna be a mess. Come here. Or maybe not? Ooh! Okay, maybe not. That's not half bad. I did have to drop an ammo pizza, but that was pretty good. I want to try something. Hold up. Let's take these out. Shuffle this over here. And bam! Big vital and big heat. Heh. Do I really? Yeah, let's just put it on. Let's put on a paid mod. And let's try an endless mission instead of like an exterminate. You know what? This is actually pretty good. Ammo is super solid. There's actually ammo on the ground, which is nice to see. It's just that it needs a lot of help. On its own, it's like okay-ish. It doesn't really work in Steel Path, but if you provide armor strip and you have carrier for the mutation and all that, it's not too bad. You could probably get away with running a Hound and just putting ammo mutation on the weapon. It's gonna be sketchier than it is with carrier and ammo drum, but I think it will work. I expected Acolytes to be considerably worse, but as long as you keep them in your napalm and you hit them with the rocket explosion and you hit close to them so the fall-off doesn't kick in, it's actually quite nice. I really want to put Primed Firestorm back in, because it helps with the fall-off a lot. The ramp-up is gonna be worse, but I think we can get away with it. I hate Bane mods. Corrupted are actually much nicer, because most of the units you run into early on are considerably weaker than like the Grenier units, so this actually feels very nice. I'm liking this. Yeah, when you find a good room and you carpet bomb it with napalm, it feels pretty damn nice. I could get used to this. I would prefer if I didn't have to use napalm and just have really strong rockets that do a lot of damage, but you know, this is basically as good as it gets. If you're like a Harrow player though, I would absolutely tilt this more towards crit and just go for big rocket explosions. And let's top it all off with a Corpus test as well. This probably feels the best actually. Out of the three setups, you know, the Corrupted, the Grenier, and now the Corpus. Infested would probably be very good as well, but you know, Infested, even in Steel Path, are not that difficult to take down. Hold up, look at the reload. Oh, it's so good! Come on, get some more violence, son. Yeah, when you keep it in the napalm and you keep sticking down and then you give it a few rockets on top of that, yeah, the DPS is actually not bad. I've seen much worse. So here's the final build for the Kuva Augeris, and it needs a lot of help. On the weapon itself, we run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Primed Firestorm for more AoE, Nightwatch Napalm for massive damage over time. Then we have a faction mod, just so we get another multiplier in there, Hellfire for heat damage, Rifle Aptitude for status chance, and Primed Cryo rounds with Infected Clip for a ton of vital. We're also running Ammo Drum in the Exiles, though you can replace this with Ammo Mutation if you want to run a different pet, as well as Primary Merciless for base damage and reload speed. That is not all though, because if you're gonna go with this specific setup, you are going to need carrier for mutation, and if you're gonna fight armored factions, you need to bring some armor strip. In this case, we use 2 Emerald Archon shards in combination with Scarab Swarm. This weapon really didn't need to get hit by the explosive ammo changes anywhere near as hard as it did. This isn't some kind of a busted AoE explosive Mama Jamma that deletes entire tile sets with a single click of your mouse. Not without a lot of help anyway. Yes, you can make it crit if you're running Harrow or Citrine or Arcane Avenger or something like that, but as it is, the weapon isn't too crazy. It's just an explosive rocket launcher that has good status. That's not that good of a combination. It would have been far better if it had a lower status but higher crit. I'm actually having a hard time recommending this. Yeah, the skin is cool and the weapon works, but it needs a lot of help. So, like, do give it a shot if you think it's cool or you like the skin. I would have never guessed that one of the most requested weapons for the series is going to be the Ambassador, of all things. But here we are. The Ambassador is a Mastery Rank 10 primary rifle that does pure electricity damage. Now the weapon comes with 2 different fire modes that you switch between by pressing the secondary fire button. The primary fire is fully automatic, does 24 damage per shot, and it comes with a 14% crit chance, a 2.8 times crit multiplier, and a 26% status chance. And the secondary fire is charge based and fires an explosive laser. This does 600 damage on a direct hit, as well as 800 damage with a 6-meter explosion, and it sports a 16% crit chance, 2.8 times crit multiplier again, but a 32% status chance. One of the not so great things about the Ambassador though is getting it, because the blueprint comes as a reward on rotation C in Corpus Empyrean Survival. And the parts drop from Arachnoids, which you luckily also find in these Corpus Empyrean missions, but also from Narmer Arachnoids if you do Narmer bounties in Orb Vallis. Fortunately though, all the bits and bobs for the Ambassador are tradable, so you can just buy it from someone else. This is going to be an interesting little adventure, because we can go pure electricity, we can go hunter munitions, and then we have the 2 fire modes as well. I'm excited. I'm gonna start off with Merciless, because I think it works better for the primary and secondary fire, but we might switch into Deadhead later on. Let's get some basic mods on. Galvanized Chamber. Do I want to go with Scope? Let's go with Scope. Yeah. And we of course want to run Galvanized Aptitude. I kinda want to run double crit with crit delay, so let's try that. Bit of crit damage, 6.2x, that is a big multiplier. Yeah, the crit chance isn't the highest, but the crit multiplier makes up for it. I want to try something here. Let's get Unranked Malignant Force and then Rhyme Rounds so that we have more electricity than Vital. And we top it off with Hunter Municiones. Aha! Let's not go too crazy right off the bat. Okay, the fire rate's feeling pretty good, even with crit delay. That's quite nice. Damage is decent enough. Alright, alright. That's not too bad. I am having a little bit of trouble keeping galvanized scopes stacked up now that we only have heavy gunners left. That's an interesting problem. Okay, if we want to use the secondary fire, we're gonna need some fire rate. This is way too slow. And it's also consuming a lot of ammo. I'm not a big fan of it, actually. And again, I'm having trouble keeping galvanized scopes stacked up. I think we're mostly gonna stick to the primary fire. It just feels a lot better. I'm pretty sure that hybrid is the way to go because of the high crit damage, but I want to try a status-based setup that just takes advantage of the innate electricity and see how that works as well. Something like this, I guess? It's pretty straightforward. Maybe some shreddage would be nice as well. Definitely merciless for this one. Surprisingly enough, armored units are a bit of a problem, but I think it would work if we brought armor strip and all that. It's just that the original build, the Hunter Munitions build, doesn't really need armor strip because it has the slash to get through armor and then electricity to deal with everything else. So I think we're gonna stick to that. It was a good idea, I'm glad we tried it, but back to Hunter Munitions we go. Please don't steal my kills, Harold. Hold up. I don't think Harold is actually the right bet. Where did I put ya? Aha! Bigos Nikos. Hey. And we want to put on Hellstrom because I have Vigilante mods on it. Right off the bat, the ramp up is much better because Bigos Nikos doesn't do a lot of damage. He's mainly there just to prime Vital and to provide me with the Vigilante set bonus. We are getting a lot of orange crits. That's exactly what we wanted right there. Look at that. Awesome sauce. This is a really good damage combination as well. Having slash and electricity whilst providing your own Vital feels nice. The damage is a little bit all over the place because Hunter Munitions is somewhat random, but overall, this is more than good enough for Steel Path. This is a problem though. Oi, 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 oi. That is worse than usual. My goodness. Let's give Deadhead a shot. I'm not sure I want to run it because we have electricity and slash, but maybe. You know what? It works well enough, especially with the Vigilante set, so we're getting orange crits in there as well. We actually get enough kills to keep it up. The extra headshot multiplier is also very nice for beefier units. It helps a lot with the DPS. The acolyte damage is atrocious though. My god, this is bad. I also want to try the Max Special here because we can really narrow down the status effects we get. Yes, we can do Max Special with primed cryo rounds for a ton of extra damage and more crit stuff. We need a Forma though. I think I'm gonna put it under Aptitude and then we're gonna have to shuffle this around so that it's under primed cryo rounds. So we can do it like that for the Hunter Munitions build, and this then lets us run primed cryo rounds and crit. Nice. And Deadhead is an absolute no-brainer here because we have no damage over time. Okay. I wanted to try just to see how it compares to the Hunter Munitions setup. That is... whoa! That is very strong, my god. Okay. That is so much stronger. What the hell? That is going on config A. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, the ramp up is really nice as well. Because of the extra headshot multi, we have loads of base damage. This is awesome. This is also a really good set of stats for all kinds of factions because we have corrosive and radiation for all kinds of armor. Then we have cold, which is great for shields. I genuinely thought the Hunter Munitions Vital setup is gonna win, but no, the Max Special is an absolute boss on this. And we're done. That was lovely. And let's finish it off with a clean test. No shards, no pet. It's not as good, but it's still more than good enough. The napalms take a few more shots than I would like, but if you don't have the shards and you don't want to run a specific pet, you can still use this and it's gonna be a-okay. So, by far my favorite build for the Ambassador is the mech special with primed cryo rounds, where we have galvanized chamber for multi-shot, a galvanized scope for crit chance, a vital sense for crit damage, and then radiated reload for radiation and reload speed, primed cryo rounds for a ton of cold damage, high voltage and malignant force for corrosive damage and status chance, and galvanized aptitude for status chance and condition overload. You don't necessarily need anything for the Exiles, so you can leave it blank or you can put whatever you want in there, and for the Arcane, primary deadhead is really nice because we have no damage over time, so it's really easy to stack and you get the extra multiplier on top of the base damage. Now, while the setup does benefit from having either 2 regular Emerald Archon shards or 1 Tau Forged Emerald Archon shard for more corrosive procs, it's not necessary. It's not going to be as good without them, but it's still going to be fine. And for the second build, we have a Hunter Munitions Vital Hybrid, where we run Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope, and Crit Delay for crit chance, as well as Vital Sense for crit damage. Then we have Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, Rhyme Rounds, and Unranked Malignant Force, so we have a better distribution of electricity and vital, and we top it all off with Hunter Munitions for slash procs. One thing you could do with this setup to make it a little bit stronger is to outsource vital somewhere else, like onto a pet or your frame, and that will give you 2 extra mod slots, which you can then fill with a Bane mod for a ton of extra damage, and even an electricity mod so you have better electricity procs. Or you could add more base damage with Serration, or crit damage and status chance with Hammer Shot, that kind of stuff. The Arcane of choice here is also primary Deadhead, though sometimes on damage over time builds, Deadhead is not the best because you need direct headshot kills. The Ambassador surprised me quite a bit, and it was a good surprise as well. It performs way better than expected, and it's actually a lot of fun as well. It is a bit of a pain to get, but it is a tremendously fun weapon to use. So of course I would recommend you give it a shot. It's very fun, does great damage, and it looks cool too. Hello boys and liars. Now usually in this series we do unpopular weapons that are sort of forgotten about, and we try to make them work. But not today. Today we're gonna flip the script and check out one of the most popular melee weapons in the entire game. I'm of course talking about the Zoris. This is a Master Rank 4 glyph that has infinite combo duration, and it does primarily slash and puncture damage. It also sports a 20% crit chance, a 2.4 times crit multiplier, and an 18% status chance, so all in all, a good set of stats. The best thing about it though is that its heavy attacks do pure electricity damage with a forced electricity proc, which has always been pretty good, but now that we have melee influence, oh boy. The weapon is also extremely easy to get, because you just get it during Deadlock Protocol. It's essentially free, so let's give it a shot. Or a swing, or a throw, I guess. There's a reason why people like this, it's because it's easy to get and ridiculously good. Also, it's one of the best weapons when you're farming Granum Void. Let's get a stance on there, doesn't really matter which one, because we're gonna be throwing it anyway. We're gonna go pretty straightforward, Sacrificial Steel for crit chance and pressure for damage. There we go. Do we want to run Killing Blow? We probably do. Let's get that on there. Ooh, what else? Crit damage sounds nice, doesn't it? Probably not. I don't remember if this actually increases the damage of heavies. The reason you want to run Volatile Quick Return if you're going for a heavy build is because it removes the bounces and it makes the glyph easier to use. But the blast radius you get also applies to the blast radius of the heavy attacks. So let's get that on there. Now comes the... I don't have any adapters, that's fine. Let's just buy one. Now comes the big thing. This is gonna be stupid, I'm telling you right now. You don't even need a high rank influence because it just increases the duration, and we're gonna be proccing electricity all the time, so this should be up non-stop. And let's top it all off with a bit of vital as well as electricity. Because electricity is added to the damage over time, so we want to boost it up as much as possible. Alright, bring it on. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. Let's get one. Oh. Oh, baby. And that's electricity without armor strip. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, we might as well max it out. Dude, this is dumb. This much damage on Grenier without armor strip and no faction mods as well. That's dumb. I actually don't want Whirlwind here. Because with a glyph you want to do what's commonly referred to as a double tap, where you throw the glyph, you let it hit whatever you're trying to hit, and then you detonate it, so you get 2 hits instead of 1. And the projectile speed from Whirlwind makes that much more difficult. I guess we don't really need to go for anything in the Exiles this time around. We could get Dispatch Overdrive for move speed, but that's about it. Let's see what it do. No ramp up, big damage right away. This is just lovely, isn't it? Oh, I love this so much. It's kind of wild that we can just run Steel Path with no armor strip, no pet either. I don't have Harold with me. This is just the weapon itself. A weapon you get from a quest at like Mastery Rank 4. Yeah, people use this for a reason. This, by the way, isn't the wildest setup you can run on this. You can get way more damage than I'm getting here. Aha, big Grenier Eximus units do need some armor strip. They're just too damn beefy, even for this much damage. So let's swarm them up, and we should be a-okay. This should be relatively quick. Oh, yep. Bit of armor strip page, bam. Hell yeah. Alright, very good. Here's the thing about this build. You can make it way more ridiculous if you simply outsource Vital somewhere else, like onto a pet, or if you do wield this with a secondary weapon. And then you can run a faction mod, and like Healing Return or Life Strike, actually. You can run Life Strike for healing. And that's gonna be just ridiculous. You're never gonna die, and you're gonna have even more damage. It's just gonna be dumb. I think it's time to take Harold for a walk. There you go. Hello, boy. Not really worried about Corpus, to be honest, but let's give it a test. Yeah, pretty much what I expected here. Poor boy's just melting. If you don't have a lot of weapon slots, or you like to invest into one weapon and just use that weapon a lot, this is the melee weapon to use. It's good fun as well. I like throwing glaives around. Reminds me of the good old times when I used to watch Xena the Warrior Princess on the television. This time around, I am not gonna armor strip the Acolyte. Just in case you don't have armor strip on your setup, so let's see how it do. It's not gonna be as good. Yeah, that's considerably worse, but it's not unusable. You can kill an Acolyte with this just fine. Just takes a few more throws. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's give the Facade a shot as well. I'm actually very curious about this one. I guess it's mostly going to depend on how many enemies we hit with this, because this scales exponentially with the... Yes, quite. Let's try that again. This scales exponentially with the number of enemies you hit, right? Because the more enemies you hit, the more electricity you proc, and the more electricity is going to be cross-procced via influence. There we go. More enemies, bigger ouchie. I was a little bit worried about the Kulervins and the Necramechs in general, but they seem to be going down fine. The Facade, they melt really fast because they don't have armor, but the Kulervins, sometimes when there's like one or maybe two, it takes a few ticks for them to go down. Well, here comes the Necramech. I think Necramechs are gonna be by far the worst. Yeah. I'm not even sure I can hit the Archon shard on its back with the glyph. Plus the status resistance and the general beefiness. Yeah, if you're gonna use this, you need a gun for a Necramech. Like a solid gun that can take it down. I am liking this though, so you can definitely take it onto Deimos as well. You just need to bring a gun for a Necramech. That's not that big of a deal. So here's the final build for the Zores. For the stance we have Astral Twilight, but either stance would do. It doesn't really matter because the throws are the same. We're running Killing Blow for heavy attack damage and wind-up speed, Organ Chatter for crit damage, and then Vicious Frost and Virulent Scourge for Vital. However, you can easily outsource Vital somewhere else, onto a pet, or onto a priming weapon, or even onto a frame. And if you do that, you can then run a faction mod, which will absolutely skyrocket your damage, and something else, something like Life Strike even, so that you are essentially immortal, because you're going to be healing with every heavy attack. But anyway, after that we have Volatile Quick Return for bigger heavy attack explosions and to also remove the bounces, Shocking Touch for a ton of electricity, and we top it all off with Sacrificial Steel for crit chance and Sacrificial Pressure for damage. Now the arcane here is a no-brainer, melee influence. This takes the weapon from very good to absolutely ridiculous. You have forced electricity procs on the heavy, so you don't have to worry about status at all, it just works really well. I would recommend some form of armor strip though if you're gonna fight armored factions, whether that comes from a pet or in my case, in this video I was using Inaros with 2 emerald shards for more maximum corrosive procs in combination with Scarab Swarm. It's not entirely necessary, the setup is strong enough to push through lower level Grenier even in Steel Path without armor strip, but if you want to do anything more than an exterminate or capture, I would highly recommend it. I know I've said this multiple times throughout the video, but let me say it again. There is a reason why people like this and why they use it. It's a really strong weapon that's a ton of fun to use, and it's very easy to get. It's essentially free. You also have some options when it comes to the build. You can do a light throw build, you can even do a light attack build if you want to, but honestly, I think a heavy influence setup is the best you can do here. So definitely give it a shot, or a swing, or a throw. So, this is a bit of a special occasion because it's the last weapon that we're gonna check out before my vacation. I'm leaving tomorrow and I'm gonna be gone for a week, but that doesn't stop us from having fun today. So let's check out the Athodai. This was originally a Tenokon weapon, but nowadays you can actually get it in Railjack, so you can farm it in Venus Proxima from hidden derelict caches. It might take a while though, because you need to get a blueprint, a barrow, and a receiver. Luckily, all the parts are tradable, so if you don't want to do Railjack or you get unlucky, you can buy them from someone else. The Athodai is a Mastery Rank 10 secondary that has two different fire modes. The primary fire is fully automatic, does primarily heat damage with a nice chunk of puncture on the side, and it sports a 32% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and an 8% status chance. The secondary fire fires your entire magazine out in a rapid burst, does pure heat damage, and it sports an 18% crit chance with a 2x crit multiplier and a 24% status chance. Additionally, if you get a headshot kill with the Athodai, you get an overdrive buff, which increases your fire rate, recoil, and ammo efficiency by 100% for 8 seconds. This does disable the secondary fire though, unfortunately. This is gonna be interesting. I'm actually very curious to see how this will go. I think we're gonna focus on the overdrive buff. That seems like the way to go. Let's get an adapter. Deadhead, absolutely, like, come on. Let's get galvanized diffusion. Lethal torrent, so I don't forget about it again. And galvanized shot. Lovely. Crosshairs, obviously. Definitely want on that. Prime target tracker for some nice crit damage. That's pretty good. You usually don't want to double down on crit on secondaries. I think, wait, do we want to go hybrid or just straight up crit? We could just go straight up crit. That could be really strong. For now, let's just go hybrid, and maybe later we can try crit. That's gonna be a lot of formal. Let's add radiation as well. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of fire rate. Ooh la la. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the napalms in from last time. that is some recoil indeed. Holy hell, the damage is great, but my god, this is gonna need some recoil reduction. Holy shit. Let's slap in a D for galvanized shot. We can put in steady hands. You know what? I think we'll drop the mech special, so we'll get rid of radiation, because that way we can run primed convulsion and prime heated charge. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot of damage. Let's keep the sim set up as it is. Oh, that's so much better. My god, yeah. This is actually usable now. Yes. It's much easier to headshot with it as well, so the DPS is better, because it doesn't shake the screen as much. This is a hell of a gun. So let's get a blessing and try some stuff. Yes, thank you very much, people of the relay. Yes. Ooh, 4 minutes. That was super duper fast. I like it. I am pretty sure big elemental mods are the way to go, so let's get rid of the radiation and slap a dash in there so that we can put in primed heated charge. That's going to be a lot of heat damage. Let's see. Whew, big. 12 minutes, blimey. It's all over the place today. Let's get a second dash in there for primed convulsion. Let's see. Boom. Oh. 926.1 damage per shot. That's a lot. Now, just to be safe, I think we're going to run carrier because the weapon doesn't have a lot of spare ammo. So if you get unlucky with headshot kills, you might actually run out. Let's switch to the Lloyd skin. I don't like this. Bloody hell, that is some serious damage. Look at that. Oh, didn't get a headshot kill. There we go. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit unlucky, but dude, when that buff goes off, yeah, this is the way to go. Faux show. Let's see what it do. I like that we have a lot of base damage because of the elemental mods and all that. So even before we ramp stuff up, we're already doing enough to where it's not a problem at all. Lovely. You do have to think a little bit more than with most other weapons, because if you just spray it around, you're just gonna run out of ammo, and that's gonna be that. But I think the damage is worth it. This thing absolutely shreds. I could get used to this. I really like that it works even if you don't have the buff. Like, yeah, it's not as good, you have less fire rate and all that, and you are actually using ammo, but it still works. Oh damn, that's some serious dippers. Holy crap, yeah. That's awesome. Let's actually try the secondary fire as well. See how it do. So, Right, yo, you can't aim down sights. I forgot about that. And I think... yeah, when you get the buff, it disables the secondary fire. That's so weird. Yeah, that's a no from me, dog. Like, why would you not use the primary fire instead? While we're here, let's do a clean test with no pet and no shards. I think it's gonna be a-okay. Maybe the napalms will take a little bit longer, but everything else should be pretty... yeah. Yeah. It is not as strong as it is with shards and a pet, but if you don't have shards and you want to run a random pet that doesn't help you that much with damage, it's absolutely fine. I'm gonna try a Corpus run as well. It's kind of interesting, even though we have the wrong damage types, corrosive and heat, which is not the thing you want to run against Corpus. They go down really fast. The bigger problem is actually with Moas because they have really small heads. Yeah, the damage is absolutely fine. It's just the Moas. Their heads are too small for this. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Acolyte without the buff because we have nothing to shoot. Alright. So, how... like, are we gonna run out of ammo or something? I don't think so. Shield damage isn't top-notch, but... pff, holy hell, yeah. Okay, so that's no problem. If you don't have carrier, it's gonna be pretty sketchy, but if you have carrier and you have a bit of extra max ammo from the carrier, you're fine, even if you don't have anything to shoot. Good stuff. So, here's the final build for the Atherai, and it's pretty Forma heavy. In the end, we ended up with 6 Forma. We're running Galvanized Diffusion and Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload, Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, Prime Target Cracker for crit damage, and then we went big on Elemental. We have Primed Heated Charge for a ton of heat, and Pistol Pestilence with Primed Convulsion for corrosive. I would also highly recommend Steady Hands in the Exiles because when you get the Overdrive buff, you get a ton of extra recoil on top of it, and for the Arcane, Secondary Deadhead is an absolute no-brainer here. Now, while not as important as they are on other corrosive builds, Emerald Archon charts for more maximum corrosive procs are still good. Especially on Acolytes, not so much on normal enemies because you rarely ever stack corrosive that high because you don't have that much status. So they're fairly inconsequential for normal gameplay, they just help with status-resistant enemies. This is also not the only setup that you can run on the Atherai. I am pretty sure that a Heat Vital setup would be good as well, but I generally prefer upfront damage setups to damage over time builds. Overall, I'm very happy with how the Atherai turned out. I didn't expect it to be quite as good. It feels absolutely fantastic and it does a truck ton of damage. It does require a bit more thought than most weapons. You can't just spray it around because you will run out of ammo, but that's kind of what makes it fun. So if you don't mind going for headshots all the time, I would highly recommend you give the Atherai a shot. It's pretty great. Hello everybody, welcome to another video, and today we're going to be checking out Harmony, a new scythe that was released with Jade Shadows. This scythe is very special because not only do heavy attack kills increase status duration for nearby allies, they also instantly deal all the damage from all the damage over time effects the enemies have on them. The weapon requires Mastery rank 10, it does primarily puncture damage, but it still has a decent chunk of slash on it, and it sports a 20% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier, and a 36% status chance with an attack speed of 1.08. It's also not that difficult to get. The blueprint drops from the new Ascension mission on Uranus on rotation A with about a 5% drop chance, so roughly about 20 rotations A and you should have it. So let's see what it's all about, shall we? This is gonna be interesting because this weapon effectively has Expedite Suffering for all damage over time on its heavy attack. So yeah, this is gonna be nuts. Let's check out the stances. Reaping Spiral first. Let's see if there are any force slash procs. There's one there. And one here actually, so that's good. What about Stalking Fan though? Nothing, nothing, and one there. So we definitely want to go with the Reaping Spiral. I think it makes the most sense to go for a Tenukai build here because you will build up some slash on the enemy and then blow it up with a heavy. And I think Condi Overload is also a good idea here. Yeah, let's put that on because again, you will build up some status on the enemy and then you get a big hit with the heavy. Let's also run Blood Rush for crit. Organ Shatter for some crit damage. Yeah, we could do that. We could run Spring-Loaded Blade instead of Primed Reach to utilize the deep polarity here. I'm not 100% sure we need Weeping Wounds here necessarily, because a lot of the slash is going to come from the stance. Let's get some attack speed on there. And again, because a lot of the slash procs are going to come from the stance as forced procs, we can just run fully ranked dual stat mods for Viro here. We could even run Primed Fever Strike to get more upfront damage, though I have a feeling it's not going to be necessary. Let's also get an adapter or not. I need to do some trading. Okay, a little bit of relic trading later. Let's get an adapter in here. And we don't have enough capacity. I think that's going to be way too important though. So let's take out, I guess, spring-loaded blade for now. Just so we can run Tenokai. And I think I'm going to go for Opportunities Reach just so we get more range and a longer window. Let's do a Grenier battle group, a Steel Path, and I think we're going to have to max it out. Finally a proc. Ooh, that actually did a lot of damage, even at 4x combo. Ho ho ho, ooh la la. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, this is about as busted as I expected. What about the Bombards? Come on, give me a proc. Yeah, just... okay, so it just deletes everything. What a surprise! This will just give us a bit of extra crit for the heavies, and now we need to max it out so that we can slap on a forma and put spring-loaded blade back in. Let's get a blessing so that it's nice and quick. Do people still love me? They do! My vacation was terrific, by the way. Well, would you look at that? I'm about to be a big boy, so let's go do that very quickly. That was a pretty weak source challenge, but there it is. Legendary 2. Lovely. Let's slap in a V for Blood Rush. There we go, a bunch of extra range. Probably a good idea to switch to Naramon since we don't have any combo duration. This is really stupid, isn't it? My god, I didn't even build full combo. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Let's do some proper mission testage, shall we? This is like stupid levels of strong. Jesus Christ. It does depend a little bit on how much slash you can get on the enemy before the heavy, but most of the time it absolutely annihilates them. Ha! The Necromech's actually going down pretty fast. That's impressive. On top of that, also, one thing that I do want to mention here is that you don't just have to do this with slash, you can do it with any damage over time. I wonder how, like, if you build this with electricity and then do melee influence, how that's gonna work. Show yourself, misery! Yeah. Oh my god, that was a chunk and a half. Sit down. Holy hell. Next on the menu, we have the Corrupted. So far, this seems like it's gonna be just like a universally strong setup. We already tested it against the Grenier in the Simulacrum. The Murmur went down really fast. The Corrupted seem to be going down very fast as well. Just overall good stuff. I like this. This is a strong weapon with a very neat special effect. It's not just like a stick that does a lot of slash damage. That's what I like about this. You can do various different stuff. You could do heat, you could do electricity, gas, toxin, whatever. As long as you think about it a little bit, you can make it work. Let's see what it do against the Corpus. It turns them into sauerkraut is what it do. What a surprise. So yeah, this is absolutely just like a universally strong weapon. Also, now that we're testing the Corpus, and we actually have an example right here, you can hit Ospreys from the ground. That's not the case for all melee weapons. Some melee weapons cannot reach Ospreys when you're on the ground, and that can be a bit of a problem. I am impressed. This is very good. It's also pretty good versus status-resistant enemies, because you build a bit of slash and then you blow it up with the heavy, so it's not that big of a problem that they can only have, like, what, 4 slash procs on them at any given time, or any other proc, depending on, depends on how you build this. I have a feeling this is going to be a very popular melee weapon. Let's try one of the event missions. This has a lot of Eximus in it. And it's also infested. We haven't tested that yet. Hello, boys. Yep. It's pretty good. I think I've done enough testing here. This is just good. It's not that difficult to get. It's relatively easy to build. It's just a good weapon. So, here's the final build for the new Harmony Scythe, which is absolutely tremendous. We have Reaping Spiral as our stance because it has more forced slash procs, or rather slash procs on 2 of its combos rather than just 1. And for our Tenokai trigger, I chose Opportunities Reach because I like the longer window, it makes it much harder to whiff, and you also get a bunch of extra range on your heavies. Then for the actual build, we have Condition Overload for damage, Spring-Loaded Blade for range and to utilize the D polarity, but if you want a little bit of extra range, you can actually reformat the D into a V and run Primed Reach instead. Then we have Blood Rush for crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, Vicious Frost and Virulent Scourge for vital damage and some status chance, Berserker Fury for attack speed, and finally Weeping Wounds for status. Also, if you're gonna run an arcane, melee animosity is really good. It sort of plays into the whole theme of the weapon where you slowly build up with light attacks into an absolutely massive heavy. I like this weapon an awful lot. It's fun, it does good damage, and it has a really neat unique mechanic. It also gives you options when it comes to the builds. You don't necessarily have to go with Slash. You can go with Electricity and maybe play around with melee animosity. You could go Toxin, Heat, you could go Gas. Because unlike Expedite Suffering, which is a Helminth ability, it is not limited to just Toxin and Slash. It works with all damage over time effects. So I would absolutely recommend you pick this weapon up. It's great fun and it does tremendous damage. Plus, it's relatively easy to get. You just need to get a blueprint from the new game mode and the build requirements aren't that crazy.
Psst, hey, look at this. See this? It's some good stuff right here. They're called the Kantare and they're Jade's signature throwing knives. And they're a bit weird in a very cool way. Because unlike most throwing knives, you only have 6 of them at a given time, and when you throw them out, they get embedded into the terrain and then fly back to you when you reload. It's actually where most of the damage you're gonna do with these comes from, because as they're flying back, their crit chance is set to 300%, so they deal guaranteed red crits. Additionally, when you manage to hit something with the returning projectiles, you and nearby allies get increased reload speed for a while. They require Mastery Rank 10, do primarily slash damage with a nice chunk of puncture as well, and they sport an 18% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 22% status chance. Though this is a bit deceiving because, as I've said already, when they're returning back to you, their crit chance is locked at 300%. You can get the blueprint for these from the new Ascension mission on Uranus, and it has about a 5% drop chance on every rotation, so roughly about 20 rotations and you should have it. So let's see if they're any good, shall we? I'm a little bit worried that I'm not gonna like this because I move around a lot, like I strafe all the time, so I have a feeling I'm gonna miss a lot of the returning projectiles. How exactly does this work? So you throw them out, yeah, and then... Alright, that's pretty straightforward. Oh, this feels weird. This feels very weird. It's probably not the best against the infested when you're moving around and dodging them. But maybe in like a corridor it's better. You do get a ton of extra damage from the returning projectile though, because of the guaranteed red crit. I'm gonna have to get used to this. This feels rather peculiar to use. Let's figure it out then. I think I'm gonna stick to Merciless here because the extra reload speed is gonna be nice. Let's get the standard assortment of stuff, bit of diffusion, galvanized shot, and lethal torrent. Let's get prime target cracker in there as well, and we're not gonna run a crit chance mod because it loses a lot of value thanks to the crit chance being set at 300% on the returning projectiles. I wonder how this works with concealed explosives. I don't think this works at all. Yeah, it's just... it doesn't seem to be exploding at all. I kind of want to go corrosive encode here, so let's do that. The idea here is to freeze something as we're throwing the knives out, so when they're then returning, the enemy is frozen and we're doing double crit damage. Let's do a Grineer battle group. Let's not pause AI. This is incredibly odd, but it does work if you have good positioning. If you position yourself correctly and you sort of pay attention to where you're throwing the knives, you can do some serious damage here. Lovely. That's quite nice actually. I kind of like this. So far, I like this more than I thought I would. There we go. Nice and quick. Alright, let's put a D under galvanized shot right here. It is unfortunately not enough. I want to put in some fire rate. But yeah, we're one shy, so we're gonna have to put on another forma. Maybe. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. For now, we can just run Gunslinger. That's one rank from the top. Ooh, that feels considerably better. Alright. So that's definitely the way to go. Bit of fire rate in there so we can throw it out faster, so we can return faster. Also, okay, makes sense. Condition overload is multiplicative because the weapon is projectile based. So yeah, if you have a good priming pet, use it. I'm very curious to see how this feels in a normal mission. I'm actually starting to like this. This is quite cool. I thought it would be a bit of a hassle to constantly think about positioning, but because we added the fire rate, we can throw them out really fast, so the positioning isn't as big of a problem as I thought it would be. Not gonna lie, it can be a bit awkward sometimes, especially in strangely shaped rooms, but overall it's actually surprisingly nice. Come get some Malise. And? Ooh, that was quite nice actually. I was not paying attention at all. You win this round, Malise. This is good fun. Ah, stop stealing my kills, Harold. Bloody hell. I hate Ambulance. Or do I? Do I actually hate Ambulance? I don't think I do. Wowee, that is... What? Okay. I went to this mission for a reason. It's because the tileset is very open, so you can throw the knives in really awkward spots, but... doesn't seem to be a problem at all. It's working just fine. This is awesome. This is why, even if you're like fairly certain that you're not gonna like something, you should always try it because you never know. You know what? We are gonna put on the extra forma to max out Gunslinger because I want to run Lethal Momentum. I think Lethal Momentum is gonna be pretty big on this because not only will the knives fly out faster, they will also fly back faster. Aha. So, Jake the Star Child just decided that he's gonna give me 1,000 platinum because I'm always low on platinum. I told him that I don't need or want it, that he should keep it, but he insisted. So, thank you, Jake the Star Child. You are an absolute mad lad. And that, as they say, is that. Let us put a V right here. We can put in Lethal Momentum and maxed out Gunslinger. There we go, 7.73. Lovely. Oh, that feels so much better. Like, adding the extra fire rate already felt good, but fire rate and projectile speed? Tremendous. While we're here, let's also do a clean test with no shards or pet. Yeah, this is considerably weaker, not necessarily because of the shards. Shards don't do as much as they used to before the update. But it's mainly because we don't have Harrowed, and Condition Overload I'm pretty sure is multiplicative here, so if you don't have a priming pet, that's gonna be of a much bigger impact than not having shards. Oh, this actually feels great. This is like so cool as well. Again, just like with the Harmony yesterday, it's not just that it does a lot of damage, it does it in a very cool way. I can wholeheartedly recommend this. It can be a bit awkward with Osprey sometimes, and some of the big open tile sets are a bit sometimes, but overall, this is great fun. So here's the final build for the Cantare, and it's relatively cheap forma-wise, it's only 2 forma. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Prime Target Cracker for crit damage, Jolt Tempest of Pestilence for corrosive, Gunslinger for fire rate, Frostbite for some cold and status chance, Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, and Galvanized Shot for status chance and multiplicative Condition Overload. I would also highly recommend you invest into an Exilus adapter with this weapon so you can run Lethal Momentum. It makes the weapon feel much better and it makes hitting the enemies with the returning projectiles far easier. And finally for the Arcane, I stuck to secondary Merciless just for the easy damage scaling, but also the reload speed. Then, just like with any other corrosive setup, Emerald Archon charts for more maximum corrosive procs are always gonna be nice. If you have 2 regular ones, you can easily strip all of the enemy armor with just corrosion alone. But they're not gonna have as much of an impact as a good priming pet, because I'm fairly certain Condition Overload is multiplicative here because the weapon is projectile based, so a good priming pet that covers the enemies on all kinds of status is gonna be much more important. If you're like me and you're looking at this weapon thinking to yourself, I don't know about the returning projectiles, that feels very finicky, don't worry, it's actually much easier to manage than you would think. Once you add a bit of fire rate and some projectile speed through Lethal Momentum, you basically don't have to think about it at all. You throw them out really fast, then you reload and bam, big damage. So I would absolutely recommend you try this weapon out. It does great damage in a cool way, it has a very neat unique mechanic, and it's not that difficult to get. Well then, it is time to check out the final weapon from Jade's arsenal, the Evensong Bow. Now the Evensong, just like all the other Jade weapons, has some special mechanics to it. Fully charged shots explode in a 4-meter radius, and killing enemies with the Evensong grants you and nearby allies Evensong Devotion, which increases multi-shot by 35% for 30 seconds. This can actually go all the way up to 70% multi-shot if combined with the bonuses from the Cantare throwing knives and the Harmony Scythe. The bow does primarily slash damage with a good chunk of puncture as well, and this goes for both the direct shots as well as the explosion on fully charged shots. And it sports a 25% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier, and a 38% status chance. And finally you get the blueprint for the Evensong, the same way you get the blueprints for all the other Jade weapons from the new Ascension mission on Uranus, where you have about a 5% chance to get it on every rotation. So let's see what it do, shall we? I have a feeling this is going to be a really good bow, because not only do you get the puncture, like the instant puncture stacks, which reduces the enemy damage and gives you the extra crit, but you also get the multi-shot on top of it. Ooh, hold up, this blows up. I didn't know that, and it just primarily slash. Ooh, bad follow though. How does this work? So that's normal? Okay, so it's just like a lovely little poof. Alright, let's get an adapter. I'm torn. I want to go with Deadhead for the easy damage stacks and the headshot multi, but the explosion and reload speed on a bow is nice,
And we also have a lot of slash, so there's going to be a lot of damage over time. Chamber for multi-shot, aptitude for the direct hit, and a bunch of status as well. What about like primed firestorm? 5.76, that would help with the fall off, but I think we're gonna put it on if we have space for it at the end. We definitely want to go with viral here. That's like a no-brainer. Crit delay and vital sense. Oh damn, this can run split flights? Oh, that could be fun. Yeah, speed trigger. The charge time is a little bit slow. I guess that's gonna be it for now. Alright, level 100, steel path. Oh, that's funky, I like this. The arrows don't seem to punch through at all. So it just blows up as soon as you hit the enemy, which is nice. That's quite cool. The damage isn't too shabby either. Yeah, look at that bombard. Oh, yes. Oh, me likey a lot. I do want to run hunter munitions on this, by the way, so let's do a bit of a switcheroo here. I want to try a more headshot focused build, so let's get rid of crit delay and run galvanized scope instead. And let's try that deadhead. Seems to work just fine. Tremendous. This is a-okay. It's relatively easy to hit headshots, he says, as he misses a headshot, but overall not too bad. The draw time with speed trigger is acceptable, and the damage seems to be absolutely fabulous. So if you want to do big damage, a headshot focus build is the way to go. 10 minutes, not too bad. Alrighty then, let's put a D under aptitude. That way, if we D-rank speed trigger by 1, we can put in hunter municiones. Let's bump it up. Ooh, the ramp up is pretty... I was about to say it's pretty bad, but that was a big hit. What the hell? There we go. Once you get a few kills... We do have Harold with us, by the way, to help with some priming. Yeah, once you get a few kills... Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. That's pretty good. That's actually terrific. So this is pretty good, but I'm gonna try something else. Hehe, let's go. Something like this, I guess. I didn't want to run crit delay because I want as much fire rate as possible for split flights, and we're running merciless because good luck headshotting with split flights. Let's bump it back down. Oh, that's well good. Look at this. Let's get a few kills so that merciless ramps up. Oh yeah, once it ramps, it actually does some good damage. That is awesome. I like this way more than the other one. Let's try it in a normal mission. I love me a good split flights belt. I just hope that it's not a mistake that this can use split flights. The damage is somewhat comparable to the other setup, though I still need to take that into a proper mission as well. But it's way more fun, and I will always choose fun over performance. I am so sad that Thunderbolt doesn't really scale with anything, because this would be a tremendous bow to run it on. Acolyte damage is it's not bad, it's just, you know, not tremendous because it is mostly a damage over time setup, though the upfront damage is not bad, especially when you stack up split flights, it actually chunks it pretty hard. It's not amazing. Next on the menu we have the normal build, and I want to compare it in the same mission. Pretty good ramp, that was quick. This focuses more on the single target side of things. You have way more single target damage with this, especially if you're good at headshotting, but it still has some AoE, which is nice. I love how you're not locked into one specific build. Like, this build is tremendous for single target, but if you want to, you can go with a split flight setup and have way more AoE. It is very much a personal preference. Or you can run both and just switch between them. The Forma setup is the same. I think the Acolyte damage is actually worse here because you really want to go for headshots to maximize your damage, and that's kind of difficult with an Acolyte that's constantly running after you. I also want to try the split flight setup, but with corrosive and cold instead. I just want to see whether this is any good or not, though ideally, if you're gonna do this, I would probably run primed cry rounds instead of rhyme rounds. I don't know, it feels okay, but I think I prefer the hunter munition setup. You just get more slash procs. Like, the damage isn't bad, and the status proccing is pretty decent as well because of the overlapping explosions, but I don't know. It doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. It is much better for the Acolyte, but everywhere else it's kinda meh.
So I just woke up, and all I could think about all night was this. Just the even song with Blast. Please don't tell my girlfriend I said that. This is actually really fun. Like, genuinely, having the blast on top of everything else, especially with the overlapping explosions, you stack it up pretty fast. This is pretty good.
The thing that makes this work, I think, is that we still get a lot of slash from the bow. So we get like a lot of single target from that, and then we have the double AoE from the explosion and then from blast. I'm gonna try this in a mission where the enemy density is a little bit higher, so let's do Apollodorus. Yes, dude, this is it. This is gonna be my build of choice for sure. This is so much fun. We're still getting some really nice hits as well, like the damage isn't bad at all. I kinda wanna invest into this a little bit more. Hold up, the Acolyte damage is very good as well, look at that. Ho ho ho. We're gonna have to be a little bit inefficient with our format because I wanna do it in a way where the other two builds still fit. So let's put a dash right here. That way we can run Val Acceleration on the first build as well. The second build should fit fine, yes. We can actually throw in an Exilus adapter and eventually run Vigilante Supplies for the set bonus. And for the blast build, I actually want to try Rifle Elementalist, because this does affect blast damage as well. One down, one to go. Again, this is not very efficient, but we're gonna put V under Vital Sense. This lets us run Vigilante Supplies on the other builds, which is nice. Unfortunately, we're one short for Elementalist, so but just slap on Rhyme Rounds for now. And that, as they say, is that. One last V right here under Thermite Rounds, which is kind of silly, because we have primed cryo rounds there with no format. I could actually swap it for Galvanized Aptitude now that I'm looking at it, but oh well. Let's find that Rifle Elementalist. There it is. I'm a little bit worried about the punch through though. Oh, one day, Thunderbolt. One day, they make you scale with mods. And then we're gonna be the best of friends. Dude, that's some serious damage. I'm so glad I invested into this. Look at it. It's ridiculous. Let's try a maxed out setup as well. Yeah, the scaling isn't amazing, but we still have that slash in there, so it's not terrible. It's just the AoE falls off a little bit, but 190 Steel Path Grenier? Like, yeah, that's fine. That is A-okay in my book. This is definitely my favorite setup so far. The other Split Flights build was good, but having the blast on top of the explosion, it's just too good. It might not scale as well as the other two builds, because Slash is just very strong, but I mean, I'll take this over the other two builds any day. So, in the end, we actually ended up with 3 different builds for the Even Song. My favorite one, by a long shot, is this one right here, which runs Split Flights for multi-shot, Point Strike and Vital Sense for crit, Val Acceleration for fire rate, Rifle Elementalist for status damage, Primed Cryo rounds and Thermite rounds for blast and status chance, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, and we top it off with Primary Merciless for damage and a bit of reload speed. And please don't diss reload speed on bows, because reload speed on bows actually affects the speed at which you draw arrows from your quiver. Then we move on to the second, slightly more serious build, which still runs Split Flight for multi-shot, Point Strike and Vital Sense for crit, and Val Acceleration for fire rate, but then we have Hunter Munitions for additional slash procs, Rhyme Rounds and Malignant Force for vital and status, as well as Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload. We also managed to fit in Vigilante Supplies, not necessarily for the mutation, but mainly for the set bonus, and we're also running Primary Merciless because getting headshots with Split Flights is very difficult. One change you could make here if you want more crit at the cost of a bit of fire rate is actually replace Point Strike with Critical Delay. And finally, we have the most serious, primarily single target focused setup, which still has a bit of AoE from the explosion, and this one runs Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for crit chance, and then Vital Sense for crit damage. And then the rest of the mods is the same. We have Hunter Munitions, Rhyme Rounds, Malignant Force and Galvanized Aptitude, as well as Vigilante Supplies, though for the Arcane here, since we have Scope and we already need to go for headshots, we're actually running Deadhead. The Even Song is an absolutely tremendous bow. It's a ton of fun to use, and even if you focus mostly on single target, you still get a nice chunk of AoE from the explosion. It's relatively easy to get, it does great damage, it's good fun, and unless you're going for 3 builds like me, the forma investment to get it going isn't gonna be that crazy. So I would absolutely recommend you give it a shot. So, as you may or may not know, Jade Shadows introduced a bunch of new mods. Now these mostly have to do with status, and we've already tried one of them in yesterday's video. It was Rifle Elementalist. Well, today I'm gonna try one of the other new mods. One from the Cannonade set. There are 3 of these, semi-rifle, shotgun and pistol Cannonade, and they only work with semi-automatic weapons. Now what they do is they prevent you from modifying your fire rate in any way, shape or form, and in return they give you a ton of damage as well as some punch through. Today we're going to be focusing on semi-rifle cannonade, and our weapon of choice is going to be the Kuva Chakr. This is an absolutely ridiculous weapon that does pure impact damage with a forced impact proc on direct hits, as well as a bunch of puncture, slash and blast with a 2.9 meter explosion. On top of all of that, it sports a 50% crit chance, a 2.3 times crit multiplier, and a 27% status chance with very high accuracy though relatively low fire rate. Now because this is a Kuva weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a lich that's wielding it. And for this particular setup that we're gonna do, it doesn't really matter what kind of bonus element you get on it. So let's give it a shot, shall we? So this is just like a bunch of damage and punch through, and then you can't modify fire rate. Interesting. I'm guessing you get a lot more damage than you would get from something like Serration or Hornet Strike, plus the punch through, so they're definitely gonna be worth it if you don't want to modify fire rate, or you want to use mods that lower your fire rate. So let's max them out. Semi-rifle cannonade. 240% damage, 1.5 meters of punch through. That's actually awesome for a mod that drains 9 capacity. That is so much better than Serration, oh my god. Let's get internal bleeding in here because of the low fire rate and the force impact procs. Let's also get galvanized aptitude, which I believe is multiplicative because the chakra is projectile based. And let's use galvanized scope for crit. Deadhead should be a-okay because the chakra does a ton of upfront damage, so getting headshot kills shouldn't be that difficult. Plus we get the headshot multiplier, though you could go with a different arcane because we already have base damage from the cannonade. Vital Sense for some crit damage. I mean, we might as well run Vigilante Supplies for the set bonus. Now we're gonna get Rifle Elementalist, which also gives us punch through. So we're gonna have loads, yeah, 2.1 meters, that's gonna be awesome. Plus the status damage, of course. And I mean, if we're going all the way, like absolutely bonkers with status damage, we might as well put on a Bane mod, though we don't have the right polarity in there, so we're gonna have to reformat this. Let's switch that into a V. Let's get that... Blah, right. Kuva weapon, we need to max it out first. I forgot to check, but luckily it was enough. This is a bit of a weird build, very new school, but it should work really well. We have a lot of different multipliers for slash, so we should be seeing some absolutely massive, disgusting numbers. I want to do it without Herald, just so it's cleaner and we can actually see the damage we're doing. Ramp up should be fine. Yep, just one shot. This thing does a ridiculous amount of damage. Plus we have the cannonade, which gives us base damage, so... Yep. What about the slash though? This is gonna be gross. Ooh, 937k tick. That is disgusting. My god. That is insanely high. What about you, Bombard Man? Oof. Yeah, that's gross. That is gross. Jesus Christ. Let's do a proper mission test. I think I'm gonna like cannonade builds because I just like having some base damage so I don't have to rely on the arcanes alone, because the ramp up sometimes, especially on some weapons that don't have a ton of upfront damage, is pretty bad. The splash damage from the explosion is actually really good. I didn't expect it to be too great because we don't have like any elemental damage or anything, but it's actually pretty decent. Oh my god, I just realized something. I didn't swap the Bane mod. We're still running Prime Bane of Grenier. The funny thing is, I didn't realize that I was using the wrong Bane mod because the damage was bad. The damage is tremendous. I'm one-shotting pretty much everything here. I just sort of remembered that I'm running a Bane mod and that I did not swap it when going here. Yeah, this feels fantastic. I am liking this an awful lot. Unfortunately, I was too fast, so no Acolyte. The fact that we were using the wrong Bane mod and we still had plenty of damage makes me want to run Hammershot instead. Because that way we get more crit damage and more status chance, so we get more heat and impact procs. So I think Hammershot is just like a good all-around option here. We could also run Primed Firestorm for more AoE. That would also be an option here. Let's see how that Hammershot do, eh? I'm still surprised by the splash damage, because the damage we're getting from it is not insignificant. It actually does quite a bit, though that might have to do with the fact that I do have a heat-based chucker, 50% heat, so we're getting some heat procs from the explosions as well. The build is absolutely not perfect, by the way. I would love to have more fire rate because it feels quite low. There is quite a bit of delay between shots, and I would love to have more reload speed. I was actually considering swapping to Merciless just to get the reload speed from it. I need to slow the hell down. We're clearing the missions too fast and then we're not getting acolytes. Let's do a corpus test as well. Ramp up is good. So far, no issues whatsoever. That's always good to see. We're not doing enough damage to blast through their shield gate and actually kill them, which is fine because it's a slash bolt at the end of the day. So we like break their shield gate with the direct damage and then the slash proc kills them. I'm pretty sure this is gonna massacre everything, so this is gonna be good against everything. It's just a really strong setup. I like this for the same reason that I like the Even song. You have ridiculous single target, more than on the Even song, but you have some AoE, so it doesn't feel bad. Also, no acolyte. Again. Oh, now this is something. I was trying this in like exterminates and all that, but I decided to do survival so that I can finally get an acolyte. And the high density really highlights the power of the AoE on this. I feel like weapons nowadays, especially semi-autos like this, need some sort of AoE, otherwise they just feel really bad. Or some kind of an effect, like it ricochets or something. Just straight up single target semi-auto is a bit slow. Finally and it's Mania, the worst acolyte. I hate Mania. The damage is great, it's just that it's Mania and Mania is a douchebag. Put me down. Absolute bellend. There you go. Sit down. So here's the final build for the Kuva Chakra using the new semi-rifle Cannonade as well as the new rifle Elementalist. We're using internal bleeding because the Chakra has a forced impact proc on direct hits and we also have low enough fire rate to get double the effect. Then we have a trio of galvanized mods, galvanized chamber for multi-shot, scope for crit chance and aptitude for status chance and condition overload, which I'm fairly sure is multiplicative on the direct hits because this is a projectile based weapon. We followed that up with vital sense for crit damage, hammer shot for even more crit damage and additional status chance, and then we have semi-rifle Cannonade and rifle Elementalist. These provide a ton of damage, punch through, as well as status damage. We also have Vigilante supplies in the Exiles. You don't necessarily need this for the ammo mutation, but if you're not running this on your pet, the extra crit you get from the set bonus is always nice. And for the Arcane, we went with Primary Deadhead. This gives you a ton of damage, extra headshot multiplier, as well as reduced recoil. Though you can easily replace this with another Arcane like Merciless if you want more reload speed, or another Arcane that doesn't even provide base damage because you get more than enough of it from Cannonade. Ever since the introduction of internal bleeding, the Kuva Chakra has been an absolute monster. So it should come as no surprise that when you equip it with some new fancy mods, it's gonna be even more ridiculous. So if you don't have the Kuva Chakra yet, now would be a good time to give it a shot, because it is absolutely ridiculous.
So, yesterday we played around with semi-rifle Cannonade, and today we're going to be playing around with semi-pistol Cannonade. Now, the problem with semi-pistol Cannonade is that a lot of the fun secondary semi-automatic pistols have a secondary fire that's not semi-automatic, which prevents the use of Cannonade. And a few of them also have relatively low base fire rate, which makes Cannonade feel pretty bad. So it took me a while to pick the right weapon, but in the end I landed on the Kuva Brak. This is a semi-automatic secondary shotgun that does primarily impact damage, but it still has a decent chunk of slash and puncture, and it has a base multi-shot of 10. It sports a 29% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and an 11.1% status chance per projectile, but most importantly it has a base fire rate of 5, which is more than enough. And since it is a Kuva weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a lich that's wielding it. So let's give it a shot, shall we? I can't believe I haven't done a proper build on the Kuva Brak, so let's start off with an adapter. We're gonna start off with Merciless, but I'm pretty sure we're not gonna stick to it, because we're gonna get a lot of base damage from Cannonade, so we don't really need this. Speaking of Cannonade, let's get it on. This is a really strong mod, especially on secondaries, because Hornet Strike is stronger than Serration and Point Blank, so you get 300% damage plus the punch through. Let's get Galvanized Diffusion and Galvanized Shot. We're not gonna run Lethal Torrent because we don't get the fire rate from it. One of the benefits of Cannonade is that you don't get the negative fire rate from Corrupted Crit mod, so let's get Creeping Bullseye and Target Cracker. I'm tempted to just go with Corrosive and Heat because we have a lot of status and multi-shot, so the armor strip is gonna be really nice. However, I do want to try Blast and Electricity first because I have a cool idea here. That idea is Conjunction Voltage. On Electricity status effect you get reload speed and multi-shot. I think this might be good because we're not running Lethal Torrent, so this will kind of back up our multi-shot and also give us a ton of reload speed. I mean, we might as well put on Steady Hands, because why not? Let's actually not do Steel Path right off the bat. This is actually quite cool, it definitely works, however I am worried about Steel Path because this is a shotgun, so the damage of each individual pellet isn't particularly high, So the damage of the blast and electricity procs is not gonna be as good as it is on a normal semi-automatic weapon. Well, let's try it. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. It doesn't scale very well. Let's try the bombard as well. Yeah, that's way too many shots. It would be better if we had armor strip, but as it is on its own, nope. I want to try empowered with corrosive and heat. That was the original idea for this, so let's do that. There we go. What's the damage distribution here? I do have a heat-based brag. That's not too bad. Oh yes, that is more like it. That is tremendous. My god, that is... wow, that is much stronger. Though to be fair, these dudes are weak to corrosive, so let's try another faction. Let's do a armor battle group instead. There's basically no difference here. That's ridiculous. The armor strip is too strong for these guys. Yeah, so it doesn't matter that they're not weak to corrosive. This should be absolutely fine pretty much everywhere. My initial instinct was correct. I would much rather have a cold-based brag, so if you're gonna go for a brag, I would recommend you go for a cold one, because then you can go corrosive and cold, which is generally much better for hybrid setups, because you get the extra crit and crit damage and you can freeze enemies, and just slowing enemies down is amazing. It's amazing for acolytes. I love cold versus acolytes. Let's try it in a normal mission. The awesome thing about builds like this is they have no ramp up. You just get some extra multi-shot and a bit of condition overload, and even that only takes a handful of kills to kick in. I'm liking it so far. I haven't run into anything that would feel bad yet. The range is limited, but I mean, it's a semi-automatic secondary shotgun. What do you expect? I was worried that the base fire rate was not gonna be enough and it was gonna feel sluggish, but not really. It feels absolutely a-okay. The burst damage on this is ridiculous, and so is the sustained damage because the reload is nice and fast. This is what I've been waiting for. I have a feeling Torment is not gonna have a good day today, greetings. Yep, that is awesome. Yes, this feels damn good. I want to try the voltage setup again because I'm worried I may have dismissed it a little bit too fast. I wanted to try it against other factions, specifically the Infested and Corpus, but it's just... yeah, the individual blast and electricity procs are just not doing that much, so I think even here, with the Infested not having any armor on them, you'd be better off with corrosive and heat or corrosive and cold. Or something else. So this is a no from me, dog. Let's do a corpus test with the corrosive setup. Okay, yep, pretty much what I expected. Still very good, even versus the corpus, so yeah, this is just a good setup overall. Again though, it would be better if it was corrosive and cold, so if you're gonna get a Kuva brag, get a cold one instead. I'm actually starting to like corrosive versus the corpus, because a lot of the really beefy units do have armor, and it's really nice to be able to strip them. You know, stuff like Bursas and Ambulas and all that, and the weaker units like the normal Moas or crewmen are not that strong, so you don't necessarily need to tailor your damage types to them, unless you're going like deep into Steel Path. Yeah, even like the beefier Eximus like Guardian or Frost don't stand a chance. They go down within a magazine, which is good. That's very good. I like it. And once again, we finished the mission too fast, so no Acolyte this time. No biggie though, because we already know this is fantastic versus Acolytes. Now, we have been running without Harrow this entire time, but let's also try it without Archon charts as well. I decided to try it against the armor, so they're not weak to corrosive, and honestly, I can't really tell much of a difference. I think it's because of the armor changes. Armor is just not as ridiculously strong as it was pre-update, so yeah, Archon charts make very little difference here actually. That's good, so you don't necessarily need to run Emerald Archon charts to use this. So here's the final Cannonade build for the Kuva Brak, and it's an absolute banger. We ended up running Cascadia Empowered for this setup, which is just really nice because it makes it so that whenever you proc a status effect, you will do 750 damage or up to 750 damage that matches that damage time. So if, for example, you proc Impact, you will also do 750 impact damage. This is just a nice bonus on top because we don't need the base damage from stuff like Merciless or Deadhead or even Flare. We get more than enough base damage from Cannonade and Galvanized Shot. But anyway, the build runs Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload, Creeping Bullseye for a bunch of crit at the cost of no fire rate because we're running Cannonade, and we have Prime Target Cracker for a bunch of crit damage. Then we have a combination of Scorch, Pistol Pestilence and Jot, which gives us corrosive and heat plus a bunch of status, though once again it would be better if you had a cold base Kuva Brak and you ran corrosive and cold. Then we are of course running Semi-Pistol Cannonade for a bunch of base damage as well as Punch Through, and we top it all off with Steady Hands, which you don't necessarily need, but the recoil reduction is definitely nice. This ended up being a little bit stronger than I expected. it. I knew it was gonna be good because the Kuva Brak is good and the Cannonade mods on the right weapon are very strong, but yeah, this exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. It's fun, it does a lot of damage, and it's universally good as well, so you don't really need to swap stuff around as you move from planet to planet. It works everywhere. So if you don't have the Kuva Brak yet, I would absolutely recommend you get it and give it a shot with the new Cannonade mods. Well then, we did Rifle Cannonade, we did Pistol Cannonade, so now it's of course time for Shotgun Cannonade. There are quite a few shotguns to choose from when it comes to Shotgun Cannonade, but I had to go with my beloved Corinth Prime. I fell in love with the original Corinth when it first came out, and I still love the Prime today. It's kind of ridiculous how good Shotgun Cannonade is, by the way, because it is considerably stronger than even primed point blank. Just in case you don't know, the Corinth Prime is a semi-automatic primary shotgun with an underbarrel where the primary fire does primarily puncture damage, but it still has a decent amount of slash and impact and a base multi-shot of 6, and it sports a 30% crit chance, a 2.8 times crit multiplier, and a 9% status chance per projectile. And the secondary fire fires an explosive grenade from the underbarrel that you then have to detonate manually by pressing the secondary fire again, and this does a bit of impact damage when you hit something with it directly, but when you detonate it, it will do 2200 blast damage in an almost 10-meter area. The grenade, however, only has a 4% crit chance with a 1.6 times crit multiplier and a 50% status chance. So let's see what we can do here, shall we? My beloved Corinth. This is such a good shotgun. The unique trait, by the way, here is just the underbarrel, so the secondary fire. I just realized that a fully ranked primary frostbite goes for 40 platinum nowadays. I'm just gonna buy it. This should be really good for this, because we get base damage from Cannonade, so we don't need stuff like Merciless or Deadhead, and I want to go with a corrosive and cold setup, so having extra crit damage and multi-shot is just gonna be awesome, I think. Shotgun Cannonade is kind of nuts, because even prime point blank is like, what, 165% damage? Let's get some Galvanized stuff in there. Galvanized Health for the multi-shot, Savvy for the status chance. We're gonna have to reform or something, because I definitely want to go with Prime Chilling Grasp. And you go there. Oh, I forgot that the shotgun version, Critical Deceleration, actually has a V polarity, not a dash. So I guess we can format the dash into a D then. Yeah. Let's get Ravage on there as well while we're at it. So let's swap you into a D. Let's move it down there. And there we go, an absolute truck ton of cold damage. Top it off with some corrosion. Lovely. For now, we can just use it one rank from the top. Let's do a Grenier battle group and Steel Path level 100. Yep, that's fine. I kind of expected the Arcane to stack up faster, but it is stacking up. It's going up, so it's fine. One thing that I do not like is that the reload is very long. Also, I'm not entirely sure if I ticked off Steel Path. I seem to be doing a lot of damage. I did indeed. Maybe it was because we were using Corrosive against a faction that's weak to it. So that wasn't it. The armor are going down just as fast. The reload is bothering me though. Also, the Arcane is kind of, I don't know, it's not stacking up anywhere near as fast as I thought it would. Let's actually try the secondary fire here. Yep, so maybe we can use the secondary fire to stack the Arcane. I want to max it out so that I can run Galvanized Acceleration for more effective range. Hi, how are you doing? I'm very hot right now. Let's put another D right here. And there we go. Now we have even more effective range, which on the Corinth isn't too bad because it's not too inaccurate. I do want to try a Hunter Munitions build as well though. I think we're finally gonna try Vendetta. I'm not so sure about the trigger condition. Getting a kill within 5 meters. I don't even know if this triggers from damage over time death, so let's try it out and see what it do. Luckily, the forma setup is more or less the same, and we can even fit in Galvanized Acceleration. Look at that. One thing that I like about most shotguns is that even if you're doing a damage over time build, you usually have a lot of upfront damage, so they feel good. I think I like this more than the Corrosive setup, actually. I finally added Harold into the mix, so let's do some mission tests. First up, we have the Hunter Munition setup. Pretty much no ramp up, yep, awesome sauce. So far so good, we have plenty of damage and the extra reload speed from Vendetta is absolutely tremendous. Secondary fire is kind of useless though. I think this is gonna be one of those rare occasions where even for me, a Hunter Munitions vital setup is going to be the best. Because I'm one-shooting things in Steel Path, even with a dot build. It just feels good and then you have the damage over time for some really good scaling. Okay, time for an Acolyte. Show yourself. Yup. That was a big hit, okay. Yeah, that's more than acceptable.
I mean, dot builds are not great for Acolyte, so that's pretty much as good as it gets when it comes to dot builds. Now, let's try the corrosive and cold setup. Ramp up should be roughly the same. It is. The arcane is just not stacking up very well, though. I think that's like the biggest problem. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try this setup, but with Vendetta instead. I think this is gonna be better with Vendetta because we don't get as much damage, but we get the reload speed, and the reload is really getting on my nerves. The damage is pretty solid, though. I definitely can't call it bad. Well, we even get the same Acolyte. It's gonna be a good comparison. I'm expecting this to do a lot better, though. Yeah, corrosive and cold setups are very good for Acolyte. Yeah, let's do another test, but this time around with Vendetta instead. This instantly feels a lot better. You don't get quite as much damage because you don't get the crit damage, but the reload speed is just awesome. This I can definitely recommend. Basically, the difference here is that this setup is good for base level Steel Path and the normal star chart, but if you want to go deeper into Steel Path, I would go for the 100 munition setup instead. It just has better scaling. Malice, Madut. Oof. Yeah, this is an Acolyte killer and a half. So, in the end, we ended up with two separate Cannonade builds for the Corinth Prime. The first one focuses on upfront damage and the second one on damage over time. The upfront damage setup runs Galvanize Hell for multi-shot, Galvanize Savvy for status chance and condition overload, critical deceleration and primed ravage for crit. Then we have Primed Chilling Grasp for a ton of code, Toxic Barrage and Shell Shock for corrosive damage and status chance, and we top it off with Semi-Shotgun Cannonade for a bunch of damage and punch through. Now, since both the setups run Shotgun Vendetta as their arcane, you don't necessarily need Galvanized Acceleration, because Shotgun Vendetta gives you a bunch of multi-shot and reload speed if you kill an enemy that's within 5 meters of you. The second, damage over time focused setup is pretty similar to the first one. We're still running Galvanized Hell, Savvy, Critical Deceleration, Primed Ravage and Semi-Shotgun Cannonade. But we replace the corrosive and cold combo with Toxic Barrage and Frigid Blast for vital and status chance and Hunter Munitions for slash procs. However, this doesn't squeeze the absolute maximum out of the Corinth. If you want maximum damage, you want to outsource Vital somewhere else onto like a pet, a priming weapon or a Warframe, and replace Toxic Barrage and Frigid Blast with Shotgun Elementalist and a faction mod. The Corinth, or Corinth Prime, is one of my favorite shotguns in the game, so of course I'm gonna recommend you give it a shot. It's always been very solid with a good Hunter Munition setup, but now that we have access to stuff like Cannonade and Elementalist, it's so much better, it's not even funny. You can get a ridiculous amount of damage out of it and use it pretty much anywhere. With that said though, I would recommend you try the Corrosive and Cold build as well, because it is absolutely tremendous for Acolytes, and status resistant enemies in general. So, now that the Cannonade obsession is over, it's time to obsess over something else. And that something else is going to be silly Elementalist blast builds. We're gonna start off with the silliest one of them all, Melee Elementalist, because as Anarchy pointed out in the comment section, you can do blast and electricity and then spread everything around with melee influence. And as soon as I read that, I was just like, yep, that sounds absolutely stupid, let's do it. But I wasn't quite sure which melee weapon to choose, because there are quite a few melee weapons to choose from. However, in the end, I landed on the Cronen Prime. This is a pair of Mastery Rank 13 Tonfas that do primarily slash damage with a little bit of puncture and impact, and they sport a 22% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 34% status chance. Now the reason I chose these is because they do primarily slash damage, and I was worried about the single target damage of a blast electricity build when we don't have a ton of enemies to cross-proc our status on, and even if the high slash damage wasn't enough, Discord Zone, which is the heavy attack on Tonfas, has force slash on it, which should be absolutely fantastic for taking down even the heaviest of targets, even if they're completely alone. So let's see how ridiculous we can make this, shall we? I've actually tried a few other weapons before the Cronen Prime, and I've even recorded them, but I wasn't feeling quite right, so let's hope that this is the one. The unique trait, by the way, is just parkour velocity. Let's get Sovereign Outcast on there, it fits the polarity and it's pretty fun. I think Condi Overload is the way to go here. I mean, we could go with Primed Pressure Point instead, but we're gonna be proccing a lot of status here. Also, we are not gonna be running crit, even though the crit stats are pretty good, because it just won't fit. Alright, Melee Elementalist. This is kind of a crazy mod. 90% status damage is a lot, and we get heavy attack wind-up speed as well, which is gonna work well with the Tennokai setup. Let's get Vicious Frost and Volcanic Edge for blast, Voltaic Strike for electricity. I think I would rather have the extra status here instead of the damage, because we could go with Shocking Touch instead. Berserker Fury for some attack speed, Weeping Wounds for even more status, this is gonna be kind of ridiculous actually, and Primed Reach for range. There we go. This is a really heavy status setup. 95.2% status without weeping wounds. That's kinda nuts. Let's get an adapter. I really need to max this out, but it's gonna work fine. So we're gonna run melee influence here. That's gonna be like the crown jewel of this. And let's also get an Exilus adapter here. And I guess we can run opportunities reach. I really like this one because the longer window makes it much harder to whiff Tennokai and lose your combo, and we also get the extra range, which is nice. Let's start off with a Grenier battle group. Steel Path, level 100. Should be fine. This is kind of ridiculous. The single target is not great without Tennokai, but if you incorporate Tennokai, like so, and you get the big heavy slash procs on there, mwah, fabulous. Let's max this out at 190, and let's also do a different battle group. Let's try the Narmer instead. Yeah, the AoE is ridiculous, but once you get to just a few enemies, the single target takes a big hit. But that's where, like, the properties of the Cronen come in. That's why I chose it. It's because of the extra slash that we get on top of everything else. I have a feeling this is gonna be absolutely busted in a normal mission. I was correct, this is absolutely ridiculous. It actually makes the enemy density feel weird. It feels like there are far fewer enemies than there actually are because of the way it chains around. Yeah, the AoE is so good, it actually feels odd, because it feels like I'm barely fighting anything, yet my life support is completely full. Hello, violence. Are you ready for some violence? I hope you are, because I have plenty. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yep, that's awesome. Like, having that much Acolyte damage on a damage over time setup or like a status setup is awesome. This is an absolute banger of a setup, my god. You know what, this actually kind of reminds me of the old gas builds, like the old gas builds from like, what, 5 years ago, when gas used to proc Toxin. Next on the menu, we have the Infested. Dude, this is ridiculous. It's actually lagging my PC. Like, when I run into a new room that's full of enemies and I start hitting them, I can hear the fans on my PC speed up. I mean, I expected this to be really good, especially versus the Infested, since they have no armor, but this, this is a whole other level of silly. I'm glad I chose the Cronen though. I kind of wonder if maybe you could do it with a hybrid setup as well. I don't think I would want to though. You just lose so much mod space because you would need to run Blood Rush and then Organ Chatter. So you would lose 2 mods, and I don't think it would be quite as good if you did that. Maybe you could do it if you had like Warcry on your frame and Arcane Strike for the attack speed, and then you just didn't get any range, so you could take out Primed Reach and Berserker and replace them with Crit. That would work. I have a feeling the Corpus on this ship are about to have a very bad day. Look at the numbers, that's so dumb. Yeah, if you've not tried this yet, just do it. You don't have to use the Cronen Prime for this, by the way. Any melee weapon that has Forced Slash on heavies for some extra single target and enough status chance to actually proc status will do. I love these new Elementalist mods, because previously what you would do on a build like this is run a faction mod, and you would have to faff around with your build every time you want to fight a different faction, but now you can just slap on Elementalist and you can use it against everything. But if you really want to, like really want to, if you want to be super duper sweaty, you can still squeeze in a faction mod in there. And that's good, having options is always good. Greetings, my dear Angst. Yeah, the Acolyte damage makes this even better. You don't have to worry about Acolytes at all, you can just smack them around. Even if you don't get Tennokai procs, it's a-okay. Awesome stuff. So here's the final blasted electricity based elementalist setup for the Cronen Prime. And it is a bit strange since we didn't go for crit at all. The main reason for that is that I wanted the build to feel good on its own. I didn't want to rely on outside help to make it feel nice. For the stance we have Sovereign Outcast, and for our Tennokai trigger we're using Opportunities Reach. I like Opportunities Reach because I hate whiffing Tennokai procs. Losing your combo in the middle of combat is not great, though it's not the end of the world. So if you prefer a different Tennokai trigger, you can run that instead. Now for the actual mods, we have Condition Overload for damage, Primed Reach for a ton of range, Weeping Wounds for a bunch of extra status, and Berserker Fury for attack speed. Then we have Voltaic Strike, Volcanic Edge, and Vicious Frost, which combines into Blast and Electricity and also gives us a ton of status, and we top it all off with Melee Elementalist. This provides us with 90% status damage, which affects Blast, Electricity, and Slash, and it also increases our heavy attack wind-up speed. Now to top it all off, we're running Melee Influence. This is absolutely huge on a setup like this because it allows us to cross-proc our Blast, Electricity and Slash procs to all enemies within a massive area. It effectively scales our damage based on the number of enemies we're hitting. So this ended up being rather silly, did it not? This has got to be one of the best AoE setups when it comes to melee nowadays. I mean, come on. I genuinely can't think of anything else that would be more ridiculous than this. The only, I don't even want to call it a downside, is that it doesn't deal particularly well with armor, but at the end of the day, you can just provide your own armor strip, whether it be via your frame or via a pet. So I would highly recommend you give this setup a shot, whether it be on the Cronen Prime or on something else. Because as I have mentioned already, this will work on pretty much any melee weapon that has good enough status, though with that said, I would recommend you do it on a weapon type that has forced slash procs on its heavy attacks. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a situation where you're fighting a single really strong enemy and you just don't have enough single target. Time for yet another silly blast build. Yesterday we did a silly blast build on a melee weapon, today we're gonna do it on a primary weapon using Rifle Elementalist. It was actually fairly difficult to find the right weapon to match the silliness of the melee influence setup, because that one was, pretty ridiculous, but in the end, I think the Kuvazar will be just fine. The Kuvazar, just in case you don't know, is a primary cannon that has two different fire modes, but we're mainly focusing on the cannon mode, which fires a cannonball that does a bit of impact damage if you hit something directly, but then explodes in a 7-meter area, doing 673 blast damage, and releases additional small bomblets that also explode. And this all sports a 25% crit chance, a 2.5 times crit multiplier, and a 31% status chance. The secondary barrage mode is better for single target damage, as it is basically a very strong crit heavy shotgun blast, but since we want to do a silly blast build, we're not gonna bother with that at all. Oh yeah, and since it is a Kua weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a lich that's wielding it. I am boiling. It is so incredibly hot right now. We could actually run Kanonade on this if we wanted to. I don't think we want to though. Let's start off with Merciless, mainly for the reload speed, because the reload time on the Kuvazar is ridiculously long. Let's get Galvanized Chamber for some multi-shot, Galvanized Aptitude for status, and of course Rifle Elementalist for the status damage. Let's get Blast on there, and this should combine the bonus heat that I have on the Kuvazar into the blast as well, so we have pure blast on the explosion. That's awesome because we want to proc blast, we want to stack it up as fast as possible. Critical delay should be the way to go here because we don't necessarily need high fire rate, right? Vital Sense for crit damage. My god, I almost forgot. Primed Firestorm, obviously. We want Big Boom. We do definitely need to get Mutation as well. Let's just put in Primed because it fits, because yeah, the ammo reserve on this is very bad. Let's bump it down to level 100, that's more than enough, and let's start off with kind of like the worst case scenario, which is going to be Grenier. AoE is absolutely terrific, look at that. That's awesome. The single target though, that's gonna be pretty bad, I am guessing. Yeah, the single target is not great. Not a big surprise. Better than expected though. Let's also try the Infested, this should be kind of like the best case scenario. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. This is gonna be fun. And while we're at it, let's also try the Corpus. Holy hell! Okay, maybe the Infested are not the best case scenario. What was that? Wowee, that absolutely destroyed them. I just realized that I'm using Galvanized Aptitude on an explosive weapon, which does nothing, by the way. The Condition Overload effect doesn't work on explosions. One thing we could do if we really wanted to bump up the single target damage is take out Primed Firestorm and replace it with something else. Let's give it a try, but I don't think it's gonna be the way to go. Let's see, the single target should be better, but the AoE should be much worse. It's also going to be harder to do full damage because we don't have, yeah, we are definitely doing more single target damage, especially if we switch into barrage mode. But the thing about Primed Firestorm or range on explosions in general is that it kind of stretches out your effective damage range because it kind of stretches the fall off, so it's easier to hit the enemy with the center of the explosion for full damage. I think I would rather have Primed Firestorm. This is supposed to be a silly blast build after all. Time for a proper test, because these kinds of setups are pretty difficult to measure or test properly in the simulacrum. Isn't it kind of silly that we're not running Kanonade on a cannon? Oh, this is looking mighty fine. There we go. This is much better. See, this is why I always do mission tests as well, because as I've said already, this kind of a setup is difficult to test in the simulacrum because you only have a limited number of enemies. Simulacrum definitely has its uses, it's great for tweaking builds and comparing setups, but you really need to test stuff in normal missions. Oh boy, a Grenier Syndicate kill squad, this is gonna be interesting. Let's see, where did they spawn? I don't see them anywhere. Aha, here they are, hiding in the corner. What? Did I just one-shot a kill squad? Okay, this is very nice, I'm liking this a lot. Also, ammo is absolutely a-okay. I'm impressed with the kind of damage we're doing here, considering we have no armor strip whatsoever. Alright, acolyte time. Show yourself. Where are you? Not too bad, not too bad. Alright, alright. Huh. Stay in that corner. Yes! Dude, that's not bad. I was worried about the acolyte damage, but that was more than acceptable. I'm curious about the corpus because they melted really fast in the simulacrum. Yeah, this is pretty good. So the biggest weakness, unsurprisingly, is going to be armor for this. So if you're gonna use this in higher level steel path versus the Grenier or something like that, bring some armor strip. It would be awesome if we could do corrosive and blast, but that would first of all dilute the status pool, so it would be proccing far less blast. And it would also just not fit. We don't have enough mod space for that. Theoretically, we could drop Firestorm and then run like an electricity-based Tsar, and then combine that into corrosive and then run blast on top. Maybe. This is my kind of explosive weapon. We have essentially 3 explosions, right? Because we have the cannonball, which explodes, then the bomblets, which explode, and then blast, which explodes. This is my kind of overkill. Alright, let's see if it was just luck or it's that good. I'm leaning on the side of it's just that good. Damn, dude! That's awesome single target. That's actually awesome. And let's top it all off with some infested shenanigans. This is what an explosive weapon should be like, especially like a bloody cannon, right? You just fire it and everybody's dead, Dave. This is awesome. It's probably not very fun if you don't have prime sure-footed though. Good god, I don't even want to imagine this without prime sure-footed or some kind of knockdown resistance. The range on this is so ridiculous because we have primed Firestorm, right? So we have like over 10 meters on the initial explosions. Then you have the bomblets that spread around, and I think Blast has a range of 5 meters on top of that? That's stupid. I am happy to say that we have indeed created a silly Blast build. So, here's our silly Elementalist Blast build for the Kuvazar. And it's actually quite good. We're running Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot primed Firestorm, which is awesome. It helps with the AoE and it makes everything just more ridiculous, but it also helps with the damage. It increases the range of the explosion, so it's easier to hit the enemy with the center of the explosion to do full or close to full damage. Then we have Critical Delay for crit chance. The negative fire rate doesn't really affect us all that much. Vital Sense for crit damage. Then there is Thermite rounds and Rhyme rounds for blast damage and status chance. And then we're running regular Rifle Aptitude because Condition Overload doesn't work on explosions, and the regular mod gives you more status, as well as Rifle Elementalist for more blast damage. Well, status damage, but it affects blast, so it gives us more blast damage. Also, if you're not going to run carrier, you need some form of ammo mutation because you have 5 rounds in the mag and 5 spare rounds, so you're gonna be out in no time. And for the arcane, we're running primary Merciless for the easy damage stacking, but also the reload speed, because a full reload on the Kuvazar is very long since you're loading in 1 cannonball at a time. This is about as silly as I expected it to be, maybe even a little bit more, because the range you get from all the overlapping explosions is just ludicrous, and the single target damage was actually a pleasant surprise. This does way more single target damage than I thought it would. I was worried about the single target here because on the melee setup we specifically chose the Cronen Prime because it has 4 slash procs on its heavy attacks to help with single target. And while yes, you can definitely use the barrage mode here if you're very short on single target, we really didn't need to do it even versus acolytes. The damage was more than enough even in cannon mode. So yes, I would absolutely recommend you give this setup a shot, especially on the Kuvazar, because it is indeed quite silly. So, we already did a silly blast build for a melee weapon, then we did a silly blast build for a primary weapon, so it's time to do a silly blast build for a secondary weapon. For this we're gonna use Pistol Elementalist, which is really good because not only do you get the status damage, you also get a bunch of reload speed on the side. I wanted to do something a little bit different though. I wanted to do it on a chaining beam weapon. And as such, the weapon choices were pretty limited, and in the end I settled on the Tenet Cyclone. This is a very straightforward beam weapon that does pure heat damage with a 20% crit chance, a 1.8 times crit multiplier, and a 40% status chance, making it ideal for a silly blast build, especially if you have a heat-based Cyclone like I do. And finally, since it is a Tenet weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a sister that's wielding it. So let's see what we can do here, shall we? Well then, let's do some chaining blastage, shall we? Let's slap on an adapter. For now, let's just go with Empowered for the damage and reload speed so that it recharges faster because this uses a battery style mag, but we could do like Empowered or Cucumber or something like that. Let's get Galvanized Diffusion for the multi-shot, Galvanized Shot for status chance and Condition Overload. Frostbite and Scorch. We could maybe go with Primed Heated Charge if the damage is a little bit too low. Let's not forget about Lethal Torrent again. I think just crit. Let's go with regular crit mods, Prime Pistol Gambit, Prime Target Cracker. We could go with Corrosive to help this against armor, but we would have to drop Lethal Torrent for that. Let's try it and see what it do. Yeah, something like this. Let's start off once again with the worst case scenario, which is going to be a Grenier. That is, Let's try a Corpus Battle Group. Oh, now those are some nice booms. That I like. Blast seems to be really good versus the Corpus nowadays. And to top it all off, Infested. I genuinely would have thought that this kind of a setup would be better versus the Infested. And it's not bad. But it's just so much better versus the Corpus. Maybe we should drop the Corrosion and go with Blast and Electricity instead. I don't know, I'm not feeling this setup. Let's try it in a mission and then tweak it. Hello, Harold. That's not too bad. This is working much better than I thought it would. It's not amazing, but I was worried after the Simulacrum performance. This is doable. It's not very silly is my problem. I need something sillier, I think. Well, it was fast enough to do the mission without an Acolyte spawning, so it's not bad. Alright, the Corrosion, it's just not doing it, so let's switch over to Electricity. First of all, let's put a D right here. There we go. Lucas, that's the wrong mod. What are you doing, you absolute fanny? And since this is a 10 weapon, so we need to max it out first, so let's run Jolt for now. That is a lot of status, wowee. Let's get a quick blessing here, so we can max it out ASAP. I'm not expecting anyone to thank me because it's like 6 in the morning right now. Yeah, 6 in the morning on a Monday. A little bit too early for Hydron, I guess. Let's do ESO instead. This is feeling considerably more silly right off the bat, which is good. Yeah, this is definitely the way to go. If we're gonna fight armored stuff, we can just bring our own armor strip. This is feeling really good, even versus the Grenier here, or the Corrupted in this case. Yeah, this is definitely better. There we go, nice and fast. I am pretty sure Lethal Torrent is better than Jolt, not necessarily for the multi-shot, because that's not that important, but the fire rate is big. Oh yeah, that's way better. Now it's starting to feel like an actual build. And it's getting silly. Bear with me a moment. Nobody saw that. Do you understand me? You didn't see anything, nothing happened, there's nothing to talk about. Suddenly the build feels a lot better. I wonder what happened. I am a silly goose. In all seriousness though, this is a hell of a lot better. The extra reload speed feels super duper nice because the recharge starts extremely fast and it recharges almost instantly. Aha, Eximus. Yeah, the single target's pretty good too. Awesome sauce. Finally an Acolyte. Let's go. Hello, come here please. That's... Yo, that's pretty good. It's not, you know, amazing, but I've seen a lot worse. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Corpus time. Yo, man. Blast builds are so good for Corpus, especially with electricity. Look at it. Go. This is fabulous. Let's get out of this room. This room is just bad. The spawns are all over the place. Angst, again. Welcome back. You know, for a silly blast build or a silly status build, this has some really nice Acolyte damage. Status builds are just not that great for Acolytes, but this is just fine. Look at that. I'm liking this an awful lot. So here's our silly blast and electricity build for the Tenet Cyclone using the new Pistol Elementalist. We're using Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot and we're not actually running Lethal Torrent. Instead of that, we're running Pistol Elementalist for status chance and reload speed. The extra reload speed on Tenet Cyclone feels amazing because the weapon uses a battery style magazine, and with all the extra reload speed, the weapon recharges almost instantly. But anyway, next on the menu we have Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload, primed pistol gambit for crit chance, primed target cracker for crit damage, and we top it all off with primed convulsion for a ton of electricity, as well as scorch and frostbite for blast damage and status chance. Now, while you could definitely go with the Ruinous Extension in the Exilus for longer beam length, I find that the Tenet Cyclone has more than enough beam length to where it's not necessary. If you want more beam length, put it in there, but if not, you don't have to bother with it at all. And for the Arcane, we just went with Secondary Merciless for the easy damage stacking and for the extra reload speed, which just feels nice. This one started off fairly weak, partially because I forgot about Elementalist, but overall it ended up being really good. It's not quite as silly as the Cronen build, because going blast and electricity with melee influence is just kind of dumb, and it's not even as silly as the Kuvazar build, because that has essentially 3 explosions, the cannonballs, then the bomblet, and then blast on top of that. But it's silly enough, especially versus the Corpus. Blast seems to be really good, especially when you combine it with electricity, versus the Corpus. The constant blast explosions seem to shred them really hard, and when you add the electricity on top of that, it's actually one of the better builds that I've tried against the Corpus ever since the rework. Now it's time for Shotgun Elementalist, and I'm not quite sure which shotgun we should go for, so if you have any suggestions, feel free to leave them in the comment section down below. Which shotgun do you think would be the best for a silly blast build? The only requirement pretty much is just it has good enough status to constantly proc blast.
Welcome, citizens of the internet, to my laboratory of silliness.
Today we're gonna be doing a silly shotgun blast build using the new Shotgun Elementalist. I got quite a few suggestions from you guys as to which shotgun we should use, and I had some ideas of my own, but in the end I landed on the Phantasma Prime, which a lot of you recommended as well. Why? Well, because I wanted to try blast on a more single target focused weapon and see how it performs, but also because Shotgun Elementalist gives you magazine capacity, which for the Phantasma Prime is not the worst thing in the world. Some of the other options, by the way, included things such as the Kuva Comb, that would be pretty fun, Sobek in combination with Acid Shells, I might still do that one, the Phage, or even the Convectrix. However, as I said already, today we're doing the Phantasma Prime. And we're only gonna do the primary fire, we're not gonna touch the secondary fire at all. Now, just in case you don't know, the Phantasma Prime is a beam-based shotgun with a base multi-shot of 6, and it does mainly radiation damage, but it still has a decent chunk of impact as well. It sports an 11% crit chance, a 1.9 times crit multiplier, and a 22.2% status chance per projectile. Or, well, beam. The secondary fire just fires a big explosive ball, but pretty much no one uses it because the primary fire is way too good. So let's see what we can do here. Let's not make the same mistake back to back. Oh, this should be really fun because the Phantasma, especially the Prime, is an absolute status monster. I really want to try Shotgun Vendetta here. It's gonna complicate the modding maybe, but since we're not gonna go hybrid or crit at all, we should have enough mod space. So we just get a buttload of multi-shot and reload speed. It's gonna make the reload like almost instant. Let's start with Prime Point Blank since we're not getting any base damage from the Arcane, though we could just use the base damage from Savi. Let's also put in Galvanize Hell. And... well, what else? Do we want to go with Electricity? Maybe we do want to go with Electricity. Especially since we have Prime Charge Shell. Ooh, that could be good. Let's shuffle these around a little bit. Ooh, we could just run Blaze to create Blast. So if we don't have enough mod space, for some reason, we can take out Prime Point Blank and replace it with Blaze. Yeah. But for now, let's just put in Scattering Inferno and Frigid Blast for Blast. Let's not forget about the Elementalist mod. That would be silly, would it not? What else do we do? You know what? Let's just try this and see what it's missing, and then we can fill it in, because I can't think of anything I would want to put in there right now. One Grenier battle group coming right up. Oh, that's fast. My god, that's fast. Look at the blast. Oh, that is... okay. That... that's way sillier than I expected it to be. Holy hell. Look at the blast. That's ridiculous. This feels like Combustion Beam, but it's good. Also, the reload is so stupendously fast. By far, the most sensible thing to do here would be to run a cleanse mod, but I don't like faction mods. Yeah, Blaze it is, just more base damage, more heat damage. It kind of balances out the blast because we have a ton of electricity, so getting a bit of extra blast is good because it will balance out the status distribution. I don't want to run Galvanized Acceleration for the beam length. Because we're running Vendetta, so we need to kill things that are relatively close to us, like within 5 meters. So I think we're just gonna go with Mutation. Let's add Herald into the mix as well. Let's go with 190. Yeah, this is what I wanted from Blast. It's so ridiculous, especially when you combine it with electricity. You get so much AoE. That's nuts. Ooh. Yeah, with Herald as well. Look at that. Dude, this is... Wow. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Let's do a mission test. This should feel absolutely terrific because, yeah, this has no ramp up because we have the base damage, we have multi-shot. We're basically just getting stuff on top of what we already have by killing things. We don't need to kill stuff to stack like base damage or whatever. This is feeling mighty fine. The single target is big? It's bit weaker because one of the scaling factors for our damage here is the number of enemies that we're hitting. I think Blast and Electricity is an absolutely fabulous combination because one of the things about electricity-based setups is that there's quite a bit of delay before the damage. Electricity only ticks every now and then, but Blast on a setup like this constantly explodes, so it kind of fills out the dead space that you have with the normal electricity setup. Maybe I should have tried it without Mutation first to see if maybe you don't have to bother with the Exilis, but oh well. Huh? What was that? I don't know if it's better than the melee setup because, you know, Influence, Blast, Electricity is pretty ridiculous. But it's definitely better than the Tsar and the Cyclone build. This is actually very strong. This is gonna be interesting. This is exactly what I wanted to test with this setup. This is why I chose the Phantasma. I wanted to see what a single target weapon would do with Blast. Turns out, great things is what it do. I do realize that a lot of the work is being done by electricity here, but Blast is doing some serious shenanigans as well. It's not just the electricity, trust me. Why'd you spawn down there, you fanny? Okay. Shields went down super duper fast. That's pretty... Dude! Like, for a status setup, that is more than good enough. Wowee! And let's top it off with some Infestation. I can tell you right now that I'm going to recommend this 100%. This is very cool. I'm loving the new Blast because it's very versatile. You can use it on all kinds of weapons. Like, as long as they have good enough status chance, you can use it. You can put it on an explosive weapon to add another explosion and make it sillier. You can enhance the AoE of like a chaining beam weapon, or you can add AoE to a weapon that normally doesn't have any. That's awesome. Valence is a little bit more resistant to my shenanigans, but it is going down. Yep. This is a banger of a build. I like it. So here's the final build, and it's really fun. We have Prime Point Blank for base damage, Galvanize Savvy for status chance and condition overload, Galvanize Hell for multi-shot, and then Blaze for more base damage and heat damage. However, if you want to squeeze more damage out of this, take out Blaze and replace it with a faction mod. We followed that up with Shotgun Elementalist for status damage and magazine size, Prime Charge Shell for an absolute ton of electricity damage, and then we have Frigid Blast and Scattering Inferno for blast and status chance. I did put Shotgun Ammo Mutation into the Exiles, and to be honest with you, I didn't try it without it, so you can try it without. And if you're having ammo issues, you can either run Carrier or put in the adapter and all that to fit in Mutation as well. And finally, for the Arcane, we have Shotgun Vendetta. This provides an absolute truck ton of multi-shot and reload speed. It makes the reload on the Phantasma Prime almost instant. It feels great. I don't know if this is my favorite setup of the bunch because the Cronen setup was pretty funky. But if it's not, it's definitely a close second. So I would absolutely recommend you give this setup a shot. It does great damage and it's a ton of fun to use. It might not be the strongest setup you can run on the Phantasma, but it's pretty universal, it works against all factions, and it's an amazing combination of fun and damage. So this is gonna be an interesting video because for some godforsaken reason I decided that I want to do a Sobek build using Clip Delegation, Elementalist, I want to make it a Blast build, and something else. I forgot what it was. Acid shells. I want to use acid shells as well. Now, we're of course going to do it on the Kuva Sobek, which is a fully automatic shotgun with a base multi-shot of 5. It does primarily impact damage with a small amount of slash and puncture as well. And it sports a 21% crit chance, a 2.3 times crit multiplier, and a 21% status chance per projectile. The Kuva Sobek is pretty good. The worst thing about it, honestly, is the fire rate. The fire rate's pretty low. And of course, since it is a Kuva weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a lich that's wielding it. So, yeah, let's just go. Well, hello, this is gonna be interesting. Luckily, we can save some space because I have a heat-based Sobek, so we only need cold to make blast. Merciless, so we don't need base damage, and the reload speed is really nice as well because 2.1 seconds, it's like decent enough, but I probably want some fire rate on this, so shorter reload time is good. Start off with crit delegation. This gives a reload speed, multi-shot, and status chance. Acid shells for the explosions, and shotgun elementalist for status damage. Also, the magazine capacity here is actually very good because of crit delegation. Because you need to land shots with crit delegation to get the buff, so having a bigger magazine makes it much easier. Next we want Galvanize Hell as well as Savvy for some saucy status chance. That's very nice. We can run Frigid Blast, which will combine with the innate heat and give us a blast. There we go. The question now is, do we want to make it feel good or do we want to go with crit? Let's try it. Primed Ravage. And let's make the fire rate even worse with crit deceleration. Nothing too crazy to begin with. The damage is like okay actually. Ooh, nice boom. But the fire rate, the fire rate is very bad. Yeah, we're gonna have to drop crit in favor of fire rate and something else. Bye-bye crit. This isn't ideal, but I cannot stand the low fire rate. Let's run Barrage. That should be enough. And before we figure something out, let's do Chilling Reload for a bit more blast and even faster reload. There we go. So, a few things. This feels considerably better with the high fire rate. That's awesome. Acid shells in combination with blast is nice, but the single target is on the weaker side of things, which is to be expected with a weird build like this. Also, the Simulacrum is weird. I don't know if I want to use this Simulacrum. Harold should help with the single target quite a bit, so let's do a mission test and see what it do. Ooh, the ramp up's not great. It's not the worst thing in the world, though. And there we go. Oh, there we go. Some complosions. Ha ha ha. Yes. This is very cool. This works better than expected. Look at that. That was awesome. I do feel like it could be better though, so let's tweak it a little bit. That's actually very solid. Good stuff. Let's get rid of Chilling Reload because I want to try Primed Chilling Grasp instead. But for that we're gonna need a Forma, so let's put a D right here. Shuffle it around a little bit. For now we have to run normal Chilling Grasp because, well, it's a Kuva weapon, so we need to max it out first. Please be enough. This was a very fast Hydron run. There we go. Maxed out. Lovely. This is gonna add a ton of extra damage. Yep, almost 1k extra damage per shot. Whew. I want to put on an adapter because I want to run Galvanize Acceleration because the spread on the Sobek isn't the worst, so giving it more range through projectile speed is gonna be nice. We do need to reformat it though. How are you doing today? Let's return that because it did not fit after the Forma, and just like that we can slap in Galvanize Acceleration. Okay, show me what you got. That feels pretty good, but this is the corpus at the end of the day. We're definitely going in the right direction. The explosions are very nice. I like the combination of acid shells and blast because we're getting the constant explosions from blast, and then when we kill something we also get the acid shells explosion on top of that, but I feel like we just need more damage. I want to try something. I'm going to drop acid shells and frigid blast and try crit with more investment. Something like this, I guess. I think I underestimated how much the explosions from acid shells added to the fun of this setup because while the single target with crit is a lot better, the AoE is considerably worse. Maybe? Let's put acid shells back in and try out. We don't have the capacity. Let's get that out. Prime charge. Hold up. Aha. Well then, let's try it like this. Maybe the electricity procs will balance it out? I don't know though. This is definitely better. The electricity is working fabulously, but I did want to make this with like acid shells and delegation and elementalist, and we don't have acid shells. That's no good. I think it's time for a rather radical change. Let's get rid of Scattering Inferno and Galvanize Hell. We run Blaze for the blast, Acid Shells for the boom, and then Vendetta for multi-shot and reload. This way we get loads of multi-shot from Delegation and Vendetta, we get base damage from Blaze and Savvy, and we have everything we wanted. I guess we can put in Narrow Barrel, because why not? It fits. I think this is the best version of the build that I can do. I can't think of anything else that I could do here to make this weird build any better. It has all the AoE we wanted, actually more because we have the electricity on there, so we have blast, electricity, and then acid shells. And it has very good single target, even though we're not running crit. Can we kill Malise before he bubbles us up? Let's see, I don't think so, but the DPS is pretty good. Nope, we're dead. Oh noes. Still very happy with the setup though, I think this is pretty much as good as it can be. So here is a build of some kind. It's very weird, but it actually works. We have Blaze for base damage and heat, Galvanize Savvy for status chance and condition overload, Shotgun Elementalist for status damage and magazine size, Prime Chilling Grasp for a ton of cold, which combines with the heat from Blaze and the innate heat we have on the Kuva Sobek into Blast. Then we have Crypt Delegation for a ton of status chance and multi-shot, Shotgun Barrage for a bunch of fire rate, Prime Charge Shell for a truck ton of electricity damage, and finally Acid Shells, which makes enemies we kill explode, dealing a bunch of corrosive damage to enemies around them. Now because we're running Shotgun Vendetta as our arcane, which requires you to kill enemies that are close to you to get a ton of multi-shot and reload speed, this by the way is why we're not running Galvanize Hell, because we're getting multi-shot from Vendetta and Delegation, so putting on Hell would not be very efficient. You don't really have to go for the Exilus, you can leave it empty and it's gonna be fine. This is definitely one of the builds of all time. I think that's actually a good title for this video, one of the builds of all time. But it works well enough to where you can take it into Steel Path. I love these kinds of builds that are not, you know, super meta or super min-max, just a fun build that you do because why not, right? Just to see if you can, and if it would work. So if you're looking for a funky build for the Sobek or the Kuva Sobek, I would very much recommend you do this on the Kuva variant of the Sobek. I would highly recommend you give this a shot. It's a silly build that does good enough damage to where you can take it into Steel Path and have a bit of fun with it. I am hungover, good god. But I am a big boy, Zacti Prime. 1,000 pains before their end. Quite a cool description, actually. This is your prime signature secondary, and it's a dart gun that fires, well, darts, surprisingly enough, that do puncture and impact damage, but also explode after 1 second in a 3.8 meter radius, doing pure gas damage. The interesting thing here, though, is that the explosion has no fall-off whatsoever. It does full damage across the entire boom. On top of that, it sports an 8% crit chance with a 1.8 times crit multiplier, so yeah, not that great. However, the status chance is fabulous at 42%. So let's give it a shot, shall we? I don't want to have another Komorek situation here, so let's try it first and see whether the punch through breaks it or not. Alright, so it doesn't punch through them. I'm guessing it's because of the embedding delay, so it embeds into them and then explodes. That's good. Let's get Galvanized Diffusion. We're not gonna run Lethal Torrent because of Cannonade. And Galvanized Shot? A lot of the damage is gonna come from the explosion, but we can get some direct damage. Let's go with normal Sure Shot. I wanna try Corrosive and Blast, because they could be fun with gas on top. Like a soul. What now? Sounds good. There we go. I think Empower is going to be really good here because we have crazy high status and we get base damage from Cannonade, so we don't need a base damage arcane. I would really like to have lethal momentum here. Let's change this dash into a D. Fantastic. I think Steel Path is going to be just fine. Okay, show me something. This I like. This is quite cool. The single target's not the best, but the AoE is terrific. Hold on a second. This could be very silly indeed. Electricity, blast, and gas.
Yes, please. That is tremendous. The single target's gonna be even worse because we don't have armor strip, but that is a lot of AoE. Yeah, we're doing this 100%. Oh, damn. We need to max this out now. I'm feeling better now, by the way. So we format the dash away. Now we format back in. Wait, what do I want to put in here again? Ah, right. We need to move this around first. So you go there, I guess. You go there, and bam, primed fulmination. Might as well put this in too. Let's give it a proper test. My from. God, that's ridiculous. This is exceedingly silly. I am extraordinarily pleased. The single target is rather mediocre, even against some of the Corpus units, but the AoE is so dumb. I just like the idea of having 3 different AoEs stacking on top of one another. You know, we get the blast explosions all the time, then we have the gas clouds everywhere, and then the electricity chaining around. It's just such a neat little build. Even if you don't want to run this full time, I would still recommend you at least try it. Malise, my man, how have you been? Stop touching me! I know I'm irresistible, but sheesh. It's pretty much what you would expect from like a full-on status setup. It does the job, but Oh my god, the clouds are so bright in here. I love this so much. This is a perfect example of fun over firepower. This is so much fun. I don't really care that the single target is bit ass. Also, this could combo with so many things, like anything that groups enemies up will absolutely skyrocket the effectiveness of this because of the overlapping blast and gas and electricity. So if you have like larva or something, this is gonna be awesome. I would recommend some armor strip with it though, because armor kinda stunts this. Not by much, but if you're gonna fight the Grenier or even the Corrupted and you're going deeper into Steel Path, I would recommend some sort of armor strip. Surprisingly enough, the Ancients, even on the Corrupted side, are somewhat resistant to this. Maybe it's because they just have a ton of health? Maybe that's what it is. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's definitely serviceable. I've used worse. God knows I've used worse. I mean, I've killed an Acolyte with the stuck, for God's sakes. So this is fine, like especially when you have a solid pet, like I have Harold here, he helps out a lot. So yeah, this is fine. By the way, people constantly ask me about Harold's build. It's still the same as it was in the Harold video, so you can just search my channel for Harold and there it is. I kind of forgot that I'm making a video and I should probably be talking about the setup, right? This was a very pleasant surprise. At first I thought I would just do like corrosive blast and radiation with gas on top, just to sort of try a variation of the mech special after the Jade update. But this is way better. Like, a deliberately silly build is one thing, but an accidentally silly build, that's the stuff. So here's the final build for the Zakti Prime, and it's pretty silly indeed. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, and we don't run a Letha Torrent because we have Cannon out, so we would lose the fire rate. We followed it up with Primed Fulmination, which on the Zakti Prime is huge because the explosion has no fall off, so we just get a bigger boom that does maximum damage across the entire radius, which is awesome. Then we have Sure Shot for status chance, though you could run Galvanized Shot if you want to invest into this a little bit more because you will get more damage on direct hit, so this would help out your single target. Then we have Pistol Elementalist, which for a setup like this is amazing because it increases the damage of our blast, electricity and gas, plus it shortens our reload to 0.6 seconds, which feels awesome. Then we have Semi-Pistol Cannonade, which just gives us a ton of base damage, and the punch through on the Zakti Prime doesn't work, so it's not gonna mess up your explosions. And to top it all off, we have a bunch of elemental stuff. Primed Convulsion for a ton of electricity, as well as Frostbite and Scorch for blast and status. Now, if you really want to make this feel good, I would highly recommend you invest into maxed out Lethal Momentum, but if you don't want to invest into it, it's fine, it doesn't make that big of a difference, it just feels a little bit better because the darts are faster. And for the Arcane, we ended up going with Cascadia Empowered because it adds a ton of extra damage on a setup like this that procs a ridiculous amount of status on everything in a massive area all the time. However, it is not the only arcane you can run here, you have a lot of options, though do bear in mind that you get a bunch of base damage from semi-pistol cannon, so you don't necessarily need base damage arcanes like Acolyte arcanes, right? Merciless, Deadhead, Dexterity, that kind of stuff. But anyway, this setup is an absolute treat. The AoE is ridiculous and the single target can be good, but it depends on enemy density. The more enemies you have tightly clumped together, the better the single target is going to be because of the overlapping blast explosions, overlapping gas clouds, as well as the electricity chaining around in between enemies. The setup works absolutely fine on its own, however, if you really want to see what this is capable of, I would highly recommend you combo it with some kind of a grouping tool, like Larva for example, because that will really make it pop off. So yeah, I would highly recommend you give this a shot. Hi, it's me again, and I think it's time we finally start playing around with some of the new augments, starting off with Protea's Temporal Artillery. This allows you to essentially carry around one of your turrets during Temporal Anchor whilst also halting its duration countdown and capping its combo at 20x. It's an interesting little augment and I want to give it a shot, so let's do just that. I'm very curious to see whether this is any good or not, because it could be really good or it could not be very good. Which, I mean, that's why we're trying it out, right? Let's put it on. This is gonna be pretty energy heavy, so I think we go with Siphon, though we could go with Projection as well. We're gonna need some duration, because Temporal Anchor only lasts 8 seconds by default, and that is not a lot. Let's get Prime Continuity. This gives us 12.4 seconds on the Anchor, which is not bad, as opposed to 4.33. Yeah, the Artillery does not last very long, which is why this augment could be cool. I think to begin with, we're just gonna go with Shield Defense. Let's get Fast Deflection in there as well. I love this combo. This is such a nice combo nowadays after all the shield buffs. Bit of knockdown recovery. More duration. Good stuff. Oh, hold up. I'm pretty sure Artillery has a guaranteed status proc on it. This could double it. Yeah, so we're not gonna go with shields. Base armor is really low here though, like if we put on Steel Fiber we get, yeah, 270, that's not great. I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world. We get more duration and a bit of extra health, sure. I'm not very good at making Warframe builds, I'm very much like a weapon kind of guy. Definitely want to run Mold Augmented, because that is a lot of strength when you fully stack it up. I think the flat armor from Guardian could be good. We don't necessarily need that much defense because you're effectively immortal with your ulti on, because if you die you just rewind time. How do we get the rest of our strength? For some reason I want to go with Blind Rage, because I feel like we can sustain it. Yeah, let's try Blind Rage, though we will need Streamline, there we go, to balance it out a little bit. Top it off with Stretch, because I remember when I was doing a turret build before, range felt really nice. Let's remove Harold, I don't want him interfering with the tests. So how does this work? I probably should have tested it, right? So we do Anchor, and then if we do Artillery... Ah, neat. You know what? Let's not do Steel Path just yet. So Anchor, now Artillery, and... Oh damn, that actually... Okay, okay. That's very good actually. Well, That's gonna get annoying, innit? Let's do Steel Path and see if this scales at all. So again, Anchor and Artillery. Ooh. Yeah, we don't have Mold stacked up all the way, so we're missing some strength, but this is very good. This is very good. It kind of feels like the Zaku you have at home, but I mean, it's actually doing... Oh, not again. Let's add Harold as well, for good measure. Dude, this works really well, actually. I am surprised. I didn't expect this good of a result. I mean, yeah, we could boost the duration even more with some Archon shards. Something like this for a bunch of extra duration and a ton of energy on spawn. Let's try it in a normal mission. So far so good, this is feeling fine. It does kind of feel like Zaku. It's... Oh. Okay, maybe not exterminate. Let's try this again. Yeah, the damage is really... This is shredding, like just straight up shredding. This is awesome. It does require a bit of energy management, like you don't want to pick up too much energy while you're in the Anchor, so that you can reactivate it again as soon as it ends. One thing I will say though, is that I'm having like a hard time understanding what this augment is for. Because, like, it's good that you get the turret for a longer duration. Yeah, and you are safe during Temporal Anchor, because if you die, you just return to the Anchor. But...
why not just use the turrets? It's not like you can run anywhere because it will boomerang you back like this when it ends. Maybe I'm missing something really obvious, and if I am, please do let me know, but I feel like a normal turret build would be just as good? Like, yeah, you don't get the turret for as long, and that does make a big difference because, like, the turret sticks around for a long time, so it can sit at 20x combo and do massive damage, right? The combo on the turret does a lot, but still, I feel like a normal turret build would be doing basically the same thing. And do bear in mind, you do have to give up a mod slot for this, right? This is not free. I can see someone using this, but it's definitely not my kind of thing. I forgot to put on anchor. So here's more of a build idea than anything else for the new temporal artillery augment for Protea. The reason I say it's more of a build idea is because it's not finished, because I'm not a big fan of this. I'm gonna go back to a normal turret build, but it might be your thing, so here we go. We have Energy Siphon in the Aura slot, though you could go with Corrosive Projection as well, especially if you fight a lot of armored units. Then we have Primed Continuity for duration, Blind Rage for a ton of strength, and Streamline to balance out the negative efficiency of Blind Rage a little bit. Then we have Temporal Artillery, which allows us to attach a turret to ourselves during Temporal Anchor, Stretch for a bit of range, Constitution for additional duration and some knockdown recovery, and we top it off with Nira's Hatred for a bit of extra duration and some health, as well as Archon Vitality for health and double heat procs from the turret. For the Arcanes, I would highly recommend Mod Augmented because it gives you a ton of extra strength, and even though I went with Arcane Guardian, it doesn't really matter what you put in there, so you can use whatever you want for the second Arcane. I do once again want to remind you that this is more of a build idea than anything else, so take it, tweak it, make it your own, okay? I think this augment would be a little bit better if Temporal Anchor didn't automatically rewind you at the end. Because if instead of it rewinding you automatically when the duration runs out, you could just reactivate it and that would rewind you, you can actually use this augment to be a little bit more mobile. But right now, you kind of have to stay in roughly the same place, because no matter what, you are eventually rewinding back to where you started. And I just feel like a normal turret build is gonna be just about as good. But as I said already, maybe I'm missing something obvious and there is an actual use for this augment, so if you can think of something, let me know in the comment section down below. Today is a good day because today we finally get to play around with one of my favorite weapons of all time, the Tenet Arca Plasmor. This is an absolutely tremendous gun that I love very dearly and it looks sick. Look at it. It's so cool. Now, because it is a Tenet weapon, the only way to get it is by vanquishing a Sister of Parvos that's wielding it, and it is a primary shotgun that fires an absolutely enormous projectile that does pure radiation damage, well, plus the valence bonus, I suppose, with a 22% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 34% status chance. Additionally, the projectile has infinite body punch through, and it will bounce off of terrain. It's just a really fun weapon, so let's give it a shot, shall we? I'm going to buy a bunch of adapters. I have no idea why I bought one with platinum last time, because I have loads of steel essence, so let's get 10 of each. Let's start off with an adapter. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to this. I really want to go with Vendetta here for the multi-shot and the reload speed, because the reload on the Tenet Arca Plasmor is not great, but I hope I can keep it up because the Arca Plasmor has quite a bit of range, so I have a tendency to fire at enemies that are far away. We're going to try out Canonade, but I'm not sure if we're going to keep it, because the fire rate on this is not great, and I usually like to run at least some fire rate. But on the other hand, Canonade is a lot of damage, so I would love to use it here. Another benefit of using Canonade is we can run critical deceleration without losing any fire rate, which is tremendous. And let's also get, where is it? No, that's point blank, Ravage. There we go. We could go with the Hunter Munition setup. We unfortunately can't run Internal Bleeding, which is a shame because this has a force impact proc on the projectile, but if we want to do some slash stuff, we can do Hunter Munitions. I want to try Corrosive and Blast here. I think that would be a lot of fun. Frigid Blast and Scattering Inferno. It's quite a lot of damage per shot actually, and the status chance is quite nice as well. We can actually fit in Galvanized Acceleration. Yes, let's do that. Why not? This is doing better than expected. It's not the best thing in the world, but it do the damage. It do the damage indeed. What about the Corpus? Show me. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Maybe you can try just Blast. Yeah, let's take out Corrosive for a second. There we go, Shotgun Elementalist. This feels about the same actually. I think it's because we just don't have a lot of fire rate, so we're not proccing that much blast, so it's not exploding on its own, and we kind of need to wait for the enemies to die. Unsurprisingly enough, this is much worse. Well, not much worse versus the Grenier, but it is worse because, well, they are weak to corrosive. This might be a bit of a brave decision, but I want to go back to corrosive and blast, so let's get corrosive back in there. However, I want to do like a big boy version of this with like Prime Charge Shell and Prime Chilling Grasp. Let's get a dash in here. We can actually run Prime Charge Shell right away. And we can actually fit in Galvanized Acceleration as well. Tremendous. Already, that's like a lot of damage per shot. My god. There we go. Rank 34. Okay. Next up, we have a D right here. Apply. There we go. This gives us enough mod capacity to run Prime Chilling Grasp, but unfortunately we can only fit in normal acceleration, which is fine. My god, 37.4k? Almost 37.5k per shot. That is some serious damage, my dudes and dudettes. Let's see what it do. This is actually pretty decent, especially considering that Corrupted are not weak to Corrosive or Blast. As a matter of fact, I think they're actually weak, or resistant rather, to radiation. You know what, this is good, I like this, but I feel like it needs a little bit more. Something, just something. Surprisingly enough, the fire rate feels fine. Sometimes I want to fire before the gun is ready, but it doesn't happen too often. So that's good. Even the single target versus like Eximus and stuff seems to be solid enough. Like right here, we have an Ancient, bam, dead. Another one, dead. Awesome sauce. I am dumb, I think we all know that by now, but I just realized that Galvanized Savvy not only works here, because this is not an explosion, right? This is a projectile. And because it is a projectile, I am fairly certain it's multiplicative, so I've been missing out on an absolutely enormous amount of damage. We could go Corrosive and Heat, like this. That's an option. Or we can stick to Blast with Frigid Blast, because, well, I have a Heat-based Arcaplasmor. Or we can go with Prime Chilling Grasp, because we do lose quite a bit of base damage from this, so... maybe we invest into this a little bit more. I think it's worth it. Nice and quick. We can even put it into the empty slot, just to trigger a few people. There we go. That gives us 33.4k. That is awesome. We still have a decent amount of status chance because of the Galvanized Savvy. And now that I'm looking at it, we can still fit in Galvanized Acceleration. Perfect. Let's do a proper test with like Harold as well. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, bloody hell. Yeah, that's just that's just a little bit better. Holy shit. Also, minimal ramp up here. Essentially, 1 kill is all you need because you get the Condition Overload from Savvy and you get Vendetta if the enemy you killed is within 5 meters of you. So basically, no ramp up. Amazing. Yeah, this feels about as good as the Arcaplasmor has ever felt. I love this. Vendetta does sometimes fall off, but the uptime on it is long enough to where you will usually, even if you're not paying attention to it, you will get a kill within 5 meters and refresh it before it runs out. One thing I will say though is that I'm not sure Blast is necessarily worth it because this has a lot of AoE on its own, so maybe it would be better off if you had like a cold-based Arcaplasmor. Also, Acolyte, perfect timing. What are you doing down there? Okay, that's pretty good. That's tremendous. Let's reload. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. I don't know about you, but I think we have a winner here. This is an absolute banger of a build. So, here's the final setup for the Tenet Arcaplasmor, and it is absolutely delightful. It's running Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, a critical deceleration for a bunch of crit chance, a semi-shotgun cannonade which removes the negative fire rate from critical deceleration, but also gives us a ton of fire rate as well. Then we have Primed Ravage for crit damage, Primed Chilling Grasp which combines with my Valence bonus, which is Heat, into Blast, though you could just go with Pure Cold as well, that would work too. After that, we have Galvanized Savvy for status chance and multiplicative condition overload scaling, Toxic Barrage and Prime Charge Shell for a ton of corrosive damage and extra status chance, Galvanized Acceleration for faster projectiles and better fall off, and we top it off with Shotgun Vendetta as our arcane for multi-shot and reload speed. Now, even though this is a corrosive setup, Emerald Archon charts for more maximum corrosive procs have essentially no effect here because the fire rate isn't high enough to where it would make any difference. The one thing that will make a massive difference is a good priming pad, since the Condition Overload effect from Galvanized Savvy is multiplicative here. The Tenet Arcaplasmor has always been really fun, but it lacked a bit of damage unless you were going with a Cookie Cutter Hunter Munitions build. This was basically a direct result of the headshot changes where AoE weapons can headshot, but they don't have a headshot multiplier anymore. anymore. Because they used to have one, and they were really strong because of it. But then they changed it, and as a result of that, the Arcaplasmors were left in a bit of a weird spot, where you basically had to go with Hunter Munitions, or you didn't have enough damage. Until now. So yeah, I would absolutely recommend you give this setup a shot. It is a ton of fun, and it does good enough damage to cruise through Steel Path. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Cleaning, eh? I have something. Oh, hello there, viewer. I didn't see you there. How are you doing? The Grimoire, a relatively new weapon type which was introduced with Whispers in the Walls. It comes with 2 fire modes, both of which do pure electricity damage, and they sport a 20% crit chance, a 2x crit multiplier, and a 26% status chance. The way it works is you have a primary fire which is fully automatic and fires out relatively slow-moving projectiles, and then you have a secondary fire which sends out a slow-moving electric orb that zaps enemies in a relatively large area. In addition to all of that, the Grimoire has access to a bunch of unique mods, canticles and invocations. You can have one of each on the Grimoire at any given time, and they do a bunch of weird stuff. They're mostly supportive mods. The Grimoire is also very easy to get. You get it by simply doing the Whispers in the Walls quest. So let's give it a shot, shall we? Oh, time for some good old book gun shenanigans. I'm really looking forward to this. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I'm not sure about this because we don't get any benefit from the reload speed here. This weapon does not reload. But I want to try Conjunction Voltage for the multi-shot. I don't know why. I just do. First up, let's get Galvanized Diffusion for the multi-shot, and I'm not actually sure how Galvanized Shot works on this, but it should work on the primary fire. Might even be multiplicative, I don't know. Yeah, we definitely want to use the Yahoo Canticle. The other ones are okay, but the Yahoo Canticle is the strongest one, because it shreds armor and shields in a massive area. So let's get that in there. I have a feeling Blast on Electricity could be really fun on this, so let's start off with that. Again, no benefit from the reload speed, unfortunately, but the elemental damage, the status damage is really nice. We could do it like this, but we don't get any base damage that way, so if Galvanized Shot is multiplicative, we're missing a pretty big multiplier. Let's give it a field test. I'm not necessarily sure the crit is worth it. The fire rate feels nice, but I don't know. I think we're gonna drop the crit. Get rid of this, and I guess Hornet Strike? I haven't used Hornet Strike in a while, my god. Yeah, we're gonna keep Anemic Agility. What we're gonna do though is we're gonna drop Scorch and run Prime Heated Charge instead. That gives us a load of extra damage. And we're gonna invest into the Grimoire a little bit more so that we can run Primed Convulsion as well. That's gonna be a ton of base damage. Let's clean this up a little bit. This is an absolute mess. Something like this, there we go. The one thing I just realized is that we could just run Lethal Torrent instead of Hornet Strike if we drop Conjunction Voltage and we run a normal Acolyte Arcane. That might actually be a better way of doing things. This is considerably better. It does not look like it because we're missing the armor strip from the Canticle, but yeah, this is definitely better. Let's try it against the Corpus. This is going to be a better representation without the armor strip. So, what do we get? That looks pretty good. So far, so good. What about the secondary fire? Oh yeah, that's the stuff. I have a feeling gas might actually be better here, so let's try that as well. Also, before I forget about it, let's put a D right here, and we're unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna need another one for the Canticle. Is it any good? Oh, hell yeah, it's any good! God damn, that's well good! That is well good! Okay, gas it is then. Before we switch into an Acolyte Arcane, I do want to try Cascadia Empowered as well. I mean, it's not bad, but I wouldn't call it good. We don't have that much status. We're at like, what, 60-70% status? That's not a lot. You want a lot if you run an Empowered setup. So let's switch to Merciless. Again, we don't get the reload speed, and let's switch Hornet Strike for Lethal Torrent. There we go. Ooh, the extra fire rate feels very nice. That is extraordinarily saucy. That is the way to go. Let's get a Blessing and max it out real quick. A pretty decent Hydron run indeed. Anything under 10 minutes is good. Why did we need another Forma again? It drained 7. Why am I scrolling? Yeah, they drained 7. Why did we need another Forma again? Right! Lethal Torrent! Okay, yeah, we can fit it in. We don't need another Forma because Lethal Torrent drains less than Hornet Strike. Amazing! I want to try this in an Exterminate first. The reason I want to try an Exterminate first is because these kinds of setups really benefit from high enemy density, and Exterminates are kind of meh at best. So, if it works in an Exterminate, it's gonna work everywhere. So far, so good. The single target is more than acceptable, especially when Harold helps with priming, so that's nice. It is a bit of a flashbang, especially when you use the secondary fire, so maybe choose a, tamer energy color. Don't go with extraordinarily bright blue like me. So yeah, even an exterminate is absolutely a-okay. Good to see you again, Malise. I genuinely don't know what to expect here, so the shields went down really fast though. Hold up. Hold up. That is impressive. Goddamn. That's very good. Let's do a Corpus Exterminate as well. Yep, this is pretty much what I expected. It absolutely shreds them to bits, which is nice. Corpus seem to be pretty weak nowadays. Like anything like blast shreds them, gas shreds them, electricity shreds them. Everything seems to absolutely butcher the Corpus. I think we have a winner here. I don't want to change anything at all. Like the fire rate feels nice. Overall, the weapon just feels nice. And the damage is pretty great. Like, I wouldn't call the damage excellent, but I've seen worse. This is more than enough, even for Steel Path. What about the infestation? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's nice. I think this is it. I'm happy with this. So, here's the final build for the Grimoire, and it's very nice. I like it an awful lot. It runs a Lethal Torrent for fire rate and multi-shot, Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, a Galvanized Shot for status damage and condition overload, and then Pistol Elementalist for status damage. We unfortunately don't get any benefit from the extra reload speed here because a Grimoire doesn't reload. Next on the menu we have Anemic Agility for a ton of fire rate, and then we have Primed Convulsion for electricity, and Pistol Pestilence with Primed Heated Charge for some extra status and a ton of gas damage. For base damage we run Secondary Merciless, and in the Exiles we have the Yahoo Canticle for shield and armor shred. I'm very happy with how this build turned out because it feels great and it does good damage. That's kind of like the best case scenario. For me anyway, I'm the kind of person that will happily drop a bit of damage just to make the weapon feel better. So being able to build a weapon in a way where you have both the damage and good fun is tremendous. So if you've never tried to build a Grimoire for full-on damage, because a lot of people build a Grimoire as a supportive weapon because you can use it to generate energy or to buff your Warframe, I would highly recommend you give it a shot, because it's surprisingly effective and fun. Though with that said, if you wanna copy the build one for one, it is quite a bit of an investment. It takes a lot of forma to be able to fit everything in. 5 forma is, well, 5 forma. However, you could go with a cheaper setup where instead of running primed elemental mods, you just run elemental dual stat mods instead. This will cut down on the number of forma required to 3, or even 2 if you don't mind losing the canticle. Also, since the single target here is not amazing, I would highly recommend you run a priming pet to help with priming. A hound or something like that is going to be amazing and it's going to help a lot. The Sedo is one of the most popular shotguns, if not guns, in the entire game, so I want to have a proper build for it. That's pretty much it. The Sedo is a very interesting shotgun indeed. It comes with 2 different fire modes. The primary mode is a fully automatic shotgun blast with a base multi-shot of 6 that does pure puncture damage and has built-in condition overload. This sports a 20% crit chance, a 2.4 times crit multiplier, and a 0.3% status chance per projectile. The secondary fire, on the other hand, is semi-automatic and it fires a bouncing glaive that explodes on impact, and it procs a bunch of random status on anything it hits. So the idea with the Sedo is that you fire the glaive, let it proc a bunch of status, and then you mow everything down with the primary fire. Now, getting the Sedo isn't all that difficult. You can buy all the parts for it as well as the blueprint from Father in the Necralisk. So let's give it a shot, shall we? This has to be the most stacked unique trait in the entire game. You have the glaive, then you have the condition overload, and if you use it on Lavos, you get ammo mutation as well. Ridiculous. I don't know why it took me so long to finally get Vendetta, because it's absolutely tremendous shotgun arcane. Do we need to run Prime Point Blank? I don't actually know, because of the condition overload. On the wiki, it says that it's additive with Prime Point Blank and Galvanized Savvy, but I still want to go for it. Because, well, what if the enemy doesn't have any status on it? Oh, I am popular, look at that. Let's be dumb. Galvanized Savvy as well, triple down on that base damage, because why not? I mean, let's not forget about Galvanized Hell as well. Let's get some crit in there as well, critical deceleration, as well as primed ravage, of course. And I most certainly want to go with some fire rate. There we go, shotgun barrage. Do we just go with viral on this one? Like, we could go with a few things, but I think viral is gonna be the way to go. For now, let's run dual stat mods and try it out and see how it feels. Let us see what it do. Glaive and then... Yeah, there's a reason people like this. I love this with fire rate. I see a lot of people not run fire rate on this. Like, why would you not? It's so good. God damn. And that's with dual stat mods as well. Like, this is good, but I want to run full-on elemental mod, so let's polarize this. Let's start off with a D for Primed Chilling Grasp. You don't really need to run Contagious Spread as well. Primed Chilling Grasp makes a big difference, but Contagious Spread isn't going to be that big. But I still want to do it. 8.5 minutes. Good stuff. Are we really going to put a polarity in every single slot? I guess we will, right? Because if we put on Contagious Spread, we're left with 3, which is not enough for Vigilante supplies. Oof, that's gonna be an expensive build. Right? Yeah, it drains 9. Just a wee bit slower this time around, nearly 10 minutes, but it was a really nice and chill group. My god, look at this. That is a big boy build, alright. Wowee. Let's get that Vigilante supplies in there. Yeah, that's a big boy build right there. Let's try level 190. I wonder if this is ramp up or not. It was ramp up. I did not expect there to be that much ramp up. Like, Vendetta adds a lot of multi-shot, and Savvy and Hell and all that, but yeah, that makes a big difference. I really didn't expect that much of a ramp up here. There we go, a proper mission test. Took a bloody while. This is awesome, especially with Harold, because he essentially has kind of like a glaive of his own. One of his abilities is very similar to the Sedo glaive. So, a lot of the time, I don't even have to prime the enemies myself. Not that it's much of a hassle. I mean, the glaive is instant and it doesn't consume any ammo. You can fire it out for free. You know what? I'm still having a hard time thinking in terms of the new damage types because, you know, I've been playing the game for over 10 years, so it's kind of difficult to break that habit, but I don't really know why we're going with Vital here. We have Vital and Harold, so we could just go with Magnetic. Magnetic would probably be the best, because then we can run Prime Charge Shell and get way more damage. I don't know though, it is kind of nice to be able to proc your own Viral though, with the glaive, when Harold is off doing something else and not priming. Also, I'm very happy with the feel here. I love having a ton of fire rate on the Sedo, so Shotgun Barrage is definitely a must in my opinion. Oh, you came to the wrong neighborhood, buddy boy. I have loads of damage today. Where are you? Have a glaive. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Mania. What an absolute killjoy. Sit down. Hell yeah. I am still a little bit unsure about running Prime Point Blank and Savvy and then having the innate condition overload effect on this. We could probably replace it with something else, but I don't know, maybe like laser sights for more crit chance? I don't know. The reason I'm sticking with the triple damage stacking is because, well, it's obviously working, so, like, why not? I do feel like I'm gonna get absolutely railed in the comment section, though. Again. Hunter munitions would actually work really well here as well, right? Because not only do you get, like, the extra slash procs, which adds a lot of damage that scales really well into endgame, but you also get another status effect for condition overload. I'm just spitballing here, but that's what I like to do. I like to give you ideas and let you execute them on your own. Absolutely loving this setup though. It's well good. Man, I don't think I will ever not run Vendetta. The reload speed. Oh, the reload speed is so good. I think I'm happy with this. I can't think of anything else I would like to change or add. There are some modifications you can make, of course, like with the hunter munitions and all that. You could probably squeeze in a faction mod as well if you really want to, but overall, I'm happy with this. I do very much enjoy these kinds of weapons. They're strong, yes, but they're also very fun at the same time. Look at the single target here. Just deleted, gone, vanished, erased. Ridiculous. So here's the final build for the Sedo, and it's extremely forma heavy. If you want to copy this one for one, you're gonna need a polarity in every single slot. We're running Prime Point Blank for damage, Galvanized Hell for multi-shot, Critical Deceleration for crit chance, Primed Ravage for crit damage, Shotgun Barrage for a ton of fire rate, Primed Chilling Grasp and Contagious Spread for vital, though you could also replace Contagious Spread with Prime Charge Shell for magnetic. This would give you even more damage. And then we have Galvanized Savvy for status chance and more condition overload. Additionally, if you want to, you can squeeze in Vigilante supplies into the Exiles. This will require additional forma, so you might not necessarily want to do it, but this will give you the overcrit bonus as well as a bit of ammo mutation to make sure you always have more than enough ammo. And finally, for the Arcane, we have Shotgun Vendetta, which gives you a ludicrous amount of extra multi-shot as well as a ton of reload speed, which just feels great. Now, one thing that helps a lot with this setup is a good priming pet. I'm using Harold, which is my priming focused hound, and it makes it feel a lot smoother because it helps with priming enemies. but it also increases your single target damage because it adds extra status effects onto the enemies for your condition overload. There's a reason why people like this gun, it's just really fun and it does tremendous damage. So of course I'm gonna recommend you give it a shot, though I don't know if I would necessarily start off with this build. I would start off with something lighter, something that's not gonna drain your forma supply quite as much, and then if you really end up liking it, maybe just then you can invest into something more ridiculous like this. So today we have yet another one of my picks, and it's gonna be one of my favorite bows of all time. The Proboscis Cernos. This one is a bit of a ball ache to get because it requires the Mutalis Cernos, which requires the regular Cernos. So you need to get the Cernos, turn that into the Mutalis, and then turn that into the Proboscis. But in return, you get one of the most unique bows in the game. It requires Mastery Rank 15, the arrows do primarily slash damage with a decent amount of impact and a little bit of puncture as well, with a 7% crit chance, 1.9 times crit multiplier, and a 43% status chance. However, that's not the important part. The important bit is the radial attack, which causes a massive 7-meter explosion that does pure viral damage after 1.7 seconds. Now, you might think that having a 1.7 second delay on an explosion is bad, but it's actually not here, because in those 1.7 seconds, the arrow will shoot out a bunch of tentacles that will drag enemies into the explosion. It's kind of similar to Nidus's larva. So let's give it a shot, shall we? This could be tremendous. I love this bow and I'm very curious to see what it can do with all the new stuff that we have nowadays. I think Merciless is a no-brainer here because it's an easy way to stack damage, and the reload speed on bows is actually very good because it affects the speed at which you draw arrows from your quiver. Galvanized Chamber for the multi-shot. And I don't think we're gonna go with Galvanized Aptitude because of the explosion. I think we're gonna go with the regular Aptitude instead. I checked the wiki and it doesn't say anything about Galvanized Aptitude, so regular Aptitude it is. Primed Firestorm. Yes. Big boom. I definitely want to try Blast with primed cry rounds for just a lot of damage. Is this way we get like Blast and Vital, which is a really nice combo. I'm gonna try Corrosive as well, but we're gonna have to use a 90, that's not the right mod, 90% Elemental for now, because that way we get Blast, Vital, and Corrosive on the explosion, which is a cool combo. Usually I like my bows with a lot of fire rate, but I'm not actually sure if we're gonna need it or not. Let's be reasonable here. Oof, that was a wowee. Yeah, okay. That was like about thrice as much damage as I had expected from this. I'll take it. We need to add some Forma. A D makes the most sense for primed cryo rounds. There we go. Let's also move this over here. There we go. That looks much nicer. Yeah, we definitely need mutation. We have like 7 arrows and that's it. So yeah, mutation is a must. The clear is absolutely tremendous. Look at this. Boom. That's awesome. The single target is mediocre at best, but that's to be expected. Like, you don't run the Proboscis Cernos to do mad single target. I do believe we can drop the fire rate though, because this isn't a bow that you fire constantly. You fire it out, you let it explode, and then you find a nice group of enemies to fire it into again. You don't fire it over and over and over again. Yeah, the single target is bit sad. It is a very meh at best. Yeah, we like really don't need this. This is just not necessary at all. Now we could just run Vigilante Armaments instead. That would be the easiest thing to do based on this format setup. However, Elementalist could be tremendous, especially if we take out Infected Clip and we go with Blast and Electricity. Let's do that actually. That sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, then we need to reformat this and swap Acceleration for Elementalist. I do not mind losing the fire rate at all. It is absolutely a-okay. There we go. Okay, we're gonna swap the dash into a D Elementalist. Let's hope the punch through doesn't break this. Also, since we do have Vital on the bow itself, I think it makes sense to switch Herald to Corrosive Heat and Radiation. Ooh, that is some saucy damage. Yeah, the way it drags everything into the Blast and Electricity, that is well good. Dude, what? What? That's max level. 190 in Simulacrum, max level in the Simulacrum. I am curious about gas though. That's not how you get gas. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's awesome as well. Yeah. So if you want to, you can do gas instead of blast. I want to see what this does to the corpus. Come on, show me something fun. Oh. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah. So yeah, gas is totally viable as well. I do like blast more though, so let's put primed cryo rounds back in. This is one of the very few explosive weapons where the ammo nerf didn't really do much because of the way it works. This is one of the things I was worried about, right? Running out of ammo because you only have 7 arrows to begin with. But as you can quite clearly see, there's ammo everywhere, so yeah, good stuff. Come on, come on. Boosh, my god, dude, that's so satisfying.
See, weapons can be fun and functional at the same time, yeah.
The single target seems to have gone up quite a bit, thanks to Elementalist and all that. You can see that it's actually chunking the Acolyte pretty hard. Mania is not having a tremendous day here. It's still not amazing, the single target could be a lot better, but it's acceptable. Like, I don't mind killing an Acolyte with this. I think we have a winner here. I can't think of anything else I would want to change here. The build feels absolutely tremendous and the damage is much higher than I thought it was going to be. Like, I knew it was going to work in Steel Path, but I didn't expect it to work this well. So, here's the final build for the Proboscis Cernos, and it's quite fun indeed. We have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Brand Firestorm for bigger AoE, Rifle Aptitude for status chance, Rifle Elementalist for status damage, and then we have Stormbringer and High Voltage for a ton of electricity and a bit of extra status, as well as Primed Cryo rounds and Thermite rounds for blast and a bit of extra status once again. Now, even though the weapon doesn't really struggle with ammo sustain, I would still recommend running Arrow Mutation just in case. And for the Arcane, Primary Merciless is really good here. It's a lot of base damage that's easy to stack, and the reload speed is actually quite nice even on a bow because it affects the speed at which you draw arrows from your quiver. One thing I will say here though is that Blast, Electricity and Vital Damage are not necessarily the best to run against heavily armored units, so a pet that can strip armor for you or a Warframe that can strip armor for you is definitely recommended. I used my Priming Hound, Harrowed, and I switched his Betoten to Corrosive, Heat, and Radiation. But it's not entirely necessary, like if you're running a frame that can strip armor, like in Arrows for example, you can just toss out Scarab Swarm and you're good to go. So overall, great success, I had a lot of fun with this, and the build performs really well. The Proboscis Cernos has always been really good because it did decent damage, and it easily allowed you to group up enemies without using something like Nidus with Larva. The only downside with it is that it is, as I mentioned in the beginning, a bit of a ball ache to get, because you essentially need to build 3 different weapons. Other than that, it's really good and I would highly recommend it. Now, you don't necessarily need to go with as expensive of a setup as I did. You can just try something cheaper, and if you end up liking it, you can eventually progress into a bigger build that will require a little bit more forma and some fancier mods. Because even a relatively basic build on the Proboscis Cernos is going to be just fine and you can do Steel Path with it. So yeah, definitely give this one a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to ask and answer one simple question. What if, we took melee influence and put it on a shotgun? You see, because we have a class of melee weapons called the Gun Blade, and one of those gun blades is the Redeemer Prime, which is effectively just a blast-based shotgun with a blade on top. Well, on the sides, actually. This Mama Jamma requires Mastery rank 10, and in its melee mode does primarily slash damage with a bit of puncture and impact with a 24% crit chance, 2.2 times crit multi, and a 30% status chance. But it can also go pew, and when that happens, it acts as a shotgun with a base multi-shot of 10, a punch through of 1, and a fall off that starts at 10 meters and ends at 30, and it does pure blast damage with 9% status chance per projectile. So let's for a second forget about the blades of this gun blade and give it a shot. Shall we? I can feel the shenanigans flowing through me. This is gonna be... this is gonna be good. We have pure blast. Definitely not going with high noon on this one. Bullet dance all the way. I am out of melee adapters, but that's okay. I thought we could do like a furious light stack build with a lot of pew pew, but Elementalist gives you heavy attack wind up speed, so maybe we go heavy pew. Oh. Hold on a second. How does Tenokai work with gunblades? Does shooting the gunblade trigger Tenokai? And if so, does each pellet count as a hit? Also, how does Discipline's Merit work if it does work? Questions. Well, so far no procs, which is a shame, so maybe we just go with a heavy attack build instead? Never mind! It does work! Yeah, I just got a little bit unlucky. Alright, it does work. What about Discipline's Merit though? Let's swap that around. This should trigger every 4 hits. Oh my god. No way. Oh, that's so good.
Let's get Prime Pressure Point. You could run Condition Overload as well if you want to. Blood Rush for crit chance, and I don't think we need Amalgam Organ Chatter. I think regular Organ Chatter is better because we get the wind-up speed from Tennokai and from Elementalist. Since Tennokai works, I wonder if Animosity works as well, so let's try that. Yep, it does work. Good stuff. Let's get Weeping Wounds for the status. Bit more Blastage. I'm mainly adding these for the extra status chance here. Yeah, we do need attack speed as well. Ooh, that's pretty saucy, my dudes. And dudettes. Can't forget about the dudettes, can we now? I don't know why I'm testing Pure Blast against Max Silver Grenier. That's rather ambitious, isn't it? But it's doing some work. It's working. So this works, this is fine, but I have a better idea. A rather silly idea as well. So let's do that. We're gonna start off by removing Berserker Fury. Yeah. We're gonna replace it with Shocking Touch. We're gonna swap Animosity to Influence. Even though I don't like to do this, we're actually gonna involve our Warframe for once and get attack speed from Arcane Strike. Bathe me in silliness, come on. Oh, it's beautiful. It's the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen. Yes! This is gonna be fun. Oh, this is amazing. Look at it go! Now that's a silly blast build. This is one of those builds that makes the enemy density feel weird because it kills stuff so fast in such a massive area. It actually feels like the enemies are not spawning at all. Though, to be fair, they seem to be clumping up over here as well. However, even though the density feels low, look at the life support. We're on full life support, which is a good indicator that you're killing stuff fast. Single target should be more than good enough as well. What about you? Yep, no problemo. Lovely. This is terrific. Absolutely top notch. It would be better with some projectile speed though, so you get more range. Hello, Angst. Oof. My god, what a shot. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god, that's still a thing? Like, there's been an issue with the Redeemer, and maybe with the other Gunblades as well, where if the enemy is right up in your face, you just can't shoot them. You shoot right past them for some reason. I don't think they're ever gonna fix that. What an amazingly silly instrument of destruction. I have a feeling this is gonna be absolutely cracked against the Infested. I don't even know what's happening. This is just such a mess. I feel like the arcanes you get for melees and secondaries are way better than the ones you get for primaries. Because with melee weapons you get stuff like Influence and Duplicate and Crescendo, and then secondaries have Cucumber and Empowered and all that, and primaries have just like, oh yeah, you get a lot of damage, or multi-shot, or reload speed or something. I just realized that this is basically just yet another iteration of the Critical Gunslinger build. My god, that's an old one. I put that together when Bullet Dance first came out, and I used it with Valkyrie and like loads of attack speed with like Warcry and Arcane Strike and Berserker and all that. Aw, good times. By the way, this should work on any Gunblade that has good enough status chance. Like, even if it doesn't have crit, you can just invest a little bit more into status and all that, but yeah, you can do this on pretty much any of them, as long as they have the status chance to support it. Well, even though I'm not super happy that we can't get attack speed from the weapon itself, so you need some other form of attack speed, whether it be Arcane Strike or something like Warcry, I think we're done. I'm very happy with the build, so let's wrap it up. So, here's the final build for the Redeemer Prime, and it is an absolute banger. For the stance, we're running Bullet Dance, which is objectively better for a setup like this than High Noon, so if you don't have Bullet Dance, get it. Then for our Tennokai trigger, we're running Discipline's Merit, which is absolutely ridiculous for this setup, because if you fire into a group of enemies, you instantly get a Tennokai proc. This often allows you to alternate between light and heavy attacks, which is absolutely stupid. The amount of damage you can get out of that is just dumb. Then as far as the normal mods go, we have Prime Pressure Point, though you could go with Condition Overload as well. We have Blood Rush for crit chance, Organ Shatter for crit damage, Weeping Wounds for a bunch of scaling status, Shocking Touch for electricity, Volcanic Edge and Vicious Frost for blast damage and status chance, and then Melee Elementalist for status damage and heavy attack wind-up speed. And finally, the crown jewel of this build is of course melee influence. This is just an incredibly strong arcane if you give it at least a little bit of thought, because whenever you proc electricity on something, you have a chance to gain a buff that then spreads all the status you proc to enemies within a relatively large area. So when you use stuff like electricity, blast, gas, stuff that scales based on the number of enemies you're hitting and stuff that can overlap, you can get some amazing damage out of it. This is basically a complete 180 for the Redeemer Prime, because the Redeemers have always been really strong single target wise. Yes, they have punch through on the shots, but 1 meter of punch through isn't like amazing, right? You get a bit of AoE when you're firing into groups, but that's about it. It was mostly used for big single target damage. Well, not anymore, it's not, because this is some of the most utterly stupid area of effect damage you can get on a melee weapon. It's just dumb how fast this deletes entire rooms full of enemies. So I would absolutely recommend you give this a shot. It's amazing.
Hello, Mr. Internet Man. I've noticed a certain drought of Arca Cisco showcases on YouTube. Would you oblige?
I mean, yeah. Sure. The Arca Cisco then, a secondary sniper pistol that does primarily puncture damage with a decent amount of slash as well, and it sports an 18% crit chance, a 1.6 times crit multiplier, and a 26% status chance. Now, while these stats don't look particularly impressive, they're not quite right, because the Arca Cisco comes with a unique mechanic that gives you a stacking buff every time you hit an enemy. This buff is called Target Analysis, it stacks up to 5 times, and it grants you 4% extra crit and status chance per stack. So in reality, most of the time you're going to be sitting at 38% crit chance and a 46% status chance. The crit multi though, that stays a bit meh, unfortunately. And finally, the blueprint for the Arca Cisco can be acquired from the Corpus or the Energy Lab in your dojo. So let's give it a shot, shall we? This is a very nice trade. It's a bit of a shame that you don't get any grid multiplier from it though. Let's start off with an adapter. I don't know why, but I'm feeling cucumber on this one. You could very much go with Deadhead as well though. Deadhead would be nice here. One of the reasons I want to go with the cucumber is because I want to run semi-pistol cannon out here for the punch through and just a ridiculous amount of damage. Let's get diffusion in there. We're absolutely going to run galvanized crosshairs because it's fairly easy to headshot with this. Let's get galvanized shot in there too, as well as prime target cracker. Lovely. I'm feeling corrosive and cold here, but with primed convulsion. The reason I want to go with cold is for that extra crit damage. That's pretty straightforward actually. Seems reasonable. Ooh, oh me, oh my. I forgot about the scope multiplier as well. This is a sniper, so you get a 2-stage scope. One gives you a 2x multi, one gives you a 4x multi. You don't get the sniper combo though, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, that is some good damage, my dudes and dudettes. Let's try the corrupted as well, because Grenier are weak to corrosive. I don't see much of a difference at all, actually. Yeah, still very good, especially if you can land those headshots. Spicy stuff. So this is pretty good, but I do want to try some other stuff as well. Let's flip these around. I don't know if this will work, but I feel like it could use a bit of AoE. Nah, that's not it. That is not it. Back to corrosive and cold we go. Let's add Harold for even more priming. This should be pretty nuts in combination with cucumber. Oh yep, that's better. I don't think it's necessarily the priming itself, like having more status effects on the enemies, because I'm pretty sure galvanized shot is additive on this. But having vital on the enemies helps a lot. Let's see it in a normal mission. The ramp up should be almost instantaneous. Basically, we get 1 kill and that's it. Yep. Good stuff. It does feel a bit strange playing with a weapon that does basically pure single target after playing around with like melee influence and a bunch of blast builds and electricity builds, but it's not bad. It's actually quite nice to have a weapon that just does solid single target every once in a while. It is a pretty good weapon. It feels nice and I like the scope. The scope is very clean. One thing that's a bit of a surprise here is how fast this actually strips armor. I didn't expect this to be able to strip armor very fast, but thanks to the extremely high status chance, it actually strips armor really well. Okay, I don't know, I kind of expected a little bit more from this, but it's not bad. This is better than most weapons that I use on Acolytes. But, I don't know, maybe it's the attenuation. Maybe. Corpus time. It just feels nice. I don't know how else to describe it. It just feels nice to use. You know, there are some weapons that do basically the same thing as the Arca Cisco, but they just don't feel as good. They don't have the right feel. Here's the thing, right? Single target weapons, like the Arca Cisco, are in a bit of an awkward spot right now, because AoE weapons, after like the resistance and the status rework, are in a really good spot.
They can do basically just as much damage as single target weapons, but they also have AoE. But that doesn't mean that weapons like the Arcasisco are bad. They're pretty good, actually. Yeah, this is just a solid sniper pistol that's not that difficult to get, and the build is pretty simple too. So here's the final build for the Arcasisco, and it's very straightforward. We have Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, and Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload. We then slap in Prime Target Tracker for crit damage, Frostbite for cold damage and status chance, Pistol Pestilence in combination with Primed Convulsion for a little bit of extra status and a ton of corrosive damage, and we top it off with Semi-Pistol Cannonade for base damage and punch through. Now, because we already get base damage from Cannonade, I decided to use Encumber for more status priming. However, you can easily go with Deadhead and then swap out Semi-Pistol Cannonade for Lethal Torrent. The Exilus, by the way, doesn't really matter, so you can put in whatever you want or you can leave it blank. Now, even though this is a semi-automatic sniper pistol, it is still a corrosive build, so having Emerald Archon charts for more maximum corrosive procs is going to help. It's not going to be as important as it was prior to the Jade update, but it still helps a little bit. Though a much more noticeable addition is going to be a good priming pad that's going to add Vital onto the enemies for more health damage. So if you ever tried this setup and it doesn't do as much damage as it's doing in my video, this is probably why. You don't have a pet that primes the enemies with Vital. The biggest problem with a weapon like this is that it's just not all that impressive. It doesn't AoE down entire rooms full of enemies with a single press of the mouse button, or a controller if you're a peasant. And it doesn't necessarily one-shot things either, not in Steel Path anyway. So it's just an okay weapon that does solid damage. That's pretty much it. I feel like this weapon needs a bit of a buff to its crit damage, because what's the point of having really high crit chance if your base crit damage is 1.6? That's not very cash money if you ask me. But as I have said numerous times, it's not bad, so I think it's still worth giving a shot. So I had an idea, well, I didn't, the comment section did, and I stole it. Shamelessly. The idea was to go with a Puncture and Code hybrid and basically just go all out on crit, because Puncture makes enemies easier to crit and Code adds extra crit damage. Now I've tried this on a few different weapons and I wasn't quite happy with the result until I landed on the Hystrix Prime. You see, the Hystrix Prime is a funky little secondary that does primarily puncture damage with just a tiny bit of slash and impact, and it has a 28% crit chance, a 2.2 times crit multiplier, and a 20% status chance. But that's not why I chose it. I chose it because the Hystrix has a very cool unique mechanic where you can switch between 4 different types of quills: heat, electricity, cold, and toxin. Now, changing between the quills doesn't change the stats at all. The only thing it does is it changes the forced proc of your shots. So if you choose a cold-based quill, you will force proc cold. And that's perfect for this idea that, well, you had. So let's give it a shot. The idea here is pretty simple. We just switch to the cold quill and use that, and then we don't have to worry about proccing cold at all. We can just focus on puncture. I think Cucumber is going to be really big here because of Galvanized Shot, but also because we're always proccing something, right? So we always have a chance to roll the extra effect from Cucumber. Now, because we're running Cucumber, we don't have any base damage, so Hornet Strike it is, as well as Galvanized Diffusion. We definitely want to run Galvanized Crosshairs for the extra crit chance. Then we go Galvanized Shot. And Prime Target Cracker, lovely. Let's get Lethal Torrent for the fire rate and multi-shot, that's gonna be good. And I would also like to run Creeping Bullseye, there we go. Go big or go home, all the crits. I'm not entirely sure if I want to run Frostbite or not here. You know what, I want to try it, so let's slap a D right here. There we go. The reason I kind of want to double down on Code is because freezing the enemies makes them take way more crit damage. Also, we can put something in the Exilus, a Lethal Momentum. If I remember correctly, the darts are pretty fast, so I don't think we necessarily need this. So maybe we go with Steady Hands. Whoops, yes please. There we go, Steady Hands. Wowee, this freezes them super duper fast, and the damage is actually quite lovely, though to be fair, these are just Butchers and Scorpions. What about you, Big Mama? Oh! Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, this actually works surprisingly well, considering we're not stripping any armor at all. Look at that. That's quite good. Very interesting. This works much better than expected. Like, I was worried about not having enough, like, base damage, because normally you go with at least 2 elemental mods, usually 3. So only having 1 felt a bit awkward, but this seems absolutely fine. I have a dumb idea. What if we just run Sharpened Bullets and no elemental damage at all? Yeah, that's a weird build. Oh, that's funky. But I mean, it works. Look at it. It do the damage. It do the damage indeed. This is a cursed build. My god. I can imagine this being pretty dope on something like Lavos though. Yeah, I think we're gonna stick to the like no Ellie mod school guy build. That's way more fun. I'm gonna try this with Harold as well. Oh, bloody hell, that's some damage, my dudes and dudettes. Yeah, no ramp up, even with the wrong quail. This is just tremendous. Good job, comment section. This is terrific. Like, imagine this with like Lavos or Venom Dose or Smite Infusion, something that gives you base damage, like base elemental damage. This is gonna be ridiculous. It's not gonna be as good at streamlining the status to mostly proc puncture and cold, but I don't think that's gonna be a big problem. I like this an awful lot. Oh, that's not half bad. It's not amazing, but I've seen worse. Like, much worse. This is more than good enough. Very good. Man, corpus are such an embarrassment nowadays. Good God, lads. What about an Eximus? Yuck. This kind of reminds me of like the old slash builds. Well, old slash builds. You can still do them nowadays, but the one weapon that comes to mind is the Atarax. On the Atarax, you would just go for damage, range, crit damage, and slash, and nothing else. You would have no elemental damage at all. And meme strike, obviously. The one downside here is that it's primarily a single target weapon, but it fires really fast, so it doesn't feel bad, or as bad as some of the other single target focused weapons. It doesn't feel as good or funny as firing Zar with a bunch of blast damage on it, I'll tell you that, but it's fun enough. Hello, Torment. Sit down. Oh, I love code for Acolytes. The solo is so good. Seems pretty universally good as well. I mean, we've tried the Corrupted, which are weak to puncture to be fair, but it was good. We've tried the Corpus, and it was good. Now the Kuva Grenier, and it's, surprisingly enough, good. I don't think it's the best way to build a Hystrix, but it's definitely one of the ways you can build a Hystrix. Oh, you know what just popped into my mind? On the Hystrix, what you could do is go Corrosive and Blast, and then run an Electricity Quell. Ooh, that could be very fun. Feel free to try that as well, though fitting it in is gonna be a bit of a challenge. It might require Riven, in fact. Yeah, I think we're done here. This is just good. It works. It was a fun idea, and it worked out. Tremendous. So here's a very weird build for the Hystrix that somehow just works, and it works pretty well. We have Hornet Strike for damage, Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, Galvanized Crosshairs for crit chance, Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload. Then we have Prime Target Cracker for crit damage, Creeping Bullseye for more crit chance, Sharpened Bullets for more crit damage, and we top it off with Lethal Torrent for multi-shot and fire rate. Now for the Exilus, you can just leave it blank if you want to. You don't necessarily need lethal momentum because the darts are pretty fast, and you really don't need steady hands either because the weapon doesn't kick that much. And as far as the Arcane is concerned, Secondary Encumber is really good here. It allows us to scale our damage quite a bit more through the condition overload effect from Galvanized Shot because normally we mostly just proc puncture and cold. On a similar note, a good priming pad will help a lot as well. I'm using Good Boy Harold, a hound that's modded for vital, radiation and heat. Hounds are really good for priming because they just carpet bomb the entire room in status effects, so if you can get yourself one of those, I would highly recommend it. This is the kind of stuff that I absolutely love about Warframe. Someone has a build idea, we try it out, we refine it a little bit, and we all have a bunch of fun while doing so. It might not be the best setup in the world, hell, it's probably not even the best setup on the Hystrix, but who cares? We had fun, and that's what it's all about. It's how I've been playing this game for 10 years. Chasing the meta only gets you so far. Having fun though, well, that lasts forever. So I would recommend you give this setup a shot, and it doesn't have to be on the Hystrix. It can be any weapon that does primarily puncture damage and it has decent enough crit and status. Though if you are gonna do it on another weapon, make sure you put in at least a little bit of cold damage so you're proccing both puncture and cold. I am a birthday boy today. Could you believe it? 34 years I've been haunting this godforsaken place. 34 years, good God. And because of that, I thought we would just do something fun, and believe it or not, that fun is going to involve the Young Bronco Prime. This used to be one of the worst primed weapons in the entire game, but over time, as updates rolled in and we got some reworks and some buffs, it actually became a solid weapon. The Young Bronco Prime is a semi-automatic secondary shotgun with horrendous spread and very short range that does primarily impact damage with just a little bit of puncture and slash on the side. Its crit is atrocious with a 6% crit chance and a 2x crit multiplier, though its status chance, especially considering the weapon has a base multi-shot of 7, is very good with a 12.9% status chance per projectile. So let's give it a shot, shall we? Happy birthday to me. I have a very fun build idea in mind for this. This is gonna be a lot of fun. First of all, let's get an adapter on there. We're gonna run Merciless to get the reload speed, but also to save on space. We're gonna need all the mod space we can get, so I don't want to use mods like Hornet Strike or Canonade. Galvanized Diffusion, absolute no-brainer here. And we also want to run Galvanized Shot for the status chance and condition overload. This is an Bronco exclusive mod, Damzavati, which gives you an absolute truck ton of vital damage. We're gonna follow that up with Accelerated Isotope for radiation and fire rate. Then we put on Corrosive. And we top it off with Blast, though I'm not entirely sure we're gonna go with Blast. We might go with either Heat or Cold, but yeah, Vital, Radiation, Corrosive, and Blast. What a combo. Yeah, this is a birthday build, alright. Whoa, this actually chunks. And it's not fully ramped up yet. Now, to be fair, these are just Butchers and Scorpions. So, let's try something bigger. What about you? Whoa! Dude, that's actually awesome! Like, 4 or 5 years ago, this weapon was an absolute joke, but look at it now! Look at that! This is unfortunate. I want to get more reload speed, but we're not really doing a lot of status damage, so Pistol Elementalist is out. I think we're actually gonna go with Stunning Speed. Reload speed and extra status. Yes. Yeah, I think this is a better idea. The code's gonna be really nice for the slow. We could increase the range a little bit with Lethal Momentum, but the spread is horrific, so I think we're just gonna go with Steady Hands for less recoil. I wanna try a maxed out Simulacrum with Harold. My brethren. That is some spicy. What the balls? Look at that damage. The Bronco Prime coming in big. Look at that. Yep, no surprise here. Corpus are still an absolute embarrassment. Just because it works well in the Simulacrum doesn't necessarily mean it will work well in a mission. This is mind-boggling. Like, the Bronco Prime of all things has the best ramp-up of all the guns that I've played with for the last 3 months with Merciless. The Bronco Prime! This weapon used to be an absolute meme. This feels so good. Like, I have no words. This feels amazing. I'm a little bit shocked, to be honest with you. I thought this was just gonna be a funny little birthday build, but no. This works surprisingly well. Hello, Violence. Would you like some? Impressive. Impressive. The limiting factor here, honestly, is just the magazine size and reload speed. That's quite good. Well, that's very good, actually. It's not quite good, that's very good. Who would have thought the Bronco Prime was gonna be this fun? More essence equals more good. I'm still fascinated by the ramp up. Like, it makes sense because we're adding a lot of elemental damage. But still, the ramp up is so nice. This seems like it's gonna be another one of those universally good setups, which makes sense, again, because we're doing all kinds of damage, right? We have radiation, corrosive, vital, cold, impact, just everything, a little bit of everything. Yep, it shreds eczemas as well. This is fantastic. What a lovely birthday gift this is. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Hello, Malise. This is more than good enough. Like, there are better weapons to be used against acolytes, but yeah, I don't mind this at all. This is more than enough damage for the kind of stuff that I do. Raise your hand if you thought the Bronco Prime could be this fun and good. I absolutely love how diverse builds have become after the latest status and resistance rework. You can do so much different stuff, and a lot of it works. That's so nice. Well, if you're a meta slave, you're probably still running the same stuff, but, you know, for normal people that just want to have fun playing the game, this is tremendous. I don't even know why I test against the Corpus at this point. They just, I don't know, they're just allergic to bullets right now. Yeah, like you can even fire it from a distance, which with the Egg Bronco Prime is not recommended, but for the Corpus it doesn't matter, they're just too weak. I do like the way the Egg Bronco Prime looks as well. It's very cool. You can make this even crazier when you pair this up with the right Warframe, like you could run Lavos to add even more elemental damage, or some of the augments, you know, stuff like Venom Dose, Smite Infusion, that kind of stuff. Just do all the elemental damage at once. This isn't just good on its own, this has potential to be ridiculous when comboed with other stuff. Or imagine you have like a Riven with some crit damage and you pair it up with, I don't know, Harrow, so you can crit with this. So if you want to give this setup a shot, definitely try it out with some other frames. I'm using it on arrows because I want to showcase the power of the weapon and the build itself, but you can pair this up with loads of different stuff and get much better results. So here's the birthday build for the Egg Bronco Prime that I just did for fun, and it ended up doing some really solid damage. It's essentially an LE stacking build, so we start off with Galvanized Diffusion for multi-shot, then we have Jolt and Pistol Pestilence for corrosive damage and status, Galvanized Shot for status chance and condition overload, Dams of Vati for a ton of vital damage, Accelerated Isotope for radiation damage and fire rate, Stunning Speed for reload speed and status chance, and then Frostbite for cold and status. For the Exilus, you can go with Steady Hands to reduce the recoil a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal if you don't want to invest an Exilus adapter onto it, so you can just leave it blank. And for the Arcane, we have Secondary Merciless for base damage and reload speed. Now, even though it's not entirely necessary, we do use Corrosive on this setup and we proc it a lot, so Emerald Archon charts for more Corrosive procs are always a good idea. They're, as I've said already, not necessary. You don't really need to strip all of the enemy armor, especially after the Jade update, but it's going to help. And the same goes for a priming pad actually this time around. It's going to help, yes, it's going to add more damage through condition overload, but we proc more than enough status effects with the Egg Bronco Prime to not really need it. This was a very pleasant surprise, a silly birthday build that ends up doing a ton of damage. And it's quite fun too, I had a lot of fun putting this together and playing around with it at the end. I would actually recommend you give this a shot. The Egg Bronco Prime are much better than they used to be, and this build is surprisingly good. It does a ton of damage and it covers a lot of the different factions. Like, there's a good chance that if you go and fight a faction that you have something the faction is weak to. So yeah, definitely try it out, especially if you have a Riven for it, because if you have a Riven for this, you can go even crazier. This is one of the oldest weapons in the game. It was released in 2014 and it kind of shows. It was his first attempt at a primary crossbow, with the secondaries already having the Ballistica at the time. I'm of course talking about the Attica. This thing is actually pretty straightforward. It requires Mastery rank 7 and it does primarily puncture damage. The crit is very solid with a 25% crit chance and a saucy 3x crit multiplier, though the status chance could be a little bit higher, it's only at 10%. The fire rate, however, is somewhat low at only 3.67 and the reload speed. My god, the reload speed. 2.8 seconds. Mamma mia. So let's give it a shot and see if all the updates and new mods and power creep in general has made this thing usable in 2024. Shall we? My goodness, I almost forgot. You get this from the Tenno Lab in your dojo. It's not very expensive. I think this should be relatively straightforward actually. Number 1, install an adapter. We're gonna go with Merciless purely for the reload speed. I am not having a 2.8 second reload on this. That is not happening. Galvanized Chamber, Scope, maybe, probably, as well as Aptitude, there we go. Vital Sense to spice up that saucy crit damage, and Hunter Munitions for some slash. I seem to remember the bolts being really slow, so let's put on Terminal Velocity right away. And Rhyme Rounds for Viral. This is actually quite a nice combination. We get the Viral, which is going to boost our slash, and then we have the Puncture, which is going to boost our crit. I'm so glad puncture weapons finally got some love, because slash weapons have always been really strong, right? And impact weapons have gotten a lot of love with like internal bleeding and the opening up to finishers and all that, and now puncture weapons have a place in the game as well, because they're really good for crit. I suppose we could go with primed fast hands. However, I think it's a better idea to try it and see what it needs. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Okay, we need more fire rate. I am not doing that, oh my god. In you go, buddy boy. Man, scorpions are the worst, they flail around so much. This is actually doing some good damage, look at that. That's very good. That is very good. What a nice surprise this, look at that. Yeah, that's very good. What about a bombard? Yep, no biggie. I mean, it's slash at the end of the day. Slash is just very good. Let's add Harold and try max level, at least in the simulacrum that is. There is a bit of a ramp up, which is to be expected. I mean, we're running Merciless and a bunch of galvanized stuff, but yeah, you get a few kills and it goes absolutely ballistic. Me likey. This is fabulous. I expected some resistance, right? I didn't expect to just put on a build and for it to work. Not on the Attica. So this is good. But I do want to try one more thing. Hammer shot. Something like this? Just go heavy on crit with primary frostbite and primed cryo rounds. Let's see what it do. No Harold, just to see the actual damage. Yeah, dude, this actually works as well. That's quite nice. That is quite nice, and that's without Harold. Harold is gonna have a much bigger effect here. You know what, even though I probably like this a little bit more, because I prefer damage, upfront damage to damage over time, the reload speed is killing me. Look at it go, that's so slow. So this is also an option if you want to do an upfront damage setup, or if you have like a Riven with reload speed, or you're running Toxic Chroma, or something like that. But I actually prefer the first build because it feels a little bit better. Let's see if it's any good in a normal mission as well, though. Oh my god, you know what? I just realized the best way to describe this, yeah, is the Boltor you have at home. That's basically what it is. It doesn't feel bad though, it's not bad, it's just like a worse Boltor. If only Thunderbolt wasn't so utterly garbage. One day, I'm telling you, one day, they're gonna buff it, and it's gonna be glorious. Overall, I don't have any major complaints so far. The damage is solid, the reload speed is still pretty long, but it's better with Merciless. This feels better than expected. I would very much appreciate a shorter reload though, still. Of course I get the most in-your-face Acolyte where I need to be aiming down sights, bloody hell. The damage is surprisingly good though. It's not bad. Overall, good stuff. By the way, I have to be a little bit more reserved today because I have a new microphone and I cannot for the life of me fix a clipping issue with it. Man, Lua is such a cool tile set. I don't know why I don't play here more often. Yo, that... Aren't Sentients just really weak nowadays? Every weapon that I seem to test against them absolutely melts them to bits. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Slash is like a universally good damage type for the most part. So it's doing well against the Corpus and the Grenier, and it's shredding Sentience as well. Malice. Madut. It is quite impressive how fast it shreds the Acolyte's shields, though to be fair, Acolytes don't have that many shields. The health damage is really good. Off you go, Malice. Malice, are you using my Opticore build by any chance? Holy shit, that was a lot of damage. Sit down, bitch. Look at this. That's ridiculously good. Yeah, that's solid single target. I think this is it. It's nothing too spectacular, you know, it's just a relatively basic Hunter Munitions build, but it works really well. So, yeah, I think we're done. So, here's the final build for the Attica, and it's very straightforward. We have Galvanized Chamber for multi-shot, Galvanized Scope for a crit chance, though this can sometimes be a little bit difficult to stack because we're using damage over time and we need direct headshot kills for it. And it's actually even more difficult if, like me, you're using pet that primes radiation, so the enemies are fighting amongst each other. But anyway, after that we have Vital Sense for crit damage, Hunter Munitions, which sometimes gives us slash procs on critical hits, Galvanized Aptitude for status chance and condition overload, then Rime Rounds and Malignant Force for vital damage and status chance, as well as Vile Acceleration for a ton of fire rate. We also have Terminal Velocity in the Exilus to speed up the bolt, and we top it off with Primary Merciless for damage and reload speed. Alternatively, though I would only really recommend this if you have a Riven and you can roll reload speed on it, or you're using some other way of speeding up your reload times, you can run this build instead. This is a very crit heavy setup that utilizes primary frostbite and goes for pure cold. It's very similar to the first one, it's just that the arcane is different, and then instead of vital we have primed cry rounds and hammer shot. Now, we weren't just showcasing the build itself, we were using a priming pet, in this case Good Boy Harold, which is my priming focused hound that primes radiation, heat, puncture, impact and vital. The difference between hitting an enemy that's not primed by Harold and one that is primed by Harold is quite substantial, so if you try this setup and it's not doing quite as much damage as it does in this video, This is why. This weapon has actually been recommended quite a bit, and I understand why. Crossbows are cool and people want to use them. But unfortunately, for a long time, crossbows have been mediocre at best. There was a time where crossbows were pretty decent. This was before we had an awful lot of endgame, so you could get away with just running Thunderbolt, Fire Rate, and then using it on Mirage. But nowadays that's simply not enough, though luckily we've gotten enough updates and there's been enough power creep and we have enough new mods and new mechanics to where you can absolutely make crossbows work. So even though I can't believe I'm about to say this, yes, I would recommend you give the Attica a shot. It's pretty decent. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's quite a bit of fun.